Chapter 313. The Sea Demon Clan responds to the challenge, impossible. How could he possibly emerge from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone? Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, the multitude of sea demons were rendered speechless, struggling to accept this reality. The vivid memory of Jiang Ping'an's rampage 40 years ago, when he slaughtered his way through 3 stars, resurfaced in their minds. They would rather see the emergence of an additional transcendent warrior among the human race than witness Jiang Ping'an's return. An air of trepidation enveloped the entire Sea Demon clan. The high-ranking commander of the Sea Demons manifested in the void, gazing at Jiang Ping'an with a countenance twisted as if mourning a lost father. What unfathomable fortune had this fellow encountered to escape from that place? Was he adept in the art of advanced concealment? His aura had grown even more formidable, rivaling that of a late-stage transformation, which left them bewildered. How had he attained such strength? The Sea Demon warriors were further astonished by Jiang Ping'an's presence. For not only had he emerged from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, but he had also become stronger. In the span of merely 40 years. Such an extraordinary rate of progress was beyond comprehension. Even a typical transformation stage cultivator would not reach his level in 400 years. What should they do now? Should they send someone to engage in battle? Send someone to fight? Do you think Jiang Ping'an is in need of sustenance, and you wish to provide? Even before he grasped the laws, he had been capable of subduing their top mid-transformation prodigies. Now, with an aura akin to that of a late-stage transformation, who could possibly contend with him? Ignoring him was the only option. They could neither defeat him nor eliminate him, so they opted for silence. Yet, Jiang Ping'an, perceiving their inaction, called out boldly, "No one is coming out? Is that so? Then we shall meet on the battlefield." He brandished the Golden Commander's token and turned to issue an order. "Soldiers, assemble. Prepare for war." Wait. The Sea Demon clan accepts the challenge. Upon hearing the word war, the Sea Demons instantly shed their facade of indifference. Though the overall strength of the Sea Demon clan was not inferior to that of the humans, the latter boasted an abundance of top-tier talents, particularly Jiang Ping'an and Li Ye. With these two present, the soldiers on both the nascent soul and transformation battlefields would suffer significant setbacks, resulting in unnecessary losses. It would be more prudent to dispatch Sea Demon warriors to confront Jiang Ping'an directly, thereby mitigating damages. "You go." A senior member of the Bloodthirsty Shark clan addressed a late-stage transformation Bloodthirsty Shark. The latter's expression changed drastically. "Elder, Jiang Ping'an seems even stronger than before. I may not be able to defeat him." The implication of may not was a clear indication that defeat was inevitable. "You are not to defeat him. Merely expend some of Jiang Ping'an's energy. If you cannot win, retreat swiftly. There is no shame in that, and you shall be rewarded upon your return." Reassured by the elder's words, the late-stage transformation Bloodthirsty Shark felt a measure of relief. As long as it was not a life-or-death battle. Even if it could not prevail against Jiang Ping'an, as a late-stage transformation warrior, escaping would be a simple matter. Jiang Ping'an would not be able to kill it. Taking a deep breath, the Bloodthirsty Shark stepped into the void, its powerful bloodthirsty aura surging forth as waves of law-like brilliance emanated from its form. "Jiang Ping'an, I come to challenge you." Though uncertain of victory, it was imperative to maintain an imposing presence. The Bloodthirsty Shark reverted to its true form, transforming into a colossal shark spanning 2,000 meters, its body entirely dark, with a razor-sharp maw that seemed capable of devouring anything. He unleashed his berserk talent, his form swelling to 5 times its original size, transforming into a towering giant of 10,000 meters. Before such a terrifying figure, humanity appeared diminutive, akin to mere ants. The soldiers of the human race gazed gravely at the spectacle before them. The bloodthirsty Mad Shark, one of the foremost clans of the Eastern Seas demon race, possessed the ability to enter a berserk state, dramatically amplifying its combat prowess. At this moment, this bloodthirsty Mad Shark had quintupled in size, and correspondingly, its strength had surged 5-fold. Already formidable in its original state, this increase rendered it even more powerful. A single strike from this bloodthirsty Mad Shark could send waves crashing for hundreds of miles, affecting a vast expanse of sea. Its strength was undeniably formidable. However, while this bloodthirsty Mad Shark might struggle against Jiang Ping'an, the latter would find it equally challenging to vanquish it. For decades had passed, and Jiang Ping'an was likely stronger than before. How long could this bloodthirsty Mad Shark endure? Could it last the span of an incense stick? Xiaqin glanced sideways at Lei Lan, who shook her head. An incense stick? Impossible. At most, half that time. My father is invincible. He will dispatch it in an instant, Jiang Xiaoxiu timidly interjected. It was her first encounter with such a crowd, making her hesitant to speak. Yet she voiced her support for her father. The expressions of the commanders shifted peculiarly upon overhearing the trio's conversation. They were greatly overestimating Jiang Ping'an, particularly Jiang Ping'an's daughter, whose blind adoration was evident. This was no battle of low-tier cultivators, where one could easily dispatch the other. Battles between strong opponents could last 10 days or even half a month without a clear victor. The notion of a swift kill was virtually non-existent. The adversary was the bloodthirsty mad shark, a paragon among the sea demons, making such an outcome even less likely. Many new recruits held their breath, eager to witness the legendary prowess of this military figure. They had heard tales from veterans about Jiang Ping'an's strength, yet most had never seen him, leaving them with little sense of reality. Insect, witness as I consume you. The colossal, bloodthirsty mad shark, spanning 10,000 meters, surged towards Jiang Ping'an with astonishing speed. Sweeping away the winds and crashing the waves, the pressure from its formidable size was suffocating. Yet, this had little effect on Jiang Ping'an. The 18-clawed octopus he had encountered in the Abyssal Zone was far more terrifying, stretching across 1,000 miles, even rivaling the stars. As the enemy charged towards him, decades of pent-up fury within Jiang Ping'an erupted instantaneously. Channeling all the demonic energy within him, a giant nearly 20,000 meters tall stood against the heavens, breaking through the clouds. Torrential demonic energy enveloped the sky, obscuring the sun, as Jiang Ping'an's blood-red hair danced wildly, tribal totem patterns sprawling across his body. Resembling a descending demon god, the once massive bloodthirsty mad shark now appeared as a mere child. In that moment, all gazes widened in astonishment. Minor formless technique. This was the fourth layer of the minor formless technique, amplifying his size 1,000-fold. He had managed to cultivate this technique to such an extent in such a brief period. The minor formless technique was notoriously difficult to master, placing exceedingly high demands on the energy reserves within one's body, which was a significant drawback. The strength of the minor formless technique depended entirely on the abundance of internal energy. This implied that the technique's limitations had transformed into advantages for Jiang Ping'an. As Jiang Ping'an stood tall at nearly 20,000 meters, the bloodthirsty shark was momentarily paralyzed in shock. Raising his fist, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a devastating blow towards the creature. The sheer velocity of the strike caused friction with the air, igniting sparks that resembled falling stars, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The bloodthirsty shark attempted to invoke the principles of water to defend itself, but was ensnared by long, ethereal chains that stifled its spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the shark's head, forcefully driving the colossal beast into the depths of the ocean, where tumultuous waves surged, nearly reaching the heavens. Gripping the creature's jaws and tail in a fit of fury, Jiang Ping'an channeled a fourfold increase in his combat prowess through the battle god technique. Placing a foot upon the shark's spine. Crack! The shark's spine shattered under the immense pressure, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers. Jiang Ping'an's muscles tensed as he yanked forcefully. Blood erupted, painting the sky red. The shark's essence broke free from its corporeal form, frantically attempting to escape. A monster. It was indeed a monster. Yet, as its essence sought to flee, it suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, a potent force pulling it back. In its final moments, 3 words flashed in its mind: star-binding technique. Boom. The essence exploded, dispersing dark clouds with a surge of energy, illuminating Jiang Ping'an's massive figure. At that moment, both the sea demons and the humans stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. Chapter 314. Lu Hui's provocation above the tumultuous, blood-red sea. A sinister aura enveloped the scene. Jiang Ping'an stood beneath the vast sky, his blood-red hair billowing as he held 2 severed pieces of the bloodthirsty shark's carcass, blood cascading like a river into the ocean. The overwhelming sense of oppression rendered the onlookers breathless. A late-stage transformation shark had been effortlessly annihilated. In that instant, 2 words echoed in the minds of the crowd: demon god. The sea demons felt an inability to breathe, their very souls trembling in fear. The strength of their kind lay in their formidable physiques, yet before this human, they seemed as fragile as paper. Even the late-stage bloodthirsty shark had fallen in mere moments. Fear spread like a plague among the sea demons. Lei Lan gazed intently at Jiang Ping'an, reflecting, I underestimated him. She recognized his strength, yet never anticipated it exceeded her expectations. Jiang Shaoxue clenched her small fists in excitement, confident that her father could vanquish the villain with ease. Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This man was as invincible as ever, truly worthy of their regard. On the peaceful star, the holy sun of the bright moon sanctuary, Lu Hui stood in a stupor, his face a canvas of shock and unwilling jealousy. Even should he reach the late-stage transformation, he lacked the confidence to attain such power. How could Jiang Ping'an, a commoner from a non-elite background, possess such formidable might? The female commander of one of the 5 legions sighed heavily, lamenting that Jiang Ping'an had been cursed, making it unlikely for him to grasp the principles, potentially forever stalling his progress. The sovereign of the Qian clan seethed with fury, cursing the detestable sea demon scum for depriving humanity of a potentially extraordinary prodigy. The stronger Jiang Ping'an demonstrated himself to be, the more acute their anguish became. Given Jiang Ping'an's innate talent, he could have ascended to great heights. Now, however, he was beset by a curse that would forever hinder his cultivation. Upon overhearing the conversation among several commanders, the envious LV Huey's face lit up with unexpected elation. Cursed? Unable to break through? I knew it. How could someone of such lowly origin perpetually enjoy good fortune? Once destiny runs its course, all brilliance fades away. What if Jiang Ping'an currently possesses formidable strength? Even those in the realms of virtual refinement and harmonization could easily dispatch him. LV Hui fixated on Jiang Ping'an's imposing figure, a sly smile creeping across his lips. How dare you destroy a death token belonging to this holy sun? Just watch how this holy sun will annihilate you. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously above Jiang Ping'an, the terrifying power of lightning flickering within. After slaying a creature, the force of the curse descended once more. Jiang Ping'an summoned his devouring power, casting the massive corpse of the bloodthirsty shark into the void of the devouring space, swallowing the thunderclouds along with it. Such a thunder tribulation posed no threat to him. Having accomplished this, Jiang Ping'an gazed deeply at the sea demon beings, beckoning them to come forth. His voice resonated like thunder, sending shivers through the hearts of the assembled sea demons. Undeterred, the sea demon leaders pressed on, dispatching late-stage transformation gods to confront Jiang Ping'an. From the gigantic blade crab to the Kuan whale, and then to the dual-horned dragon, Jiang Ping'an surged forth, invincible. His mastery of the battle god techniques, star manipulation, and the lesser formless art reached their zenith. Jiang Ping'an seemed a primordial demon, advancing over countless corpses. This battle stretched over 10 days, during which he vanquished dozens of elite sea demons, leaving all spectators astounded. Come again. Jiang Ping'an's wrath remained unabated. The 40-year life-or-death crisis. The 4 decades of waiting for Meng Jing and her companions could not be compensated by the loss of mere lives. Jiang Ping'an, enough is enough. Do you truly wish to wage war against our sea demon clan? Although many of their kin had perished, the higher-ups of the sea demons remained unperturbed. However, continual challenges from the opponent would become intolerable. What of war? Jiang Ping'an remained undaunted. Yet at that moment, discontented voices arose from the ranks of human soldiers behind him. Are you willing to sacrifice us, ordinary soldiers, for your war? You are truly selfish. You are invincible, but we are not. Do you intend to send us to our deaths? As a holy body, you relish battle, disregarding the fates of ordinary soldiers like us. Hearing these voices, Jiang Ping'an's brow furrowed. Turning to look, his gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on LV Hui, the son of the holy moon sanctuary. And a surge of murderous intent welled within him. The voices he had just heard were orchestrated by LV Hui, who had deliberately incited discord among the ranks. LV Hui shouted, Jiang Ping'an, what is with that gaze? Just because we do not obey your orders, do you wish to eliminate us, ordinary soldiers? Come on, kill us. For your own selfish interests, you seek to eradicate those who do not submit to you, treating the lives of ordinary soldiers as worthless? Lu Hui bore a visage of defiance, clutching tightly to the teleportation jade talisman, poised for flight at any moment. His words sparked a flurry of whispered conversations among the soldiers, their faces etched with resentment as they cast glances towards Jiang Ping'an. Should Jiang dare to retaliate, he would irrevocably alienate himself from the troops, thereby substantiating Lu Hui's claims and inciting the disdain of the common soldiers. Within the barracks, Any disruption in the soldiers' morale could severely undermine their fighting spirit, ultimately influencing the outcome of battle. Few genuinely desired warfare. Most soldiers sought merely to subsist on resources, preferring peace over conflict. Lu Hui exploited certain tactics to stir the soldiers' latent aversion to battle, more precisely inciting their animosity towards Jiang Ping'an. There were, however, some soldiers who perceived the situation with clarity, asserting that the conflict with the Sea Demon clan was irreconcilable, pointing out the countless human lives lost at their hands, and proclaiming that now was an opportune moment to strike. The dissenting voices countered, arguing that those slain were not their kin, and questioning how many soldiers would perish should war erupt. Was this not a call to death? Supporters of Jiang Ping'an retorted, suggesting that abstaining from battle now would not preclude future conflict. If the demon clans grew stronger and advanced into the eastern region, could they escape? The north region stood as a testament to this reality, now under the dominion of the demonic forces. Once more, the reluctant soldiers replied that the demons were far too powerful, and the threat posed by the eastern Sea Demon clan was not as dire. Nonsense, they exclaimed. Your belief that the Sea Demon clan is weak stems from the protection afforded by commanders like Jiang Ping'an and Li Yaya. Without their presence, our human ranks would have crumbled long ago. A fierce exchange of insults erupted between the soldiers who sought merely to survive and those fueled by hatred for the sea demons. Lu Hui stoked the flames of discord, insinuating that Jiang Ping'an had succumbed to darkness, questioning what thoughts could possibly dwell in his mind now, portraying him as bloodthirsty and reckless, indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Indeed, they echoed, should we heed the words of one who has fallen into the abyss of corruption? I, for one, have no desire to fight. An increasing number rallied to Lu Hui's cause. With a smirk, he provocatively regarded Jiang Ping'an. The commanders of various legions glared icily at Lu Hui. This scoundrel was undermining their collective resolve against the demon threat. They yearned to silence him with a swift strike. Yet such an action could easily be misconstrued by the other soldiers as tyranny, jeopardizing their morale. Moreover, as the son of the Holy Moon's sacred land, he was not to be trifled with. Lu Hui, indifferent to the fate of the Eastern Region's forces, was solely concerned with tarnishing Jiang Ping'an's reputation, aiming to render him unwelcome in the barracks. Humph! How dare a lowborn challenge me, the Holy Sun? Once I drive you from the military, I shall relish in your demise. Just as Lu Hui reveled in his thoughts, a sudden black flash pierced through him from behind, obliterating his skull. His expression froze, and his body rapidly transformed into a lifeless husk. The death replacement talisman imprinted on his forehead was destroyed, leaving him a mere corpse. Even in his final moments, Lu Hui could not fathom that an ambush would befall him, nor could he have anticipated his demise on this day. As the son of the sacred realm, he originally possessed boundless radiance, yet he so carelessly chose to end his life. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, silencing the quarrels among the soldiers. To dare to commit murder so brazenly within the military camp was tantamount to courting death. All eyes converged upon the figure behind Lu Hui. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Who could this enchanting beauty be, capable of slaying the son of the radiant moon Holy Land? Although it was a surprise attack, such a feat was not something just anyone could achieve. No, this individual was not a woman. The presence of an Adam's apple and the absence of breasts revealed him to be a man. Chapter 315. Yi Wuqing's choice to have the audacity to kill within my military. Which faction do you belong to? The one-eyed Qianzu fixed a furious gaze upon Yi Wuqing, his voice laced with anger. A terrifying pressure suddenly bore down upon Yi Wuqing, causing him to half-kneel on the ground. While Qianzu felt a sense of elation at the demise of the so-called son of the sacred realm, the act of murder in public warranted punishment, especially in a military setting. As Yi Wuqing knelt, his exquisite face revealed no emotional turmoil. With indifference, he stated, I am not part of the military. I am an assassin, with a private vendetta against this man. I seized the opportunity to carry out the assassination. Not a soldier? Qianzu momentarily faltered, then exhaled in relief. It was easier to explain to the Radiant Moon Holy Land if he were not a soldier. To have the audacity to kill in my ranks, according to regulations, warrants execution. Yi Wuqing had anticipated this outcome, his countenance unchanging, for he had known from the outset that death awaited him. Yet, he felt no remorse. The man he had slain had been inciting other soldiers to harbor hatred towards Jiang Ping'an and deserved to die. As Qianzu prepared to publicly execute Yi Wuqing, a voice suddenly interrupted. Commander, spare him. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's voice, Qianzu felt a jolt of apprehension. Jiang Ping'an soared back from the battlefield and stood before Yi Wuqing, cupping his fist in salute to Qianzu. "Commander, this man is my friend. I do not know you," Yi Wuqing replied coldly. Fully aware that killing within the military was a grave crime and wishing not to implicate Jiang Ping'an, Qianzu's expression grew increasingly serious as he whispered to Jiang Ping'an, "Do you realize whom he has killed? The son of the radiant moon Holy Land. If you protect him, you will offend the Holy Land. Even if he had not struck the blow, I would still take action." Jiang Ping'an too had wished to kill Lu Hui, yet he had been preempted. Unaware of the conflict between Yi Wuqing and Lu Hui, upon learning the identity of the slain, Yi Wuqing's body trembled, and he was taken aback to discover that he had indeed killed the son of the sacred realm. Those who could be called sacred belong to the pinnacle of human power, comparable in strength to the Tianzi Holy Land of the eastern region, possessing a fearsome heritage. Yet, Jiang Ping'an, fully aware of the high status of this individual, still chose to protect him, willing to offend the Holy Land. Yi Wuqing's body shook, tears shimmering in his eyes as an unprecedented sense of gratitude welled within him. Throughout his life, due to his appearance and the path of ruthlessness he had traversed, he had been met with disdain, isolation, ridicule, and exploitation. Only Jiang Ping'an had repeatedly come to his aid. Yi Wuqing suddenly clenched his fist, and the law of death coalesced into a black long sword, swiftly lunging towards Jiang Ping'an. "Be careful." The unexpected scene left everyone astounded. They could not fathom why this individual would suddenly launch a surprise attack on Jiang Ping'an, who had been aiding him. However, before Yi Wuqing could approach, his body was ensnared by a mental chain. "There is no need for such actions," Jiang Ping'an stated calmly. He understood Yi Wuqing's intentions. He wished to sever their ties. Not wanting to implicate Jiang Ping'an, "I beg you to end my life." Tears streamed down Yi Wuqing's face, which was not befitting a man. He did not want to cause Jiang Ping'an to offend a formidable entity because of himself. Jiang Ping'an, weary of further discourse, cast Yi Wuqing into a spirit beast storage pouch and addressed the onlookers with a resounding voice. "This individual is a soldier under my command, and I shall personally execute him later." Upon witnessing this, Qianzu let out a heavy sigh. "What you are doing will lead you to a dead end." "I am already in a dead end, am I not?" Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly, cursed with a power that hindered his comprehension of the laws. He could not even tread the path of a normal cultivator, let alone forge his own realm. Recognizing Jiang Ping'an's determination, Qianzu ceased his persuasion, knowing that one day, Jiang Ping'an would regret his actions today. "What are you doing?" Qianzu suddenly glanced at Bu Si, who was near Lu Hui's corpse. Bu Si was admiring the body. Upon being noticed, he hurriedly concealed it and stated with utmost seriousness, "Our corpse transporting sect maintains a cordial relationship with the Holy Land of the Bright Moon. It is my duty to assist in returning the Holy Sun's body to the Holy Land." Qianzu's face twitched in disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool? Your sect roams near their ancestral grounds daily, and everyone shuns you. Which power would align with your corpse transporting sect?" This young man clearly aimed to claim Lu Hui's body for himself. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bu Si, not expecting him to be present. Allowing Bu Si to take Lu Hui's body would alleviate some pressure from the Holy Land of the Bright Moon. Jiang Ping'an glanced back at the battlefield, choosing not to continue the challenge. He indeed wished to press on, but due to Lu Hui's provocation, many soldiers were reluctant to continue fighting. This sentiment significantly affected their combat morale and the outcome of the battle. The higher-ups of the Sea Demon clan had not anticipated such turmoil among the human faction. Nearly bursting into laughter, the humans were indeed turning against one another. Such occurrences during wartime were exceedingly perilous and could even lead to defeat. Suddenly, the Sea Demon higher-ups conceived a plan to expel Jiang Ping'an from the military camp. If successful, it could render Jiang Ping'an a complete adversary of the human race. Inside the military quarters, Xia Qing, Lei Lan, and others were seated together, their beautiful faces marred with solemnity, the air thick with a heavy atmosphere. Was the Fortune Merchants Association unable to dispel the curse? Jiang Ping'an had already surmised the outcome. Earlier, Xia Qing had mentioned contacting the Fortune Merchants Association in search of a method to lift the curse, and seeing their grim expressions now indicated they had received the worst news. Xia Qing bit her crimson lip and spoke. "It is not that there is no way. We simply need to wait for a tribulation stage expert well-versed in curses to reach the end of their lifespan. and then exchange a tremendous cost for a single opportunity. As she spoke the last words, Xia Qing's voice faded into silence. The conditions are exceedingly harsh. Those who have transcended tribulation, the pinnacle of power in the human realm, are unlikely to perish unless they actively seek death or venture into forbidden lands. Even when their lifespan reaches its conclusion, they possess methods to seal themselves away, awaiting the opportune moment to ascend to immortality. Moreover, such a transcendent being must also be well-versed in curses to effectively lift them. The final stipulation involves a tremendous cost, potentially a treasured artifact. Even among elite factions of the human race, such as the Great Xia dynasty, the number of treasured artifacts is lamentably scarce. Although there exists a glimmer of hope in breaking the curse, this hope is often more tormenting than despair itself. Would, I shall protect you from now on. Meng Jing stood on tiptoe, embracing Jiang Ping'an's neck. You currently possess a lifespan of 2,000 years. Surely you can await the day the curse is lifted. If your lifespan runs out, I shall seek a longevity elixir from our ancestor for you. You shall be safe. I am not in a hurry. Jiang Ping'an replied with a faint smile. Externally, he appeared cheerful, yet his heart was shrouded in darkness. He concealed this turmoil to avoid transmitting negative emotions to his closest companions, sparing them from worry. Can the Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce repair the battle-intent armor? His mentor's battle-intent armor had been damaged, and he wished to restore it. Fortunately, Master Wang Ren had entered seclusion before he was transported to the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, his mentor would certainly have rushed to the front lines. Xia Qing responded. The Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce indicated that if the damage is not severe, the army can repair the armor. However, if the damage is significant, it must be sent to Zhongzhou, as the battle-intent armor is special and can only be mended by high-level blacksmiths there. They also advised that if the damage is extensive, repair is not recommended, as the cost would be sufficient to purchase a new 4th-tier battle-intent armor. Hearing that the armor could be repaired, Jiang Ping'an felt a sense of relief. He was unconcerned about the expense. This was a gift from his mentor, having saved him countless times in the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. It held deep sentimental value, rendering monetary concerns trivial. It was indeed a pity that Jiang Ping'an, despite his youth, had already shed the anxieties of financial constraints. Chapter 316. The storm of public opinion soon. The news of Jiang Ping'an emerging from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone swept across the eastern region like a tempest, causing a tremendous uproar. From various dynasties to the sites of ancient emperors, and among the 3 major powers, discussions regarding Jiang Ping'an proliferated. Jiang Ping'an has actually emerged from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. How did he manage that? Jiang Ping'an? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Many newcomers to the cultivation world were hearing the name Jiang Ping'an for the first time. After all, 40 years had passed, with an influx of new practitioners entering the realm each year. Given the frequency of significant events, it was entirely normal for ordinary cultivators to be unaware of Jiang Ping'an's name. How can you newcomers not know Jiang Ping'an? He hails from humble beginnings and was the leading figure of the first generation of the Tianjiao Reserve program at the nascent soul stage. Do you recognize the formidable Nangong Shan with the eye of replication and Liang Shi, whose body is impervious to all methods? They are both vanquished by Jiang Ping'an. He created 2 realms and single-handedly altered the tides of battle in the Eastern Sea 40 years ago, preserving vast territories in the east and even seizing 2/10 of the Eastern Sea's demonic territory. Upon the creation of his first realm, one individual brazenly infiltrated the territory of the sky-devouring crocodile clan, mercilessly slaying over 40 formidable cultivators at the divine transformation stage and extinguishing 2 million lives of the sky-devouring crocodiles. Rumors abound that the ethereal Tianshui spirit body, Liya, the divine maiden of the ancient Thunder clan, Meng Jing, and the phoenix body, Yin Huang, are all consorts of Jiang Ping'an. When many newcomers to the realm of cultivation first heard of Jiang Ping'an's exploits, disbelief washed over them, as if they were listening to a fantastical tale. The mere act of establishing a new realm, breaching the domain of the sky-devouring crocodiles, and single-handedly stalling 1 million sea demon soldiers. Each accomplishment alone could catapult a name to legendary status. Yet, these remarkable feats are all attributed to a single individual. As Jiang Ping'an's deed spread, so too did the news of his curse. The heavens, it seemed, were envious of such extraordinary talent. This unparalleled prodigy of humanity found himself unable to cultivate. Indeed, life is a tapestry woven with the threads of caprice. Sometimes, the more resplendent one's brilliance, the more susceptible one becomes to downfall. My admiration lies with the Taoist of the void. Before his ascension, he remained in obscurity, his name unheard, until he became invincible, stunning all races. Many cultivators lamented Jiang Ping'an's curse, yet there were those who reveled in it. In the palace of the great Chu dynasty, the newly appointed emperor, upon hearing news of Jiang Ping'an, erupted into unrestrained laughter, his voice echoing throughout the palace. The thought of Jiang Ping'an's return nearly struck him dead. If even the Abyssal Forbidden Zone could not vanquish this genius, what might he become as he matured? However, upon learning that Jiang Ping'an was cursed to never comprehend the laws, the emperor's spirits lifted. It was only fitting. Without the ability to elevate his realm, no matter how monstrous his talents, he posed no threat, as any cultivator at the void refinement stage could easily subdue him. The irreconcilable enmity between their Chu nation and the great Xia only made their adversaries' misfortune a boon for them. Before one becomes a formidable force, even the greatest of talents count for naught. Many prodigies from the foremost powers felt a pang of regret upon hearing this news. They had envisioned testing their mettle against this paragon, engaging in friendly combat, yet now it seemed unnecessary. Such a figure, now rendered a mere shadow of himself, was unworthy of their time. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Tao Academy, a confluence of the most distinguished divine bodies in the cultivation world gathered, a premier institution of the human race. On a mountain of Tao, shrouded in resplendent rainbow clouds, the manifestation of the great Tao shimmered. Were these manifestations to be sold, they would surely fetch unparalleled resources. The mountaintop was adorned with enlightenment trees, each possessing a value comparable to a treasured artifact, more than many top-tier forces could ever amass. Beneath these trees, a seemingly youthful man sat upon a golden chair, radiating the aura of celestial artifacts. The man donned a golden dragon robe, enveloped in an enigmatic force of chaos, intermittently sparking with lightning and transforming into flora and fauna, shrouded in mystery. At that moment, an elder in the tribulation transcendent stage appeared before the young man, bowing slightly in respect while holding an information jade slip. "Young master, we have identified an excellent target for deprivation." The man clad in a dragon robe remained with his eyes closed, indifferently stating, "I am primarily focused on breaking through to the void refinement stage to seize the sacred body. Do not disturb me." The elder promptly replied, "Young master, acquiring the talent of this individual will surely enable you to surpass the former emperors." The man in the dragon robe opened his eyes. As he did so, the surrounding laws danced joyfully, as if responding to some unseen summons. Curiously, he possessed no pupils. Rather, his eyes resembled a chaotic, pulsating fluid, ever-changing and exceedingly strange. "I shall see what kind of talent could allow me to eclipse the former emperors," he remarked, lightly waving his hand. The elder's jade tablet of information flew into his pristine, jade-like hands, and his consciousness delved into its contents. A name surfaced in his mind, Jiang Ping'an. Moments later, a magnificent and terrifying aura erupted from Situ Lingfeng. This individual possesses the ancient devouring talent of the crocodilian clan," he exclaimed. "With this talent in my possession, who in this world could rival me?" Opening a void passage, he declared, "I must journey to the eastern sea of the eastern domain." Situ Lingfeng, endowed with the chaotic body talent, has the ability to strip others of their talents. Over the years, he has deprived numerous supreme divine bodies of their gifts. Theoretically, he could infinitely strip talents. However, possessing more divine bodies would necessitate comprehending more laws, which could hinder his cultivation speed. If he could acquire the devouring power of the ancient crocodilian clan, it would accelerate his comprehension, allowing him to soar to new heights. Moreover, this ancient devouring power could also strip others of their talents. The fusion of the chaotic body with the devouring power would render him unstoppable in his ascent. He would chase after, and even surpass, the ancient emperors. The talent of Jiang Ping'an would surely be his. Within the Eastern Sea military camp, discussions surrounding Jiang Ping'an had become rife, and the sentiments expressed were far from amicable. Jiang Ping'an has succumbed to madness. It is said that those who do so become bloodthirsty. Such a person is unfit to lead. Otherwise, we shall surely meet our demise. Why is Jiang Ping'an protecting the wrongdoers without facing punishment? Is it merely because he is a genius? Everything he does is deemed right, while we, as lowly soldiers, are treated as expendable. The higher-ups of the Legion were aware of these discussions but dismissed them, issuing orders to prohibit such discourse, yet to no avail. Before long, new rumors regarding Jiang Ping'an began to circulate. Why do you think Jiang Ping'an was able to emerge from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone? Even those at the tribulation stage cannot escape. So how could a mere novice in the second stage of law comprehension? Could it be that he has been possessed, now acting as a spy for the sea demons? As the number of those discussing and doubting Jiang Ping'an grew, so too did the number of skeptics among the higher echelons, leading them to question how he could have possibly emerged from the Forbidden Zone. Everyone was acutely aware of the horrors of the Forbidden Zone. Even those wielding celestial artifacts at the tribulation stage could not escape. How had Jiang Ping'an managed it? Could it be that he truly harbored hidden issues? The higher-ups of the Legion, increasingly troubled by these thoughts, convened a meeting at the level of the Golden Commander, gathering the 5 Legion commanders alongside numerous Golden Commanders. All eyes were fixed upon the youngest Jiang Ping'an, the sole individual present who had yet to reach the age of 100. Commander Jiang, would you mind sharing how you emerged from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone? A commanding officer inquired directly, without hesitation. Chapter 317, The Chaotic Body. I do mind, Jiang Ping'an replied succinctly. The assembly of commanders was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such forthrightness. An elderly 2-star commander seated beside Jiang Ping'an remarked, Commander Jiang, you must be aware that your recent exploits have become a topic of considerable discussion. Given the perilous nature of the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, your return has led many to suspect that you may be a spy. Jiang Ping'an nodded, conceding that the suspicion was warranted. If he were in their position, he too would harbor doubts about the existence of someone so remarkably accomplished. The atmosphere in the room stiffened as the attendees processed his unexpected jest, a rare display of humor from the typically stoic Jiang Ping'an. Nonetheless, this levity alleviated much of the oppressive tension that had filled the meeting. Jiang Ping'an then produced his Golden Commander's insignia, placing it upon the table. I cannot prove that I am not a spy. The matters concerning the Abyssal Forbidden Zone involve some personal affairs that I cannot disclose. You commanders must have surmised that there are those who are fueling the speculation. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ping'an continued, out of selfishness, I saved Yi Wuqing, which has adversely affected the Legion. I apologize for this. With that, he declared, I hereby resign from my position as commander and will leave the barracks. The assembly fell into a state of shock. For many, the title of commander represented the pinnacle of honor, a lifelong aspiration. The fact that Jiang Ping'an would relinquish such a title was astonishing. One of the 5 supreme commanders, Qian Zhua, quickly interjected, do not act impulsively. There is no need to resign over such trivial matters. We do not hold you accountable. Regarding the rumors circulating in the barracks, we will explain the situation to the soldiers and restore your reputation, he added. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, declaring, it is futile. Some individuals are not concerned with the truth. They are only interested in whether events unfold according to their expectations. If they label me a villain, then it is better to expel me. Otherwise, even if we suppress the public discourse through force, those individuals will continue to converse in private, fomenting discontent with the higher-ups and undermining troop morale. Upon hearing this, the senior officers present fell silent. They understood that public opinion could indeed sway the morale of the troops. Perhaps Jiang Ping'an's departure would quell the speculation, but such an action would be profoundly unjust to him. We will deal with those internal traitors who incite the rumors, the female commander assured Jiang Ping'an. Everyone was aware that there were forces at play behind the scenes, orchestrating the public outcry against Jiang Ping'an. He smiled faintly. Ending my service early is quite advantageous. It grants me the opportunity to seek a remedy for my curse. Should the East Sea face peril, I shall return. At least for the next 2,000 years of my life, the Sea Demon clan will not dare to attack. Farewell. With that, Jiang Ping'an performed a respectful salute to the assembled commanders before turning to depart. In that moment, all the commanders stood in unison, watching as Jiang Ping'an walked away. In the eyes of those who have lived for centuries, Jiang Ping'an appeared as youthful as a mere child. Yet, his character inspired a profound respect among these venerable beings, even instilling a sense of inadequacy within them. Had they faced such injustice, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to relinquish their positions, as Jiang Ping'an did. Perhaps the Sea Demon clan's intent was to incite public opinion, driving Jiang Ping'an to harbor animosity towards the soldiers and humanity, ultimately leading him down a dark path. Commander Jiang, burdened by a curse, was required to seek a remedy and would henceforth resign from his rank as a one-star commander and discharge his military duties. The commanding voice of Qian Zhuo resonated throughout the human army. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of the 5 legions were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could one who had succumbed to the demonic path be fit to lead? A thorough investigation into Jiang Ping'an was warranted to ascertain if he had been possessed by the Sea Demon clan. I had suspected Jiang Ping'an was problematic. If he were innocent, why would his position be revoked? Many found amusement in Jiang Ping'an's downfall, relishing the spectacle of someone once exalted now humbled. Fulfilling a jealousy they scarcely acknowledged within themselves. Yet, some soldiers were perplexed by this outcome. Jiang Ping'an had once turned the tide, rescuing countless humans and seizing vast territories from the Sea Demon clan, resulting in a significant increase in resources for all. Even if Jiang Ping'an had erred, and regardless of his inability to elevate his cultivation, there was no justification for his dismissal. This is unjust. You are being framed, Meng Jing exclaimed, her fists clenched, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Surely, some vile wretch had spread malicious rumors to force Jiang Ping'an's resignation. It matters not, Jiang Ping'an shrugged, seizing the opportunity to seek a solution to his curse. Previously, he intended to travel to Central Continent to repair his armor, but suddenly recalled that the treasure-gathering pot could suffice for the repairs. Why venture to Central Continent with an abundance of treasures? He had nearly forgotten the purpose of the gathering pot, which was quite distressing. If others were to discover that one could forget the function of such a precious item, they would surely scold him mercilessly. Xia Qing stood nearby, arms crossed, regarding Jiang Ping'an with confusion. Have you truly succumbed to the demonic path? How can you remain so composed? Were it anyone else facing such circumstances, they would have erupted in fury. Jiang Ping'an, having stepped onto the path of darkness, displayed no visible reaction. Demonic energy is merely a form of energy. Does it truly possess the power to dictate my emotions? He replied with an air of indifference. While the demonic energy influenced his disposition, it did not control him. Just as they were about to speak further, a powerful surge of energy suddenly manifested in the heavens above. In that moment, both human soldiers and sea demon strongholds perceived the disturbance and raised their gazes skyward. There, amidst the ethereal light, a striking figure adorned in a golden dragon robe, seated upon a golden dragon throne, materialized. The man emanated a chaotic aura, his expression revealing an innate arrogance that seemed to disdain all life. His eyes were peculiar, their pupils flowing like liquid. 2 unparalleled powerhouses stood at his sides, akin to servants, dutifully guarding him. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the golden chair upon which the man sat. A quasi-immortal artifact. Who is this individual? His cultivation level appears rather modest, yet he possesses such a powerful relic. Which formidable force does he represent? Akin to an emperor, flanked by 2 unparalleled warriors. The quasi-immortal dragon throne and the presence of these extraordinary protectors rendered the man in the dragon robe the focal point of everyone's attention. Even the formidable beings of the Sea Demon clan were left speechless. How did such prodigies arrive in the East Sea? Do the Northern Demonic clan not resist? Are the Western Insect clan indifferent? Is there a lack of personnel at the Starry Ramparts? Why has everyone converged upon the East Sea? Just as news of Jiang Ping'an's relinquishment of his command brought them joy, another individual with a quasi-immortal artifact appears. Who are you? The leaders of the 5 military legions emerged in unison, fixating their gazes upon this group, having traversed the void for an unknown purpose. The young master is from the Heavenly Tao Academy, a chaotic body, Situ Lingfeng, an elder beside them proclaimed. Upon hearing the term chaotic body, the crowd gasped in shock. It is he. Years prior, the chaotic body emerged, sweeping away numerous powerful divine bodies from the Heavenly Tao Academy, assimilating their talents and instilling fear in other prodigies, rendering them hesitant to act. Presently, this chaotic body possesses at least 5 extraordinary talents. It is rumored that an emperor once had a chaotic body, a talent of the past emperor. Historically, every chaotic body that has appeared has swept through an era, ascending to immortality. Yet, why has this chaotic body departed from the Heavenly Tao Academy to come here? Suddenly, the crowd realized something and turned their attention toward Jiang Ping'an in unison. Chapter 318, The Prodigy of the Era. The chaotic body possesses an exceedingly defiant ability, capable of devouring the talents of others and transforming them into its own. This chaotic body has opened a spatial passage, specifically journeying from the Heavenly Tao Academy, and it is certain that he does not come to aid the East Sea. Thus, there exists only one possibility. He has come to grow stronger. In the East Sea, what could enhance the strength of a chaotic body? That would be the talents of other prodigies. Without a doubt, the strongest prodigy on the East Sea battlefield is Jiang Ping'an. With a quasi-saint body and devouring power, these formidable talents have enabled him to slay divine beings effortlessly before reaching the age of 100. Qianzhuan narrowed his single eye and solemnly addressed Situ Lingfeng. Jiang Ping'an is a soldier of our East Sea Demon Resistance Corps, currently guarding the East Sea. He cannot engage in combat. Please depart. It is imperative that Jiang Ping'an does not face this individual. Otherwise, given the latter's terrifying prowess, Jiang Ping'an's talents would undoubtedly be devoured. The chaotic body is a prodigy of the era, destined to be invincible for an epoch. Although Jiang Ping'an is formidable, there remains a disparity. Situ Lingfeng paid no heed to Qianzhua, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Jiang Ping'an and the women beside him. Indeed, quite impressive. Devouring power, the water spirit body, the immortal thunder body, these are all remarkable talents. I am quite pleased. Oh, and there is also a attained divine body. This trip has not been in vain. Situ Lingfeng's gaze finally settled upon Xia Qing, a smile gradually emerging on his face, as if a feast of exquisite delicacies lay before him, awaiting indulgence. The attained divine body. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, their gazes fixated on Xia Qing, the attained and the sun. The pinnacle of corporeal existence in the world. To wield the power of attained is to command all forces of darkness. They had been utterly oblivious to the fact that Xia Qing possessed such formidable power, concealed so profoundly. Xia Qing's expression darkened. This chaotic entity had pierced through the veil of her hidden talent that had remained dormant for decades. This gift had awakened upon ascending the path to heaven. And it was precisely due to this talent that she had acquired a secret technique from an ancient emperor. Fixing her gaze upon Situ Lingfeng's erratically pulsating pupils, Xia Qing spoke in a grave tone, the Eye of Rules. She had encountered this divine eye in ancient texts, known as the Eye of Rules, a particularly unique ocular technique that perceives not the essence of an object, but rather the underlying rules it embodies. To illustrate simply, while others see a tree as merely a tree, it perceives the energy form, the laws of wood. It is often referred to as the cursed eye, forever incapable of witnessing the appearances of others or the myriad landscapes of the world. Yet, conversely, one who possesses such a divine eye gains the insight into celestial rules and the ultimate truths of existence. Situ Lingfeng's gaze fell upon Jiang Ping'an, offering him a chance. Surrender your devouring power directly to me, and I shall spare your life. Jiang Ping'an, with an indifferent lift of his gaze, retorted, I offer you a chance. Relinquish your quasi-immortal artifact to me, and I shall spare your life. How dare a worthless being speak thus to me? Situ Lingfeng, seated upon his golden throne, activated the Eye of Rules, intending to see through Jiang Ping'an entirely. At that moment, a peculiar force erupted from Jiang Ping'an's own eyes, countering the opposing power. The two locked eyes, the formidable might of their divine gazes clashing in the air, warping space and causing the laws to churn violently, unleashing terrifying waves of chaos. Boom! As the power reached its zenith, a cataclysmic force detonated, nearly shattering the fabric of space. The resultant energy dispersing the clouds within a radius of several hundred miles. Fortunately, several commanders activated their protective barriers just in time. Otherwise, this force would have ravaged numerous ordinary soldiers, and even those of the ordinary transformation stage would suffer grievous injuries or even death. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with dread. The mere exchange of glances between these two had conjured such horrific power. Is this the terror of era-defining prodigies? I did not expect you to possess divine eyes as well. I desire your eyes, said Situ Lingfeng as he rose from his golden seat, his golden dragon robe billowing, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. Ping'an, do not engage him. Xia Qing's expression was grave, an unsettling fear creeping into her heart at the sight of this chaotic entity. Did I heed your counsel? Jiang Ping'an left behind a single remark as he ascended into the sky. Qianzhuan swiftly appeared before Jiang Ping'an, saying, I know I cannot stop you. I merely wish to remind you that your opponent possesses a chaotic body capable of devouring all talents. He has at least 5 superior divine bodies, each one a top-tier talent within the cultivation world. Rarely has history witnessed an existence that can rival him. If you wish to avoid conflict, retreat now. and we shall ensure your safety. Jiang Ping'an bowed respectfully to Qian Zhua, expressing, "Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed elder. Our lineage of the holy body shall not retreat in battles of the same rank." Qian Zhua let out a sigh and remarked, "Be cautious." After speaking, he ceased to obstruct and soared to the side. Jiang Ping'an and Situ Lingfeng ascended into the sky, where all the cultivators withdrew to a distance. All eyes were riveted upon the two, who would emerge victorious. It was difficult to ascertain, for both belonged to the pantheon of extraordinary talents of their era. One possessed the chaos body, an unparalleled force throughout history, subjugating an entire age, while the other, though youthful, had independently forged two realms, standing unparalleled in the world. This battle was indeed anticipated. Even the formidable beings of the Sea Demon clan were attentive to the unfolding scene. Damn it! How could the human race produce so many prodigies? One could only hope they would both perish in the fray. For the Sea Demon clan, both Jiang Ping'an and Situ Lingfeng represented significant threats. Jiang Ping'an fixed his gaze on Situ Lingfeng ahead. "Will you target Xiaoya and Meng Jing?" Situ Lingfeng's expression remained indifferent. "If the individuals you speak of are those divine bodies by your side, then indeed, I have taken notice of their talents." Jiang Ping'an's demeanor gradually turned icy. "Your life has caught my interest as well. We shall see if you are worthy to claim it." Before Situ Lingfeng's words had fully left his lips, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an swiftly turned and raised his fist to counter. However, his striking arm inexplicably vanished from its original position. Reappearing behind him, aimed at his own head, Jiang Ping'an's pupils constricted as he hastily withdrew his hand, propelling himself backward. The power of space. Mastery of spatial force allowed one to manipulate the surrounding environment at will. Jiang Ping'an's last encounter with spatial power had been in the Underworld King's domain, battling against the projection of the Underworld King. That battle had ended in dismal defeat, without even grazing the projection-esque form. Situ Lingfeng stood several dozen miles away, and his fist suddenly materialized behind Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an retaliated, yet once more, his counterattack vanished peculiarly before him, transported to his rear. He swiftly retracted his strike and invoked the infinite fist for defense. Situ Lingfeng remained stationary, unleashing punches and kicks, despite the vast distance. His attacks penetrated the fabric of space, landing before Jiang Ping'an. Boom, boom, boom. A series of powerful collisions stirred up a tempest, shattering divine light. While Jiang Ping'an found himself in a passive defensive stance, unable to counter. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with trepidation. The formidable Jiang Ping'an was unexpectedly suppressed. Chapter 319. Fierce battle. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Ping'an's formidable strength, with few rivals among his peers. Yet, at the onset of this confrontation, he was already being overwhelmed. The prowess of spatial techniques was indeed formidable, serving as a top-tier ability for defense, offense, or escape. Kill him! Kill him! The Sea Demon clan strongmen, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's predicament, fervently cursed Situ Lingfeng to eliminate him. Were it not for Jiang Ping'an, the Sea Demon clan would not have suffered such grievous losses and would not now be in such a disheveled state, ridiculed by other demon clans. Should Jiang Ping'an meet his demise, it would be monumental news indeed. Qian Zhua and the other human leaders bore solemn expressions. The power of space, a supreme ability, evidently surpasses numerous innate talents, embodying a perfection that renders it unparalleled when time manipulation is absent. In this battle, Jiang Ping'an faces a formidable challenge. Meng Jing, Li Yeye, and others anxiously clenched their fists, their beautiful eyes filled with concern for Jiang Ping'an. The chaos body was remarkably formidable, leaving them uncertain of how he would respond. Above in the firmament, the resounding clashes echoed like thunder, causing pain in the ears of the onlookers. Jiang Ping'an relentlessly countered the fists that surged forth from the rifts in the surrounding space. Soon, it became apparent that he transitioned from a state of initial distress to one of ease, adeptly seizing opportunities to strike back. Situ Lingfeng squinted, surprised at how quickly Jiang Ping'an adapted. His eyes were quite remarkable, and the young master desired them even more. While the power of space was indeed potent, it was not invincible. There existed myriad methods to counter it. When a cultivator harnesses this force, there are fluctuations in the laws of nature, accompanied by a brief release time with each exertion of power. Jiang Ping'an, utilizing the formidable observational strength bestowed by his divine eyes, capitalized on this moment, preparing himself before Situ Lingfeng's fist could traverse the space and strike. At that instant, Jiang Ping'an turned his gaze towards Situ Lingfeng, employing a top-tier mental sealing technique. Heavenly Seal, ready to confine his opponent. Simultaneously, Situ Lingfeng unleashed a mental secret technique, Soul Sword. His mental strength coalesced into a colossal sword spanning 1,000 meters. Imbued with overwhelming law power, effortlessly severing the chains Jiang Ping'an had conjured. Jiang Ping'an's pupils dilated slightly. His adversary possessed mental strength as well. He swiftly adjusted his power, invoking minor formless technique, expanding his physique and soaring into the heavens. His body stretched nearly 20,000 meters, an awe-inspiring sight capable of instilling terror in countless cultivators. Jiang Ping'an raised his fist, striking towards his foe, his punch akin to a falling star. Situ Lingfeng too enlarged his form, raising his fist to meet the challenge. With a thunderous crash, the two giants collided, generating fierce shockwaves that rippled for hundreds of miles. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Situ Lingfeng could also utilize the minor formless technique. The tribal totem patterns on Jiang Ping'an's palm spread across his body, amplifying his strength twofold. While the battle god technique further quadrupled his combat power, he launched another strike. A golden radiance flickered across Situ Lingfeng's body as golden dragon scales enveloped him. His muscles taut, exuding an intense vitality that made him searingly fierce. Once again, their fists clashed, producing a cataclysmic sound, as the space itself manifested dark fissures, shattered by their might. Typically, only those who reached the void refinement stage possessed the power to rupture space. Yet, the intense confrontation of their laws and strengths had indeed torn the very fabric of reality. However, due to the limited destructive force, the space swiftly began to heal. The Dragon God Technique. Observing the golden dragon scales on Situ Lingfeng, the eyes of the powerful duo-horned dragon glimmered with awe and astonishment. The Dragon God Technique. A pinnacle martial art of the Dragon Clan, grants the wielder the strength of the Dragon God, exponentially increasing their power. This was a closely guarded secret of the dragon lineage. How had this chaos body come to possess it? As Jiang Ping'an sensed the overwhelming might of Situ Lingfeng, his expression darkened, realizing that among his peers, there existed someone with such extraordinary strength. As Situ Lingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, he appeared taken aback by Jiang Ping'an's formidable strength. A fierce clash ensued, moving at an astonishing speed. The two combatants soared from the sky to the sea surface, plunging down to the ocean depths, where the waves churned violently, deterring anyone within 1,000 miles from approaching. Jiang Ping'an seized Situ Lingfeng, and suddenly, a dark golden battle spirit materialized behind him, its battle intent coalescing into a golden sword that slashed towards his opponent. This was an attack rooted in the principles of combat, possessing immense destructive power, making it exceedingly difficult for practitioners of the same realm to withstand. In that moment, Situ Lingfeng's shadow abruptly stirred, separating swiftly from his body, and coalescing into a shield that intercepted the golden sword. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily stunned. What kind of ability was this, that the shadow could detach itself? It was the first time he had encountered such a gifted power. The shadow's capacity to effortlessly block the golden sword indicated that its combat prowess was formidable. Jiang Ping'an's two clones launched forth, intending to overwhelm with numbers. However, the ocean beneath them began to roil violently, swiftly manifesting two figures of Situ Lingfeng, exuding an astonishing aura as they joined the fray. Boom, boom, boom. 8 figures engaged in a frenzied assault, each collision echoing like the birth of the cosmos, creating an illusion of a team battle despite being a confrontation between merely two individuals. Radiant hues danced amidst the chaos as the laws of nature shattered, revealing the ocean floor beneath. All spectators held their breath, having never witnessed such a terrifying confrontation among Transformation Realm practitioners. One commanded the art of combat, amplifying his strength fourfold, while the other wielded the Dragon God Technique, embodying the essence of a divine dragon. One possessed a battle spirit. The other manipulated shadows to counter it. One had a manifestation of the Tao, while the other could similarly conjure avatars, showcasing extraordinary combat power. Jiang Ping'an activated Thunderflash, covering a distance of 100,000 meters in an instant, while Situ Lingfeng traversed through space, crossing the void with a single step. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the Heavenly Seal. while Situ Lingfeng countered with the Soul Sword. The transformation realm experts present were left dumbfounded, despite sharing the same realm. These two seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. Their overwhelming power sent chills down the spines of onlookers, while their terrifying speed blurred their vision and instilled a sense of dread that rendered them hesitant to step onto the battlefield. Every technique employed by these two was of the highest caliber, capable of effortlessly crushing others of the same rank. Though both were cultivators, the disparity was staggering. Jiang Ping'an summoned the power of devouring, as a massive black hole spanning thousands of meters surged towards Situ Lingfeng, consuming the surrounding spiritual energy and mystical laws in its wake. Witnessing this black hole, the crowd fell into a trance. In ancient times, the ancestral beings of the sky-swallowing crocodile relied on this formidable devouring power to dominate countless races, reigning supreme through an era. Any technique or being that fell victim to this force could not escape its grasp. Yet, in the face of this terrifying power, Situ Lingfeng did not retreat. A mysterious, archaic force of chaos erupted from him, coalescing into a colossal, multicolored sphere. Any law that touched the sphere was assimilated into its essence. The powerful individuals present paused in their breathing, their pupils quivering. Was this the power of chaos? Even after living for countless eons, it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. It is rumored that all powers in the world emanate from the primordial force of chaos, the very essence of existence. Legends speak of the emperor possessing a body of chaos. As the vibrant chaotic energy collides with the power of devouring, a tempest brews, lightning flashes and thunder roars. The heavens twist, and myriad laws descend into disorder. All spells and assaults become futile in the face of this overwhelming force. Each power yearns to consume the other, spiraling into a frenzied dance. Everyone holds their breath, awaiting the outcome of this monumental clash. Chapter 320. Is this all there is? Jiang Ping'an had long been devoid of an equally matched opponent, and as trepidation coursed through him, his battle fervor surged immensely. This chaotic body was indeed formidable. Its strength, speed, and reflexes could rival his own. To vanquish Situ Lingfeng, he would need to deplete his opponent's spiritual energy, thus creating a chance for victory. Jiang Ping'an abandoned the pursuit of killing, shifting his focus to defense, seeking to exhaust Situ's energy. Situ Lingfeng discerned Jiang Ping'an's intentions, and a scornful smile graced his lips. In that moment, the energy of the ocean, the energies of the cosmos, and the power emitted by the sun converged into Situ Lingfeng's being from all directions. This influx of energy was ceaseless and inexhaustible, continuously replenishing Situ Lingfeng's strength. Witnessing this, Jiang Ping'an's pupils contracted in disbelief. His opponent could absorb any form of energy. Ordinary cultivators could only draw from the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, while those with unique attributes might extract energy from compatible sources, such as a thunder body absorbing power from lightning. Yet, Situ Lingfeng astonishingly drew power from the ocean, the earth, the sun, and the moon for his own use. The onlookers were equally astounded. How could he absorb all forms of power? Could it be the fabled natural body? Such a divine physique truly existed. I had always believed it to be mere conjecture. The female commander of the legion suddenly recalled a divine physique that matched Situ Lingfeng's extraordinary ability. What is this natural body? None had heard of such a constitution. She stared intently at Situ Lingfeng, incredulity etched on her face, and exclaimed, "The natural body can absorb the forces of nature, flora, rivers, oceans, and the energies of celestial bodies can all be assimilated and transformed into the strength one requires." This was unmistakably a divine body from the realm of imagination. Yet it had manifested. Was it a divine body forged by Situ Lingfeng himself? Upon hearing the commander's explanation, the crowd was left in utter shock. Such a divine body existed in the world. Did this mean one would never lack spiritual energy? The energies of heaven and earth surged towards Situ Lingfeng, replenishing his strength, as he carelessly wielded top-tier secret arts. The energy absorbed by Situ Lingfeng could be utilized immediately, while Jiang Ping'an's devouring power had a certain delay in digestion. If this continued, the inevitable loser would surely be Jiang Ping'an. A grave expression settled upon Jiang Ping'an's face. The world is vast, teeming with talent, and various divine bodies are astonishingly unique. While the concealed universe technique is indeed powerful, it is not invincible. Confronted with Situ Lingfeng's terrifying onslaught, Jiang Ping'an activated the fourth layer of the infinite fist, preparing to turn the opponent's strength against him. In the realm of the fourth level of the Wuji fist, not only can one retaliate against an adversary's assault, but it can also amplify the force of that attack by 20% before sending it back. This signifies that the more potent Situ Lingfeng's attack, the more formidable Jiang Ping'an's counterstrike becomes. As a sphere imbued with the essence of fire hurtled towards him, Jiang Ping'an invoked the Wuji fist, reflecting the fireball back with even greater intensity. The flames of the fireball surged with newfound vigor. Situ Lingfeng raised his hand, summoning an enigmatic force that unexpectedly augmented the returning fireball's power by an additional 30%, sending it back towards Jiang Ping'an. The impact jolted Jiang Ping'an. Disbelief etched across his face. The strength of the fireball had intensified once more. You possess the Wuji fist as well. As the fireball approached, Jiang Ping'an unleashed the Wuji fist again, causing the fireball to swell even larger, once again countering the attack. Wuji fist. Situ Lingfeng scoffed. What I wield is the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. At that moment, a grand Taiji diagram materialized beneath Situ Lingfeng's feet, enveloping a 100-mile radius, ancient and arcane. Within this domain, it seemed as though he had established his own realm. Upon hearing the name of the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, Jiang Ping'an's heart trembled violently. He recalled that the introductory notes from his study of the Wuji fist had stated that this technique was derived from the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. It was evident that the Wuji fist paled in comparison to the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Seizing the moment while Jiang Ping'an was lost in thought, Situ Lingfeng struck once more at the fireball. The fireball expanded, its diameter stretching across a kilometer, its searing energy seemingly capable of evaporating the ocean, enveloped in swirling mist. Concurrently, Situ Lingfeng harnessed the power of space, causing the fireball to vanish from its original position and reappear instantaneously before Jiang Ping'an. An explosive roar erupted as the fireball detonated, the ocean boiling as if it were in a frenzy, the overwhelming essence of fire threatening to incinerate all. Father! Wood! Witnessing Jiang Ping'an engulfed by flames, Jiang Shaoxue and Ming Jing instinctively gasped in horror. Situ Lingfeng, aware that such an attack could not vanquish Jiang Ping'an, traversed the void to confront him directly, unleashing a relentless barrage. I possess 8 divine bodies and 32 supreme secret arts. What do you have to compare with me? What can you possibly match against me? Clad in a golden dragon robe, Situ Lingfeng resembled an emperor, radiating divine light, his overwhelming power suffocating. The bizarre spatial techniques and chaotic forces, combined with the formidable Yin-Yang Heart Sutra and Dragon God art, unleashed a myriad of top-tier divine powers in a relentless assault. Jiang Ping'an was forced to retreat repeatedly, blood beginning to flow from his wounds. The protector of Situ Lingfeng, standing beside the dragon throne, spoke with indifference. My young master is destined to surpass the emperors. The fact that he must exert such strength signifies that this child is worthy of being immortalized in history. Even within the Celestial Academy, few have compelled Situ Lingfeng to utilize such immense power. Watching the emperor like Situ Lingfeng, many lower-tier cultivators were left in stunned silence. Is this the chaotic body? Is this the prodigy of an era? Even Jiang Ping'an seemed utterly defenseless against his might. Jiang Ping'an appeared to be on the verge of defeat. The expression of the Sea Demon clan's powerful beings darkened, suddenly hoping for Jiang Ping'an's victory. The chaotic body is too terrifying, capable of incessantly devouring the talents of others. Should it acquire Jiang Ping'an's devouring power, it would ascend to an unfathomable new height of strength. Is yet another emperor of the human race about to be born? Boom. 3 figures of Jiang Ping'an were simultaneously hurled away, crashing heavily upon the surface of the sea, causing the water to erupt and splash in tumultuous waves. Situ Lingfeng stood firmly upon the Taiji diagram, channeling the primordial chaos. As natural forces surged through him, his gaze, a discerning eye of the rules, fixed upon Jiang Ping'an. Do not squander time. Allow this young master to consume you, and you shall bring glory to your ancestors. Jiang Ping'an emerged from the water, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes calmly locked on Situ Lingfeng. Is this truly your only measure? Upon uttering these words, a collective disbelief enveloped the onlookers. What did he mean by questioning the limits of Situ Lingfeng's prowess? With 8 divine bodies and 32 supreme secret arts, even a formidable being at the late stage of transformation would struggle to contend. Jiang Ping'an, evidently suppressed, yet he dared to utter such defiance. Did he possess hidden cards? Indeed, he had yet to unleash that particular hand seal. Some recalled Jiang Ping'an having once executed a formidable technique that obliterated thousands of sea demons in a single strike. Yet, even that would hardly suffice against Situ Lingfeng, unless Jiang Ping'an had other hidden reserves. All held their breath, fixated on Jiang Ping'an, eager to unveil what else he might possess. Jiang Ping'an dispelled the constraints of the star-pulling technique, liberating the adverse effects produced by the human emperor's heart, resulting in a staggering increase in his weight. Each acupoint weighed millions of tons, and with 360 acupoints in his body, the cumulative weight became monumental. To mitigate the terrifying weight affecting his mobility, he had consistently employed the star-pulling technique to lighten his form. As the three bodies merged, this force tripled. Concurrently, Jiang Ping'an reversed the star-pulling technique, amplifying his mass to an astonishing degree. This formidable weight generated a powerful suction, drawing the surrounding seawater inward. Jiang Ping'an executed the thunder flash, propelling himself towards Situ Lingfeng in an instant. Overestimating his abilities, Situ Lingfeng raised his fist, adorned with golden dragon scales, to meet the attack. Bang! In that moment of collision, Situ Lingfeng's arm was shattered, his colossal form sent reeling backward. A flicker of astonishment crossed Situ Lingfeng's usually impassive face. How could the opponent's power have surged so dramatically? No, it was not merely power, it was weight. Chapter 321, The Battle of the Ages. Witnessing Situ Lingfeng's injury and subsequent retreat, many were left in profound shock. What had transpired? How had Jiang Ping'an's strength escalated? What advanced technique had he employed? He had utilized the star-pulling technique to augment his weight. Qian's would discern the technique Jiang Ping'an had executed. He was utterly astonished. The gravitational divine body his mother had long desired to forge, he now beheld manifested in Jiang Ping'an. Although aided by the star-pulling technique, such an effect could only arise from an inherent massive weight. Upon hearing Qian's elucidation, the crowd was even more bewildered. They understood that greater weight could yield relative strength. Yet, to what extent had Jiang Ping'an's weight escalated to deliver such a devastating blow to Situ Lingfeng? Jiang Ping'an unleashed the thunder flash, advancing through the void. Situ Lingfeng activated the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, attempting to diminish Jiang Ping'an's might. Mysterious patterns enveloped Jiang Ping'an's hands. As an ancient and enigmatic pressure continuously emanated, the yin-yang principles summoned by Situ Lingfeng were ruthlessly shattered by the imperial seal wielded by Jiang Ping'an. With an unparalleled imperial might, he struck fiercely upon Situ Lingfeng. Bang! Situ Lingfeng was sent flying once more, his internal organs nearly shattered. After decades of profound contemplation, Jiang Ping'an had mastered the usage of the imperial seal with remarkable finesse. Channeling his full magical power, his hair transformed into a crimson cascade, merging his battle spirit with his being, thus forming an invincible armor that surged forth with unstoppable force. The tide of battle turned. Jiang Ping'an resembled a demonic deity, while Situ Lingfeng found himself retreating under relentless assaults. Each of Jiang Ping'an's strikes seemed to possess supreme authority, capable of obliterating even Situ Lingfeng's spatial powers. The guardian of Situ Lingfeng's path widened his eyes in disbelief. This was inconceivable. What kind of divine physique was this? How could he be so formidable? It was the first time he had witnessed a being with such terrifying weight. Each punch fell like a star plummeting from the heavens, distorting the very fabric of space. Alongside this overwhelming mass, the mysterious patterns upon Jiang Ping'an's hands emitted an unusual pressure that even these powerful beings could feel. Although this pressure held little effect on the mighty, it undoubtedly had a tremendous impact on those of the same realm. You seek death. Situ Lingfeng felt a surge of humiliation. How could a mere mortal wound him, a being of the chaos divine body? From the moment of his birth, he had been a prodigy, possessing boundless resources at his disposal. What others sought with great difficulty, he used as mere bathing water. The Dao trees, treasured by numerous powerful factions, served only as shade for him. Countless secret techniques coveted by myriad cultivators were his to select freely. Since his emergence, he had never tasted defeat. How could someone of Jiang Ping'an's humble origins dare to injure him? If it were a prince of an equally noble lineage or a divine body from the cult of the Taiyin, he would bear no resentment, for that would be expected. But what right did Jiang Ping'an have? He began cultivating at the tender age of 14, while Situ Lingfeng had already comprehended principles and dominated his peers at that age. What allowed Jiang Ping'an to challenge him? At this moment, a singular thought consumed Situ Lingfeng. He must eliminate Jiang Ping'an, for only then could he preserve his dignity. The battle seemed to have only just ignited, as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation that spanned from the sea to the land, then soared into the stars. From daylight to darkness, and back again. Their supreme techniques collided relentlessly, causing fissures to manifest in the very space around them. Their internal organs ruptured, bones shattered, and blood poured like rain. Among the ranks of the army, Fang Shuang, once the foremost of the Eastern Sea battlefield, watched the clash between the two, a bitter smile escaping her lips. She had once believed herself to be the protagonist of this realm until the elite of the Eastern Domain arrived in the Eastern Sea, revealing to her the vast chasm between herself and the top talents. Not to mention Jiang Ping'an, even Li Yeye, and the likes of the invulnerable body and the Shaoyang divine body were beyond her reach. In the presence of these prodigies, she felt utterly diminished. The young elites who had come to serve in the Eastern Sea witnessed this battle, their pride shattered. They had dominated countless cultivators in the Eastern Domain, sweeping through their ranks with few challengers, standing atop the pinnacle of their realm. They had heard tales of Jiang Ping'an's strength, but had dismissed them, believing him to be less formidable than rumored. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Until this moment, they have realized just how foolish their previous thoughts were. Even without personally battling Jiang Ping'an, they understood the vast chasm that separated them. Liang Shi, untouched by the myriad laws of the heavenly zeal sacred land, gazed at Jiang Ping'an, who resembled a demonic deity, trembling uncontrollably, his expression somewhat dazed. Decades ago, he could still contend with Jiang Ping'an, yet now he found himself left far behind. Liang Shi's heart brimmed with boundless resentment and jealousy. What does it matter that you are formidable now, when you have been cursed into a state of helplessness, forever unable to transcend? This is your pinnacle, but it is merely my starting point. Aware of his inferiority to Jiang Ping'an, Liang Shi sought solace in the fact that Jiang Ping'an was cursed. The battle plunged the heavens and earth into darkness. The laws within 1,000 miles distorted, reminiscent of the primordial chaos. The clash of unparalleled mental acuity, the confrontation of supreme power, and the competition of extraordinary speed elevated their combat to an unprecedented height within the realm of transformation. The many peak experts present were astounded and shaken. Even during their youth, they had never witnessed such prowess. The conflict persisted for over 10 days, as if the two would never exhaust their strength. Despite revealing all their hidden cards, neither could prevail over the other. The gaze of billions of soldiers was riveted upon the two, akin to reverence for deities. Enough. You are both the pinnacle talents of humanity. The outcome of your battle bears no distinction, and the loss of either would be a loss for our kind. Cease this. Commander Qianzu spoke slowly, unwilling to allow the fight to continue. How dare he compare himself to me? I am a chaos body, endowed with the talents of an emperor. What right does Jiang Ping'an have to stand against me? The golden dragon scales on Situ Lingfeng's body fell away, and the indifference that had marked his demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce unwillingness to concede. I, Situ Lingfeng, shall one day ascend to the throne. I will crush all foes. Situ Lingfeng roared, his energy suddenly surging to unprecedented heights, the vibrant chaos erupting into resplendent brilliance, dimming the sun in the sky, as if it were the sole source of light in the world. Sensing this wave of energy, the gathered experts widened their eyes, mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. Third-tier laws. Situ Lingfeng, despite being in the realm of transformation, could actually touch upon third-tier laws. Typically, only those who reach the void refinement stage can access such power. Yet, Situ Lingfeng was now able to harness this strength. He ignited his innate chaotic divine blood, forcibly amplifying his law power. This was akin to wielding a divine weapon, and the destructive power unleashed would be tenfold greater than before. Stop. Enough. Qianzu bellowed. If this continued, Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly face defeat, and he might even perish. Qianzu prepared to intervene, but Situ Lingfeng's protector stood in his way, stating coldly, "Let the juniors resolve their own matters. Jiang Ping'an is a genius of our race. Should he fall, it would be a loss for humanity." Qianzu, unwilling to see such a promising youth come to harm, recalled his mother Qian Huanrou's request to look after him. The protector's expression remained devoid of emotion as he replied, "Jiang Ping'an has already been cursed. He is now a mere shell, incapable of advancing. Allowing the young master to consume him is in the best interest of our kind." After enduring a protracted period of cultivation, the myriad races have regained their vitality. The peril facing humanity is evident without further elaboration. What is required is a peerless hero to emerge and subdue all. If you genuinely care for the human race, then do not interfere. The esteemed Qian is acutely aware of humanity's plight. The northern territories have fallen, the western regions are besieged by monstrous insects, and without the suppression of the barbarian tribes, the southern domain would not be at peace. Tensions between humanity and other races are escalating. Perhaps allowing the chaotic entity to consume Jiang Ping'an will indeed lead to the rise of a sovereign who can dominate an era. The outcome will depend on the abilities of both parties, but killing is strictly prohibited. Qian made a concession. In that moment, Situ Lingfeng relinquished all other techniques, unleashing the power of chaos upon Jiang Ping'an, the third-tier laws sweeping across the firmament. All present held their breath, fully aware that the resolution of this battle was imminent. Jiang Ping'an was formidable, yet ultimately destined to be defeated. Chapter 322. Who prevails? As the third-tier chaotic power descended, Jiang Ping'an found himself surrounded by spatial forces that sealed his escape. Evasion was futile. The disparity between the second-tier and third-tier laws was at least tenfold. Although Situ Lingfeng had barely elevated his second-tier law to the third tier, it was far beyond the reach of any techniques derived from the second-tier laws. Particularly since Situ Lingfeng wielded the chaotic law, any lower-tier law would be devoured by the opponent. Liangshi wore a radiant smile. Jiang Ping'an was doomed. While it was regrettable that he could not personally eliminate Jiang Ping'an, his demise was welcome. Seeing him stirred feelings of revulsion. Mother, quickly, save the fool. Meng Jing anxiously turned to her mother, Lei Lan. Having entered the void refinement stage, her mother could indeed save Jiang Ping'an. Do not worry. Your fool will not be in mortal danger, Lei Lan reassured, grasping her daughter's hand gently. Observing her mother's calm demeanor, Meng Jing's anxiety gradually dissipated. Her mother had fought alongside Jiang Ping'an in the Abyssal Forbidden Land for several years, and understood well the secrets he held. Since her mother asserted that Jiang Ping'an was not in peril, he must surely be safe. Yet, how would Jiang Ping'an confront the third-tier laws? Would he resort to the supreme treasure, the heaven-shaking demon staff? It seemed unlikely, given Jiang Ping'an's character. He would refrain from using such a weapon unless his opponent did likewise. What other trump cards could he possess? Realizing escape was impossible, as the third-tier chaotic power descended. A terrifying, sinister, and malevolent aura erupted from within Jiang Ping'an. In an instant, all present felt as though plunged into winter, a chill enveloping them. Hearts raced uncontrollably. What was this power that induced such unrestrained trepidation? Darkness and death seemed to herald the arrival of a force capable of annihilating all. A powerful being from the Sea Demon clan sensed this aura, his eyes widening in shock, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. How could he wield such power? A black hole materialized before Jiang Ping'an, distinct from the previous devouring force. This black hole carried a destructive energy that shattered the very fabric of space. The law of destruction. A powerful figure exclaimed, recognizing the law Jiang Ping'an had summoned. The laws of destruction and creation, both esoteric in nature, were at least third-tier laws, representing some of the most profound principles in existence. In this world, all things are inextricably bound to creation and destruction. The law of creation is capable of birthing everything, while the law of destruction has the power to obliterate all. Jiang Ping'an, merely at the Emperor's realm, how could he possibly comprehend such a triadic principle of annihilation? The formidable beings of the Sea Demon clan are aware that the 18-clawed octopuses dwelling within the Abyssal Forbidden Land possess such power. Yet, why has Jiang Ping'an acquired this force? Could it be through the power of devouring? Remarkably, they have guessed correctly. Over the years, Jiang Ping'an has consumed a vast number of 18-clawed octopuses, some of which embody the essence of destruction. Having devoured so many, even without deliberate contemplation, he has nonetheless attained this power. Subsequently, he dedicated time to grasp a fragment of the force of annihilation. Logically, Jiang Ping'an, being at the Emperor's realm, should lack the qualification to comprehend a triadic law. This exemplifies the potency of the devouring power. It serves as his trump card for survival, which he had no intention of using. Yet upon witnessing Situ Lingfeng unleash the triadic chaotic force, he found himself compelled to wield this power. Furthermore, he merged the devouring force with the force of destruction, significantly amplifying its might. The clash between the triadic chaotic force and the triadic force of annihilation erupted. In that fleeting moment of collision, many appeared to lose their hearing, as all fell into silence. The radiant hues illuminated the heavens and the earth, the dazzling brightness rendering it impossible for onlookers to keep their eyes open, instinctively raising their hands to shield their faces. As the most potent wave of the attack dissipated, a thunderous sound echoed, and the ferocious winds rendered cultivators 1,000 miles away nearly unable to stand. After a long while, as the residual energy faded, the crowd gradually lowered their hands, beholding a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The battlefield revealed that the sea within 1,000 miles had vanished, transformed into vast expanses of land. The powers unleashed by these two individuals had long surpassed those of early-stage void refinement cultivators, who emerged victorious. Everyone anxiously fixed their gaze upon the battlefield, searching for the figures of the two combatants. The colossal forms of the two gradually returned to their normal human sizes. Situ Lingfeng's dragon robe lay in tatters, drenched in blood, with one arm completely absent, sprawled on the ground, spewing blood. Jiang Ping'an fared little better. His black attire was entirely gone, and his body was nearly severed at the waist, blood oozing forth like a serpent, incessantly slithering outward. Both were grievously injured. They had reached an impasse. The crowd's chests heaved violently, words escaping them, utterly astonished to witness such a confrontation between prodigies. One possessed a chaos body, having devoured 7 divine bodies and learned 32 supreme secret arts. The other was a quasi-saint body, having self-created 2 realms, mastering numerous secret arts, and returning unscathed from the Forbidden Zone. Both were titanic prodigies of their era. This extraordinary battle, spanning over 10 days, was destined to leave an indelible mark on all present. This confrontation was bound to resound throughout the realms of cultivation. Suddenly, a swift, aged figure descended before Jiang Ping'an, forcefully pinning him to the ground. "Young master, quickly devour him." It was Situ Lingkong's protector who had ambushed Jiang Ping'an. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of a tribulation stage expert, Jiang Ping'an felt akin to an ant, devoid of any room for struggle. With a somber expression, the one-armed Situ Ling stood up, utterly astonished by Jiang Ping'an's unexpected strength, which necessitated the intervention of the guardian to subdue him. "Young master, quickly." Another member projected an energy shield to block the advance of the 5 leaders of the Anti-Demon Legion. "Release Jiang Ping'an." Qianzhua roared in fury, joining the other commanders in a frenzied assault against the energy barrier created by the guardian. Just moments ago, these scoundrels had suggested allowing the younger generation to resolve matters themselves. Yet, when the youth were unable to do so, they intervened. The guardian spoke indifferently. "We act for the sake of humanity. Jiang Ping'an is already incapacitated. Only by granting the young master his power can he grow stronger." The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Injured, Situ Lingfeng summoned the chaotic forces of the rainbow, enveloping Jiang Ping'an and attempting to devour his talent. To Situ Lingfeng's astonishment, Jiang Ping'an offered no resistance whatsoever. He did not scream nor contort his face in agony. Instead, his lifeless and detached eyes resembled those of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Situ Lingfeng. In that moment, Situ Lingfeng felt an unprecedented fear. "What kind of gaze is that? How dare you meet my gaze?" Situ Lingfeng, inexplicably enraged, felt the sting of humiliation and strode forward, intent on plucking out Jiang Ping'an's eyes. Boom! The guardian outside struggled to withstand the assaults of the 5 tribulation-level powerhouses, and the protective barrier shattered. The 5 commanders surged forward. "Let us go." Situ Lingfeng had already acquired the power to consume. He deemed the other quasi-holy bodies beneath him. He could return to seize a complete holy body. With the power of consumption in hand, no one would be able to stand against him. He would surpass the ancient emperors and become the second ruler. The guardian, pressing down on Jiang Ping'an, exerted a slight force, and in an instant, Jiang Ping'an's body erupted, transforming into a pool of blood. No matter how defiant Jiang Ping'an was, against such a powerful adversary, he was no different than an ant crushed underfoot. The guardian confiscated Jiang Ping'an's storage treasure, deeming such a low-tier cultivator unworthy of possessing such a precious item. With the injured Situ Lingfeng, the guardian departed leisurely into the sky. "You bastards!" Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an being slain, Qianzhua and the other commanders were consumed by rage. unleashing a terrifying power that caused the entire East Sea to boil violently. To steal Jiang Ping'an's strength was one thing, but to kill him was utterly intolerable. Chapter 3:23. The loss of the power to consume you from the Celestial Academy are too overbearing. The female commander could no longer contain her fury, drawing her sword and glaring fiercely at the guardian of Situ Lingfeng. "We act for the sake of humanity," the guardian of Situ Lingfeng replied calmly. "Nonsense. For humanity? Is murder a part of that? You are clearly acting for your own selfish interests." Qianzhua retorted angrily, moving to strike. Suddenly, the quasi-immortal artifact, the Golden Dragon Throne, soared through the air, emanating a powerful force that repelled Qianzhua. Situ Lingfeng took his seat upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of imperial disdain as he gazed down upon Qianzhua and the others, directing the throne towards the void passage. At that moment, a voice echoed suddenly from behind. "The chaotic body is nothing extraordinary." This unexpected remark halted Situ Lingfeng, who had reached the void passage. He whirled around to see Jiang Ping'an, who had just been struck down, astonishingly revived. A death replacement talisman? Jiang Ping'an's expression revealed no fluctuation of emotion as he spoke indifferently. "Do you think you can proclaim yourself emperor? Do you believe that seizing my devouring talent will render you invincible? The moment you relied on the strength of others to usurp my gift, your path to invincibility was already severed." He raised his hand, thumb upright, then turned it downwards, revealing a look of derision. "Trash." Silence. Situ Lingfeng, filled with rage and humiliation, abruptly rose from the dragon chair, channeling his power once more, preparing for confrontation. "Get lost." The 5 leaders of the legion stood protectively before Jiang Ping'an, their expressions menacing. The soldiers in the distance wore expressions of disdain. To require assistance for a fair fight. He was unworthy to battle with Commander Jiang. Even the children from our village uphold their promises better. Such a person aspires to be an emperor? He should take a moment to reflect on himself. The great emperor of old could command the submission of myriad races, not merely through might, but also through virtue. Does this man even deserve such a title? Though the soldiers were far away, Situ Lingfeng, a late-stage transformation expert, easily heard the taunts from 1,000 miles off. Already injured, upon hearing these jeers, his fury surged, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the onslaught of emotions. Although the battle had ended in a draw, he felt a profound sense of defeat. Was his approach truly misguided? His 2 guardians quickly led Situ Lingfeng into a void passage to escape. Jiang Ping'an called out, "Integrate my devouring talent well. Once I lift the curse, I shall personally visit the Heavenly Tao Academy." The void passage vanished. "Father." The trio, Mu Tu, Meng Jing, Li Yeye, and Jiang Xiaoxue, flew towards him, their faces etched with tears and concern. Although they were aware of Jiang Ping'an's death replacement talisman, they understood that such a talisman was not invincible. A powerful adversary could easily nullify its effects, causing them great worry for his safety. "Father, your talent." Jiang Xiaoxue's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm. "It's merely the loss of my devouring talent," Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean merely the loss of your devouring talent? Without it, your ability to replenish spiritual energy will slow, and your attack power will diminish." Meng Jing clenched her fists, her fierce visage filled with indignation. "That chaos body scoundrel, I shall avenge this offense." Had it been a fair battle, Jiang Ping'an's defeat would not have incited such wrath in Meng Jing. Yet, the chaos body had the audacity to enlist the aid of a tribulation stage guardian, suppressing Jiang Ping'an. Without his devouring talent, Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess would plummet by 30 to 40%. Jiang Ping'an's tone remained unwavering. "I have always possessed nothing. What fear do I hold in losing everything once more?" Talent is indeed significant, but the most crucial aspect is the belief in invincibility. Even if my opponent gains the power of devouring, I shall remain undefeated in combat against them. Observing the calmness and confidence on Jiang Ping'an's face, all present could not help but admire him. From voluntarily relinquishing his command position to remaining composed despite the deprivation of his devouring talent, such fortitude was truly admirable. Previously, they had only witnessed Jiang Ping'an's exceptional gifts, scarcely acknowledging his resilient spirit. With such a mindset, even if one is not a genius, achievements are bound to follow. In regard to this matter, Jiang Ping'an was naturally enraged. He had endured countless hardships and even risked venturing into the territory of the devouring crocodile clan to acquire the devouring talent. Yet now, it had been seized by Situ Lingfeng. A surge of murderous intent churned within him, but Jiang Ping'an was not one to easily display his anger. He would remember this grudge, and one day, he would repay it 100-fold. Li Ye grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm and said, "Brother Ping'an, has your treasured possession been taken?" She intended to discuss with Xiao Ta about merging it with him. The Xiao Ta she referred to was the Demon Suppression Tower, a quasi-immortal artifact of the Miao Liao sect. Concerned that Jiang Ping'an might be distressed over the loss of his treasure, she wished to offer him the Demon Suppression Tower. If the people of the Miao Liao sect were to hear such words, they would surely be appalled, for it would be akin to harboring a thief within their midst. "It hasn't been taken," Jiang Ping'an replied, as a golden rod appeared in his hand with a flick. Due to a curse, he could no longer comprehend the laws. So he devoted time to thoroughly merging the Time Palace, a secret treasure, with his body. All his prized possessions were stored within the Time Palace. Even without merging with it, he typically kept his treasures in a gathering basin. Although Jiang Ping'an had grown stronger, he remained as cautious as ever. What had been taken from him were merely ordinary resources. As the battle with the chaos body came to an end, many leaders looked at Jiang Ping'an with complicated expressions. Being burdened by a curse was already unfortunate enough, and now he had lost his devouring talent as well. The rise of a once great prodigy felt akin to a meteor, brilliant yet fleeting, leaving a sense of regret. Were it anyone else enduring such a fate, they would likely have crumbled by now, yet Jiang Ping'an faced it with calm resolve. The powerful beings of the Sea Demon clan rejoiced at the news of Jiang Ping'an's loss of devouring talent. Moreover, they overheard the human soldiers discussing that Jiang Ping'an seemed to be cursed, rendering him incapable of comprehending higher-level laws. This was truly a double blessing. Liang Shi felt a tinge of regret upon seeing that Jiang Ping'an had not perished, but concluded that he had become a mere shadow of his former self. No longer worthy of attention, Jiang Ping'an's decline brought immense joy to his enemies. Xia Qing transmitted a message to Jiang Ping'an: "Return to the great Xia and consult that senior. There may be a way to resolve the curse." "Which senior?" Jiang Ping'an inquired, puzzled. "The mysterious projection from the royal family's secret realm." Xia Qing responded. Their great Xia ancestors had discovered that secret realm, which subsequently led to the rise of the great Xia. The enigmatic projection beneath the martial arts mountain had gained sentience and become a formidable entity. A spark of realization ignited in Jiang Ping'an's eyes. Yes, that projection might indeed possess knowledge on how to lift the curse, while others were unaware of the identity of that projection. Jiang Ping'an knew it to be the projection of the Holy King. During his previous battle with the projection, it had explicitly informed him. The Holy King, an unparalleled powerhouse who established the current cultivation system, was one of the 10 strongest beings in human history. This elder might truly know how to dispel the curse. A glimmer of hope blossomed in Jiang Ping'an's heart. Furthermore, as he could not comprehend the laws at present, he might attempt to cultivate his mental fortitude and physical techniques. To refine his mental strength, he could return to the magic cave within the great Xia royal family's secret realm. He faced numerous enemies now: the state of Chu, the holy son of Tianzi's sacred land, and the chaos body, all formidable adversaries. Only by growing stronger can one seek vengeance. Jiang Ping'an and Xia Qing have departed from the East Sea, yet they have left their true forms behind to accompany Li Ye and Meng Jing. The prodigies of the Genius Selection Plan are destined to serve a century of military duty here, and only 40 years have passed thus far. Dressed in a gray robe, Bu Si approached Jiang Ping'an, producing a soundproof formation flag that enveloped the two within its confines. With an air of camaraderie, Bu Si embraced Jiang Ping'an. "Brother Jiang, you must have obtained the severed arm of the chaos body, haven't you?" Chapter 324. Another path, ascending with the flesh. "No, I shattered it," Jiang Ping'an replied. "Do not feign ignorance. Brother Jiang, you surely acquired it. Let us make a trade. Sell me that severed arm. Name your price." Bu Si's eyes gleamed with desire for the arm, a treasure of immense value. "I truly do not possess it. I am not one to deceive," Jiang Ping'an asserted. "What a waste. That was the arm of the chaos body, and you actually destroyed it." Bu Si lamented, striking his chest in despair. "It is merely a severed arm. What use could it possibly serve?" Jiang Ping'an found Bu Si's reaction rather peculiar. "It is not the same. The chaotic power within the chaos body can merge two different divine bodies and even nurture a new divine entity. Extracting the chaotic power can yield a supreme corpse. Busi clutched his heart, as if afflicted by angina. I must seek the blood of the chaos body. It is a treasure. With that, Busi swiftly took to the skies, searching the depths of the sea for the blood of Situ Lingfeng. A peculiar glimmer crossed Jiang Ping'an's eyes. The ability to merge different divine bodies sparked his curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an's avatar was aboard a flying vessel, returning to the Great Xia. As he sat in his chamber, he retrieved a severed arm adorned with dragon scales, surrounded by a cascade of colorful light. It was, in fact, the severed arm of the chaos body. Jiang Ping'an had deceived. He was no longer the honest youth he once was. Channeling his power, Jiang Ping'an began to extract the chaotic essence contained within the arm. After spending the better part of the day, he managed to extract a small amount of chaotic blood, approximately the size of 2 yellow beans. The 7-colored chaotic energy shimmered, enveloping the entire room in an aura of enigmatic power. Utilizing the chaotic blood, he pondered whether it could facilitate the complete fusion of the dragon bone within him. Although he had integrated the dragon bone, it had not achieved perfection. The mighty dragon had neared ascension in its lifetime. How could such a formidable bone be effortlessly fully merged by him? Currently, he could only harness a fraction of its power. Perhaps, with the chaotic essence, he could fully blend the dragon bone with his own body. As he was cursed and could not continue comprehending higher laws to elevate his realm, Jiang Ping'an resolved to pursue another path, ascending through the flesh. Due to the influence of the Holy King, the current trend favors the cultivation of techniques. However, before the Holy King's emergence, most favored the refinement of the body. The most representative among them were the barbarian tribes, the strongest physical race on earth, whose powerful warriors could grasp the sun, moon, and stars with bare hands, possessing unparalleled physiques. The human race's dominant physique clan also followed this path. Enhancing one's physical form is more arduous than conventional cultivation, yet it is the path Jiang Ping'an can presently tread. What if one cannot comprehend the laws? No one can obstruct my ascension. In Jiang Ping'an's dark, resolute eyes, a fierce determination sparkled. If one path is blocked, then another must be taken. Myriad avenues can lead to the heavens. The physique of the dragon clan is renowned among all races, and should it be fully assimilated, a significant leap in strength is inevitable. With merely 2 drops of chaotic essence, it is somewhat insufficient to digest the bones of the demon dragon. A greater quantity of essence is undoubtedly required. Jiang Ping'an planned to replicate some using a bronze basin. A knock resounded at the door. Jiang Ping'an swiftly concealed the chaotic essence, uttering softly, "Enter." A strikingly handsome man pushed the door open. Yi Wuqing held a storage ring in his hand, offering it back to Jiang Ping'an. This contains the remains of over 100,000 sea demons and the resources they possessed, all untouched by me. You may inspect it thoroughly. Jiang Ping'an paused momentarily, having nearly forgotten this matter. Such an abundance of resources would entice even a formidable cultivator. It was astonishing that Yi Wuqing had not fled. After a brief silence, Jiang Ping'an spoke, "You should keep these resources for yourself. The law of death you have comprehended is exceedingly rare. Such techniques and weapons are seldom found and command high prices. You should purchase some from the Kaifeng merchant." Yi Wuqing appeared momentarily stunned. "Do you not realize the magnitude of this resource?" Jiang Ping'an countered suddenly. These resources could allow an ordinary cultivator to enjoy 1,000 years of leisure. Yi Wuqing had not taken them and run, which spoke volumes of his character. Though Yi Wuqing seemed cold, he was not truly malevolent. His past experiences had rendered him somewhat reclusive. Having grasped the law of death, should he grow further, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure. In fact, Yi Wuqing had already achieved a measure of notoriety by stealthily eliminating a holy son, an accomplishment not easily attained by anyone. Having journeyed so far in his cultivation, with resources, his progress would accelerate. Yi Wuqing clutched the storage ring tightly, his body trembling, his eyes reddening once more. Throughout his life, no one had ever been willing to assist him in such a manner. Return and cultivate diligently. If you ever find yourself lacking in resources, do not hesitate to inform me. Jiang Ping'an produced another storage ring, handing it to him. This contains some fire lotus enlightenment seeds, which will aid in accelerating your comprehension and cultivation. Tears streamed down Yi Wuqing's cheeks. He found it hard to articulate the emotions stirring within him. The generosity of such a substantial resource was profoundly moving. "I cannot accept this." I have already been marked by the spiritual imprint of the Holy Son of the Haoyue sacred land. They will soon come for me, and if I perish, all these belongings will be theirs. Do not worry, Jiang Ping'an interjected. Such a powerful faction typically values its reputation. They will not dispatch peerless experts merely for the death of a disciple. Of course, privately, the rules may differ. Jiang Ping'an pressed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment seeds into Yi Wuqing's hands. Follow me back to the Great Xia. The ancient Lei family will provide protection. The Haoyue sacred land would not dare to send their experts against you. However, do be prepared for the challenges that the talented may pose. Cultivate diligently, and by the time they arrive, you will not be without the means to retaliate. You may leave now. I require solitude to cultivate. Jiang Ping'an began to usher him out, ready to attempt the fusion of the demon dragon bones. Yi Wuqing firmly grasped the storage ring, suddenly kneeling on one knee. Expressing profound gratitude, I, Yi Wuqing, have no means to repay your great kindness, and I am willing to safeguard your path forward. The countless times he had been saved, the resources generously bestowed upon him, Yi Wuqing felt utterly indebted. Let us proceed. Jiang Ping'an activated the star-pulling technique, gently pushing the other out of the room and shutting the door behind him. In the past, Yi Wuqing had been rather cold-hearted. It was perplexing to see him suddenly displaying such sentimentality. He fixated intently on the door before him, for in this life, he harbored but one ambition: to eliminate all who posed a threat to Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an remained unaware of Yi Wuqing's thoughts. He merely sought to cultivate a benevolent relationship, uncertain of how far their paths might intertwine. Utilizing the remains of a powerful Sea Demon Clan warrior, he replicated a vast quantity of chaotic essence, channeling this primal power into his quasi-saint body, endeavoring to refine the dragon bone within him, striving for complete integration. The dragon bone seemed to possess a will of its own, sensing Jiang Ping'an's intent, and unleashed a torrent of demonic energy that surged through him like a tempest. Jiang Ping'an's internal organs ruptured, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, yet he gritted his teeth in determination. The path to transcendence through one's physical form was fraught with trials, but he found himself with no alternatives. With the path of understanding the laws severed, he could only pursue the route of physical prowess. He yearned for immortality, resolutely intent on subduing all adversaries. Upon Jiang Ping'an's return to the Great Xia, tales of his battle with the chaotic entity swiftly spread, resonating throughout the cultivation world within mere months. Jiang Ping'an and the chaotic entity had clashed in the East Sea for over 10 days, astonishingly achieving a stalemate. A stalemate? Jiang Ping'an could match the chaotic entity? Indeed, the battle was terrifying, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that shattered space and evaporated the sea, leaving both combatants gravely wounded. The emergence of the chaotic entity had stirred the entire cultivation world. Historically, any chaotic being had swept through an era, overpowering other prodigies of the same tier. Apart from a few exceptional divine bodies, none could stand against the chaotic entity. The various divine bodies and prodigies from the Heavenly Tao Academy were left unable to lift their heads in defeat. Such a formidable presence had reached an equal footing with Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 325. Rumors. Those familiar with Jiang Ping'an were aware of his formidable strength. Yet few anticipated he would be this powerful. The chaotic entity was a paragon of an epic, and to achieve parity with such a being signified that Jiang Ping'an had ascended to that level of prowess. This speaks volumes about his strength. Alongside these revelations, another matter emerged. After C2 Lingfeng and Jiang Ping'an fought to a standstill, the protectors suddenly turned against Jiang Ping'an, seizing control and stripping him of his devouring talent. This news spread like wildfire, igniting outrage across the cultivation world. Though the realm of cultivation is merciless, there exists a semblance of decorum. Experts typically refrain from intervening in battles between juniors or those of equal standing. Yet, the chaotic entity's audacity to summon the protectors to forcibly extract Jiang Ping'an's talent was deemed utterly disgraceful. However, this outcry waned within a few months, only to be supplanted by another narrative. During the duel, Jiang Ping'an had covertly utilized a treasured artifact, justifying the protector's intervention. Indeed, my friend serves in the East Sea, and he corroborated this. Jiang Ping'an has strayed into the demonic path, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, while the chaotic entity acts as a harbinger of justice. Nonsense. Jiang Ping'an has not truly become malevolent. It is the chaotic entity that is shameless. It remains a mystery who initiated the dissemination of rumors, portraying Jiang Ping'an as a villain. Although some voices have risen in rebuttal, they have had little impact. The most terrifying aspect of rumors lies in the fact that sometimes one is completely unaware that they are mere fabrications. In these times of constant friction between humanity and myriad races, only the rise of the chaotic entity can ensure humanity's safety. Jiang Ping'an is already rendered useless. Isn't it better to enable the chaotic entity and safeguard humanity? The chaotic entity, endowed with the devouring abilities of the Devourer clan, is destined to become a pillar for humanity. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an has already fallen into the abyss of darkness. Ridding the world of such a person could be seen as a righteous act. I have long perceived Jiang Ping'an's inherent bloodthirstiness. In truth, many powerful factions possess first-hand information and are aware of the actual circumstances, yet they choose silence. The reason is simple: Jiang Ping'an has no ties to them. So why advocate for him? Offending a chaotic entity fused with devouring abilities for the sake of a useless Jiang Ping'an is evidently not worth the trouble. Even if they were to speak up, how much difference would it make? Many would not believe the words of powerful factions. I am utterly infuriated. Summer Qing, seething with anger, kicked open Jiang Ping'an's door, her entire body trembling with rage. Jiang Ping'an opened his eyes in confusion, wondering what was amiss and who had provoked her. Summer Qing relayed the information she had received to him. Upon hearing it, Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow, then relaxed, calmly inquiring about the airship's location and the time remaining until they reached the Great Xia. Is it not infuriating that the entire cultivation realm is spreading rumors? Observing Jiang Ping'an's composed demeanor, Summer Qing looked perplexed. Are you not angry? Angry, Jiang Ping'an replied without hesitation. Then why do you wear such a face? Although Summer Qing was not directly involved, witnessing Jiang Ping'an being slandered as a villain nearly drove her to fury. How much more so for him? Jiang Ping'an shrugged. What can I do? Even if I explain, they will not believe me. I can only focus on being myself. Summer Qing gazed deeply at the handsome man before her, realizing why he could withstand the influence of the abyss. Within the royal secret realm of the Great Xia, there are 3 cultivation sites: Martial Arts Mountain, Stargazing Platform, and the Abyss. Jiang Ping'an has endured the longest within the Abyss, surpassing even the founding monarch in perseverance. Moreover, he was the first to ascend the celestial path of the Emperor's relics, exhibiting an astonishing strength of heart and willpower. Had it not been for his formidable resolve, Jiang Ping'an might have long succumbed to the path of evil. Suppressing her inner fury, Summer Qing stated, "We have entered the territory of the Divine Weapon Kingdom. At this speed, it will take approximately 3 months to reach the Great Xia." Jiang Ping'an was quite satisfied with the airship's pace. This vessel had been obtained through an exchange of the Emperor's imprint with Elder Lei Shiqing of the Lei clan, crafted by the Lei clan and infused with the essence of thunder, allowing for remarkable speed. Summer Qing inquired, "Can we now enter the temporal palace for cultivation?" A few months prior, Jiang Ping'an had begun merging with the Dragon Bone, due to the overwhelming dark energy released. He had refrained from allowing Summer Qing to enter the temporal palace to avoid impacting her. Now, several months later, nearly 2 years had elapsed within the temporal palace. Thus concluded the matter. Upon this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Ping'an's lips. It had been quite a while since Xia Qing had seen him smile. Could it be that this recent fusion had yielded significant gains? He had awakened half of the Dragon Bone's power, but just as Jiang Ping'an was about to respond, a terrifying aura emanating from a nascent soul stage expert surged towards them. Suddenly, the flying vessel was struck with tremendous force, and the sheer inertia flung Xia Qing into Jiang Ping'an's embrace. With a resounding crash, the flying vessel plummeted into a towering mountain, collapsing a peak that soared 10,000 meters into the sky, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. Outside the vessel, Yang Xuanzhang gazed at the seemingly unscathed craft, astonished. The defensive capabilities of this vessel were remarkably formidable. Who was this individual that had slain his son and could afford such an exceptional craft? Yang Xuanzhang, the leader of the Extreme Sword sect, was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Over 50 years ago, his son was murdered while exploring the ruins of the Divine Sword sect. Following the trace of a spiritual soul imprint, he had tracked down his son's killer. However, the assailant had unexpectedly entered a city and enlisted in the military, thwarting Yang Xuanzhang's pursuit. This incident had long fueled his anger, for the existence of the soul imprint allowed him to sense that the murderer still lived. Before departing the city, he had memorized the name, Busi, Today, while scouring for mineral veins in the crumbling divine weapon kingdom, Yang Xuanzhang suddenly detected the soul imprint of his son drifting above. Initially, he dismissed it as an illusion. How could the murderer of his child be so brazen as to appear here? However, upon further scrutiny, he realized the truth. The desire for vengeance surged within him as he raised his hand to strike the flying vessel above. To his astonishment, the vessel's protective abilities were so robust that his blow merely breached the energy shield above it. Seeing the vessel's exceptional quality, Yang Xuanzhang refrained from further attacks, planning instead to claim it for himself after dealing with this individual. "Usi, come out." Jiang Ping'an, Xia Qing, Yi Wuqing, and Jiang Xiaoxue emerged from the flying vessel. Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, Yang Xuanzhang momentarily froze. This man bore a different appearance than the Bu-Si he had seen before, yet the soul imprint was unmistakably present, confirming him as the one who had taken his son's life. While appearances may change, the soul imprint could not be altered. Xia Qing glanced at Jiang Ping'an in confusion, inquiring how he had incurred the wrath of this man. "His son attempted to rob me, and I dealt with him," Jiang Ping'an replied, surprised to encounter this adversary again. The last encounter had nearly cost him his life. He had narrowly escaped by joining the military. "Fear not, elder brother. This princess shall assist you in resolving this matter," Xia Qing teased, pinching Jiang Ping'an's chin. "He is merely a nascent soul stage cultivator." Jiang Ping'an brushed off Xia Qing's arm and soared ahead. "Merely?" Xia Qing asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "In his prime, his younger brother could have sparred with a nascent soul stage expert, but now, having lost much of his devouring talent, his combat prowess had diminished by 30 to 40%, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a formidable opponent." Chapter 326. Battle of the Nascent Soul. Casting a glance at the nascent soul stage expert Yang Xuanzhang, Jiang Ping'an remarked indifferently, "I am currently in a rather foul mood. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave at once." Yang Xuanzhang nearly thought he had misheard. A cultivator emanating the aura of the second-order law dared to threaten him, a formidable practitioner in the realm of void refinement. However, he was somewhat astonished. The last time he encountered this individual, they only exuded the presence of a first-order law, yet had now ascended to the pinnacle of the second order. In merely 50 years, such a growth was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful the opponent had become, it was inconceivable that they could withstand the onslaught of a void refinement initial stage expert like him. Die? Yang Xuanzhang had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike, its brilliant radiance illuminating the heavens, the formidable sword energy threatening to rend the very fabric of space. What bewildered Yang Xuanzhang was that the opponent did not evade, nor had they activated any form of defense. Was this individual a fool? His sword strike was imbued with the third-order law, specifically the sword path law. In the realm of sword cultivators, there were few adversaries at the same level. It was unthinkable that even a fellow practitioner in the initial stage of void refinement would dare to withstand a sword cultivator's attack with brute force. "Quick dodge." Seeing Jiang Ping'an remain motionless, Xia Qing urgently shouted. Even though she had reached the initial stage of void refinement, she understood the necessity of caution when facing an adversary of the same caliber. Jiang Ping'an raised his fist just as the sword energy descended. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a powerful gust that tousled Jiang Ping'an's long hair. Yet, he stood firm, unyielding. Witnessing this, both Yang Xuanzhang and Xia Qing's pupils constricted sharply. How could this be possible? To withstand a sword strike from a void refinement sword cultivator without a scratch? What kind of terrifying defense was this? Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? The arrogance on Yang Xuanzhang's face evaporated, replaced by a flicker of trepidation. To be able to endure his strike unscathed at the stage of spirit transformation was no ordinary feat. This individual could very well be a genius from a formidable power. Their extreme sword sect was merely a minor faction, incapable of provoking a major force. What responded to him was a fist. In an instant, Jiang Ping'an darted forward, swinging his fist towards him. The speed was akin to lightning. Coupled with Yang Xuanzhang's momentary distraction from shock, the punch landed heavily on his face. Boom! Yang Xuanzhang's body was as if thrown by a stone, flying through the air in a spiral, covering dozens of miles. Jiang Ping'an, beset by curses, accusations, and the draining of his talents, was in a foul mood. He had warned this void refinement cultivator not to provoke him, yet his words fell on deaf ears. If that was the case, then let the fight commence. Feeling the pain on his face, Yang Xuanzhang was filled with terror. The force of the opponent's punch had shattered his bones. He was a void refinement expert, his body possessing an astonishing degree of hardness. How could a spirit transformation cultivator's strength be so formidable? Could he be from the barbarian body clan? As he watched Jiang Ping'an charge at him, Yang Xuanzhang became serious. His primordial spirit surged forth, forming a separate entity, both fully channeling the sword path law. Jiang Ping'an found himself besieged. The primary distinction between a void refinement cultivator and a spirit transformation cultivator was that the former's inner essence transformed into a primordial spirit, which could separate from the body and cultivate independently. The primordial spirit possessed equal strength to the body, essentially doubling one's capacity in both combat and cultivation. Xiaqing could not help but shake her head. Her insufferably arrogant younger brother, even after having his talent devoured and strength diminished, still exhibited such hubris. No matter how much his defensive capabilities had improved, it was inconceivable that he could contend with a formidable practitioner at the void refinement stage. Having already entered this realm herself, Xiaqing was acutely aware of its true power. Both the reservoir of spiritual energy and the speed of reaction far surpassed that of the transformation stage. Perhaps Jiang Ping'an's spiritual energy could be compared to that of an early void refinement practitioner, and his reaction time might be compensated for by his divine sight. However, the destructive force of the third-tier laws wielded by a void refinement expert was not something a lower-tier cultivator could rival. While Jiang Ping'an could invoke a mere fragment of the law of destruction, it would at best instill a fleeting sense of caution in his opponent. Failing to pose any genuine threat to a void refinement master, Xiaqing refrained from intervening, allowing this practitioner to teach her arrogant brother a lesson. Hoping he would come to terms with the vast chasm between them. "Go, father!" Jiang Xiaoxua cheered, her small face alight with excitement as she rallied behind Jiang Ping'an. Xiaqing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaoxua. Yes, her father was indeed formidable, but he was not invincible, especially against a void refinement expert. "Father is invincible," Jiang Xiaoxua insisted earnestly. "Daoist Jiang will surely prevail," added Yu Wuqing, as if stating an undeniable truth. Xiaqing felt exasperated, casting an incredulous look at the two. How could they ignore reality and blindly place their faith in Jiang Ping'an? If he could defeat a void refinement master at his current level without employing a treasured artifact, she would gladly bear him 100 children to inherit his exceptional lineage. Such a feat was utterly impossible. In the skies, Yang Xuanzhang clashed with Jiang Ping'an multiple times, the powerful collisions fracturing the very fabric of space. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's terrifying strength, Yang Xuanzhang felt a surge of fear. He had even resorted to the power of his primordial spirit, yet he could not subdue this individual. "Which faction do you belong to? We can put our past grievances behind us." Though he harbored a vendetta for the death of his son, if this man was indeed a member of a major power, Yang Xuanzhang would not dare to strike him down. Jiang Ping'an sneered, "Put it behind us? Why did you not spare me when you were hunting me down? Why did you not show mercy when you ambushed me?" As Yang Xuanzhang perceived that his opponent was unyielding, his expression darkened. "Do not push me, Sectmaster." With a resounding thud, Jiang Ping'an instantly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yang Xuanzhang crashing to the ground. The earth shattered, mountains crumbled, and dust billowed into the air. "You brought this upon yourself." Yang Xuanzhang, now furious, resolved to eliminate this man. No longer holding back as he unleashed the supreme sword technique of the Extreme Sword sect, the Extreme Sword. Employing this technique would triple its power, capable of breaching the defenses of even the strongest of his tier. To slay the man before him with such a technique would be a gross underutilization of skill. With a sword glimmering coldly, he lunged forward. Die! At that moment, the totemic patterns of the barbarian tribe surged across Jiang Ping'an's body, activating the third level of the battle god technique and quadrupling his attributes. With a resounding crash, Jiang Ping'an grasped Yang Xuanzhang's sword with his bare hand. Yang Xuanzhang's pupils dilated in shock as he gasped, "Impossible." If his attack had been evaded, he would have been less astonished. But the fact that his sword was caught barehanded left him utterly astounded. What manner of physique is this, exhibiting such formidable strength? Could it be that the opponent was once a powerful being, now reduced in rank? Yang Xuanzhang sensed the martial intent emanating from Jiang Ping'an and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. "A holy body? No. How could a holy body exude such overwhelming demonic energy? Suddenly, Yang Xuanzhang detected an aura that instilled terror within him. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards Jiang Ping'an's back, witnessing a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. A colossal projection, spanning thousands of meters, emerged in the void, radiating an indescribable darkness and martial fervor. The very heavens and earth were instantly shrouded in black, as if a demon god had descended upon the realm. Yang Xuanzhang was taken aback. He had heard that the battle spirit of the holy body was golden, yet this individual's battle spirit was shrouded in darkness. Xia Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her exquisite visage filled with incredulity. What was happening? It appeared he was even stronger than a few months prior. Jiang Ping'an had clearly been stripped of his devouring talent. He should have weakened, yet he had grown even more formidable. Chapter 327. A powerful physique. The pitch-black battle spirit projection emanated a tempestuous, demonic aura. Feeling this overwhelming presence, Xia Qing trembled slightly. Could it be related to the fusion of the dragon's bone? Her intuition was correct, as it indeed pertained to the amalgamation of the dragon's bone. However, her understanding was incomplete. The reason Jiang Ping'an's battle spirit had turned black was due to the fusion of the holy body bone with the dragon's bone. Jiang Ping'an had not anticipated their union. Initially, he merely sought to integrate the dragon's bone with his body to enhance his physique. Under the influence of chaotic power, the holy body bone and the dragon's bone merged, giving rise to an entirely new divine form. Although the previous quasi-holy body avatar was strong, it ultimately paled in comparison to a complete holy body. Now, with the assistance of chaotic essence, the fusion of the two divine bones elevated his physique to unprecedented heights. While he had never encountered a true holy body, he was confident that his current form was no weaker. Jiang Ping'an named it the holy demon body. Thanks to the chaotic essence, without this force, he would have never been able to create such a divine body. He wondered what expression Sido Lingfeng would wear upon learning of this development. Jiang Ping'an activated the lesser wuxiang technique, instantly enlarging his form, amplifying both strength and defense. He soared through the void, launching himself into the fray. A cataclysmic battle erupted, the overwhelming pressure sending cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius into a panic-stricken flight. A strong presence of the void refinement stage is engaged in battle. Flee. Do not get caught in the crossfire. The terrifying demonic energy radiating from Jiang Ping'an led many to believe that the demon clan from the northern region had descended. With his unparalleled physique and might, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a relentless assault on Yang Xuanzhang's primordial spirit and body. His powerful divine form, vast reserves of spiritual energy, and numerous top-tier secret techniques ensured that Jiang Ping'an stood undaunted even in the face of a void refinement stage expert. This scene was astonishing yet entirely expected. In the realm of martial arts, the foremost technique of assault is the battle god technique. The little formless skill and Wuji fist, birthed from the cube of divine powers, can be employed in the star guiding technique of the void refinement stage. The pinnacle speed technique of the Lei family, Thunder Flash, along with the mental secret art Heaven Seal, each mastered technique and principle enhances one's combat prowess. It is entirely understandable that Jiang Ping'an would falter against an opponent like Xia Qing, a formidable void refinement practitioner endowed with a divine physique. However, should he struggle against a mere nascent void refinement cultivator, devoid of extraordinary secret arts or formidable weaponry, and possessing only a rudimentary understanding of a couple of principles, it would be a disservice to call him a prodigy of the era. For ordinary cultivators, powerful secret arts remain an elusive goal, a lifelong pursuit. Even the most potent practitioners of the void refinement stage, who bask in glory before mundane beings, often find themselves unable to procure a premier secret art, as their resources are chiefly devoted to comprehending principles. Yet, these principles are notoriously challenging to grasp. Despite Jiang Ping'an's rapid comprehension of principles, having mastered several, this is largely attributable to his utilization of the Time Palace, the Fire Lotus Enlightenment, his divine eye, and previously possessing devouring powers, along with the abundant resources provided by the treasure-gathering divine artifact. The nascent void refinement practitioner before him, although a sect leader and distinguished among peers, could scarcely afford even a treasure that would expedite the understanding of principles. The harsh reality of the cultivation world lies in the lack of resources, no matter how exceptional one's talent or how fervently one strives. they may ultimately find themselves outmatched by the resources acquired by the offspring of powerful factions. While effort is essential, striving without opportunity may yield only a slight edge over the ordinary. Thus, it is often observed that many dedicate their lives to cultivation, only to achieve less than someone who fortuitously consumes a divine fruit or stumbles upon a secret manual. "Father, you must win," Jiang Xiaoxue exclaimed, her heart racing as she witnessed Jiang Ping'an gain the upper hand. Xiaqing was momentarily dumbfounded. It had been said that Jiang Ping'an had fallen from grace. But had he truly? As Xiaqing contemplated Jiang Ping'an's mature and handsome visage, she recalled their first encounter, where he bore a youthful countenance. The once unremarkable Jiang Ping'an had ascended to this remarkable stature step by step. While many had focused solely on his formidable talent, few recognized the indomitable spirit concealed within him. Nothing in this world could hinder the resolve of this man. "Jiang Ping'an, you are indeed that Jiang Ping'an." Upon witnessing these advanced techniques, Yang Xuanzhan suddenly discerned Jiang Ping'an's identity. The battle from months prior had reverberated throughout the cultivation world, and fragments of Jiang Ping'an's story had become widely known. In the Eastern Domain, there exists no sacred body save for Jiang Ping'an, a quasi-sacred body. Alongside the techniques Heaven's Seal and Little Formless Skill, Yang Xuanzhan quickly surmised Jiang Ping'an's identity. Only he could stand against a void refinement expert at this level. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, employing his unparalleled body techniques to leave Yang Xuanzhan bloodied and battered. Upon realizing Jiang Ping'an's identity, Yang Xuanzhan's fighting spirit evaporated, as his soul and body sought to flee in separate directions. With such mastery over numerous top-tier techniques, he found himself utterly outmatched. Even in the event of vanquishing his adversary, what awaited him was undoubtedly annihilation. At this moment, flight was his only avenue for survival. If either his spirit or corporeal form could escape, then life could be preserved. One could only wonder which imbecile spread the rumor that Jiang Ping'an would fade into obscurity. How absurd. Just then, before the fleeing Yang Xuanzhan's spirit, a figure of exquisite beauty appeared. Despite having lived for millennia and encountered countless beauties, few possessed such an aristocratic grace. "Begone!" Yang Xuanzhan, lacking the inclination to admire beauty, swung his sword in attack. A formidable sword aura swept towards Xiaqing. A peculiar scene unfolded. As the sword aura approached Xiaqing, it gradually dissipated. By the time it reached her, only a gentle breeze remained, ruffling her flowing hair. Simultaneously, Yang Xuanzhan suddenly perceived the world around him plunge into darkness, light extinguished. More terrifying than the blackness of night, he felt as though he were blind, unable to perceive anything, and his consciousness could not discern any presence. Realizing the source of this power, Yang Xuanzhan's expression shifted dramatically. "The force of the Attained. You are a Attained divine body." Only a Attained divine body could invoke such power. Who was this woman, possessing such an extraordinary gift? In his obscured vision, panic surged within him as he erratically swung his sword to ward off potential ambushes. It is a privilege to witness a technique crafted by the Emperor. Remember its name, Eternal Night. The ethereal voice of Xiaqing seemed to come from nowhere. Suddenly, Yang Xuanzhan felt a sharp pain in his neck. As he raised his hand to his head, he discovered he could not control his body. It was as if his body and head had separated. In an instant, strange forces coursed through Yang Xuanzhan, dismembering him entirely. The darkness receded, and Xiaqing's stunning figure reemerged. "You are fortunate. You are the first to perish since I acquired Eternal Night." Meanwhile, the fleeing Yang Xuanzhan was engulfed in terror. He was a formidable cultivator, yet that woman had dispatched him in an instant. She was indeed a Attained divine body and wielded a technique of the Emperor. Losing focus in battle is never a wise practice. At that very moment, Jiang Ping'an's colossal fist descended heavily upon Yang Xuanzhan. This blow harbored not only unparalleled terrifying power, but also the essence of third-tier destructive force and the Emperor's seal. It was the strongest force he had summoned thus far. With a resounding crash, the blow shattered the sword in Yang Xuanzhan's grasp along with his body, driving him forcefully into the earth, which erupted like a volcano, propelling him back into the open. Too weak, not even comparable to the pressure exerted by the chaos body, Jiang Ping'an remarked, feeling a tinge of boredom. Perhaps it was due to the weakness of his opponent, or perhaps his own strength had grown, but he no longer felt the exhilarating thrill of battling a formidable foe. Jiang Ping'an resolved not to waste any more time. The battle-intent armor reattached itself to his form. He had previously repaired the armor using the treasure basin, having forgotten that it possessed restorative properties, and had intended to journey to Zhongzhou. Normally, 4th-tier battle intent armor, when shattered to pieces, would require at least 100 laws for restoration, yet with the treasure basin, he had managed without invoking even 100 laws. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the thunder flash, instantaneously appearing before Yang Xuanzhan, once more channeling the power of the sacred demon body. His palm emanated the imperial seal patterns, with the laws of destruction swirling around him. Yang Xuanzhan attempted to flee, yet was momentarily immobilized by Jiang Ping'an's stellar pull and celestial sealing techniques. With a thunderous crash, Jiang's palm descended, shattering Yang Xuanzhan's body like porcelain, energy erupting in a brilliant explosion that illuminated the heavens, dazzling in its intensity. Yang Xuanzhan could never have fathomed that he would meet his demise here today. As a formidable figure in the early stages of void refinement, endowed with a lifespan of 5,000 years, he was unexpectedly vanquished by Jiang Ping'an, who had only grasped the 2nd tier of laws. A generation's leader from the extreme sword sect had fallen. Xiaqing trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Ping'an had truly slain a void refinement powerhouse. The reality was utterly terrifying. Jiang Ping'an remained composed. This was not the first void refinement being he had slain, nor would it be the last. Thunder rumbled as the curse upon him activated. Dark clouds enveloping the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended, as if intent on annihilating the world. Jiang Ping'an did not evade. He stood calmly in the air, allowing the lightning to strike him. He discerned that the curse's effect, which brought down lightning upon slaying beings, was correlated with the strength of those he had killed. The stronger the being, the mightier the lightning that fell. The force of this lightning would injure even an ordinary void refinement expert, yet, for Jiang Ping'an, blessed with the sacred demon body, it posed no significant threat. Amidst the tempest, an idea struck Jiang Ping'an. He recalled Meng Jing mentioning that the cultivators of the Lei family possessed robust physiques, attributed to their frequent practice of tempering their bodies with thunder. The Lei family had numerous advanced secret techniques regarding body tempering with lightning. Jiang Ping'an felt that these techniques would be a perfect match for him. Unable to comprehend the laws at present, he opted for the path of becoming an immortal through physical prowess. By slaying beings, he could summon lightning. The more powerful the beings he dispatched, the greater and more potent the lightning he could attract, transforming the detrimental effects of the curse into a means of body tempering through the cursed thunder seemed an ingenious prospect. Chapter 328. Chaotic Thunderfruit. As the thunder tribulation concluded, Jiang Ping'an emerged unscathed. Observing his robust physique, Xiaqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she pinched her fingers in disbelief. Your physique has become astonishingly formidable. Even a void refinement expert could not injure you. It is simply that he was too weak, Jiang Ping'an replied calmly. Xiaqing shot him a disapproving glance. How could a void refinement expert be deemed weak? It was merely that he was too strong. Jiang Ping'an collected the corpse of the fallen expert. Surmising that it would possess some resources, while they may not be directly useful, they could be offered as sacrifices to the treasure basin. The four returned to their flying vessel, reactivating the protective shield as they journeyed back to the Great Xia. Situ Lingfeng, await your reckoning. Jiang Ping'an stood upon the vessel, his eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent. Seizing his talent would not go unpunished. The extraordinary aptitude he had painstakingly attained felt akin to the theft of a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an, remaining in the Eastern Sea, sought out Lei Lan. Aunt Lan, what is the strongest body tempering technique of your Lei family? In the entire realm of cultivation, the Lei family was renowned for their unparalleled comprehension of the power of thunder. Lei Lan immediately deduced Jiang Ping'an's intention. Are you planning to pursue the path of pure body cultivation? Jiang Ping'an nodded, reasoning that defeating enemies would naturally attract thunder, which would be perfect for tempering his body. Lei Lan acknowledged the idea, deeming it quite clever. However, the most advanced body tempering techniques are the very essence of the Lei family and cannot be divulged. The technique she had previously provided to Jiang Ping'an, titled Thunder Flash, was given at great personal risk, as it could have drawn severe punishment from the sect. Had it not been for her daughter awakening the Xianlei body and pleading on behalf of the family, she would have faced significant repercussions. The most elite core techniques are as valuable as divine treasures or even quasi-mortal artifacts. They are the foundation of any powerful faction and cannot be purchased. I can, however, seek out some decent body tempering methods within the family, though they will not compare to those top-tier secrets. Lei Lan yearned to assist Jiang Ping'an, but she lacked the authority. Even the head of the Lei family would face penalties for carelessly leaking advanced techniques. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ping'an inquired, "Is there truly no way to acquire the most advanced body tempering techniques? Would trading treasures not suffice? Without mastering elite techniques, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when contending with formidable foes. He would eventually seek revenge against the Chaos Body, who had mastered 32 elite secret arts and possessed the ability to devour, making him even stronger. Without grasping top-tier techniques, he would stand no chance against the Chaos Body." Lei Lan shook her head, stating that the Lei family would not sell their elite body tempering arts unless, perhaps, one could obtain a Chaos Thunder Fruit, which might allow for the exchange of higher-tier techniques. Chaos Thunder Fruit? Jiang Ping'an's expression reflected confusion, as it was the first time he had heard of such a fruit. Lei Lan explained, "The Chaos Thunder Fruit is a rare fruit that grows under the influence of chaotic power, offering extraordinary benefits to thunder-based cultivators. It is a pinnacle divine fruit, a transformation of the Azure Thunder Fruit, altered by chaotic forces. Consuming this fruit allows one to comprehend chaotic thunder power, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of thunder cultivators. Unfortunately, such fruits only manifest in the Chaos Forbidden Zone." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an felt a chill run through him. Among the world's 3 great forbidden zones, Darkness Forbidden Zone, Chaos Forbidden Zone, and Time Forbidden Zone, the Abyss Forbidden Zone he had previously stumbled into paled in comparison. The Abyss Forbidden Zone had nearly claimed his life. What chance did he have against the Chaos Forbidden Zone? Observing Jiang Ping'an's expression, Lei Lan spoke with compassion. "I will do everything in my power to procure the finest body tempering techniques from the sect. This child has suffered greatly. His talent has been stolen. He has been slandered and cursed. It is truly heart-wrenching." Jiang Ping'an continued to inquire, "Is it possible to cultivate the Chaos Thunder Fruit using chaotic power and Azure Thunder Fruits?" "Certainly, but chaotic power is exceedingly rare. Aside from the Chaos Forbidden Zone, it is likely found only within the Chaos Body itself, making cultivation extraordinarily difficult." Lei Lan sighed in resignation, acknowledging that this possibility might also be non-existent. She retrieved a communication talisman to contact her clan members for assistance in locating some body tempering techniques. Unbeknownst to Lei Lan, a glimmer of determination sparked in Jiang Ping'an's eyes. While others may lack chaotic power, he possessed it. He could replicate resources using the treasure-gathering pot, albeit at the expense of some resources. Returning to the financial source chamber to procure a blue thunder fruit, Jiang Ping'an contemplated attempting to cultivate a chaotic thunder fruit. Uncertain of the outcome, he chose to keep this endeavor to himself for the time being. Once he succeeded in cultivating the chaotic thunder fruit, he intended to approach the Lei family for their premier body refining techniques. "Is there any particular body refining technique you desire? Is it intended for Jiang Ping'an?" A distant, indifferent voice resonated from the communication jade talisman, revealing an elderly tone. Jiang Ping'an's innate gifts had been stripped away, and he bore a curse that rendered him incapable of cultivation. Such a person was deemed unworthy of the family's resources. Lei Lan's expression darkened as she addressed the talisman. "Elder 7, I am merely seeking to replicate a body refining technique, not the most superior one, and it would not consume any resources." The 7th elder's voice turned frigid. "On what grounds does Jiang Ping'an deserve such consideration? Our Lei family's techniques are not to be carelessly bestowed upon outsiders. Furthermore, ensure that Xiao Jing maintains her distance from Jiang Ping'an. The family has already initiated actions to allow her to conclude her military service prematurely in return for seclusion and training." Lei Lan raised her voice. "Xiao Jing is capable of making her own decisions. Do not meddle in her affairs. Xiao Jing has a fiery temperament. If you push her too hard, do not expect to attain the immortal thunder body. Are you threatening this elder?" The truth was undeniable. Xiao Jing possessed the immortal thunder body because Jiang Ping'an had gifted her 4 heavenly mystery pills in her early years, establishing the foundation for her awakening. Without Jiang Ping'an, there would be no present-day Xiao Jing. Lei Lan had already discerned the reasons behind Meng Jing's awakening of the immortal thunder body. The Lei family owed its possession of the immortal thunder body to Jiang Ping'an. The 7th elder scoffed. "Even lies must have a semblance of reason. What is Jiang Ping'an? Capable of producing 4 heavenly mystery pills? That is the reality." Before Lei Lan could respond further, Jiang Ping'an interjected. "Enough. Do not let this old fool affect your mood. The seventh elder, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated. "You insolent brat! Whom do you insult?" Before the elder could finish, Lei Lan severed the communication. Apologetically, she regarded Jiang Ping'an. "Do not be upset. The seventh elder is not malevolent, merely more concerned with family interests." Understood. Jiang Ping'an felt no anger. This world operated on the principles of self-interest and personal power. Once he cultivated the chaotic thunder fruit, they would undoubtedly be inclined to negotiate. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an's avatar, after several months, finally returned to the Great Xia Imperial City alongside Xia Qing and others. Upon entering the city, several figures swiftly approached them. "Ah, ninth sister. Long time no see. I almost thought you perished out there. I celebrated for a long while." The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, greeted warmly, his corpulence visibly quivering. Xia Tianlu, the fourth prince of Great Xia, held a deep-seated animosity towards Xia Qing, having previously orchestrated a scheme that led to Xia Qing's slaying of a prince, resulting in her demotion. To prevent her return, Xia Tianlu had even resorted to hiring assassins to eliminate Jiang Ping'an, nearly poisoning him to death. Fortunately, the 10,000 poisons 7 stars insect had saved his life. Feigning nonchalance, Xia Tianlu cast a glance at Jiang Ping'an. "Oh, is that not our great genius, Jiang Ping'an? I've heard tales of our esteemed genius achieving remarkable feats in the Eastern Sea, contending with the chaotic body, a prodigious talent indeed. I was previously blind to your merits and sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive my past transgressions." Xia Tianlu clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition. Yet the smile that danced upon his lips was hardly sincere, oozing with mockery toward Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 329. The shock of Xia Tianlu in the past. Upon hearing about Jiang Ping'an's remarkable feats, Xia Tianlu had succumbed to despair, contemplating a retreat to a remote locale to live as a carefree king, relinquishing his ambitions for the throne. The prowess of such a genius, once fully realized, could easily eclipse not only Xia Qing's claim to the imperial seat, but even Xia Tianlu's own aspirations for sovereignty. However, upon learning of Jiang Ping'an's curse, which rendered him incapable of further cultivation and stripped him of his devouring aptitude, Xia Tianlu was nearly driven to madness with joy, celebrating for several consecutive days. With Jiang Ping'an incapacitated, Xia Qing's most formidable asset had been utterly destroyed. Although Xia Qing still possessed the divine phoenix body, Yin Huang, Xia Tianlu had the support of the Li family as well, thus preserving his chances in the race for the throne. With a grin, Xia Tianlu regarded Jiang Ping'an, the prodigy, declaring that the future of the Great Xia would depend on him. With Jiang Ping'an present, the prospects for their nation seemed promising. Silence. Xia Qing's mere presence was enough to induce revulsion in Xia Tianlu, who was acutely aware that his rival was deliberately mocking Jiang Ping'an's loss of talent. An overwhelming aura emanated from Xia Qing, instantly forcing Xia Tianlu's corpulent form to kneel before her. Upon sensing the terrifying energy surrounding Xia Qing, Xia Tianlu's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. The refining void stage. "This is impossible. How could you have advanced so swiftly?" Achieving such a level before the age of 100 was unprecedented in the vast history of Great Xia, where no such prodigy had emerged. How could his sister possess such phenomenal talent? Although Xia Qing had concealed her innate divine body talent, it had been exposed by Situ Lingfeng. Yet it had not fully circulated among the populace. While the higher echelons of Great Xia may have become privy to this knowledge, the majority remained unaware. Despite Xia Qing's exceptional endowment, her rapid ascension was largely attributable to Jiang Ping'an's guidance. During the years spent in the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, Jiang Ping'an had bestowed upon her a plethora of Fire Lotus enlightenment seeds and facilitated her cultivation within the temporal palace. Thus, her breakthrough to the refining void realm occurred at an astonishing pace, which would have been otherwise unattainable within a century. Disregarding Xia Tianlu, Jiang Ping'an turned to Xia Qing and stated, "Sister Xia, we must first visit the financial source chamber." He had numerous matters to address there, such as discerning the function of the yellowed parchment artifact, procuring Qing Lei fruits, and exchanging resources for Xiao Shui. Once their purchases were complete, they would proceed to the Imperial Secret Realm to consult with an elder regarding methods to lift the curse. "After we conclude our errands, come to my estate." With a swift kick, Xia Qing sent Xia Tianlu flying out of sight. Parting ways, Jiang Ping'an, Jiang Xiao Shui, and Yi Wuqing headed toward the financial source chamber. Upon entering, Jiang Ping'an addressed Yi Wuqing, saying, If you cannot acquire any techniques or treasures pertaining to the laws of death, or if resources fall short, do not hesitate to inform me. That will suffice, Yi Wuqing replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, remarking that resources were perpetually insufficient. Even with his wealth, he hesitated to claim that he had enough. With the limited resources available, purchasing a quality technique would deplete their reserves. After Yi Wuqing was escorted away by a maid, Jiang Ping'an led Jiang Xiaoshui into an opulent private room. The proprietor of the establishment, Wang Qinghai, entered with a smile, greeting, "Young friend Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again." He was the same individual who had attended to Jiang Ping'an during his previous acquisition of the sacred body spine. As Jiang Ping'an entered the financial source chamber, Wang Qinghai received the news and personally welcomed him. He enthusiastically prepared a pot of tea for Jiang Ping'an, whose invigorating properties he had previously pilfered a sample of. It was astonishing how, in just a few decades, Jiang, the young friend, had risen to such prominence, earning a formidable reputation across the realm. Wang Qinghai set down his teacup and took a seat across from Jiang, his face reflecting a mix of admiration and lament. Ultimately, had it not all been in vain? Jiang Ping'an shrugged and pushed a cup of tea towards Jiang Xiaoshui. Given the opportunity to break the curse, Jiang, the young friend, would undoubtedly rise again. Wang Qinghai possessed all the information regarding Jiang Ping'an and was well aware of the boy's past. Jiang Ping'an wasted no time in small talk, inquiring about the Qinglei fruit. "Please wait while I check," Wang Qinghai replied, placing his hands on a table inscribed with intricate runes. A multitude of mysterious symbols ascended, forming a luminous screen upon which words floated. Jiang Xiaoshui, with her delicate white hands cradling the teacup, gazed in wonder at the scene before her. "Father, what is this? It's so marvelous," Jiang Ping'an explained. "This is a special formation. They have integrated relevant information into it. Through this formation, one can ascertain details about the desired items." This formation greatly enhanced the operational efficiency of the financial source chamber. By inputting the name of an item, one could discover its whereabouts. It seems this formation has numerous applications. It can defend, attack, and even assist in cultivation, Jiang Xiaoshui remarked in awe. Jiang Ping'an nodded, recognizing that formations exemplify the manipulation of celestial laws. Mastery of formations allows for the crafting of talismans and the creation of formation flags, enabling one individual to withstand legions or vanquish foes across realms. He had once aspired to learn formations, but had never found the time to pursue such studies. Hearing of their profound capabilities, Jiang Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled. "Father, may I learn formations?" "Of course, Xiaoshui, you can pursue whatever you desire," Jiang Ping'an replied with a gentle smile. Though Xiaoshui's innate talent was modest, even after consuming awakening elixirs and 5 heavenly profound pills, she had only managed to awaken 2 forms of flawless spirit bodies. Currently, her combat prowess barely allowed her to contend with 7 or 8 opponents of the same tier, rendering her quite ordinary. Since Xiaoshui had never engaged in combat, a supportive role would suit her well. "I have found the information," Wang Qinghai announced. "While this divine fruit is precious, it is not rare. The Lei family releases some each year, and there are 2 in stock at the Great Yin Dynasty. They can be procured, 1 for each law. They are not exorbitantly priced." Jiang Ping'an had assumed that the Qinglei fruit, being referred to as a divine fruit, would command a high price. Wang Qinghai chuckled and shook his head, stating it was not inexpensive. Even 1 law would entice an ordinary transformation realm cultivator, while 10 laws could drive a transformation realm practitioner to take risks. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, having long forgotten the struggles faced by ordinary cultivators due to his perennial abundance of resources. Many cultivators, upon reaching the transformation realm, could barely manage to possess 1 or 2 laws. "I will purchase both," Jiang Ping'an declared. "Acquire the finest rune books, formation texts, and all instructional materials related to formations and runes for the adept." Since Xiaoshui wished to study formations, it was only fitting to procure the best. Wang Qinghai cautioned, "Jiang Xiaoyu may be unaware of the expenses associated with this field. Some advanced runes, even a single one, can be worth several laws. And the tutorials for talismans sold by the powerful are exorbitantly priced." Wang Qinghai cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoshui and continued, "Your daughter is a novice and may not possess the talent for runes. Blindly purchasing too many items could lead to a waste of funds. The amount in your card is just enough to acquire some beginner rune books. The last statement was the crux of Wang Qinghai's message. You have no money left. His previous remarks were mainly intended to spare Jiang Ping'an's feelings and provide a way out. Jiang Ping'an discerned Wang Qinghai's implication and produced a storage ring, placing it before him. What resources can this be exchanged for? Wang Qinghai picked up the ring, his consciousness probing within, and his pupils constricted sharply. You actually brought something like this out. Chapter 330. Information on celestial paper. Wang Qinghai gazed at the 18-armed octopus within the storage ring, unable to conceal his astonishment. This creature spanned several dozen miles, emanating the power of destruction. Such a rare item. 100 laws. How about that? Wang Qinghai tentatively offered. The corpses imbued with the power of the laws are typically from beings of the integration stage. Were it any other creature, the price would not reach 100 laws. However, this being is exceptionally unique, belonging to a forbidden zone, and contains the rare power of destruction laws. Due to its scarcity, the price is understandably higher. Wang Qinghai did not anticipate that Jiang Ping'an, after escaping from the forbidden zone, would manage to recover such a high-level being. He was indeed fortunate. Very well. Jiang Ping'an did not haggle, as 100 laws far exceeded his expectations. Seeing the decisiveness in his demeanor, Wang Qinghai felt elated and proactively suggested. As I happen to be a formation master with profound expertise in formations, I can select some rune books and courses to assist your daughter in learning formation runes step by step. How much do you intend to spend on learning resources? My friend, Wang Qinghai needed to ascertain the specifics of Jiang Ping'an's expenditure to recommend suitable cultivation resources. The recently exchanged laws will all be used to acquire resources for formation mastery, Jiang Ping'an replied calmly. Wang Qinghai was taken aback. This indeed represented 100 laws, enough to procure half a volume of top-tier techniques. It was uncertain whether to deem Jiang Ping'an careless with resources or overly indulgent toward his daughter. Jiang Ping'an did not perceive the expenditure as excessive, as he possessed a multitude of such 18-armed octopus corpses in his storage space. By the way, Senior Wang, do you happen to know of any celestial artifacts capable of removing curses? Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an mention this matter, Wang Qinghai's eyes filled with sympathy. I have not heard of any celestial artifact with the ability to remove curses. What a remarkable talent among the human race. Cursed and unable to further comprehend the laws of cultivation. Is there any information regarding celestial artifacts? I would like to take a look, Jiang Ping'an inquired. In truth, Jiang Ping'an was not seeking a celestial artifact to lift a curse. He merely wished to understand the function of the yellowed paper celestial artifact. Were he to ask directly about this matter, it might raise suspicions. Thus, Jiang Ping'an opted to inquire about celestial artifacts that could remove curses, leading Wang Qinghai to believe he sought information for the purpose of curse removal. The intelligence regarding celestial artifacts is not a profound secret and can be accessed. Wang Qinghai activated the formation, and the screen illuminated with pertinent information about these celestial weapons. Friend Jiang, please take a look while I select resources from the warehouse. I appreciate your assistance. Jiang Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and began to peruse the information concerning the most exceptional celestial weapons of the human race. Celestial artifacts are formidable weapons that have the power to alter the fate of humanity, significantly narrowing the chasm between humans and myriad other races. Since the departure of the mighty beings from the era of the Great Emperor, no new celestial artifacts have been born, leaving the existing ones as the most formidable assets of various factions. Thunder God Drum summons divine thunder capable of annihilating all living beings. An artifact of the ancient Thunder clan, Mirror of Past, Present, and Future, possesses the ability to view all temporal realms. Judge's Pen can alter causality, reverse the future, and inscribe the laws of heaven and earth. As Jiang Ping'an gazed upon these celestial artifacts, his emotions surged violently. The sheer terror of their power was astonishing, each weapon evoking a sense of incredulity. However, the cost of utilizing these celestial artifacts is exorbitant. Major factions typically refrain from activating such treasures unless in fierce competition for relics or facing life and death crises, as the consumption is immense. Even the most elite cultivators in the tribulation stage cannot unleash their full potential. The last emergence of a celestial artifact occurred during the opening of the Great Emperor's ruins when numerous powerful beings ventured within to seize treasures. Artifacts like the Mirror of Past, Present, and Future and the Judge's Pen, which are intricately tied to causality, impose even greater restrictions, their backlash effects deterring their use. Jiang Ping'an meticulously studied the descriptions of these celestial artifacts, hoping to glean knowledge for potential future encounters. The celestial artifacts in existence are scarce, numbering only in the dozens and primarily held by significant human factions. Soon, Jiang Ping'an stumbled upon the information regarding the yellowed paper celestial artifact. The origins of this celestial paper are shrouded in mystery, its creator unknown, and its functions unclear, though it is suspected to be linked to the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. It was once held by the 8-armed squid clan of the Eastern Sea, lost within the Abyssal Forbidden Zone 3,000 years ago. Upon seeing this vague description, Jiang Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly. There was no information regarding the capabilities of this celestial artifact. The records indicated that the celestial paper had been utilized multiple times for defensive purposes by the 8-armed squid. Was its function limited to this alone? This revelation left Jiang Ping'an somewhat disheartened. Perhaps he would bestow the celestial paper upon Xiaoxue for her protection. Her innocence and naivety could benefit from such a formidable means of defense. He himself possessed a replica of the judge's pen, which sufficed for his needs. Given his current realm, he could not fully harness the true potential of these weapons. Their effects would remain similar. Not to mention, even with the formidable heaven-shaking demon staff, Jiang Ping'an could not manifest its true power. Continuing to explore the information on other celestial artifacts, he hoped to uncover details about the treasure-gathering basin. However, after reviewing all the celestial artifacts, he found no mention of this particular item. The capabilities of the treasure-gathering basin are so extraordinary that it cannot possibly be anything but a celestial artifact. Why, then, was there no information regarding it? The only individual privy to the knowledge of the treasure-gathering basin seems to be the elder beneath Divine Island, who appeared to possess insights into its nature yet refrained from disclosing them. Jiang Ping'an perused the information regarding the celestial artifact, while Wang Qinghai had already organized the resources for studying formations and brought them forth. Wang Qinghai handed everything over to Jiang Xiaoxue, assuring her that she could inquire at any time if she had questions, as he had devoted centuries to the study of formation runes and considered himself quite proficient. "Thank you, esteemed senior," Jiang Xiaoxue replied politely. "Not at all. The Qing Lei fruit will arrive in a couple of days. We can assist in delivering it," Wang Qinghai said with great enthusiasm. Jiang Ping'an had expended a considerable fortune this time, enabling Wang Qinghai to earn a substantial commission. Who does not appreciate a wealthy patron? After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Jiang Ping'an turned to leave. Yi Wuqing had long since completed her purchases and stood at the entrance like a guardian deity, waiting. "Did you acquire the martial arts technique?" Jiang Ping'an inquired. "Indeed, it is a swordsmanship created by Senior Shenfeng," Yi Wuqing replied, a glimmer of excitement evident in her eyes, clearly pleased with the technique. Jiang Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Shenfeng, a disciple of the Holy King, had emerged from the Forbidden Zones, or he was undoubtedly among humanity's mightiest. A sword technique crafted by this senior must be formidable. The trio departed from the Kaishan Chamber of Commerce and returned to the residence of Xia Qing. Within the estate, Xia Qing was absent, her whereabouts unknown. The emperor of the great Xia Yuanhao, sat beneath the Bodhi tree, his expression rather grim. When he turned to Jiang Ping'an, the warmth in his demeanor had dissipated, and he spoke directly. "I have inquired with the elder regarding the martial arts projection, but they do not know how to lift the curse." Jiang Ping'an, already aware of the outcome, displayed no emotional upheaval. "I appreciate your assistance, Your Majesty." "It was no trouble," Xia Yuanhao replied, straightening his collar. "Your engagement to Xia Qing has always been her shield. Now that she has become a formidable force, this shield is no longer necessary. I intend to dissolve it. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly, Xia Jie's marriage should not be taken lightly," Jiang Ping'an responded earnestly. Xia Yuanhao nodded in satisfaction, approached Jiang Ping'an, and patted his shoulder. "Life is unpredictable. Face reality with composure. To have risen from humble beginnings to this point, and to become a transcendent cultivator, is commendable. Devote yourself to your training. You are still young and have many opportunities ahead." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Yuanhao walked towards the exit. At that moment, Xia Qing returned from outside. Now, she had regained her former noble and dignified demeanor, adorned in exquisite and elegant garments that exuded a regal princess aura. Gazing at her father, Xia Yuanhao, she coldly demanded, "What brings you here? Have you spoken ill of my brother?" "I was merely having a casual conversation," Xia Yuanhao replied with a faint smile. Ignoring his father, she turned to Jiang Ping'an and declared, Brother, disregard any nonsense this old man has uttered. I am your father. Is it so disrespectful to address me thus? Xia Yuanhao retorted. Jiang Ping'an is still my man, Xia Qing replied, lifting her chin slightly, resembling a queen asserting her sovereignty. Father has just dissolved our engagement, and Ping'an has consented. Your decisions carry little weight. I have yet to agree, Xia Qing said, her face brimming with haughty disdain. Xia Yuanhao's expression darkened considerably. This daughter increasingly disregards propriety, showing no respect even to her biological father. What does it amount to? Merely possessing the lunar divine body? Merely acquiring the secret techniques of the great emperor? Merely being esteemed by the ancestral figure? Merely breaking through to the void refinement realm within a century? Aside from these, what else is there to take pride in? Xia Yuanhao departed, filled with resentment. Xia Qing approached Jiang Ping'an and assured him, Fear not. As long as I remain in the great Xia, no one can harm you. Thank you. Jiang Ping'an felt a warm current flow through him. This sister, aside from her unrefined behavior when alone, is quite admirable in the presence of others. Do we even need to thank each other? Xia Qing raised her hand, intending to pat Jiang Ping'an's head, but suddenly recalled that he had already matured into a handsome young man, retracting her hand mid-motion. From my father's attitude towards you, you must understand that the elder cannot lift your curse. It matters not. If I cannot comprehend the laws, I can become a soul master or focus solely on body refinement. Although Jiang Ping'an harbored some reluctance within, he would not indulge in self-pity. As long as there is a path, he will boldly tread forward, even if it leads to his own destruction. If one cannot grasp the laws, the path of a soul master is equally arduous, Xia Qing gently reminded him. How will I know without attempting? Jiang Ping'an replied with a calm smile. Then let us try. Xia Qing, understanding Jiang Ping'an's character, recognized that once he set his mind to something, no one could deter him. Accompanied by a fragment of Jiang Ping'an's essence, they ventured into the magical abyss within the royal secret realm, a place teeming with negative and dark energies that could temper the spirit. The extent of Jiang Ping'an's progress would depend on his own fortune. Upon entering the secret realm, many talented individuals cultivating within took notice of Jiang Ping'an. Look, that person is Jiang Ping'an, remarked a genius who had previously encountered him. He had once swept through all geniuses within the secret realm, creating a realm of his own that was nothing short of breathtaking, causing all others to fade into obscurity. Alas, as they say, fleeting glory is of little consequence. It is uncertain who will ultimately prevail. As these individuals gazed upon Jiang Ping'an, their eyes reflected sympathy and lamentation. Others bore smiles, reveling in the misfortune of a fallen genius. Witnessing a prodigy descend from grace is indeed a source of delight. Jiang Ping'an remained expressionless, as though these discussions bore no relevance to him. Arriving at the entrance of the magical abyss, a dark, somber, and frigid aura emanated from within, inducing a sense of oppression. The thin, elderly guardian who once stood watch there still occupied his post. Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, the elder opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, merely letting out a sigh. To witness a genius rise and then fall is the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where countless gifted individuals meet untimely demise. Those like Jiang Ping'an could be considered fortunate, for they at least remain alive. Sister Xia, it is time to return, Jiang Ping'an stated, taking steady steps into the magical abyss. Here, he had awakened his spiritual power, and it is here that he would continue to forge his will. Xia Qing watched as Jiang Ping'an's broad silhouette gradually faded from view. Turning to the venerable elder beside the cave entrance, she respectfully inquired, Senior, is it possible for Jiang Ping'an to traverse the path of a soul master without grasping the laws? The emaciated elder shook his head, stating that since the inception of the cultivation system by the Holy King, the essence of cultivation had been intricately woven into the heavenly laws. The remarkable Soul King, through this integration, established the lineage of soul cultivation. The laws of the heavens serve as the foundation of the current cultivation system, significantly influencing the potency of one's spiritual power. While not entirely synonymous, the correlation is of utmost importance. Lacking the comprehension of these laws, one's spiritual prowess is destined to remain feeble. Xia Qing, perplexed, asked if that is the case. How did soul cultivators practice before the establishment of the soul cultivation system by the Soul King? The elder elucidated, in the past, there were few soul cultivators. To amplify their spiritual power, they endured countless harrowing cycles of reincarnation. Failure to persevere led to death, and only those who survived could embark on this arduous journey. Such a method of cultivation is fraught with peril, and urging Jiang Ping'an down this path is tantamount to sentencing him to death. As the conversation turned to the Soul King, the elder could not help but elaborate further. Regrettably, the Soul King did not ascend to immortality. In pursuit of vengeance for his beloved, he infiltrated the enemy's clan and obliterated the entire lineage with a mere thought, ultimately resulting in his own demise. He remains the only one among the 10 most formidable beings of humanity who did not achieve immortality, a poignant loss indeed. Decades ago, rumors surfaced regarding the Soul King's ocular relic, though they were likely false, as no subsequent information emerged. Had it been genuine, it would have surely incited a tempest within the realm of cultivation. Reflecting on the tale of the Soul King, the elder's face bore the weight of nostalgia. Xia Qing cast a worried glance towards the abyss, realizing that Jiang Ping'an was destined to find no solace on the path of soul cultivation. The ancient road of soul cultivation was fraught with horrors and peril. She could not allow Jiang Ping'an to discover this truth, for if he did, he would undoubtedly attempt to pursue it. Jiang Ping'an ventured deeper into the cave, a place where the Holy King once severed his malevolent thoughts. Steeped in a plethora of negative emotions. As he delved further, an array of adverse feelings surged within him: loathing for the Chu kingdom, murderous intent towards the chaotic entity, and indignation at the slanders he faced. Rather than resisting these emotions, Jiang Ping'an embraced them, recognizing that such negativity is a testament to his existence as a living being. His resolve lay in enduring more than others, refraining from succumbing to extremes. He buried this hatred deep within, transforming it into a driving force for his journey ahead. This time, he ventured deeper than before, nearing the cave's terminus. Since the inception of the abyss, no soul had traversed such depths. Suddenly, a pitch-black apparition manifested before Jiang Ping'an, evoking a chilling sensation reminiscent of entering the frozen tundras of the northern domain. The shadow morphed into an apparition of Jiang Ping'an himself, albeit with a more sinister countenance. Do you yearn for strength? Do you crave vengeance? Simply merge with me, and we shall attain everything we desire. Can you lead me to immortality? Jiang Ping'an's desires and greed surged within him. Indeed, I can. The shadow replied with an air of certainty. Once we unite, immortality is assured. You certainly possess an audacious flair for exaggeration. Jiang Ping'an disregarded the shadow, settling down on the ground to refine his spirit. The shadow's expression froze, feeling utterly slighted by the indifference. It let out a menacing roar. I am the divine will of the Holy King, possessing supreme power. Do you not believe me? I do, Jiang Ping'an replied dismissively. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's nonchalance, the shadow became infuriated. How dare you treat me with such disdain? Today, I shall drive you to madness. With a furious roar, the shadow transformed into a wisp of black smoke and infiltrated Jiang Ping'an's being, amplifying various negative and malevolent thoughts 1,000-fold. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. This illusion felt rather authentic. Very well, let us see who can overpower whom. Thus began his struggle against the onslaught of negative emotions. To prevent these wicked thoughts from affecting his other self, Jiang Ping'an temporarily severed the conscious connection with this body. The avatar of the sacred demon body was in the princess's residence, bringing Jiang Xiaoxue into the time palace for her training. Xiaoxue, here is this celestial paper for you to use. It is a celestial artifact. Remember, do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary, nor disclose it to anyone, lest it bring about your demise, Jiang Ping'an solemnly instructed as he handed the celestial paper to Jiang Xiaoxue. Its purpose remained unclear, yet it was indeed a celestial artifact imbued with the essence of the great Tao. If outsiders were to learn of it, they would covet it. Jiang Xiaoxue nodded earnestly, understanding that celestial artifacts were the pinnacle of human weaponry, holding immense value. Her father's kindness astounded her. He even entrusted her with such a treasure. There was no one in the world better than her father. Those who harmed him were villains, and once she mastered the formation, she would eliminate anyone who dared to bully him. Jiang Ping'an was thoroughly pleased with his obedient and diligent foster daughter, never having to worry about her. After giving his advice, he departed to focus on his body refinement studies. Jiang Xiaoxue beamed at the celestial artifact in her hands, saying sweetly, "Hello, little paper. My name is Jiang Xiaoxue. I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, a line of text appeared on the yellowed paper. Hello. I look forward to your guidance as well. Chapter 332. Visitors from the Radiant Moon Sanctuary. Jiang Ping'an remained oblivious to the interaction between Xiaoxue and the celestial paper. One could only wonder what expression he would wear if he discovered that the artifact he had struggled to comprehend for so long reacted merely to a greeting from Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, too, was unaware that Jiang Ping'an was oblivious to this occurrence. 2 days later, the Qing Lei fruit ordered from the Fortune Commerce Association arrived. The Qing Lei fruit, entirely green and resembling an ordinary green apple, shimmered with arcs of electricity, containing immense thunderous power. Jiang Ping'an held the Qing Lei fruit in his hand, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his arm due to the electrical energy. Consuming a single Qing Lei fruit would bestow one with thunderous talent. Each fruit was valued at a law of nature, equivalent to 1 billion spirit stones. Jiang Ping'an purchased 2, intending to cultivate the chaotic thunder fruit. Entering the Time Palace, Jiang Ping'an randomly selected a room and, using the judge's pen, drew a spatial barrier. With the judge's pen, there was no need to learn runes, as it enabled the crafting of formations, runes, and barriers effortlessly. The spatial barrier spanned approximately 100 square kilometers, ample space to cultivate several Qing Lei fruit trees. Jiang Ping'an procured a substantial quantity of soil, beneath which he placed an abundance of premium crystal stones, interred with the essence of chaos. He consumed a Qing Lei fruit and buried its seed within the soil. The Qing Lei fruit requires 50 years to germinate, 50 years to grow, 50 years to blossom, and 50 years to ripen, amounting to a total of 200 years for harvest. However, within the confines of the temporal palace, it would take approximately 40 years to yield fruition, a notably protracted period. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping'an possesses the patience to endure. With a lifespan of 2,000 years, 40 years is merely a fleeting moment for him. Contrasting sharply with the majority of mortals, for whom it constitutes a significant portion of life. Cultivating the Qing Lei fruit necessitates the wrath of thunder. Thus Jiang Ping'an meticulously arranged a thunder array with the judge's pen, directing the tempestuous energy towards the seed, which glimmered ever more brilliantly with each strike. The next phase involves awaiting the Qing Lei fruit to absorb the essence of chaos, ultimately giving rise to the chaotic thunder fruit. Once this is achieved, he intends to seek out the Lei family to exchange it for their premier body refining techniques. Previous inquiries at the Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce revealed that the Lei family's thunder-based body refining methods are unrivaled throughout the realm of cultivation, particularly the divine thunder body refinement technique, which, when mastered, can rival even the barbarian tribes and the body dominators. Lacking the ability to comprehend the laws, Jiang Ping'an can currently only aspire to achieve immortality through physical and spiritual transcendence. He had anticipated a period of tranquility and stability ahead, yet fate proved otherwise. Before long, emissaries from the Haoyue sacred land arrived. The atmosphere within the imperial hall was tense. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, seethed with indignation, vociferously condemning Jiang Ping'an as a harbinger of disaster for provoking the Haoyue sacred land. Father, such a person must be expelled from our great Xia forthwith. After all, Jiang Ping'an is not one of us. The public outcry against him is deafening, and harboring him tarnishes our nation's reputation. This scourge must be eradicated swiftly. Though Xia Tianlu seemed to assail Jiang Ping'an, his true target was Xia Qing. He well understood that, given Xia Qing's character, she would not forsake Jiang Ping'an. Rather, she would strive to protect him fervently. Such an act would pit Great Xia against the Haoyue sacred land. Therefore, Xia Qing's defense of Jiang Ping'an would be perceived as a threat to Great Xia, inciting the emperor's ire and dissatisfaction towards her. As anticipated, once Xia Tianlu voiced his rejection of Jiang Ping'an, Xia Qing immediately rose to object. I disagree. Xia Tianlu promptly accused her. Are you willing to pit our Great Xia against the Haoyue sacred land for the sake of a worthless individual? Xia Qing addressed the emperor. Although Jiang Ping'an may not be able to elevate his cultivation, he has contributed to Great Xia and brought honor to our nation. If we were to cast him aside now, what would others think of us? How disheartening would it be for those who have devoted themselves to our cause? Regardless of who they are, as long as they acknowledge and contribute to Great Xia, they are our people and deserve our protection. Upon hearing this, many in the court cast new, respectful glances towards Xia Qing, a considerable number of whom were not originally from Great Xia. They are apprehensive that one day, should they become obsolete or offend someone outside, they might be forsaken by the great Xia. Xia Qing's actions, however, seemed to offer these individuals, who were once not part of the great Xia, an added sense of security. Initially, this group had not intended to choose sides in the struggle for imperial power, preferring to observe the unfolding events. Yet, it appears that someone has made a choice. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, noticed the shift in the expressions of these people, and a pang of anxiety struck his heart. In his preoccupation with ensnaring Xia Qing, he had overlooked this group. Xia Tianlu, mustering his courage, remarked, "If Jiang Ping'an had offended another faction, that would be one thing, and I would indeed protect him. But he has offended the holy land of Haoyue. Does this mean we are to oppose the holy land?" Xia Qing scoffed disdainfully. The death of a saint's son is merely a trivial matter for a great power. It bears significance, yet it is not of paramount importance. Otherwise, they would not have sent merely a dozen individuals. Seated on the dragon throne, Xia Yuanhao rubbed his forehead, wishing to quell further arguments between the two. After all, the death of the saint's son of the Holy Land was a grave matter. How should it be handled? The answer was clear, according to the rules of the cultivation world. The strongest dictate terms. Xia Qing raised her head with pride, declaring, "I shall take on 10. The assembly murmured, "Arrogant, indeed far too arrogant." However, she possessed the means to be so, with the tying divine body and the legacy of the emperor's secret techniques. Even the venerable cultivators of the void refinement stage had fallen before her. Nevertheless, when Xia Qing approached the Holy Land of Haoyue for negotiations, the representatives of the Holy Land categorically refused to engage in combat with her. Before their arrival, they had gathered ample intelligence and learned of Xia Qing's concealed tying divine body and her acquisition of the emperor's secret techniques. They lacked confidence to confront such an individual. Thus, the Holy Land specifically summoned Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing to appear. Xia Qing sighed with resignation. It was this group that sought their own demise, and they had no one to blame but themselves. Engaging her in a duel would result in mere injuries at most. However, should they provoke that man, the consequences could be dire. Upon returning to her residence, Xia Qing summoned Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing. "I apologize for the trouble I have caused you," Yi Wuqing expressed with deep remorse, acknowledging that it was indeed her actions that had attracted the Holy Land of Haoyue. "It's a trivial matter," Jiang Ping'an reassured as he patted his shoulder, and together with Xia Qing, they entered the imperial palace. At that moment, the square was thronged with people, civil and military officials. The emperor and several dozen cultivators from the Holy Land of Haoyue, clad in white robes. Upon Yi Wuqing's appearance, a white token in the hands of the leading figure from the Holy Land gleamed brightly. This token, crafted through a special secret method, was a soul token capable of sensing the presence of soul imprints. Should anyone slay a member of the Holy Land, the token would react. The strikingly beautiful one must be Yi Wuqing, and the handsome figure before him was undoubtedly Jiang Ping'an. "Leave Jiang Ping'an to me. Today, I shall make my name resound throughout the world. No, Jiang Ping'an is formidable. I shall challenge him." Several late-stage transformation god cultivators from the Holy Land expressed with palpable excitement upon sighting Jiang Ping'an. Their gazes upon him resembled that of hunters eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Jiang Ping'an's renown had soared after his battles with the chaotic body. Whoever could vanquish him would achieve greater fame, a monumental honor for any cultivator. Who does not wish to have their name echo across the world? Who does not aspire to establish their legacy? The elder proclaimed that whoever could defeat Jiang Ping'an would earn the right to become a candidate for the Holy Sun. As for the one named Yi Wuqing, any random individual could easily vanquish him, so there was no need to fret about avenging the Holy Sun. Chapter 333. Overpowering the prodigies, several late-stage transformation realm cultivators from the Haoyue, the sacred land, exuded an astonishing aura, enveloped in divine radiance, with laws swirling around them, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. These individuals ranked among the most exceptional talents within the late-stage transformation realm practitioners of the Haoyue sacred land. Each of them, if placed in the Great Xia, could sweep away all late-stage transformation realm cultivators. Their arrival was solely to gain fame. Xia Qing harbored disdain for these individuals, recognizing that had Jiang Ping'an not been deprived of his talents, they would never have dared to issue a challenge. Upon hearing that Jiang Ping'an had lost his devouring talent, they seized the opportunity to bask in his notoriety, seeking to establish their names. "Jiang Ping'an, you have sheltered the person who harmed our holy sun and shown disrespect to our sacred land. Today, I shall restore our dignity. A late-stage transformation realm cultivator stepped forward, suddenly radiating a terrifying heat, encircled by a fire dragon as the surrounding space warped. The fire dragon body. This lineage, born from the fusion of dragon blood and human essence, boasted unparalleled offense and formidable defense. When cultivated to the utmost, one could even transform into a fire dragon. Its talent was on par with the divine phoenix body. The depth of the sacred land's heritage was profound. Even a random individual possessed such formidable gifts. Across the entire Great Xia, few late-stage transformation realm cultivators could stand against him. Jiang Ping'an's expression remained tranquil as an overwhelming demonic aura surged from him. In an instant, the entire palace was shrouded in this terrifying energy, the heavens and earth turning obsidian. A colossal demonic dragon materialized, spanning thousands of meters, exuding a regal, dark, and sinister presence that filled the skies. Many lower-tier cultivators felt as if a heavy stone pressed upon their chests, rendering them breathless, their teeth chattering as if they were confronted with a genuine demonic dragon. Those with the fire dragon body talent were momentarily stunned, their fire dragons extinguished under the sheer force. You wish to challenge me? Jiang Ping'an's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the hearts of the Haoyue sacred land cultivators. As they sensed the dreadful aura emanating from the demonic dragon, their bodies instinctively trembled. Was it not said that Jiang Ping'an had been rendered useless? Was this what it meant to be useless? If this was considered useless, how powerful had he once been? Merely this terrifying presence instilled an immense pressure upon them. Having just spoken hastily, they corrected themselves. There is a culprit for every grievance. We are not here for you, but for Yi Wuqing. Daoist Jiang has no connection to this matter. Our Haoyue sacred land never harms the innocent. The very cultivators who had just boasted of challenging Jiang Ping'an seemed to have forgotten their previous bravado. Jiang Ping'an's gaze was indifferent. It is I who ordered Yi Wuqing's killing. This matter is indeed related to me. As he advanced, each step he took forced those around him to retreat. Jiang Ping'an appeared as an ancient demonic deity, powerful enough to render one breathless. The countenance of the individuals from the Radiant Moon Holy Land shifted dramatically, as this individual offered them no means of retreat. Observing the silence among the cultivators of the Radiant Moon Holy Land, the Emperor of the Great Xia and his ministers fell into a similar hush. Was this the terror of Jiang Ping'an? Even stripped of his innate talent, he dominated the atmosphere, instilling fear in the elite of the Holy Land, leaving them too intimidated to confront him. Decades ago, he was but an inexperienced youth, and now he had evolved to such an imposing stature. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's formidable presence, Emperor Xia Yuanhao felt a profound sorrow. Had Jiang Ping'an not been cursed, how splendid it would be if he could continue to cultivate. With the lunar divine body and Jiang Ping'an, the Great Xia would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. Alas, Jiang Ping'an was cursed, his talents stripped away, likely destined to remain merely a cultivator at the god transformation stage for his lifetime. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, felt a pang of apprehension. Had Jiang Ping'an not been incapacitated, with Xia Qing's assistance, he would have stood no chance of claiming the throne. Yuan Xingwen, the leader of the Radiant Moon Holy Land's contingent, casually gestured and effortlessly shattered the illusory dragon hovering above Jiang Ping'an. No matter your strength, you shall only ever comprehend the second-tier laws, equivalent to a cultivator at the god transformation realm. In the eyes of our holy land, you are but an insect. Herein lies an opportunity for you to apologize, renounce your cultivation, offer us an apology, and surrender Yi Wuqing. Otherwise, Yuan Shengwen paused before continuing, bear the consequences. Though Jiang Ping'an seemed invincible at this level, there were still stages above him. The void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation stages. The Holy Land possessed numerous formidable beings. Any one of them could easily eliminate Jiang Ping'an. In the face of this threat, Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed. Spare me your pretense. You fear the ancient Thunder Clan and dare not strike, or I would have been slain long ago. Now it is either fight or flee. The ancient Thunder Clan protects the Great Xia. The Radiant Moon Holy Land would not dare to act against us over such a trivial matter, lest they provoke the Thunder Clan. Moreover, the Great Xia is not without its own strengths, with powerful guardians in place. A direct confrontation is simply not feasible. As Jiang Ping'an disregarded the threat, Yuan Shengwen's eyes narrowed, a terrifying aura emanating from within him. Are you courting death? Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to speak, Yi Wuqing suddenly grasped his shoulder. Boss, let me handle this. Since when have I become your boss? Jiang Ping'an inquired, perplexed. Yi Wuqing did not respond to his question. Instead, she stepped forward, her long sword in hand, her presence exquisite. It was I who killed the Holy Sun. The one you seek is me. If you wish for me to submit to death, I shall not comply. My life belongs to my boss. Send someone to duel with me, and if you kill me in the duel, then consider it your prowess. Step back. You are courting death. Xia Qing hastily interjected. Although Yi Wuqing had reached the initial stage of god transformation, her speed of advancement was not slow. Yet she still fell short compared to the individuals from the Radiant Moon Holy Land. He can win, Jiang Ping'an stated earnestly. With what will he win? Xia Qing questioned, perplexed at Jiang Ping'an's confidence in Yi Wuqing, who was a cultivator of the Radiant Moon Holy Land. His sword, Jiang Ping'an replied. Xia Qing's forehead furrowed in confusion as he glanced at the sword in Yi Wuqing's hand. Yi Wuqing's sword appeared to be an ordinary weapon. Could it merely be a facade, concealing a treasured blade? During their discourse, Emperor Xia Yuanhao had already sketched a spatial barrier with a broken judge's pen. Both parties were inclined to resolve their differences through combat. Xia Yuanhao wished to avoid entanglements with the Moonlight's sacred land, a formidable power shrouded in mystery. Eliminating Yi Wuqing swiftly would expedite the departure of this group. The disciples of the Moonlight's sacred land cast reluctant glances at Jiang Ping'an, their primary target for resolution, hoping to make a name for themselves. However, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away, for he was exceedingly strong, remaining formidable even after having his devouring talent taken from him. Yuan Shengwen, too, was disinterested in confronting Jiang Ping'an. This mission was solely to avenge the Holy Sun, and dispatching Yi Wuqing would suffice. He turned to several initial stage transformation cultivators, inquiring who would step forward. I have no desire to engage. It is too tedious. I do not slay nameless individuals. Without even a high-level divine body, it is not worth my effort. The initial stage transformation cultivators displayed little interest, showing no inclination to act. Though this Yi Wuqing had slain the Holy Sun, it was said to have been a sneak attack, and his combat prowess was uncertain. Due to Yi Wuqing's lack of renown, these individuals were devoid of any fighting spirit. Observing the unwillingness to engage, Yuan Shengwen shook his head in resignation. He had comprehended the rare law of death and was not weak. The law of death? Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily taken aback, including those from the great Xia, who had just learned of this revelation. The laws of life and death are two of nature's fundamental principles, possessing enigmatic and unfathomable power. Those who attain mastery over these laws are disciples of the sacred king, known as Shinfeng. His creations, the death substitution talisman, the life-sharing talisman, and the death exchange talisman, are the three great life talismans, coveted treasures sought by countless cultivators. Practitioners who comprehend the laws of life and death are exceedingly rare, and the fact that Yi Wuqing had grasped such advanced principles was astonishing. Emperor Xia Yuanhao felt a profound discomfort. Just when another genius had emerged, he found himself entangled with the sacred land. A figure, clad in white and a practitioner of the initial stage of transformation, stepped forward, wielding a sword as well. I have yet to encounter a cultivator who comprehends the law of death. I hope you do not disappoint me and can endure for a while. His expression was devoid of emotion, revealing his arrogance through his indifferent demeanor. Yi Wuqing remained silent, stepping directly into the spatial barrier. Within this spatial barrier, Yi Wuqing gently wiped the sword in his hand with his garment. He aimed to demonstrate to Jiang Ping'an that he possessed the capability to safeguard him. What merit is there in polishing a broken sword? Bai Zhou, a disciple of the Moonlight's sacred land, glanced at Yi Wuqing's sword, growing impatient with his actions. The fluctuations emanating from the sword indicated its grade. It merely contained the power of a first-tier law, poorly crafted, with low-level runes. Even the disciples of the Moonlight's sacred land at the nascent soul stage would disdain such a sword. Bai Zhou drew his white sword, instantly enveloping the entire barrier in an icy chill, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified, with each breath bringing an overwhelming sense of cold. Now this is a treasured sword. Do not dawdle. Allow me to witness the true strength of the rumored death rule. Were it not for the whispers of my opponent's possession of such a formidable power, Bai Zhou would not deign to compare himself with them. The individual before him exuded no aura of a sword cultivator, appearing rather feeble. As you wish. Yi Wuqing polished his sword, a shroud of black energy enveloping him. In that moment, the grass beneath his feet withered and perished, as if life itself had reached its end. Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an imminent threat. His hairs bristling instinctively, Yi Wuqing moved, stepping into the void, his sword slicing towards his adversary. Observing this scene, those outside the barrier shook their heads involuntarily. Too slow. Within the same realm, numerous factors influence a cultivator's combat prowess: speed, strength, defense, spiritual energy reserves, techniques, reactions, and more. Although Yi Wuqing's grasp of the death rule was powerful, his movements were too sluggish. A lack of speed rendered him incapable of inflicting harm. For cultivators of significant factions like the Sacred Land, most were well-rounded, with speed not being their shortcoming. Indeed, as Yi Wuqing lunged forward, Bai Zhou effortlessly evaded the attack. His sword imbued with the ice rule sweeping past. With a sharp sound, the icy blade sliced through Yi Wuqing's arm, severing it in an instant. The frost froze the wound, preventing blood from spilling, yet the pain was still palpable. Bai Zhou displayed a look of boredom, finding the encounter tedious. Such a remarkable power had been wasted on a swine. He had anticipated Yi Wuqing would astonish him, but was instead confronted with weakness. How could such a powerful death rule be comprehended by one so inept? Bai Zhou resolved to end the duel swiftly, no longer wishing to squander time. He swung his icy sword towards Yi Wuqing's head. At that very moment, Yi Wuqing suddenly accelerated, countering with his own strike. Bai Zhou's disdain deepened. He recognized Yi Wuqing's strategy, feigning weakness only to launch a surprise attack. This tactic might work on others, but it held little effect against prodigies like themselves. The two swords clashed, sparks flying. Yi Wuqing managed to deflect the lethal blow, yet Bai Zhou's icy blade continued its relentless advance towards his body. With a piercing sound, Yi Wuqing was impaled. Just as Bai Zhou believed the fight was nearing its conclusion, his expression shifted dramatically. His own body had also been pierced. Bai Zhou, disregarding further assault, swiftly retreated several thousand meters. Damnable fool. Witnessing his white robes stained red, Bai Zhou's indifference evaporated, replaced by a surge of fury. He had been wounded by such a wretch. It was utterly humiliating and unforgivable. Bai Zhou activated his healing technique to mend his wounds, preparing for the next strike to eliminate his foe. However, he soon realized something amiss, his complexion paling. What was happening? Why was he suddenly losing decades of his lifespan? He could feel his vitality draining rapidly. Standing across from him, despite his severed arm and pierced chest, Yi Wuqing spoke indifferently. Predecessor Shinfeng's sword technique, Life Devourer, once struck. The death rule consumes the enemy's lifespan, one strike, a century. Ignoring his injuries, as if devoid of sensation and without any healing, he charged forward once more. This time abandoning pretense, unleashing his full assault with a surge in speed. Bai Zhou was taken aback, retreating while wielding his sword, fearful of letting his opponent's blade touch him. This Yi Wuqing had actually mastered the techniques of the esteemed Elder Shinfeng. Such swordplay was terrifying, capable of siphoning away the life force of others. A cultivator at the transformation stage has a mere 2,000 years of lifespan. If struck 20 times, that life would be extinguished. Yet, Yi Wuqing deliberately allowed Bai Zhou's sword to pierce his body, seizing that fleeting moment to strike Bai Zhou once more. Bai Zhou felt his vitality being drained again, sending chills of horror through him. In that instant, Bai Zhou finally grasped Yi Wuqing's intent. It was a life for a life. His opponent seemed intent on mutual destruction. Was this madness? It is often said that as cultivators grow stronger, they become more detached, viewing life and death with indifference. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The mightier the cultivator, the more they fear death, the more they dread losing everything. Those without a future are untroubled by the prospect of demise. They possess nothing to lose, and death is merely an end. It is the cultivators with bright prospects and boundless resources who fear death, who dread losing it all. Yi Wuqing was unafraid of death because he had little to lose. But Bai Zhou was different. He was a cultivator of the Sacred Land, with a promising future ahead. The spectators outside were stunned. Yi Wuqing was entirely engaged in a life-or-death gamble, seemingly devoid of the will to survive. Bai Zhou, feeling his life slipping away and recognizing that Yi Wuqing employed techniques created by Elder Shinfeng, was gripped by fear and began to waver in resolve. In battle, Once hesitation arises, one has already lost half the fight. To hell with it. Bai Zhou roared in fury, swinging his frost blade and unleashing his most formidable sword techniques, intent on resolving the matter in one decisive blow. The air was filled with an overwhelming sword intent that seemed capable of tearing everything asunder. As the world was painted white by frost, Yi Wuqing did not evade. Instead, he ignited a century of his life force, fully unleashing the principles of death as he charged forward. Boom, boom. The clash of the frost principles against the principles of death sent powerful sword energy sweeping across the land for miles, raising clouds of dust. Yi Wuqing found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, he paid it no mind, his eyes ablaze with the intent of death as he pressed toward Bai Zhou. Undeterred by his injuries, suddenly, Yi Wuqing again sacrificed a century of his lifespan, breaking through Bai Zhou's defenses and lunged forward, severing Bai Zhou's arm with a single strike. The principles of death consuming the opponent's vitality. Madman. He is a madman. Bai Zhou was terrified, his face filled with dread, as he fled from the battle, no longer willing to contend with Yi Wuqing. If it were not for their first encounter, Bai Zhou would have thought he shared a blood feud with Yi Wuqing, who was recklessly expending his life force simply to land a single blow against him. Continuing down this path, Yi Wuqing would perish. But so too would Bai Zhou's vitality be drained. In just a few exchanges, he had already lost 300 years of his lifespan. This sword technique, known as Life Devour, was truly terrifying. Bai Zhou escaped the barrier, yet no one dared mock him. For anyone in his position would struggle to maintain composure. Truly, the principles of death, the swordplay crafted by Elder Shinfeng, were indeed formidable. In this battle, Yi Wuqing had emerged victorious. Aside from Jiang Ping'an, no one believed Yi Wuqing could triumph. I shall challenge him next. A cultivator at the initial stage of transformation emerged from the holy land of the bright moon. Although Yi Wuqing's swordsmanship was formidable, it was not difficult to handle as long as he was not attacked. Among their group, Bai Zhou was merely average. Replacing him with a more powerful cultivator could easily eliminate Yi Wuqing. However, at that moment, a figure stepped forward to block the way of the incoming cultivator. Jiang Ping'an calmly stated that the duel had concluded, and Yi Wuqing was injured and would require a century for recovery before challenging again. The emerging cultivator frowned, questioning Jiang Ping'an's audacity to negotiate with the holy land of the bright moon. Jiang Ping'an replied, "Do you wish to take advantage of another's misfortune? Are you not concerned about the disgrace it would bring?" These powerful factions greatly valued their reputation. Regardless of the pretense, it was an undeniable truth. They would consider their face, and at least on the surface, would refrain from engaging in unscrupulous actions. Yuan Shengwen, the leader of the holy land of the bright moon, coldly gazed at Jiang Ping'an. "Are you certain you wish to oppose our holy land for this individual?" Jiang Ping'an retorted, "Even if I do not protect Yi Wuqing, would you spare me?" For the same reasons mentioned earlier, powerful factions were sensitive about their pride. If he caused them to suffer a setback, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Were it not for his formidable strength, this group would have allowed him to perish before Yi Wuqing. The two parties held each other's gaze for a long while. Yuan Shengwen glanced at the people from the Great Xia and warned, "Great Xia, do not regret your actions today." With that, Yuan Shengwen turned and departed with his companions. The expressions of the Great Xia people were grim. Offending such a colossal force for Jiang Ping'an seemed hardly worthwhile. Although protected by the Lei family, the holy land of the bright moon from the southern region would not dispatch powerful cultivators to confront them directly, yet they would undoubtedly engage in subtle schemes. Many were reluctant to support Jiang Ping'an due to self-interest, but Xia Qing insisted on his protection. Additionally, Jiang Ping'an had contributed to the Great Xia, making it impossible to simply hand him over, lest it dishearten others. Yi Wuqing flew out from the barrier, one arm broken, and multiple horrific wounds marred his body, presenting a pitiable sight. No one had anticipated that Yi Wuqing would emerge victorious. Approaching Jiang Ping'an, he respectfully declared, "I did not bring shame upon my leader." This battle was merely an endeavor to prove himself to Jiang Ping'an. What shame! With such severe injuries, you should prioritize your healing. Jiang Ping'an raised his hand and invoked the technique of eternal vitality, enveloping Yi Wuqing in a green radiance that aided in his recovery. Emperor Xia Yuanhao felt a sense of resignation. Having already offended the holy land of the bright moon, they could only proceed in this manner. After all, the holy land would not come to attack them. Fortunately, they had gained another exceptional talent in Yi Wuqing. having comprehended the rare principle of death. Should he rise to power, it would be a boon for the great Xia. Xia Yuanhao smiled as he approached Yi Wuqing, producing a storage ring and presenting it to him. You performed admirably, truly a remarkable figure of our great Xia. Here are 5 principles and some additional resources. Exchange them for what you need later. 5 principles were a considerable fortune, even for cultivators at the transformation stage. Given Yi Wuqing's talent, he was certainly worthy of such investment. However, Yi Wuqing remained unmoved, not even casting a glance, standing silently before Jiang Ping'an. He harbored a disdain for this emperor, who was exceedingly superficial. Previously at the princess's residence, the emperor's seemingly cordial yet deliberately distant demeanor towards the eldest had left him feeling quite displeased. Upon observing Yi Wuqing's lack of response, the atmosphere instantly thickened, and those around them held their breath, afraid to make a sound. This Yi Wuqing was exceedingly arrogant, daring to disregard the emperor. Accepted. Without resources, cultivation is challenging, Jiang Ping'an remarked. Understood, master. Hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, Yi Wuqing finally raised his uninjured hand to accept the storage artifact, courteously expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your gracious gift, your majesty. Xia Yuanhao's expression darkened considerably. Such a frosty demeanor. Was this truly gratitude? As a mere cultivator at the transformation realm, he still required the protection of our great Xia. Yet he dared to be so presumptuous. Am I, a sovereign emperor, less esteemed than Jiang Ping'an? It was only with Jiang Ping'an's consent that he dared to receive my reward. Xia Yuanhao felt an urge to slap this impudent fellow away. Yet, in this public setting, with all eyes upon them, he refrained from acting out, for it would only add to his humiliation. Your Majesty, Princess, Yi Wuqing requires recuperation. We shall take our leave. Jiang Ping'an said, cupping his fists in salute as he led Yi Wuqing away. Xia Qing, unreservedly mocking her father, Xia Yuanhao, remarked, in the future, do not be so superficial. Fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. Who knows what the future holds? Once my brother rises anew, you shall be the one to feel embarrassed. Xia Yuanhao's face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. If he could indeed rise, I would gladly relinquish my throne to him. In frustration, Xia Yuanhao exclaimed and strode away. Jiang Ping'an's arrogance was one thing, but even a subordinate of his displayed such audacity. Without the support of our great Xia's resources, I shall see how Yi Wuqing continues his cultivation in the future. Outside the imperial city, the expressions of those from the Hao, sacred land, grew even more grim. They had never experienced such humiliation. The mere aura released by Jiang Ping'an had rendered them too intimidated to engage in battle. When confronting Yi Wuqing, they had failed to achieve a kill. Incompetent. Yuan Shengwen fumed, kicking a white boat aside. Steward, if we return like this, will the sect punish us? A cultivator anxiously inquired. They had journeyed from the southern domain, accomplishing nothing of note. Yuan Shengwen's face was clouded, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He certainly could not return empty-handed. This wretched great Xia must pay a price. His fury stemmed from the fact that this mission had implications for sect contributions. Such contributions influenced promotions and resources. As a steward, advancing further would enable him to become an elder, gaining greater power and more resources. The task of avenging the Holy Sun promised substantial contributions. Initially, he had believed this mission would be straightforward, having expended considerable resources to obtain the leadership position to secure ample contributions. Alas, the mission had failed. Unwilling to return in defeat, Yuan Shengwen resolved to leverage intelligence indicating deep-seated discord between Great Xia and the state of Chu. They could not directly confront Great Xia, but they could instigate a proxy war. Amidst the chaos, they could eliminate Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing, or even annihilate the Xia nation, seizing a few treasures to offer to their sect, thereby directly attaining the status of an elder. But what if the state of Chu refrains from action? A cultivator inquired. Should we inform the state of Chu about the Taiyin divine body? They would have no choice but to intervene, should the Taiyin divine body mature. The state of Chu would surely face obliteration. Yuan Shengwen paused for 2 seconds. Addressing the late-stage transformation cultivators, you shall disguise yourselves as Jiang Ping'an and infiltrate the territories of the nearby powers, slaughtering several cities. Stir the sentiments of the neighboring factions, urging them to act collectively. On their own, the state of Chu may indeed hesitate. However, if several major powers wish to strike, the state of Chu would not dare to hesitate. Upon hearing Yuan Shengwen's words, several cultivators were taken aback. The steward's ambition to become an elder had driven him to madness, contemplating such deeds. Steward, if the sect learns of this, we shall undoubtedly face punishment. One cultivator expressed with concern. You shall comply with my command. Once I ascend to the position of elder, it will herald your rise to prominence, Yuan Shengwen urged. Do you not wish to reside in superior cave dwellings? Do you not desire more advanced divine beast mounts? Do you not aspire to become stronger? Once I become an elder, I shall readily bestow upon you greater resources, enabling you to stand out among other prodigies. Yuan Shengwen's words resonated like a siren's call, causing many cultivators present to breathe rapidly. In the realm of cultivation, resources are paramount. A well-appointed cave dwelling accelerates one's practice, and a fine mount aids in battle. With a superior dwelling and mount, others will regard you with admiration. Ultimately, the myriad conflicts within the cultivation world are rooted in the quest for resources. If Yuan Shengwen were to become an elder, these cultivators would reap immense rewards. I beg your pardon, Steward Yuan, but I cannot partake in such actions. A cultivator suddenly interjected. He held steadfast to his principles, unwilling to engage in wanton slaughter. Bang! Yuan Shengwen effortlessly obliterated the dissenting cultivator, declaring, naive. Is this a choice you can make? He surveyed the others, asking, does anyone else wish to withdraw? I shall not impede your departure. The scent of blood wafted through the air, prompting the remaining cultivators to suppress their curses. Is this what he means by not impeding? They exchanged glances and clasped their fists in unison, pledging to heed the steward's guidance henceforth. Yuan Shengwen, satisfied, stroked his beard and said, go forth. Should you successfully complete the task and aid me in my ascent to elderhood, you shall not be wronged in the future. Thank you, Steward. Chapter 336. The crisis into Xia. Months later, Xiaqing hurriedly sought out Jiang Ping'an. A grave matter has arisen. Jiang Ping'an, engrossed in the study of body refinement and soul cultivation, slowly lifted his head upon witnessing her urgency. What is the matter? Is it about me? Indeed. A somber expression enveloped Xiaqing's exquisite face. News has just arrived that cities within the territory of Fengyan Nation and the Han Dao sect have come under attack, resulting in the untimely demise of countless lives. Both Fengyan Nation and Han Dao sect are incensed. What relevance does this have to me? Jiang Ping'an queried, puzzled. Xiaqing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, the adversary identifies himself as Jiang Ping'an, and according to the recorded footage, that is indeed your visage. Jiang Ping'an's eyes narrowed instantly, pondering whether someone was conspiring against him, particularly from the Radiant Moon Sanctuary. Recently, he had only encountered discord with that entity. Whether it was indeed them mattered not. Presently, the populace of Maple Leaf Nation and the Blade sect was seething with fury, vowing to demand retribution in blood for blood. Xiaqing's eyes blazed with indignation. His brother had suffered so gravely, and yet others sought to ensnare him further. Jiang Ping'an remained composed, contemplating for a moment before stating, Maple Leaf Nation and the Blade sect are formidable powers. Although they may not rival the Great Xia, they are by no means weak. Even in the absence of intelligence agencies, they could procure information from the Merchant Guild and ascertain that I have never actually left Great Xia. Xiaqing shook his head. You are too naive. They can indeed ascertain that it is not you, and perhaps even deduce who is responsible, but they have little interest in the truth. What then do they desire? Jiang Ping'an inquired. Anger, Xiaqing's expression grew grave. They seek the ire of the entire nation, the wrath of every sect. Jiang Ping'an began to grasp their motives. After a moment of silence, Xiaqing's voice lowered. They aim to incite war, to instigate a conflict. One must present a justifiable reason, for such a rationale bolsters morale and unites resolve. Historical precedent dictates that in a balanced contest, any party that embarks upon war without a reasonable cause is almost certain to face defeat. At present, the Maple Leaf Nation and the Blade sect have allowed rumors to flourish, even subtly encouraging them, with the intent to instigate war. These two factions have begun stockpiling resources, evidently preparing for conflict. Jiang Ping'an's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Did a conflict truly exist between Great Xia and the Maple Leaf Nation or the Blade sect? To deliberately incite war would result in countless fatalities, and these two factions, evidently inferior to Great Xia, were intent on provoking hostilities as if harboring some deep-seated vendetta. In truth, no such conflict existed. Their relationship was relatively amicable. A trace of scorn crossed Xiaqing's face, Such is the nature of this world. Should you be too powerful, they will seek to suppress you, and if you are too weak, they will subject you to humiliation. The knowledge of my possessing the lunar divine body has spread, and these neighboring factions are apprehensive. They wish to take advantage of Great Xia's nascent state, to viciously strike us, even to annihilate us and consume the bountiful resources of Great Xia. Intelligence suggests that the state of Chu is also preparing for war. These three neighbors have evidently conspired to seize this opportunity to obliterate Great Xia, and you are merely the scapegoat thrust to the forefront. Between powerful factions, the crux lies in self-interest. In the absence of conflicting interests, peace may be maintained, yet the moment grievances arise, tensions escalate. The meteoric rise of Great Xia has instilled a sense of trepidation within both the Maple Leaf Nation and the Blade Sect, fearing that should Great Xia fully mature, it would devour them. Now, with the opportunity to unite, should they succeed in overwhelming Great Xia, they would undoubtedly seize the moment. In the royal city of Maple Leaf Nation, throngs of cultivators gathered, vociferously proclaiming, "This fiend Jiang Ping'an has slaughtered our citizens. He must pay a price. My son and wife have perished, slain by Jiang Ping'an. I shall avenge my family. This matter cannot be tolerated. Does no one in the Maple Leaf Nation dare to stand against me? A resolution must be sought." The cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, many with eyes aflame with fury. Yet, those who were truly incensed remained oblivious to the fact that they were being manipulated. Some who were aware of the truth dared not voice their concerns, for to suggest that Jiang Ping'an was not the culprit could lead to being branded a traitor, facing the wrath of the masses. Others, fully aware of the reality, deliberately incited the crowd's anger, for a war would inflate the prices of elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. These stakeholders yearned for daily conflict. A similar scene unfolded within the Blade Sect. Factions within the Pill Pavilion and Forging Hall incited the disciples to harbor resentment towards Jiang Ping'an and the Great Xia, preparing for war. The most jubilant were the people of the Chu state, for the rise of Jiang Ping'an and Xia Qing had severely impacted their realm, leading them towards decline. Should the Great Xia ascend, the Chu would find themselves without recourse. Presently, the Holy Moon Sanctuary approached them, joining forces with two other major powers to devise a plan to dismantle the Great Xia. By vanquishing the Great Xia, the Chu could not only eliminate a looming threat, but also advance further. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. Though the Lei family shielded the Great Xia from external aggression, they refrained from intervening in regional disputes, lest they provoke the ire of the other two major powers, a tacit agreement among the three dominant forces of the Eastern Domain. The Chu state mobilized national resources for war preparations, certain of victory in this upcoming battle. News of these developments swept through the Great Xia. Dreaded Jiang Ping'an. It is all his fault that we face yet another war. Quickly, hand Jiang Ping'an over to quell the fury of several factions. This bears no fundamental relation to Jiang Ping'an. It is these two factions that fear us, fearing that the Great Xia has grown too formidable, posing a threat to them. Alas, if we are besieged by the Chu, the Blade Sect, and the Maple Leaf Nation, the Great Xia will be utterly overwhelmed. The news of impending war instilled great fear within many in the Great Xia, prompting families to hastily flee, seeking to escape the impending conflict. In an instant, the Great Xia was engulfed in turmoil. Jiang Ping'an found himself at the center of the storm. Within the imperial court of the Great Xia, every face bore a grave expression, the atmosphere thick with tension. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, stood in righteous anger at the court, exclaiming, "Father, this is all Jiang Ping'an's doing. I have previously warned that he is a harbinger of disaster. The true instigator behind all this is Xia Qing. Had she not insisted on protecting Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing, we would not be facing such calamity today. Father, what is most crucial now is to surrender Jiang Ping'an. Apologize to the other three factions, and marry Ninth Sister off to a powerful force to secure their support against our enemies." On the Dragon Throne, Xia Yuanhao gazed at his fourth son with profound disappointment reflected in his eyes. As one who occupied the Dragon Throne, he was indeed a cunning fox, immediately discerning the ulterior motives behind Xia Tianlu's words. While ostensibly seeking solutions to the crisis, he aimed to drive Xia Qing away. Apologies and alliances were the actions of lesser powers. Sending Xia Qing away equates to relinquishing the future of the Great Xia. At such a critical juncture, this son still harbors ambitions for power and gain. Xia Yuanhao disregarded Xia Tianlu's words and turned his gaze towards Xia Qing. Xiao Qing, what do you believe we ought to do next? War, Xia Qing declared resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 337, The Outbreak of War. With what do you intend to fight? Xia Tianlu, oblivious to his father's expression, immediately retorted upon hearing Xia Qing's response. Can our great Xia withstand the assault of 3 formidable powers? Standing tall and dignified, Xia Qing's countenance bore an air of grim determination and authority. There was no retreat. This battle, if won, could herald the resurgence of a prosperous era for the great Xia. How naive you are. The combined forces of the Handblade sect, the state of Chu, and the kingdom of Maple Leaf. Can you truly contend with them? Forget a millennium, we would barely survive a year. Father, do not heed Ninth Sister's reckless words regarding such grave matters. Xia Tianlu, fearful of a confrontation with the 3 great powers, was not intentionally opposing Xia Qing. Rather, he was anxious about losing his current comfortable lifestyle should the battle be lost. Furthermore, once war was declared, all princes would be compelled to the battlefield, and Xia Tianlu had no desire to face death. Xia Qing replied earnestly, as long as those at the void refinement stage or above withstand the pressure. Victory in this battle is assured. Where does your confidence stem from? Xia Tianlu was nearly driven to madness. He was aware of Xia Qing's possession of the tiny divine body, but what good was that? Merely being at the initial stage of void refinement could not alter the tide of battle. Where does this confidence come from? Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with assuredness. It is the confidence bestowed upon me by Jiang Ping'an. Xia Tianlu trembled in rage. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ping'an is weaker than you. Even if he is a genius, he is utterly useless in the face of such warfare. Overcome with emotion, Xia Tianlu began to spit invectives. Jiang Ping'an's prowess in the East Sea was due to the strength of others bearing the brunt, allowing him the opportunity to shine. We are confronted with the assaults of 3 powerful factions. He will have no chance to prove himself. Enough of this bickering. The authoritative voice of Xia Yuan interrupted Xia Tianlu's tirade. He rose slowly, waving his hand. The sound of his dragon robe echoing as his commanding presence resonated throughout the imperial city. Prepare for war with all our might. All royal descendants shall first enter the army and serve as vanguards. Those who dare to offend the great Xia, kill. Within the court, civil and military officials bore solemn expressions. United in their fervent cries, those who dare to offend the great Xia, kill. A palpable aura of impending conflict permeated the entire palace. Xia Tianlu's face turned as pale as a sheet. What is wrong with these people? Why is everyone so pro-war? Is there no one advocating for peace? Are they seeking death? The combined forces of 3 great powers. How could they possibly prevail? If we were to lose, everything would be lost. Foolishness. Xia Qing cast a glance at Xia Tianlu before departing in her phoenix robe. If war could be avoided, certainly no one would desire it. Yet now, warfare was inevitable as the enemy showed no intention of seeking peace. Only through a desperate struggle could a glimmer of hope remain. At this juncture, Xia Tianlu still clung to the notion of a tranquil existence. He no longer deserved to contend for the throne with her. The great Xia readied itself for comprehensive warfare. All royal heirs have been dispatched to the front lines, awakening the most formidable beings within the royal secret realm of the great Xia. Among them, the most powerful is a transcendent being, the only one of its kind in the great Xia. The state of Chu also possesses one such transcendent entity. Fortunately, neither the Blade sect nor the Maple Leaf Kingdom can boast such strength. Otherwise, faced with multiple transcendent attacks, the great Xia would face immediate annihilation. However, beneath the transcendent level, the great Xia is only supported by 2 major beings, while the combined might of the other 3 factions amounts to 4. Thus, the numerical advantage in strength is decidedly lacking. Thankfully, Jiang Ping'an managed to seize a damaged quasi-mortal artifact from the state of Chu, thereby diminishing its power. In his second confrontation with Prince Chu Yang, Jiang Ping'an wagered and won a supreme treasure, the Solar Divine Wheel. Subsequently, he engaged in a wager with the Fate Master and emerged victorious once more, claiming another supreme treasure. Through these victories, Jiang Ping'an has secured 3 treasures for the great Xia, effectively augmenting its strength by the equivalent of 3 formidable beings. Were it not for these contributions, even with Xia Qing's utmost protection, the great Xia would not have dared to offend the Radiant Moon Holy Land for the sake of him and Yi Wuqing. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an has rendered immense service to the Great Xia. Nonetheless, despite the acquisition of 3 treasures, the Great Xia still stands on the precipice of grave peril amidst the onslaught of the 3 great factions. Urgent reports. The city of Sanhai is under attack. Requesting reinforcements. Urgent reports. The border city of the Underworld King State is under siege. Requesting assistance. In a seemingly coordinated effort, the Blade Sect, Maple Leaf Kingdom, and State of Chu have launched a sudden offensive. In an instant, urgent messages flooded in from all directions, with dozens of border defenses of the Great Xia reporting the outbreak of warfare. Daming City, the principal border fortification between the State of Chu and the Great Xia, serves as the front line of all battlefields fraught with danger. Here, 2/3 of the Great Xia's forces are gathered, with Transcendent being stationed to defend it. At this moment, dark clouds churn violently in the sky, and the laws of heaven and earth dance chaotically as countless enemy troops surge forth from the State of Chu, instilling an oppressive terror. The faces of the Great Xia's populace are etched with gravity. Can we emerge victorious in this battle? Xia Tianlu begins to tremble, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Among the current generation of princes, he is the only one experiencing the battlefield for the first time. It seems that all of Chu's military might is concentrated here, with a disparity of at least 3 to 4 times in strength between both sides. On the battlefield, his royal status serves not as a shield, but rather as a harbinger of doom. Xia Tianlu hastily runs to Jiang Ping'an's side, urgently stating, "I will not hold previous matters against you. We are both at the divine transformation stage. When we reach the battlefield, you must protect me." Though Jiang Ping'an may not continue his cultivation, he remains a formidable opponent at the divine transformation stage. As long as he stays close to Jiang Ping'an, he will undoubtedly be safe in the divine transformation battlefield. Jiang Ping'an, with a dispassionate tone, replies, "I advise you to keep your distance." Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure, Xia Tianlu, suppressing his emotions, erupts in anger. "How can you be so short-sighted at a time like this? Even now, you are still so petty." Xia Tianlu believes Jiang Ping'an is rejecting him out of a desire to avoid responsibility. Kill. With a commanding shout from the venerable transcendent of the Great Xia, all soldiers draw their weapons in unison, a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. Kill. The dark clouds above were shattered by the sound akin to crashing waves. Even though the soldiers understood that this battle would lead to their defeat and demise, they resolved to protect their homeland. The ancestors of the Great Xia and the formidable beings of the Chu Kingdom stepped into the starry expanse, having lived for millennia and fought countless times. Perhaps this encounter would finally determine the victor. With a cry of murder, the battlefield reverberated and fierce winds surged. Lower-tier cultivators flung open the city gates, charging forth on their steeds. Those of slightly higher cultivation took to the skies, while the more powerful soared into the starry void to engage in combat. The battlefield was distinctly delineated, with practitioners of each realm clashing against their peers. Blades flashed and shadows danced, illuminating the heavens with a riot of colors as the chaotic laws of the universe swirled. Potent spells swept through the void, causing the earth to shatter, mountains and cities to collapse, and trees to be uprooted. Cultivators plummeted from the skies like raindrops. Jiang Ping'an ascended to the highest point of the firmament, beyond which lay the starry expanse, a battlefield for those above the void refinement stage. Terrified, Xia Tianlu hastened to follow Jiang Ping'an, believing that proximity to the powerful would enhance his chances of survival. Although Jiang Ping'an had advised him against following, Xia Tianlu, as a prince, felt entitled to disregard such counsel. However, Xia Tianlu soon witnessed a terrifying spectacle that left his expression altered, his face a mask of fear. They were surrounded by 300 to 400 God Transformation Stage experts. The total number of God Transformation cultivators from the Chu Kingdom could not exceed 150. Yet, at this moment, there were at least 300. Had the formidable Dao Blade sect and the Maple Leaf Kingdom's God Transformation experts also gathered here? Why was this happening? Why had they all come here? Chapter 338. The onslaught. The simultaneous appearance of over 300 God Transformation experts sent shockwaves through the battlefield. What was happening? How could there be so many God Transformation practitioners here? The combined forces of the Chu Kingdom could never account for such a number. It was over. With so many powerful beings present, their intention was surely to eradicate them. The already despondent experts of the Great Xia, upon witnessing this overwhelming presence, sank further into despair. As if plunged into an endless abyss, their fighting spirit severely crushed. Xia Tianlu was gripped by terror, his corpulent body trembling. Suddenly, he noticed that the attention of these 300 god transformation experts was entirely focused on Jiang Ping'an. A moment of clarity struck him, and he shouted at Jiang Ping'an, "So they have come for you. You calamity, you will be the death of this prince." In his panic, Xia Tianlu completely forgot that Jiang Ping'an had previously warned him to keep his distance, which he had ignored. Seeing the throng of powerful figures, his teeth chattered, and he quickly exclaimed, "Such a fiend as Jiang Ping'an deserves annihilation. I have nothing to do with him." With that, Xia Tianlu dashed towards the periphery of the encirclement. Yet, a multitude of mysterious runes suddenly manifested, their radiance enveloping 1,000 miles, forming a barrier that sealed the surroundings. The 5 elephants killing formation was designed to impede those at the void refinement stage and below. To confront Jiang Ping'an, the Dao Blade sect, the Maple Leaf Kingdom, and the Chu Kingdom had abandoned their other opponents in the battlefield and converged here, even resorting to the 5 elephants killing formation. Jiang Ping'an was simply too powerful. Even stripped of his cultivation and his devouring abilities, he remained an overwhelming force, so formidable that the 3 factions were compelled to abandon other battlefields, uniting all their god transformation experts. If Jiang Ping'an was not eliminated first, all the god transformation practitioners would meet their demise. Upon witnessing the 5-element kill formation and over 300 god transformation experts, Xia Tianlu was engulfed in despair. It was over. He was truly going to perish here. All of this chaos was instigated by that scoundrel Jiang Ping'an, who had drawn the enemies to them. "Jiang Ping'an, will you surrender, or will you force us to act?" The Prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom proclaimed loudly, his countenance brimming with confidence. Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened slightly. "Do you truly believe you can impede me?" Compared to the endless 18-clawed squids in the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, this group appeared merely as an appetizer. Even at this juncture, they still dared to be arrogant. Today, he would witness just how formidable the rumored Jiang Ping'an truly was. The young master of the Savage Blade sect, wielding a pitch-black treasured blade, commanded loudly, "Everyone, attack together." At the sound of his order, over 300 god transformation experts simultaneously unleashed their techniques, launching an assault on Jiang Ping'an. Sword energies and blade intents slashed through the air. Raging winds, torrential rains, and thunderclaps caused the space within the formation to tremble violently. The laws of gold, fire, and earth danced through the heavens. Faced with this onslaught, Jiang Ping'an seemed as insignificant as a mere leaf, poised for annihilation. The corners of the mouths of the over 300 god transformation experts curled upwards. No matter how powerful Jiang Ping'an was, it was inconceivable that he could withstand such a barrage. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy surged into the sky, a terrifying force suddenly erupting, causing the 5-element kill formation to shake violently. Jiang Ping'an's figure expanded dramatically, spanning thousands of meters. A powerful aura of darkness instantaneously scattered the attacks of the lower-tier god transformation practitioners. A pitch-black battle spirit enveloped Jiang Ping'an, akin to a layer of armor. With a mere wave of his hand, countless attacks were effortlessly shattered. Other assaults striking against the battle spirit merely sparked a few glimmers of light, causing no harm whatsoever. A figure resembling a demon emerging from the abyss manifested before the world. As this scene unfolded, the smiles on the faces of the over 300 god transformation experts froze. "This is impossible," they gasped. He easily deflected such a multitude of attacks. What terrifying demonic energy! He has truly succumbed to madness. They had anticipated Jiang Ping'an's strength, but never to this extent. The mere aura he exuded made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Everyone on the battlefield felt this overwhelming demonic energy in that moment. It was as if the battlefield had been paused, every gaze fixated on the colossal Jiang Ping'an, stunned and bewildered. Jiang Ping'an gazed disdainfully at the insignificant foes before him. "The Eastern Sea Demon Clan could not kill me. Do you truly believe you can?" Boom, boom, boom. Nearly 200 weak-bodied early and mid-stage god transformation practitioners were utterly crushed by the star-binding technique, blood mist swirling through the air. To Jiang Ping'an, the so-called ancient experts of god transformation appeared no more than robust insects. He could not comprehend why they would dispatch early and mid-stage god transformation cultivators. To bolster their courage? To intimidate him? Jiang Ping'an found it incomprehensible, so he resolved to send them directly to the underworld. The other practitioners were horrified, their hair standing on end. In but a fleeting moment, Jiang Ping'an astonishingly dispatched more than half of the God Transformation Stage powerhouses. The Abyssal Forbidden Zone cannot confine me. Do you believe you can contain me? Jiang Ping'an unleashed the ceiling of heaven, ensnaring the God Transformation Stage experts before him. His battle intent transformed into a colossal sword, imbued with the essence of annihilation, sweeping forth with a single stroke. In an instant, dozens of formidable beings were cleaved into oblivion. All present stood in stunned silence. In merely 2 strikes, over 300 God Transformation Stage powerhouses were reduced to a mere handful. Were these experts too weak? No. It was Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming strength that was unfathomable. This must be an illusion. I must be ensnared in a phantasm. Impossible. How could he possess such might? Quickly, activate the 5 elements killing array. Hurry. The individual controlling the array had already perished. Some sought to use the array to eliminate Jiang Ping'an, oblivious to the fact that he had long since neutralized its orchestrator. The few remaining God Transformation Stage experts within the 5 elements killing array were gripped by terror. A monster. Jiang Ping'an is truly a monster. They recognized his strength, but never anticipated it would be so overwhelming. Jiang Ping'an's power transcended their understanding. The Crown Prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retrieved a small blue vial radiating with the essence of divine laws. A treasure. To contend with Jiang Ping'an, the 3 factions not only activated the 5 elements killing array, but also resorted to a priceless artifact. This vial, named the Demon Refining Bottle, was crafted to imitate the celestial artifact, the Demon Refining Cauldron, capable of melting any living being. Once a being is drawn into the bottle, escape is impossible until death. This treasure had even subdued transcendent stage powerhouses. The method of use was simply to call out the target's name. Run. In the vast cosmos. Wang Ren transmitted a thought to Jiang Ping'an. Regardless of the might of an ordinary cultivator, no one could evade a treasure. The Crown Prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom raised the Demon Refining Bottle and shouted at Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an felt an invisible force binding his body, rendering him unable to break free as he was drawn swiftly towards the vial. Jiang Ping'an's expression changed. No matter how formidable he was, facing a weapon of such caliber was futile. Having wielded treasures against others, today he finally experienced the helplessness of confronting one. He understood that if the bottle completely engulfed him, his demise was inevitable. With steely resolve, Jiang Ping'an ignited the 360 major acupoints within his body, initiating a self-detonation. At that moment, a radiant, brilliant sword, enveloping the land for hundreds of miles. In an instant, the Crown Prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom, who had activated the Demon Refining Bottle, was reduced to ashes. The 5 elements killing array, now without a master, erupted violently. A tremendous energy swept across the heavens, obliterating all in its path. The cultivators on the battlefield were left agape. Was this truly the self-detonation of a God Transformation Stage powerhouse? This was unfathomably powerful. Under the immense destructive force, nearly all God Transformation Stage powerhouses from the 3 factions perished. And all of this was the handiwork of Jiang Ping'an. Had the Crown Prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom not resorted to the treasure at the last moment, Jiang Ping'an would have faced no peril. The people of the Great Xia mourned deeply. With his final strength, Jiang Ping'an had eradicated the God Transformation Stage powerhouses of the 3 factions, significantly alleviating the pressure on Great Xia. Coughing, Xia Tianlu rose from the ground. Fortunately, he had remained at the periphery of the formation, a considerable distance from the epicenter of the explosion, and was shielded by an energy barrier that absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Even so, he still sustained some injuries. Observing the battlefield, where the formidable beings of the transformation stage had nearly vanished, Xia Tianlu paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, this prince has survived. Who dares to challenge me at this level?" With all the transformation stage powerhouses from the 3 factions annihilated, no one could pose a threat to him. Jiang Ping'an's self-destruction proved to be fortuitous. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air from behind, cleaving Xia Tianlu in 2. His expression froze. "You dare challenge us?" The young master of the Blade sect had appeared unexpectedly, his treasured sword dripping with hot blood. At the moment of the explosion, he had employed a special spatial talisman, concealing himself within the void, thus evading Jiang Ping'an's self-detonation. Upon emerging, He chanced upon Xia Tianlu's arrogance and struck decisively. Chapter 339. The might of the insect soldiers. With a thud, the bisected Xia Tianlu collapsed. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end in such a manner. The young master of the Blade sect surveyed the now desolate battlefield, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. It was truly terrifying. Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. Had they not employed a treasured artifact, they would have been unable to inflict any harm upon him. They had grossly underestimated Jiang Ping'an's strength, truly a prodigy of this era. Thankfully, Jiang Ping'an was dead. The heartbreak of the Chu Kingdom's warriors was palpable. With over 100 of their transformation stage powerhouses reduced to ashes, the blow was overwhelmingly devastating, likely to take millennia to recover from their peak. Fortunately, the Crown Prince of Fengye had utilized a treasured artifact to compel Jiang Ping'an to take his own life. Had Jiang Ping'an survived, none but those at the void refinement stage or above could have possibly stopped him. At that moment, a mysterious radiance of life principles emerged, and Jiang Ping'an reappeared. The death replacement talisman. Witnessing his return, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ping'an had somehow survived. The people of the Great Xia rejoiced, while the Chu cultivators stood in stunned silence. The death replacement talisman was exceedingly precious, and Jiang Ping'an had managed to acquire one. In the starry expanse, Xiaqing, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Jiang Ping'an, curled her lips into a smile. If even the terrifying beings of the abyss could not vanquish Jiang Ping'an, what were these insignificant creatures? Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Soon, the Chu kingdom would learn the true meaning of fear. Jiang Ping'an retrieved the treasured artifact, the demon refining bottle, and the 5 elements killing formation, casting them into the temporal palace within his body. His gaze locked onto the Chu kingdom's warriors. Do you think you are the only ones capable of employing a sea of people strategy? Upon hearing this, the Chu warriors felt a chill run down their spines, an ominous premonition settling in their hearts. Jiang Ping'an then unleashed 100 spirit beast storage bags, and a swarm of insects erupted from within. The sound of their wings flapping echoed through the heavens. The largest of the insects towered like a mountain, while the smallest was no larger than a palm. The bloodthirsty 9 nether insect. The Chu warriors suddenly recalled something, their faces paling in horror. They remembered that previously, Jiang Ping'an had obtained a bloodthirsty 9 nether mother insect at the Fortune Source Chamber of Commerce. This is one of the 9 great insect tribes, possessing a terrifying history of annihilation. Jiang Ping'an has actually managed to cultivate such a creature. Even the sacred grounds may struggle to sustain it, yet he has succeeded. Countless insects shroud the heavens, each sporting menacing fangs, fixating hungrily on the soldiers before them, drooling in anticipation. The sight of this innumerable swarm sends chills down the spines of the Chu soldiers. How many of these creatures are there? Millions? Billions? What resources must have been expended to nurture such a horde? Kill them all, leave not a single one alive, Jiang Ping'an uttered coolly, his voice reminiscent of a winter's chill penetrating to the bone. Upon hearing his command, countless blood-devouring 9 nether insects descended from the sky, plunging into the enemy ranks. Attack! Quickly attack! Shouted the Chu general. Numerous Chu cultivators summoned their powers, unleashing an array of spells. The insects, boasting formidable defenses, stood resolutely at the forefront, their hard exoskeletons absorbing the onslaught of attacks. This swarm displayed an utter disregard for their own lives. As one fell, another surged forward. They pressed relentlessly against the enemy, while those with offensive capabilities awaited their moment, baring their sharp fangs and lunging at the Chu cultivators. Although the combat prowess of an individual insect was not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. One insect bit, then another, and in their wake, the Chu army was left with naught but bones. The insect horde moved like a tidal wave, frenzied in their assault. Ah, help! Quick, come to our aid. I can't hold off the insects. What manner of monstrous creatures are these? My shield has been shattered. The air was filled with piercing screams, a cacophony of despair, and in mere moments, tens of thousands of Chu soldiers became fodder for the swarm. What initially appeared to be an advantage in numbers for the Chu army had swiftly turned into a dominion of the Great Xia. From the transformation stage to the foundation establishment stage, all realms of insects were present. The Chu elites battling in the cosmos witnessed their soldiers falling rapidly, sending a shiver down their spines. Many of them descended from the stars, intent on launching an offensive against the insects. If these creatures were not eradicated, There would be no survivors below the void refinement stage. However, the Great Xia warriors were not inclined to grant them any opportunities. Even though the Chu forces were numerous, they would not hesitate to engage, even at the cost of injury. Simultaneously, dark as ink, thunderclouds gathered above, flashing with bolts of lightning. Just as the crowd was bewildered, an endless torrent of thunder descended, enveloping Jiang Ping'an instantly. The terrifying force of the thunder sent chills through the air. Who dares to attack Jiang Ping'an? It was not an assault from another. According to intelligence, this was a curse he had incurred. Each time he took a life, he would be struck by thunder. Strike him down. Eliminate him. Upon learning of Jiang Ping'an's predicament, the Chu soldiers cursed in fury. Yet, Jiang Ping'an stepped into the ranks of the Chu soldiers. The residual thunder struck the Chu cultivators, reducing them to ashes. There was no need for Jiang Ping'an to lift a finger. Each bolt of lightning bore the might of a transformation stage powerhouse, overwhelming these low-tier cultivators. The Chu soldiers, who had just been cursing Jiang Ping'an, found their expressions frozen in shock. What kind of absurd curse is this, that cannot slay Jiang Ping'an, yet can annihilate others? What distinguishes this from summoning a thunderous assault? Jiang Ping'an, empowered by the might of thunder, retrieved the enchanted conch of the abyss, seized from the eastern sea. This conch, a product of the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, is capable of generating sonic wave attacks that impede the enemy's combat prowess while enhancing that of its allies. As he sounded the conch, a peculiar wave of energy reverberated across the battlefield. The troops of the Chu dynasty felt their internal energies stifled, leading to a decline in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Conversely, the soldiers of the Great Xia and the insect warriors sensed a surge in their spiritual energies and an overwhelming zeal for battle. Kill. The soldiers of the Great Xia, now invigorated, charged alongside the insect warriors towards the Chu forces. Initially resigned to defeat, they were astounded by this unexpected turn of events. All thanks to Jiang Ping'an. His unparalleled combat strength swept away all opponents at the god transformation level, and with the support of the insect army, he countered the numerical disadvantage. In that moment, everyone realized the immense pressure Jiang Ping'an had exerted on the Eastern Sea's demon race. Witnessing this scene from the starry expanse, the elder of the Chu clan gazed at Jiang Ping'an with a profound and vengeful fury. Having believed that the alliance of two formidable factions would ensure their conquest of the Great Xia, they were utterly shocked by this unforeseen twist. Jiang Ping'an single-handedly devastated the god transformation warriors, inflicting severe blows to the Chu nation. Furthermore, his legion of insect warriors inflicted tremendous chaos upon the lower-ranked soldiers. Retreat. The elder of the Chu nation, unwilling yet compelled, issued the order to withdraw. To begin a battle only to retreat was indeed a disgrace, yet there was no alternative. The sheer number of insect warriors proved overwhelming, necessitating a temporary retreat. They planned to regroup all forces from various battlefields, including those of the other two factions, to confront the Great Xia in a decisive battle, hoping to nullify the advantage of the insect race. Upon hearing the retreat command, the lower-tier cultivators fled desperately. These insects were terrifying, and if the battle persisted, they would perish here. Pursue. The upper echelons of the Great Xia were not oblivious to the Chu nation's intentions. The three factions had initially attacked from various directions to dilute the military strength of the Great Xia, aiming to eliminate them one by one. Now, having failed to secure the main battlefield, they sought to consolidate their forces, relying on sheer numbers for victory. The Great Xia would never allow them the opportunity to gather. The slaughter continued. The true war had only just begun. Within the Great Xia, at the Sky Axe sect, a modest faction, the strongest among them was the sect leader, Ning, at the god transformation level. Previously, when Jiang Ping'an ventured to the imperial ruins, he had a brief interaction with the Sky Axe sect, having acquired the 4 symbols killing array from a rival sect. Now, the beautiful sect leader, Ning, was in a meeting with several elders discussing their course of action. Sect leader, do we truly intend to assist? The Great Xia cannot prevail, and with our limited strength, we would merely be walking to our deaths. Just moments ago, sect leader Ning had unexpectedly proposed sending aid to the Great Xia, startling the elders. With a serious expression, she spoke earnestly. The Chu nation does not possess the same tolerance as the Great Xia, allowing other sects to exist within its realm. If the Chu were to seize this territory, they would undoubtedly obliterate our Sky Axe sect. An elder spoke. We could abandon the Great Xia and establish a sect elsewhere. Once we enter the battlefield, our fate would be sealed. I believe the great Xia can prevail, Ningyu interjected. The expressions of several elders turned peculiar as they exchanged glances. Was the sect leader merely brawn without brains? With 3 formidable forces besieging the great Xia, the disparity in strength was immense, leaving little hope for victory. Though they withheld their thoughts, they inquired, does the sect leader possess knowledge of any hidden trump cards that the great Xia might have? Ningyu shook her head. I am unaware of any concealed stratagems, but I do know that the great Xia holds a strong card. A strong card? The elders were puzzled. Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 340. The turn of the tide. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's name, the expressions of the elders shifted, revealing shock, reverence, and sorrow. Should Jiang Ping'an mature, he would undoubtedly become the guardian deity of the great Xia. Yet, he had been cursed before reaching his full potential, unable to advance further. Though Jiang Ping'an was a formidable being in the transformation realm, his strength alone could not sway the tide of battle. It was the superlative warriors who held that power. One elder remarked, I believe that Jiang Ping'an cannot influence the outcome of the conflict. Ningyu responded, I have an instinct that Jiang Ping'an can indeed alter the course of events. Do not doubt my intuition. As she spoke, admiration sparkled in her eyes. Observing their leader's demeanor, the elders were left speechless. This was not intuition. It was the blind adoration of a love-struck woman. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an was powerful. Yet the numerical superiority of the 3 opposing forces was overwhelming. He could not change the grand scheme of things. They were resolute that they could not heed the sect's orders to provide assistance. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, his face a mask of astonishment. Reporting to the sect leader and elders, we have just received news that the Chu army is retreating from the main battlefield. Retreating? The elders stood in unison. Disbelief etched across their faces. One elder hastily inquired, the main battlefield of the Chu kingdom has amassed its might, while the forces of the great Xia are scattered. How could this possibly be a victory? The reporting disciple, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, It is Jiang Ping'an. He has won. He recounted how Jiang Ping'an had single-handedly vanquished over 300 transformation realm experts from the 3 forces and unleashed his insect soldiers. Ningyu and the elders were momentarily at a loss for words. What a terrifying prodigy, effortlessly sweeping away more than 300 foes. Their own sect possessed but a single expert in the transformation realm. Had they been in his place, they would not have stirred even a ripple. What did I say? Jiang Ping'an can indeed change the tide of battle. How could you still doubt me? Ningyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she gripped the axe at her waist, fervently declaring, As long as Jiang Ping'an lives, none in the same realm shall dare to claim invincibility. The Tian Axe sect, heed my command. Let us advance to the front lines to assist the great Xia. Enhancing a situation is never as impactful as providing timely aid. Should this gamble prove fortuitous, the Tian Axe sect would undoubtedly soar to greatness. Ningyu was not betting on the great Xia, she was wagering on Jiang Ping'an. Meanwhile, at the mysterious Cloud sect, their power was on par with that of the great Xia. The relationship with the great Xia is relatively amicable. However, they are reluctant to become embroiled in conflicts. During the last war between the great Xia and the state of Chu, the Piamiao sect refrained from intervening. Within the Grand Hall, nearly all the senior members of the Piamiao sect had gathered. Not long ago, Li Yeye, stationed at the front lines of the East Sea, learned of the war between the great Xia and the state of Chu and earnestly requested the Piamiao sect's assistance to aid Jiang Ping'an. A fervent debate ensued among the senior members regarding whether or not to extend help. We must assist. Xiaoye shares an exceptionally close bond with Jiang Ping'an. Should we choose not to help, Xiaoye will undoubtedly lose faith in our sect. Song Hui, a proponent of war, aligned herself firmly with Li Yeye's perspective. As a Tianshui spiritual body who had received the acknowledgement of the quasi-immortal artifact, the Demon Suppression Tower, Li Yeye wielded considerable influence over the Piamiao sect. I dissent. An elder promptly countered. To recklessly engage in battle could lead to disastrous repercussions. It would be prudent for us to remain spectators in this conflict, profiting from the sale of treasures and weapons. Another elder quickly interjected, I hold a different view. If we join the fray and emerge victorious, the rewards will be immense. And if we suffer defeat? The discourse revealed a division among the elders, with some advocating for war while others sought to avoid it. The Piamiao sect's leadership struggled to reach a consensus on the matter of intervention. At that moment, a transmission talisman resonated, conveying news from the front line. The main forces of the state of Chu have been routed. Jiang Ping'an single-handedly vanquished over 300 divine transformation stage experts from 3 factions and unleashed the blood-sucking 9 nether insects upon lower-tier cultivators, resulting in a massacre. Currently, the Great Xia is pursuing the state of Chu, and the relentless insect soldiers have decimated half of Chu's main fighting force. Upon hearing these words, the senior members present felt a profound tremor in their hearts. One individual annihilated over 300 divine transformation experts? Wasn't Jiang Ping'an rendered incapable? This man proved to be even more formidable than Li Ye. Prepare for battle, commanded the venerable ancestor of the Piao sect, who had suddenly appeared. The Great Xia and our sect have been friends since time immemorial. When a friend is in peril, it is our duty to offer our utmost assistance. The demise of the divine transformation experts from the 3 factions has significantly weakened their combined strength. Engaging in battle at this juncture will minimize our losses. Should we secure victory, we shall reap substantial rewards. As the war erupted, many factions within the Great Xia, as well as those from foreign nations, had expressed skepticism regarding their chances. They believed that even if the Great Xia were not annihilated, it would at least suffer considerable territorial losses. However, the reality proved otherwise. Jiang Ping'an's formidable performance struck fear into the hearts of all. One man had decimated 2 nations and all divine transformation experts from a sect, directly crippling 1/5 of their collective power. Subsequently, numerous factions within the Great Xia abruptly joined the fray. With the Piao sect's involvement, the disparity in strength was effectively mitigated, and the Great Xia's disadvantages vanished, resulting in a near equilibrium between both sides. The Great Xia unleashed its fury. Jiang Ping'an, accompanied by the insect soldiers, left no survivors in his wake, revealing the true terror of the insect race. It can be said that Jiang Ping'an instilled confidence in the Piao sect and other factions, prompting them to assist the Great Xia. Jiang Ping'an is indeed a remarkable individual. Yet tragically, he remains confined to the divine transformation stage and cannot ascend to the realm of true supremacy. Whenever one speaks of Jiang Ping'an's achievements, many cannot help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. Fate seems to conspire against the gifted, subjecting Jiang Ping'an to numerous tribulations. Subsequently, a saying emerged from unknown origins, becoming an exclusive phrase to describe Jiang Ping'an's prowess. As long as Jiang Ping'an lives, no one of the same rank dares to claim invincibility. From an obscure youth, Jiang Ping'an, in less than a century, has become unparalleled among his peers, with no one able to rival him except for the Chaos Body. He was destined for a brilliant future, yet it was as fleeting as a comet. On the East Sea, Jiang Ping'an, clad in black, sat cross-legged upon the tranquil azure waters, quietly fishing with a simple rod, his demeanor serene. Meng Jing, dressed in a form-fitting black battlesuit, lay across Jiang Ping'an's lap, her face radiating happiness, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. "Do you need help over in the Great Xia?" she inquired. "I could have the Lei family intervene discreetly." "No need," Jiang Ping'an replied. "The Piao sect's involvement is sufficient. Your powerful faction's interference would only complicate matters." Jiang Ping'an continued to gaze quietly at the sea. Meng Jing, with her bright eyes wide open, asked, "Why haven't I conceived yet? Am I not trying hard enough? Should I increase my efforts by 4 or 5 hours each day?" Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an's thigh twitched, and he responded earnestly, "Cultivation is paramount. Those with potent bloodlines often find it difficult to conceive. There is plenty of time, so do not rush." "Oh," Meng Jing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Just then, Li Ye hurriedly flew over in a fluster. "Sister Meng Jing, it's bad news. Your family has sent someone to fetch you." Chapter 341. The Lei family's demand, "Just say, I am dead." Meng Jing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing that her family had sent someone. They had reached out to her numerous times, urging her return, yet she had ignored them. She had not expected them to send someone in person. As she contemplated hiding, several flashes of lightning appeared, revealing a few powerful members of the Lei family. Meng Jing quickly concealed herself behind Jiang Ping'an. "Why are you so insistent? I've already said I will not go back." The leading man was robust, his muscles bulging, his body a bronze hue, exuding a fierce vitality reminiscent of a blazing sun. Lei Tsong ignored Meng Jing, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an felt as though he had been pierced by a sharp sword, his soul aching. This man was exceptionally strong. With a cold stare, Lei Tsong addressed Jiang Ping'an. I am the grandfather of Xiao Jing, the elder of the Lei family, late Song. Jiang Ping'an put away his fishing rod, rose, and clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, senior. I am not well, late Song replied, his terrifying aura barely contained, akin to a beast on the verge of erupting. I am straightforward. I will speak plainly. Are you willing to marry your daughter, your granddaughter, to a person who will never be able to cultivate? Meng Jing is a genius of our clan, destined for a lifespan of thousands of years, while you have but 2,000 left. Even with heavenly treasures to extend your life, it won't exceed 5,000 years. Do you wish to become a burden in Meng Jing's later years? What isn't a burden? Meng Jing retorted immediately. I awakened my talents because of the Tian Xian Dan that would gave me. Without wood, there would be no present me. Lei Zong seemed to have anticipated Meng Jing's response. I have already heard about this matter from Elder Qi. Let us assume your words bear truth. It is merely a handful of Tian Xian pills, of which our Lei family possesses an abundance. Lei Zong produced 5 Tian Xian pills along with a jade slip containing a cultivation technique, offering them to Jiang Ping'an. This serves as compensation. The technique is a fragment of the divine thunder body refinement art, the most potent thunder-based body refinement method in existence, precisely what you desire. The techniques and pills are returned to you. Now, depart from Meng Jing. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Lei Zong, with formidable lightning piercing the heavens. The powerful beings of the Sea Demon clan detected this aura and were taken aback. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Jiang Ping'an remained unperturbed and replied calmly. Would a senior barter with his own woman? Preposterous. How dare you address the Grand Elder in such a manner? One of Lei Zhang's guards, enraged by these words, prepared to take action but was directly halted by Lei Zong. Haha, what a spirited lad. You truly provoke me. The indifference on Lei Zhang's face vanished, replaced by laughter. Even expletives escaping his lips, an unexpected display from one of such high standing. However, his mirth swiftly faded. What if my true intention is to take Meng Jing away? What can you, at your level, do to impede me? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's heart seemed to halt, as she clutched Jiang Ping'an's arm tightly. If you dare to forcibly take me away, I shall ruin my celestial thunder body, ensuring you can never possess it. With that, Meng Jing began to gather her strength, genuinely prepared to sabotage her divine physique. Lei Zong and the others were taken aback. This foolish girl was just like her mother, seemingly lacking sound judgment. To sacrifice her future for a man was beyond their comprehension. The Lei family had previously been indifferent to Jiang Ping'an's existence, even welcoming it. However, as Jiang Ping'an fell victim to a curse and his talents were usurped, their sentiments changed. The illustrious celestial thunder body, one of the strongest divine physiques in the Lei family, was destined for ascension in an era ripe for such. Associating this prodigy with a wastrel would bring great shame to their family and hinder its development. Jiang Ping'an, unwilling to see Meng Jing lose her talents, grasped her hand gently and said, "Go back with them. I will come for you." "No, I want to stay by your side. These old men are treacherous. If we part now, they will ensure we never meet again." Meng Jing displayed a vulnerable demeanor, filled with affection toward Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing her remarks, Lei Zong and the others' faces twitched in disbelief. As high-ranking members of the Lei family, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Yet Meng Jing dared to insult them publicly. Nevertheless, her observation was astute. They indeed had no intention of allowing the two to meet again. It appeared they had reached an impasse. Lei Zong, unwilling to prolong the stalemate, addressed Jiang Ping'an. "We can acquiesce to your union with Meng Jing, but you must fulfill a certain condition. Should you meet this requirement, our Lei family shall no longer obstruct your relationship and may even bestow upon you the divine thunder body refinement art." Before Jiang Ping'an could respond, Meng Jing immediately interjected. "Why should we heed your demands? I want to be with Mu too." One can easily surmise that the demands put forth by this group are exceedingly arduous, if not utterly unattainable. Jiang Ping'an pulled Meng Jing to the back and inquired of Lei Zong, "Do your words hold any weight?" He wished to prevent the Lei family from incessantly troubling the two of them. If this issue could be resolved directly, it would be most advantageous. Even the acquisition of the divine thunder body forging technique could be within reach, laying a solid foundation for future endeavors. "Indeed, our words are binding," Lei Zong affirmed. "The requirement is to sweep aside the 6 great sacred land sons, the 5 great dynasties princes, the 4 ancient family scions, and the inheritors of the 3 teachings and 2 sections." What a jest! You are intentionally making things difficult for us. Meng Jing retorted, her anger flaring. The 6 sacred lands, 5 dynasties, for ancient families, and the various teachings and sects represent the pinnacle of human power. Any top heir from these formidable factions could dominate their peers and might one day ascend to become a holy master or a leader of a sect. These individuals are not lacking in resources. Rare trees of enlightenment, precious laws, and supreme scriptures are at their fingertips. From a young age, these heirs possess extraordinary talents. Nurtured by many ancient powerhouses, their hidden strengths unfathomable. Unless by some misfortune, such as an unexpected ambush, they are virtually assured of victory against their contemporaries. Moreover, some heirs have already transcended the divine transformation realm. Given Jiang Ping'an's curse, which prevents him from comprehending new laws, how could he possibly contend with such individuals? To date, no one has ever been known to sweep away all the heirs of the human race's pinnacle forces. This is, in essence, an impossible task. Meng Jing clutched Jiang Ping'an's arm. Let us not heed their words. These wicked old men have no intention of allowing us to remain together. The prospect sounded intriguing. Yet Jiang Ping'an's eyes sparkled with determination. He yearned to compete against the finest talents of this generation, to witness even more astonishing divine bodies and techniques. Seeing his eager expression, Meng Jing felt a pang of worry. She suddenly recalled that Jiang Ping'an was a combat enthusiast on an invincible path, one who abhorred failure. Faced with so many prodigies, it was inconceivable that he would not be tempted. A look of deep sorrow filled Meng Jing's exquisite face. If you accept this challenge and lose, we may have to part ways. I will not lose, even if I do. I shall consider it as if I never engaged in this wager with the Lei family, Jiang Ping'an replied. The members of the Lei family remarked, "Are the youth of this era truly so earnest?" Chapter 342. The terrifying era then let would challenge everyone. Based on the results, we shall decide whether I return. Meng Jing beamed. As long as Jiang Ping'an did not embark on the challenge, they would never have to part. No, you must hasten back to cultivate. Lei Zong firmly rejected Meng Jing's notion. Why? Isn't cultivation the same regardless of the location? Meng Jing rested her head on Jiang Ping'an's shoulder. It is not the same. Lei Zhang's expression suddenly turned grave. A terrifying era was approaching, and he must grow swiftly to become the pillar of the Lei family. A terrifying era? What dreadful era? Who are you trying to deceive? Am I still a child? Meng Jing, not particularly close to her grandfather, spoke without courtesy. Lei Zong's expression remained unchanged, still heavy with gravity. There is no need to deceive you. Through the passage of long epochs, coupled with the proliferation of techniques, talismans, and forging, these races have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Nevertheless, resources are finite. Each race feels a scarcity and yearns to expand their territory to acquire more. This is the root of the chaos in the Eastern Sea these past years, and the reason the Northern Domain has completely fallen. Numerous factions are retaliating and engaging in battle. The Eastern Sea's demon race and the Northern Domain's devil race are merely a fraction of the myriad races. Alongside those driven from this star, who now traverse the depths of the cosmos, longing to return. The battlefield of the starry sky witnesses daily conflicts. With formidable beings falling each day, it merely requires a catalyst or a singular event for the great war among the myriad races to ignite. As the foremost race, the human race will undoubtedly be the primary target of the initial assaults. Even the sacred lands, along with the major dynasties and divine sects, dare not presume to survive this impending clash among the races. Therefore, it is imperative to cultivate you, to guide the ancient families through this tumultuous era. Observing Lei Zong's solemn demeanor, Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing realized he was not lying. Even the pinnacle of the human race, the ancient Lei family, harbored such grave concerns, underscoring the terrifying nature of the impending chaos. As the myriad races vie for supremacy, the human race may be the strongest. Yet it is also the first to be targeted. Jiang Ping'an suddenly recalled the words previously spoken by Bu Si. 3,000 years hence, a great battle would ensue, and he would fall. Jiang Ping'an spoke earnestly. Shao Jing, return to your cultivation. Let the Lei family devote themselves to nurturing you. That is the best course for you. Meng Jing immediately grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm tightly, her eyes turning red. She knew he was worried about her and would insist she return. Biting her crimson lip, she glared at Lei Zong, asserting, if I must return, then hand over the complete divine thunder body refinement technique to him. She was determined to secure the utmost benefit for Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing this demand, Lei Zong's face twitched. Did she think this technique was as common as cabbage? It is the very foundation of our Lei family. More precious than any treasure. I am of one blood with him. He too belongs to the Lei family. If you do not grant the technique, I shall not return. Meng Jing declared. Lei Zong replied. Were it not for the fact that this granddaughter is the celestial thunder body, the future of our Lei family, I would have sent her flying with a single slap. Suddenly, Lei Zong seemed to recall something, saying, the bestowal of the divine thunder body refinement technique requires a summons for a clan meeting. I lack the authority to grant it directly. However, I can offer Jiang Ping'an a copy of the demonic thunder scripture. This technique, like the divine thunder body refinement technique, can refine the body, and its effects may even surpass those of the latter. Hearing the phrase demonic thunder scripture, the expressions of several of Lei Zong's attendants shifted dramatically, as if they had contemplated something dreadful. You must be jesting. I have never heard of any demonic thunder scripture. Where did you procure such street vendor goods? Meng Jing, having lived in the Lei family for a long time, had never heard of this scripture. It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. For it is a forbidden tome. One must succumb to darkness to cultivate it, and it is generally beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Jiang Ping'an, however, is perfectly suited for it, Lei Zong explained. Is this cultivation technique truly as formidable as you claim? Meng Jing inquired, her brow furrowed with skepticism. Indeed, it is precisely due to its overwhelming strength that it has been classified as a forbidden tome, and no one has successfully cultivated it, save for your family's prodigy, Jiang Ping'an, who possesses a rare chance at mastery, Lei Zong replied, employing both deception and flattery. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he harbored doubts. If this technique were truly attainable, it would not remain unmastered by all but its creator. The issue lay not with the demonic cultivators, but rather with the technique itself. As Lei Zong extolled Jiang Ping'an, a flicker of pride illuminated Meng Jing's countenance. My Jiang Ping'an is undoubtedly exceptional. No one can compare to him. Now, hand over the technique. I do not have it on my person. Accompany me back, and I shall have it delivered. Lei Zong sighed in relief. Finally able to escort this little sovereign home. No, I shall only return once the technique is delivered. Meng Jing wished to savor her final moments with Jiang Ping'an. Very well, Lei Zong conceded, feeling exasperated by Meng Jing's capriciousness. However, he recognized that she far surpassed the frivolous scions of nobility. She possessed few faults aside from her willfulness. Utilizing a communication talisman, Lei Zong summoned someone to bring the demonic thunder scripture. Standing upon the tranquil surface of the sea, Jiang Ping'an gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with martial fervor and anticipation. The 6 sacred lands, 5 dynasties, for great families, and the pinnacle factions of the human race awaited him. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage with the heirs of these illustrious lineages. Among them, the son of the Tianzi sacred land from the eastern region, Liang Xiaohong, was his adversary, the very individual who had orchestrated an attack against Meng Shu. This man must perish. Rumor had it that Liang Xiaohong had embarked on the ancient emperor's path of conquest, boasting an unblemished record thus far. He was extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Ping'an resolved to obtain the demonic thunder scripture and, following the conclusion of the war with the Chu kingdom, challenge the heirs of these major factions. He sought to witness the brilliance of humanity's elite and discover a method to take his third step in cultivation. Though he could not yet comprehend the laws, he would nonetheless prepare for that pivotal advancement. Observing the martial zeal radiating from Jiang Ping'an's visage, Lei Zong felt a pang of regret. What a remarkable talent he was, destined to become a paragon of the human race. Alas, it had all been shattered. As for the demands he had placed upon Jiang Ping'an, they were nothing but a snare, without the ability to further grasp the laws, even if he honed his martial prowess. He could never hope to defeat the heirs of those great factions. A time of chaos was approaching, and the various races had long endured. One could only wonder if humanity would withstand the impending storm. Within the borders of the Chu kingdom, an increasing number of cultivators fled in panic. The demon lord is coming to slay us. We must escape. Jiang Ping'an was the demon in question. Rumored to have devoured human brains, frontline soldiers had fallen victim to his insatiable hunger. This wretched demon, may he suffer a fate worse than death. A rumor had spread, claiming Jiang Ping'an feasted upon human flesh, inciting terror among the cultivators of the entire Chu kingdom, who hastily fled. The panic was not confined to Chu. The Handblade sect, and the Maple Leaf Nation were equally engulfed in fear. Initially, the three factions believed that the Great Xia would surely fall under their coordinated assault. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Yet, to their astonishment, a singular individual emerged, sweeping away all the powerful cultivators at the transformation stage from the three factions. The unleashed insect soldiers were truly terrifying, multiplying with each encounter, rendering lower-tier cultivators utterly powerless. Jiang Ping'an alone could rival an entire army. He instilled confidence in the Piao Miao sect and other factions, prompting them to ally with the Great Xia. At present, the forces of both sides were evenly matched. Furthermore, with the intervention of the Piao Miao sect's tribulation phase experts, the Great Xia gained a slight advantage. The kingdom of Chu sought assistance from the Haoyue Holy Land, urging them to dispatch personnel. After all, this war was instigated by the Haoyue Holy Land, and they certainly needed to contribute. If the Haoyue Holy Land intervened, even if victory was unattainable, it would at least stabilize the situation. However, the kingdom of Chu discovered that the individuals from the Haoyue Holy Land had vanished without a trace. Chapter 343. Surrender Jiang Ping'an, these scoundrels. The experts of the kingdom of Chu were nearly driven to madness upon learning of the departure of the Haoyue Holy Land's personnel. These wretches fled at the first sign of trouble, truly despicable. With no other recourse, they had to rely on themselves. After a month of combat, the kingdom of Chu finally united with the armies of the Handblade sect and the Maple Leaf Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Great Xia also allied with the Piao Miao sect and other forces. The sky was densely populated with cultivators, swords drawn, and tensions palpable. As the energies released by both sides stirred fierce gales that uprooted trees below, everyone bore solemn expressions, fully aware that a decisive battle was imminent. The leader of the Handblade sect, wielding a treasure blade, suddenly spoke. We, the Handblade sect, initially had no desire to partake in this conflict. But Jiang Ping'an has ravaged our cities and claimed the lives of countless individuals. We demand the surrender of Jiang Ping'an. If he is handed over, we shall withdraw from this war. The ruler of the Maple Leaf Kingdom echoed. We share the same sentiment. As long as the demon Jiang Ping'an is executed, we too shall exit the conflict. Both factions were eager to cease hostilities. Their initial engagement stemmed from the belief that they could overpower the Great Xia. Yet now, faced with equal forces and recognizing their own limitations, they understood that further fighting would lead to severe losses. Numerous surrounding factions eyed them covetously, and a significant defeat would undoubtedly provoke their intervention. They sought a way to retreat gracefully, and that avenue lay in Jiang Ping'an. He had become the embodiment of their grievances, and resolving the issue of Jiang Ping'an would serve as a suitable explanation internally. It was believed that the Great Xia would also prefer to avoid further conflict. Eliminating Jiang Ping'an in exchange for a cessation of hostilities was the most judicious choice. Upon hearing their demands, the faces of the Chu people shifted. The Handblade sect and Maple Leaf Kingdom were indeed considering withdrawal. Should these two factions disengage, the kingdom of Chu would find itself a lamb to the slaughter. The tension rose in the throats of the Chu people. If they were in charge, they would undoubtedly opt to present Jiang Ping'an as a sacrifice, as it would yield the most favorable outcome. Every gaze converged upon a man with profound eyes, Jiang Ping'an himself. His expression remained inscrutable, as if indifferent to how the Great Xia would decide. Xia Yuanhao turned to Jiang Ping'an, acknowledging, in light of this, a sacrifice must be made. A tremor coursed through the crowd. Was this a proposal to sacrifice Jiang Ping'an? The Maple Leaf Kingdom and Handblade sect exhaled in relief. Xia Qing, Wang Run, Yi Wuqing, and others immediately rushed to stand before Jiang Ping'an. Xia Qing brandished her sword, fiercely rebuking Xia Yuanhao. How dare you act thus? Today, I shall usurp the throne. Xia Yuanhao replied. I have not yet finished speaking. Why the haste? My intention is that, even at the cost of sacrifice, we must continue the fight. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently revealed his daughter's intentions. This rebellious daughter, for the sake of a man, was willing to cast aside her own father. The master of the Han Dao sect solemnly warned, if this conflict continues, both sides will surely suffer greatly, allowing other forces to seize the opportunity to invade. Is this truly the path the Great Xia wishes to tread? Xia Yuanhao's expression turned grave as he held a shattered judge's pen, proclaiming, Our Great Xia shall never betray any hero. Once this battle concludes, the families of the deceased shall be supported by the royal family, and those who survive shall receive a decade of provisions. Sons of Great Xia. Today let the invaders pay the price. Kill. Kill. The soldiers of Great Xia followed their emperor, fueled by righteous fury as they charged towards the enemy. The forces of the Qiaomiao sect and the Tianfu Gate joined in the fray, igniting an even more brutal battle. Jiang Ping'an remained motionless, quietly hovering in the air as if he had not heard the command to attack. The wind tousled his dark hair, giving him an ethereal presence that exuded an indescribable aura. Still not making a move, Jiang Ping'an suddenly turned his gaze towards an empty space. At that moment, the air warped, and from the previously vacant area emerged a figure clad in black, wearing a faceless mask. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a man, possessing the early stages of the void refinement realm. How did you discover my hidden presence within the space? A voice devoid of emotional fluctuation emanated from beneath the mask. Even the most formidable of warriors had failed to notice him, yet Jiang Ping'an had seen through his disguise. This Jiang Ping'an harbored many secrets. Begone or perish, Jiang Ping'an retorted, as if chastising an unexpected dog that had appeared. Arrogant youth, daring to challenge me, I shall send you to your death. Although his presence had been uncovered, crossing such a significant realm to eliminate this boy should pose no difficulty. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from the masked man, conjuring the spectral forms of thousands of corpses. These phantoms bore grotesque visages, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if a foul stench wafted through the air. The oppressive malevolence enveloped Jiang Ping'an entirely. This is the heavenly evil technique. Jiang Ping'an recognized the identity of his adversary. He was an assassin from the Heavenly Evil Pavilion, the foremost assassin organization in the cultivation realm. For the right price, even a tribulation stage expert could be slain. Jiang Ping'an had once acquired a layer of the heavenly evil technique, thus he understood it well. The assassin's application of the technique was evidently of a higher tier than his own, exhibiting formidable power. The heavenly evil technique could evoke the deepest fears within a person, obstructing their inner energy and halting their movements. It was a unique method that influenced the soul and the body. The potency of the heavenly evil technique correlated with the number of beings slain in their respective realms. The greater the number and the higher the realm of the slain, the more formidable the technique became. A powerful assassin could frighten a person to death merely through the use of the heavenly evil technique. At the moment Jiang Ping'an recognized the identity of his opponent. The assassin at the void refinement stage had already reached him. A sword gleaming with a cold light lunged toward Jiang Ping'an's head. Some powerful individuals sensed the unfolding situation but were unable to intervene in time, helplessly watching as the assassin's blade aimed for Jiang Ping'an's forehead. It was over. How could a void refinement stage assassin attempt to kill Jiang Ping'an? If the blade pierced his forehead and the death talisman was destroyed through a special method. Even with the talisman in his possession, Jiang Ping'an would be unable to resurrect. This assassin was exceptionally skilled and proficient. Just as those powerful beings believed Jiang Ping'an was destined to perish, the assassin's sword halted mere inches from his forehead, failing to advance further. The assassin's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene. His sword had, astonishingly, been caught by Jiang Ping'an. This blade was imbued with the third-tier principle of gold, extraordinarily sharp, and combined with the assassin's own power. Even opponents of the same rank would hesitate to confront it directly. Moreover, the assassin's speed was remarkable. Yet Jiang Ping'an had somehow broken free from the constraints of the celestial execution technique, successfully defending against this fatal blow. Even more astonishing was the fact that Jiang Ping'an's hand remained unbloodied. At that moment, the assassin saw Jiang Ping'an's fist hurtling toward him and swiftly raised his hand to block. A smirk of disdain appeared on the assassin's face beneath his mask. How foolish to attack a void refinement stage expert. It was utterly futile. Boom. Jiang Ping'an's fist struck the assassin's arm, sending him hurtling into the starry expanse. The assassin's expression changed drastically as he gazed at his twisted and fractured arm, filled with horror. What terrifying power was this? He was a void refinement stage expert. Yet his arm had been shattered by a single punch. If Jiang Ping'an were also a void refinement stage expert, it would be understandable. But he had merely grasped the second-tier principle. How could he possess such formidable physical strength without being a complete sacred body? Jiang Ping'an unleashed the thunder flash, actively pursuing the assassin. His fists descended like falling stars upon the assassin. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's approach, the assassin wore an expression of disbelief. After thousands of years as an assassin, it was his first encounter with a lower-tier cultivator daring to counterattack against a stronger foe. How much confidence did this individual possess? As the masked assassin wielded his sword in defense, he simultaneously activated a healing technique to mend his injuries. Fortunately, Jiang Ping'an could not invoke the third-tier principle, so the damage he inflicted was not severe. Otherwise, healing would prove challenging. Was the Chu Kingdom incapable of affording better? They had only hired an initial stage void refinement assassin to deal with him. Jiang Ping'an gazed coldly at the assassin, his punching power escalating. The masked assassin felt a profound sense of contempt directed at him. As a prestigious initial stage void refinement assassin, having targeted no fewer than 10,000 individuals, it was the first time he was looked down upon by his intended victim. This Jiang Ping'an must die. Regardless of his considerable strength, it was ultimately futile. Lacking the third-tier principle, a void refinement stage expert could easily crush him. Chapter 344. I let you go. The assassin unleashed the full power of the celestial execution technique to seal Jiang Ping'an's movements, simultaneously executing his sword technique, sending a powerful sword intent sweeping toward Jiang Ping'an. The brilliant sword light illuminated the dim starry sky. He acknowledged Jiang Ping'an's strength, yet in the face of a top-tier initial stage assassin from the Celestial Execution Pavilion, Jiang Ping'an stood no chance of survival. The only thing to be wary of is the magical staff treasure possessed by Jiang Ping'an. Beyond that artifact, Jiang Ping'an poses no threat to him. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from Jiang Ping'an, instantly dispersing the surrounding undead phantoms. As he raised his hand to defend against the oncoming sword aura, however, the sheer force of the attack still sent Jiang Ping'an retreating several dozen miles. Hot blood streaming down his palm. With just a single strike, Jiang Ping'an deduced that the combat power of this assassin far exceeded that of the initial stage void refinement expert he had previously slain by several folds. It seemed he needed to take this seriously. Abruptly, Jiang Ping'an sensed something amiss and swiftly turned to unleash the boundless fist. A streak of sword light nearly pierced his skull from behind. The boundless fist neutralized the murderous intent. The attacker was the assassin's primordial spirit. In the realm of void refinement, the primordial spirit can separate from the physical body while retaining equivalent combat prowess. This primordial spirit had been lurking in the void, poised for a surprise attack. Yet, none of this eluded Jiang Ping'an's keen perception. The masked assassin's expression darkened. Jiang Ping'an had managed to uncover his ambush once again. What kind of divine eyes did Jiang Ping'an possess to see through the void? According to intelligence, it seemed Jiang Ping'an had employed ocular techniques during his battle with the chaos body in the East Sea, though the exact nature of his divine eyes remained unclear. Truly a fearsome prodigy. Two masked assassins charged toward Jiang Ping'an, launching a frenzied assault. Jiang Ping'an enlarged his form, his black battle spirit enveloping his body, as he activated numerous top-tier divine techniques to retaliate. The boundless fist, which neutralized power, the battle god technique, which augmented strength, and the lightning-fast thunder flash. These supreme secret arts elevated Jiang Ping'an's limits, narrowing the gap between him and his foes. The laws of power, battle intent, and gravity diminished the potency of the assassin's advanced laws. Under the dim starry sky, Jiang Ping'an faced two opponents without losing ground. Observers of this scene were utterly astonished. Jiang Ping'an could contend with an initial stage void refinement expert without employing his treasure. However, upon witnessing the top-tier secret arts Jiang Ping'an utilized, the onlookers felt reassured. Each of these secret arts was a rarity, a culmination of millennia of human wisdom. Even superlative experts would require several thousand years to acquire a single top-tier secret art. Seeing Jiang Ping'an unscathed, Wang Rin sighed in relief, no longer worried about Jiang Ping'an's safety. The assassin was formidable, but to eliminate Jiang Ping'an would not be an easy feat. The strengths of both parties were now comparable. On the battlefield beneath the starry sky, Jin Lin of the Golden Body observed the expanse with a complex gaze. Once upon a time, during the Genius War in the Underworld King State, Jiang Ping'an was not even his equal. Now, Jiang Ping'an had stepped onto the cosmic battlefield, formally entering the ranks of the mighty. He had established his own realm, sweeping through the eastern region's peers, altering the tide of battle single-handedly in the East Sea, and achieving parity with the epic-defining prodigy, the Chaos Body. Jiang Ping'an's name had become renowned across the world, while he himself had merely begun to make a name for himself in the Underworld King State. Others from the underworld king state shared similar sentiments. They had scarcely paid attention to Jiang Ping'an at first, only to awaken to his prominence when he surged ahead of everyone, leaving them in awe and unable to catch up. To his astonishment, despite the loss of his devouring talent, Jiang Ping'an was still capable of matching the strength of those at the early stage of the void refinement realm. The supreme divine art illuminated the dim starry sky, and Jiang Ping'an's massive form appeared diminutive amidst the celestial expanse, yet it radiated brilliance. Like a war deity, he traversed the void, confronting the void refiner with indomitable force, capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single punch that could stir mountains and rivers. With each strike, Jiang Ping'an grew stronger. Even when pierced through the body and nearly having his arm severed, nothing could deter his relentless spirit. His sacred demon body not only inherited the characteristics of the sacred body, growing more formidable with an unwavering will, but also embraced the traits of the demonic, becoming ever more frenzied in battle. In his frenzied state, Jiang Ping'an possessed an invincible conviction, forcing the masked assassin to retreat repeatedly, their spirit shaken. Suddenly, a surge of destructive power erupted from his fists, with the third-tier laws of annihilation rendering anything they touched to ruin. Witnessing this, the masked assassin's eyes ignited with intensity. This was the moment he had awaited. According to his intelligence, Jiang Ping'an could unleash a trace of annihilative force. The emergence of such power indicated that Jiang Ping'an had reached the pinnacle of his combat prowess. The assassin swiftly retrieved a high-tier talisman and affixed it to himself, experiencing an explosive increase in speed, thereby evading Jiang Ping'an's onslaught. Simultaneously, his sword lunged toward Jiang Ping'an's body. Jiang Ping'an had no time to evade and quickly raised his hand to grasp the weapon. Meanwhile, the assassin's spirit clone launched a stealthy attack from behind. It turned out that the frontal body was merely a decoy, while the spirit clone was the true lethal strike. Jiang Ping'an was undoubtedly destined for death. However, just as the ambush seemed poised for success, an eerie gravitational law suddenly descended upon the assassin's spirit clone. The assassin's heart sank. This was the star-pulling technique created by the supreme ruler of the Dacian dynasty, Huang Qianran. Bearing the pressure, he thrust his sword towards Jiang Ping'an's head. Yet, the might of the star-pulling technique forcefully altered the trajectory of his strike. The sword grazed Jiang Ping'an's cheek, a trickle of blood escaping. Jiang Ping'an swiftly retaliated with a kick, sending the assassin's spirit clone hurtling several dozen miles away with terrifying force, and then his fist descended upon the front-facing body. The masked assassin retreated hastily, narrowly evading the blow. Where Jiang Ping'an's fist landed, a multitude of black lines appeared in the void, causing it to shatter. The assassin, having dodged the attack, was filled with dread. Jiang Ping'an's power was overwhelmingly intimidating. Even the thought of breaking the void seemed exceedingly difficult. Realizing Jiang Ping'an's might, the assassin understood that this assassination mission had failed. Initially intending to eliminate Jiang Ping'an and seize the treasure, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. The faceless masked assassin, unwilling to waste further time, turned to flee. "Did you think I would let you go?" Jiang Ping'an's cold, indifferent voice resonated within the assassin's mind. In the starry expanse, direct speech was impossible. All communication was conducted through specialized sound-transmitting techniques or mental projections, capable of reaching the consciousness of others. The assassin hesitated, glancing back at Jiang Ping'an, questioning, "What? You think you can stop me from leaving?" He acknowledged Jiang Ping'an's strength, yet believed that if he wished to depart, the other would certainly be unable to hinder him. He was suited for assassination, not direct combat, and planned to seek another opportunity to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's eyes, deep and tranquil like an ancient well, exuded an unsettling stillness. "The heavenly calamity technique. I happen to have mastered the first layer. Allow me to demonstrate." The assassin scoffed at the mention of the first layer of the technique, dismissing it with disdain, and turned to depart. However, before he could make his exit, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly descended, freezing him in place, his body stiffening with dread. The once dim starry sky transformed into a horrific blood-red hue, a chilling and sinister atmosphere enveloping the entire battlefield. The cultivators engaged in combat felt a violent shudder run through them, as if encased in ice. All eyes turned in terror towards the source of the ominous presence. In the boundless void, countless spectral forms of corpses floated, resembling a hell on earth. Jiang Ping'an had amassed the bodies of millions of soldiers from the spirit platform kingdom and 20 million from the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a sight of unparalleled horror. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instilled fear were the corpses of the 18-armed squids. Some of these squids spanned hundreds of miles, densely covering the entire void, their numbers unfathomable. The might of the heavenly calamity technique lay in the fact that the number of beings slain and their levels influenced the potency of its manifestation. Even though Jiang Ping'an had only mastered the first layer, the moment this phenomenon appeared, it evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. What were these 18-armed squids? Why did they exude a sense of annihilation? Could all these be the beings Jiang Ping'an had slain? Astonishingly, there were 3 corpses of cultivators at the void refinement stage. Jiang Ping'an had indeed dispatched 3 such formidable beings. Some noticed the 3 corpses, the oppressive malevolence suffocating. The wicked practitioner, ambushed and slain by Jiang Ping'an, had encountered a powerful dragon clan member upon emerging from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, alongside the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Suddenly, a broken corpse of an 8-armed squid materialized. The moment this body appeared, the terrifying malevolence surged to its zenith. A transcending tribulation sea demon. This was inconceivable. At the sight of the 8-armed squid's corpse, even the ancient beings lurking in the depths of the starry sky displayed expressions of shock and horror. Among the beings Jiang Ping'an had slain was indeed a transcending tribulation 8-armed squid sea demon. Chapter 345. Slaying this was impossible. There had to be some mistake. No matter how strong Jiang Ping'an was, he could not have possibly killed such a powerful entity. At the instant the transcending tribulation 8-armed squid appeared, everyone was left in a state of profound astonishment. They could not fathom how Jiang Ping'an could have vanquished a transcending tribulation 8-armed squid. This broken sea demon was the very one that had cursed him when they met in the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. Little did the sea demon anticipate that even in death, it would still be utilized by Jiang Ping'an. The emergence of this corpse escalated the malevolence to its peak. The faceless masked assassin trembled uncontrollably. He yearned to escape, but found himself unable to summon the spiritual energy within, his blood feeling as though it had congealed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ping'an executed the Thunder Flash, teleporting before the assassin, merging the principles of destruction with the Emperor's seal in his palm. Relying solely on brute strength might shatter an opponent's body, yet through the art of restoration, they could easily recuperate to their former state. However, when coupled with the principles of destruction and the Imperial Seal's inherent rules, the process of restoration becomes exceedingly arduous, capable of directly injuring the very essence of life. Jiang Ping'an's physique was sufficiently vast, allowing his strike to envelop his adversary entirely. With a resounding thud, the assassin was caught unawares, his body exploding into nothingness. Jiang Ping'an turned to regard the assassin's spiritual manifestation, which was filled with sheer terror as the assassin attempted to flee. Although his physical form was obliterated, as long as his spirit remained intact, he could reconstruct his body. Yet, before he could escape, an endless array of corpse projections barred his path. With the star-pulling technique and the heavenly sealing arts descending to ensnare him once more, the assassin's body froze in place as Jiang Ping'an transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously appearing beside him, his massive fist descending like a falling star. The masked assassin could scarcely fathom meeting his demise at the hands of a youthful junior, not yet a century old. He had presumed that even if this mission failed, his life would not be at stake, significantly underestimating Jiang Ping'an's terrifying prowess. With a formidable physique, unparalleled speed, and an unfathomable reservoir of spiritual energy, it was impossible to ascertain the extent of Jiang Ping'an's hidden capabilities. Ultimately, he even summoned a multitude of corpse projections, including one from a transcendent being in the tribulation phase. With a resounding explosion, the assassin's spirit burst forth, radiating a blinding light akin to a miniature sun. A cultivator at the initial stage of the void refinement realm had fallen. Among the manifestations of Jiang Ping'an's murderous intent, a new projection of a masked corpse emerged. At this moment, everyone felt as though they were suffocating, their pupils trembling with terror as fear spread like a contagion upon gazing at Jiang Ping'an. They were aware that Jiang Ping'an could contend with initial stage void refinement cultivators, yet they had not anticipated his capability to slay one. These two concepts were entirely distinct. Suddenly, they recalled a recently popular saying, "As long as Jiang Ping'an lives, who among his peers dares to claim invincibility?" In this battle, Jiang Ping'an did not employ his other two bodies, indicating that this was not his strongest form. Furthermore, no one was aware that he could manipulate time. Jiang Ping'an collected the assassin's storage artifacts, ensuring that no remnants were wasted, discarding the remains to be devoured by the blood-eating 9 nether worms, hastening their evolution. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Ping'an cast his gaze upon the battlefield, focusing on a seemingly weaker cultivator at the initial stage of void refinement and advanced toward him with determination. Although Jiang Ping'an was currently formidable, he could not sweep aside all cultivators at this stage. Should his opponent belong to a powerful faction, they would possess numerous top-tier secret techniques and a greater array of magical artifacts, making them an insurmountable challenge. The initial stage cultivators he had dealt with thus far were relatively weak. The battle raged on. Jiang Ping'an's might cast a shadow over the kingdom of Chu. This insufferable Jiang Ping'an, who had supposedly been rendered powerless, remained astonishingly strong. Doubts about the curse afflicting him began to surface among them. The conflict persisted for a month, with countless casualties. The ancestors of the Great Xia, utilizing the Tao body, divided into 2 avatars, and with the assistance of a transcendent being from the Misty sect, they grievously injured the ancestor of the kingdom of Chu. The mightiest warrior of the Chu kingdom has sustained grievous injuries, leading to a significant decline in the morale of its soldiers, who subsequently retreated. Ultimately, the Chu kingdom, along with the Fierce Blade sect and the Maple Leaf Nation, was compelled to surrender. The Great Xia harbored ambitions of obliterating the Chu kingdom entirely. However, vanquishing such formidable foes proved to be an arduous task. Engaging in a desperate struggle against these 3 factions would undoubtedly incur substantial losses on the part of the Great Xia. Should such losses mount excessively, neighboring nations might seize the opportunity to launch attacks against the Great Xia. Even in the absence of external aggression, the protracted conflict would render it exceedingly difficult to eliminate the powerful adversaries of the Chu kingdom. If the formidable warriors of Chu were driven away, they could resort to lurking in the shadows to launch ambushes on the Great Xia, which would spell disaster for the latter. This predicament constitutes one of the reasons why wars are seldom initiated unless absolutely necessary. Beyond the heavy casualties, even the victors would not emerge unscathed. The sole miscalculation made by the Fierce Blade sect, the Maple Leaf Nation, and the Chu kingdom lay in the influence wielded by Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an alone decimated 2/5 of their combined strength, and his close association with the divine, maidenly Yaya of the Misty sect led to the latter's involvement. With the 3 factions conceding defeat, negotiations for surrender would soon follow. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Chu kingdom, the Fierce Blade sect, and the Maple Leaf Nation are poised to relinquish vast territories, particularly several significant mining regions. Additionally, they will be compelled to surrender several treasured artifacts and pay substantial reparations. This battle has drained them of their millennia of fortune. Absent extraordinary luck, these 3 factions would inevitably fade into oblivion over time. At the Celestial Path Academy, atop Daoshan, beneath a grove of enlightenment trees, the chaotic body, Situ Lingfeng, sits upon a quasi-immortal throne, harnessing the power of devouring to channel the Tao, cleansing his meridians. Surrounded by resplendent 7-colored radiance, resembling a divine being, exuding an ethereal demeanor. Young Master, a guardian suddenly manifests, bowing in reverence. Situ Lingfeng disregards him, continuing his absorption and exhalation. The guardian respectfully proclaims, "Young Master, there is news regarding Jiang Ping'an." Upon hearing the name, the divine radiance surrounding Situ Lingfeng trembles violently. He slowly opens his eyes, revealing orbs of rule that flow like water. What need is there to speak of that wastrel? It appears that Jiang Ping'an has not been entirely incapacitated. The Guardian presents a jade slip containing information about Jiang Ping'an's recent exploits. Situ Lingfeng takes the slip and peruses its contents. Observing Jiang Ping'an's actions, he furrows his brow slightly. Is he intent on pursuing the path of physical refinement? Strangely, despite knowing Jiang Ping'an to be a discarded individual, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washes over him. After a brief silence, Situ Lingfeng declares, "The demon Jiang indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, employing cruel tactics. He must be eradicated. Relay this decree from the young master. Whoever can slay the demon Jiang shall be rewarded with an enlightenment tree. Should their talent be exceptional or their strength formidable, they may also earn the opportunity to serve as a guardian for the young master." Situ Lingfeng harbors no desire for Jiang Ping'an to continue living, though he cannot fathom the reason behind it. Previously, he had seized Jiang Ping'an's talents, becoming the target of widespread scorn. Subsequently, he expended resources to manipulate public opinion, transforming Jiang Ping'an into a demon, all for the future of humankind. This time, Situ Lingfeng intends to eliminate Jiang Ping'an directly through the use of resources. Unbeknownst to him, he is gripped by fear of Jiang Ping'an. Before long, rumors regarding Jiang Ping'an resurfaced. It was said that during his battles with foreign nations, he spared no one, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Indeed, I too have heard whispers that in his pursuit of nurturing the bloodthirsty 9 nether worms, he did not even spare innocent civilians, including women and infants. The Chaos Body Great Being, determined to eradicate this fiend, issued a bounty. Whoever could eliminate Jiang Ping'an would be rewarded with a Tao Enlightenment Tree. What? A Tao Enlightenment Tree? It is everyone's duty to rid the world of this demon. Chapter 346, The Bounty. The Tao Enlightenment Tree is akin to a treasure. Meditating beneath its branches facilitates an accelerated understanding of the laws of the universe. I have always held a deep-seated disdain for demons. Yet I lament my own lack of strength. Once I reach the divine transformation realm, I shall undoubtedly seek to vanquish Jiang Ping'an. I am setting off for the Great Xia to eliminate this scourge. The bounty issued by Situ Lingfeng was posted at the Fortune Commerce Association, where it could be seen by cultivators throughout the entire realm. In truth, whether Jiang Ping'an is truly a demon or whether he indiscriminately slaughters the innocent could be discerned by acquiring relevant information at the Fortune Commerce Association. However, the truth of his nature does not matter. Many are indifferent to the reality, seeking only a justifiable reason to act. The value of the Tao Enlightenment Tree is exceedingly high. Even the most prominent human factions possess but a few. Just one such tree is enough to stir the hearts of over 90% of the cultivators in the realm. The remaining 10% are simply unaware of its significance. The ordinary cultivators, misled by the rumors, fully believe that Jiang Ping'an is a merciless demon. In tea houses and taverns, vitriolic denunciations of Jiang Ping'an abound. News of these developments reached the Great Xia, prompting Xia Qing to fear for Jiang Ping'an's safety, urging him to retreat to the royal family's secret realm for concealment. Such a treasure as the Tao Enlightenment Tree is enough to incite action from even the most formidable beings. This placed Jiang Ping'an once again in a precarious situation. The members of Great Xia and the strong from the mysterious sect cast complex glances at Jiang Ping'an. The bounty on his head surpassed that of even their strongest members. Typically, those of greater strength command higher bounties, yet Jiang Ping'an's was set at a Tao Enlightenment Tree. They all contemplated taking action against him. I shall not return. There are matters I must attend to. Jiang Ping'an declined Xia Qing's suggestion, entrusting Jiang Xiaoxue to the Grand Elder of mysterious sect, Song Hui, who is also Li Ye's mentor. Song Hui, a master of formations, was well suited to guide Jiang Xiaoxue, who is currently studying the same art. My apologies for the trouble. Senior, Jiang Ping'an said, bowing respectfully to Song Hui. Not at all. It is fortuitous that I require a disciple to learn formations, Song Hui replied, delighting in Jiang Xiaoxue's potential. Although her talent may not rival that of Li Ye, her flawless dual spiritual roots make her an ideal candidate to inherit Song Hui's knowledge. Jiang Ping'an then deeply bowed to his mentor, Wang Ren. Master, I must take my leave. I can no longer accompany you in discussions of the Tao. Wang Ren appeared regretful, lamenting his inability to assist his disciple. In less than a century, he found himself surpassed by Jiang Ping'an. Master, do not speak so. Without your early guidance, I would not be the disciple I am today. Jiang Ping'an holds profound respect for all who have shown him kindness. As Xia Qing observed Jiang Ping'an preparing to depart, a sense of urgency washed over her. Where are you going? It is perilous now. Nowhere is truly safe. Is there something you must accomplish? I am seeking the path that belongs to me, Jiang Ping'an replied, soaring into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Xia Qing felt an impulse to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. The expressions of the assembled powerful figures were deeply complex. The journey of this young man was destined to be fraught with hardship. He must either shatter the curse and rise anew or remain forever ensnared in this realm until death claimed him. Perhaps this departure would be a final farewell. The next time they heard news of him, it might be of his demise. Cursed, stripped of his talents, and now bearing the weight of bounties and infamy. Although Jiang Ping'an displayed no outward emotion, It was evident to all the fury and resentment he bore within. Father, Xiao Shui will diligently study the formations to vanquish that chaotic entity. Jiang Xiaoshui's eyes glistened with tears as she bid farewell to Jiang Ping'an. She understood that her father had left her behind to shield her from danger, especially now that all cultivators were hunting him down. This turmoil was instigated by that very chaotic being. Jiang Xiaoshua lamented her own weakness, feeling powerless to assist her father. Just as Jiang Ping'an vanished from sight, he suddenly sensed something, paused, and turned to say, I told you, following me is too dangerous. You are aware of my current circumstances. Remaining in Daxia to cultivate diligently is your best option. The figure of Yi Wuqing emerged, her exquisite visage devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Only by traversing the edge of death can one grasp the essence of mortality. Following you is the path most suited to me. And what if you perish? Jiang Ping'an countered. Then I shall perish, Yi Wuqing replied, unperturbed by the notion of death. She had long been destined for demise. Having been saved by Jiang Ping'an time and again, Jiang Ping'an sighed, suit yourself. He altered his appearance and continued his flight. Yi Wuqing donned a peculiar mask, concealing her features and aura, rendering her seemingly non-existent. This must have been some kind of special artifact. Where shall we go? Yi Wuqing inquired. Jiang Ping'an gazed into the distance, toward the unknown, and slowly articulated, to confront the 6 great Holy Land heirs, the princes of the 5 great dynasties, the scions of the 4 ancient clans, and the inheritors of the 3 teachings and 2 sections, to witness divine bodies, observe divine arts, break curses, and slay the chaotic entity. Our first battle will be against the prince of the Dacian dynasty. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Yi Wuqing's calm heart began to race with fervor and indescribable excitement surging within her, as if something was on the verge of erupting. The leader intended to challenge the most elite inheritors of the human race in this generation. Each of these prodigies was endowed with extraordinary talent, unrivaled among their peers. Some might even surpass the chaotic entity itself. Could the leader, unable to comprehend the laws at present, truly defeat these paragons? A mixture of concern and anticipation blossomed within Yi Wuqing. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Meng Jing clung to Jiang Ping'an, her tears soaking his garments. She had promised to return to her family after handing over the Demon Thunder Sutra to him, yet she had lingered for months, reluctant to part from him. We have been running for half an hour. It is time to depart, the elder of the Thunder clan, Lei Zong, stated coldly. Meng Jing wiped her tears, asking if she could bring Mutu back with her. No, came the reply, you must enter the ancestral grounds of the Lei family for training, a place only accessible to the members of the Lei clan. Bringing him back would be futile. Lei Zhang's face revealed no emotional fluctuations as he released a massive flying vessel. Jiang Ping'an gently brushed aside the disheveled, exquisite strands of Meng Jing's hair from her forehead, urging her to return, assuring her that they could communicate through a sound transmission talisman. With a sob, Meng Jing embraced her mother, Lei Lan, her clone Xiaqing, Yun Huang, and Li Yeye, imploring them to keep in touch. Unable to bear another glance at Jiang Ping'an, she bid them farewell with tears in her eyes. Lei Zong and the others boarded the vessel, which emitted a multitude of runes. With a brilliant flash of light, the vessel initiated its spatial traversal, vanishing from sight. Jiang Ping'an felt an emptiness within his heart. At that moment, Li Yeye suddenly grasped his hand. Brother Ping'an, she said, Sister Meng Jing asked me to take good care of you while she is away and warned you not to be deceived by other fox spirits. Jiang Ping'an could only shake his head in resignation. What fox spirits? It was inconceivable that he could be ensnared by such beings. Approaching him, Lei Lan addressed Jiang Ping'an, saying, regarding the magic thunder scripture, if you sense anything amiss during your cultivation, stop immediately. Why? Jiang Ping'an inquired, having just acquired the technique without yet practicing it. Lei Lan's expression grew serious. This thunder technique is peculiar. No one has succeeded in its cultivation aside from its creator. Other thunder methods embody righteous energy capable of vanquishing evil, yet this technique is different. It is demonic thunder, belonging to the realm of shadowy lightning. In practicing it will attract malevolent entities. Evil entities? Jiang Ping'an recalled reading that malevolent cultivation methods often drew such beings. Can this magic thunder scripture do the same? Lei Lan nodded gravely. The stronger your cultivation, the more powerful the malevolent entities you will attract. I do not possess extensive knowledge on this matter, but according to the elders of our clan, No one who has attempted to practice this technique has succeeded, and all practitioners have seen their lifespans drastically reduced. Many prodigies believe themselves to be exceptional and persist in cultivating this technique, ultimately meeting their demise. Consequently, this technique has been classified as forbidden. Chapter 347. Cultivating the Magic Thunder Scripture. Listening to Lei Lan's words, Jiang Ping'an's expression turned solemn. The fact that no one aside from the Creator could successfully cultivate the Magic Thunder Scripture was alarming. He had read about malevolent entities, remnants left behind by beings after death. Most of these entities lacked consciousness and merely sought to survive, instinctively absorbing the lifespans of nearby living beings. Among the things that cultivators abhorred, malevolent entities ranked high. They were difficult to exterminate and, once manifested, would attach themselves to the cultivator, devouring their lifespan. Xia Qing reproached Lei Lan. Since you are aware that the Magic Thunder Scripture cannot be cultivated, why did you not inform us earlier, allowing my brother to choose another technique? Faced with the accusation, Lei Lan remained silent for a moment before responding. I hoped Jiang Ping'an would create a miracle. Although the probability is slim, I genuinely wished for it. The Magic Thunder Scripture is one of the most powerful techniques of the Lei clan, balancing offense, defense, and speed. If he were to master it, it would hold tremendous significance for him. Perhaps the clan's powerful members would take this into account and find a way to lift the curse upon him. If Jiang Ping'an could successfully cultivate the Demon Thunder Sutra, it would present an opportunity for both him and the Thunder Clan. Although the power of the curse is formidable and difficult to unravel, it is not insurmountable. However, Jiang Ping'an lacked the justification to compel the Thunder Clan to pay an exorbitant price. Should he succeed in mastering the Demon Thunder Sutra and become the first to do so, it would instill hope within the Thunder Clan and potentially offer a pathway to break the curse. Upon hearing this explanation, Xia Qing's demeanor softened significantly, realizing that Lei Lan harbored such intentions. Yet, despite the creator of this technique being the only one capable of mastering it, not even the most gifted talents of the Thunder Clan throughout history have succeeded. Given that Jiang Ping'an's lifespan is already limited, any reduction in his life force during the cultivation process would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Xia Qing wished to dissuade Jiang Ping'an further, but found that he had already vanished. Undoubtedly, the fervent cultivator had returned to delve into the intricacies of the Demon Thunder Sutra. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Ping'an activated the Four Symbols Killing Formation, establishing a barrier. He seated himself on the cultivation platform and retrieved a black jade slip inscribed with a singular red character, Forbidden. Any technique that depletes life force is deemed a forbidden art. This black jade slip contains the Demon Thunder Sutra. Unlike conventional forbidden techniques, which consume life force only during their application, this particular art drains life force during the very act of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ping'an grasped the jade slip, allowing his consciousness to penetrate its depths and absorb the contents of the Demon Thunder Sutra. All things possess yin and yang. Thunder embodies the utmost yang force. Is there, then, a thunder of utmost yin? I have traversed forbidden lands, journeyed through the cosmos, and observed the innate talents of myriad beings, dedicating millennia to forge this yin thunder through the essence of magic. This method invites malevolent entities, consuming the life of the practitioner. I possess formidable cultivation and fear not this malevolence. However, ordinary cultivators must refrain from recklessly pursuing this art. It serves merely to validate the boundless possibilities of the world, not as a means of inheritance. The introduction emphasized the peril inherent in this art before proceeding to the main text of the technique. This cultivation method is unique, differing from others in its multi-layered complexity tailored for various realms of cultivation. It comprises merely 3 steps. First, construct the Yin Thunder runes with magical energy. Second, draw the thunder into the body. Third, wield the Yin Thunder. While appearing straightforward, the simplicity belies the difficulty of the cultivation, as the vast disparity in realms complicates mastery. Much like the star pulling technique, which is divided into the laws, mysteries, and domain chapters, Jiang Ping'an spent years perfecting it. The Demon Thunder Sutra diverges significantly from the star pulling technique. The first step requires constructing thunder patterns within the body. The strength of these patterns determines the potency of the thunder summoned and the subsequent release of Yin Thunder. The text details numerous thunder patterns, some of which necessitate his own insight and understanding. To forge advanced thunder patterns, one must grasp the principles of thunder, yet cursed as he is. Jiang Ping'an finds himself unable to comprehend these laws. Fortunately, he possesses the judge's pen, a quasi-immortal artifact, which allows him to inscribe advanced runes within his body. Without it, he would be unable to continue his cultivation of this art. Jiang Ping'an commenced his study of the Demon Thunder Sutra. Can one truly achieve success in cultivation? Or must one continue to experiment? During Jiang Ping'an's period of cultivation, news of his bounty reached the Eastern Sea Demon Resistance Corps. Qianzhua emerged from his seclusion, enraged by the news, and convened a meeting of senior commanders. This chaotic entity is truly despicable. To employ such tactics against Jiang Ping'an, our hero of the Eastern Sea, is utterly intolerable. Anger flickered in Qianzhua's singular eye as he proposed to vindicate Jiang Ping'an and ensure his protection. Do any of you dissent? The commanders shook their heads. While others may be unaware of Jiang Ping'an's true nature, they were well acquainted with him. Jiang Ping'an is a hero of the Eastern Sea Demon Resistance Corps, and we cannot allow his spirit to be crushed. One commander concurred, stating that the chaotic entity was indeed excessive in using rumors to attack Jiang Ping'an. Even if Jiang Ping'an were to succumb to darkness, he would still represent the legitimate path of demonic cultivation, having never practiced any malevolent arts. Suddenly, amidst the gathering of commanders, an eerie thunderclap reverberated. It was deemed eerie because, at the moment it struck, a wave of sinister and dark energy flooded the heavens and the earth. What a malevolent aura! A great demon is near. The commanders sensed the presence of this energy, their expressions tightening as they swiftly fled the conference room. Who has ventured into the demonic path to incite such a strange aura? Outside, the sky was drenched in a blood-red hue, the thick clouds resembling congealed blood, as if calamity were imminent. Within the crimson thunderclouds, streaks of black lightning surged. It was both bizarre and terrifying. Many soldiers stood frozen, gazing skyward, trembling in fear as if they beheld an unspeakable horror. What is this? Blood-red thunderclouds and black lightning. I have never witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. It seems as though a great demon has emerged. As the blood clouds and black lightning manifested, gusts of ominous winds swept through the heavens, and countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions drifted up from the depths of the sea, forming blood-colored skeletal fiends. The sight of these fiends filled the soldiers with overwhelming dread. An enemy attack. An enemy attack. Such entities can devour the lifespan of living beings, and unless one wields the utmost principles of light, they are nearly impossible to eradicate. The accumulation of endless malevolence suffused the entire realm with an aura of evil, reminiscent of apocalyptic visions. The high-ranking officials hastened to locate the source of this phenomenon. Ultimately, they pinpointed a residence. Upon discovering whose residence it was, the commanders were momentarily stunned. Jiang Ping'an emerged from his dwelling, surrounded by a halo of black lightning. I apologize for causing a minor disturbance. I regret any inconvenience this has caused, he said, clasping his hands in apology. The group fell silent in disbelief. Was it Jiang Ping'an who had conjured this phenomenon? Qianzhua's eye twitched as he regarded the terrifying spectacle before him. You call this a minor disturbance? Surely, you haven't strayed down a dark path in your pursuit of cultivation? The malevolent energy radiating from him was stronger than that of demons who had cultivated for millennia. No, this is the demonic thunder sutra of the Lei family. It is not an evil technique, Jiang Ping'an replied, glancing at the gathering malevolent entities. Perhaps the battlefield is the cause. Too many souls have perished here, leaving behind an excess of lingering spirits, hence the magnitude of the disturbance. The demonic thunder sutra? No wonder, Qianzhua remarked. Clearly having heard of this technique, his expression turning grave as he surveyed the multitude of malevolent beings. Hasten to cease your practice of this technique. For such an abundance of malevolent spirits shall consume your lifespan entirely. Chapter 348, Malevolent Spirits. Malevolent spirits are manifestations born from the lingering souls of the deceased. These remnants possess little human consciousness, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for vitality. Even the most formidable beings dare not approach these powerful malevolent spirits. A mere touch would result in the siphoning of one's life force. The most potent malevolent spirits reside within the dark forbidden zones, where a legion of ancient specters wanders, capable of vanquishing even those at the tribulation stage. Not long ago, Jiang Ping'an inscribed thunder patterns within his body, attempting to awaken these runes, which resulted in the current ominous phenomenon. The East Sea battlefield has witnessed the demise of countless cultivators and sea demons, leaving behind a multitude of lingering souls. As the Aeon thunder manifested, these souls instinctively coalesced into blood-red skulls, known as malevolent spirits. The winds howled, and blood clouds obscured the sky, while the skeletal forms emitted chilling sounds, evoking a sense of dread. Fearing for the safety of others, Jiang Ping'an swiftly flew towards the battlefield. The ominous blood clouds, the eerie Aeon thunder, and the formidable malevolent spirits followed him. He disregarded Qianzuo's counsel to halt his cultivation. His path was severed, regardless of the peril. He was determined to strive for strength. Observing Jiang Ping'an's obstinance, Qianzuo and the other leaders sighed in dismay. They understood the depth of Jiang Ping'an's fixation. Burdened by a curse, unable to comprehend the principles, his talents devoured, and subjected to public scorn and enmity, he carried a multitude of grievances. Yet, such burdens pale in comparison to the value of life itself. Jiang Ping'an arrived at the desolate heart of the battlefield. The terrifying blood clouds startled the Sea Demon clan. What malevolence is this? Such wickedness. Is it an offensive from the human realm? No, it is not the humans who approach, but rather a singular individual invoking this phenomenon. Numerous Sea Demon warriors pierced through the void, gazing at the figure beneath the blood clouds. Upon recognizing him, their expressions shifted in astonishment. Jiang Ping'an, what is he doing? How could he emanate such a sinister aura? Surely, he does not intend to descend into the path of darkness? Boom! A bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Ping'an with tremendous force. The powerful assault hurled him into the sea, where countless skeletal malevolent spirits seized the opportunity, exuding an unsettling aura as they surged forth. Jiang Ping'an's countenance hardened as he swung his fist in retaliation. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. His fist merely passed through the malevolent spirits, inflicting no harm upon them. Yet, he could distinctly feel his vitality being siphoned away. In a single clash, he lost a year of his lifespan. The blood-red malevolent spirit skull devoured him whole. Jiang Ping'an's expression changed drastically as his life force dwindled rapidly. He swiftly unleashed a lightning escape, yet innumerable malevolent spirits surrounded him. Jiang Ping'an summoned the sealing heavens, manifesting spirit chains that entwined the malevolent spirits. Although this provided some degree of obstruction, the sheer multitude of spirits was insurmountable. His corporeal attacks bore no effect upon these ethereal, malevolent entities. Had he not strayed into the path of darkness, his pure yang physique would have rendered him impervious to these malevolent spirits. Yet, as a cultivator of demonic arts, with the dark thunder coursing through his veins, he now bore the attributes of Aeon. This not only attracted sinister entities, but also rendered him immune to their harm. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an finally comprehended why no one had successfully mastered this technique. Mastery of a formidable, unyielding yang attribute was essential to combat these malevolent forces. However, to master such a technique, one must embrace the darkness, thereby adopting an Aeon attribute. The contradiction was stark. It would indeed be a miracle if this technique could be successfully cultivated. Should he truly abandon the demonic thunder cannon? The distant Sea Demon clan warriors, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's plight, could hardly contain their mirth. They speculated on his actions, yet with his current aura of demonic energy, he was undoubtedly a beacon for malevolent attacks. The more spirits he attracted, the quicker they could devour him. The Sea Demon clan warriors harbored a deep-seated disdain for Jiang Ping'an, reveling in his misfortune. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ping'an resolved to relinquish the demonic thunder cannon. Had he not been cursed, he might still grasp the laws of the universe and contend for survival. Even if he sacrificed a portion of his lifespan, he could potentially extend it through ascension to higher realms. Yet now, he was uncertain when he might lift the curse, leaving his cultivation stagnated at the second-tier understanding of the imperial realm. With his lifespan finite, he could not afford to take risks. Just as Jiang Ping'an prepared to abandon hope, a malevolent spirit suddenly surged into his body from behind. His complexion paled. The intrusion of this spirit would ravenously consume his lifespan. He hastened to channel his energy, attempting to expel the entity from his body. The spirit, sensing his intent, instinctively sought to flee. As it roamed within him, decades of his lifespan dwindled in mere moments. At this rate, his very essence would be entirely drained. However, as panic set in, an unexpected twist unfolded. The spirit, upon entering his meridian, found itself trapped and could not escape. Though it sought to flee, It was unable to break free from the confines of the passage. Furthermore, it could no longer consume his lifespan. Jiang Ping'an stood in bewilderment. What was happening? Why could the spirit not escape once it entered his meridian? Was it the influence of the Emperor's Heart Sutra? His meridians were indeed unique, especially after he had inscribed special runes using the Emperor's Heart Sutra on meridians, rendering them exceptionally resilient. While Jiang Ping'an pondered this anomaly, another chilling spirit surged toward him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade it, but then a thought struck him. He abruptly halted, making a bold decision to allow the spirit to enter his body. He sealed off all other parts of his body, leaving only the meridian open. The spirit emitted a strange, cackling laughter, but as it rushed into Jiang Ping'an's meridian, its laughter was abruptly silenced. It struggled against the barriers of the meridian, yet the runes from the Emperor's Heart Sutra seemed to exert a suppressive force, rendering it completely subdued. Jiang Ping'an's eyes began to gleam with newfound clarity. What does it mean that when a car reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear? This is it. Initially fearing that malevolent forces might affect his lifespan, I contemplated abandoning the Demon Thunder Sutra. To my surprise, I discovered that my internal acupoints could seal such entities. Since I possessed the ability to seal malevolence, I need not worry about my lifespan being compromised, and I can continue my cultivation. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Ping'an began to test how much malevolence his body could contain. No longer evading, the 360 major acupoints within him surged into action, actively absorbing a dense swarm of malevolence. The remnants of souls that constituted the malevolence were assimilated into his acupoints. Witnessing this scene, the powerful sea demon warriors were taken aback. Is this young man courting death? Even they, as formidable beings, would hesitate to allow malevolence into their bodies. Yet this lad was proactively drawing it in. Was this not a death wish? The human warriors were startled by Jiang Ping'an's actions. Stop! Quickly! Qian Zhua, fearing for Jiang Ping'an's safety, rushed forward and, with his formidable aura, dispersed the malevolent energies. He conjured a protective barrier, encasing Jiang Ping'an within, gazing at him with a single, penetrating eye. What are you doing? Are you attempting suicide? There is no need for such self-destructive behavior. You still have a millennium of time ahead of you, with opportunities to cultivate anew. Why engage in such folly? Chapter 349. Support. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's actions, Qian Zhuo instinctively assumed he was in despair and seeking to end his life. After all, allowing malevolence to enter one's body would inevitably erode one's lifespan. No one would willingly absorb such forces. Jiang Ping'an looked at Qian Zhuo, deeply grateful for his assistance, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention. You misunderstand. I am not attempting suicide. Stop pretending. Absorbing malevolence isn't a form of self-harm. What else could it be?" Qian Zhuo appeared unconvinced, as if saying, "You cannot deceive one who has lived so long." Jiang Ping'an clarified, "I possess a unique technique that allows me to seal malevolence. I am merely testing how much I can endure." Seal malevolence? Qian Zhuo was taken aback, then noticed that despite absorbing a considerable amount of malevolence, Jiang Ping'an's body showed no adverse effects. "You startled me. I thought you were truly giving up on yourself." With a sigh of relief, Qian Zhuo continued, "If you cannot cultivate the Demon Thunder Sutra, it is wise to abandon it. No one besides the creator of this technique has succeeded in mastering it, and it is no disgrace to falter in its practice. As for the accusations against you and the bounty placed upon your head, our East Sea Demon Extermination Corps will assist in resolving the matter." Fearing that Jiang Ping'an might genuinely be despondent, Qian Zhuo reassured him, "You have contributed so much to the East Sea Demon Extermination Corps, and thus we shall naturally lend our support. There are both villains and heroes among humanity. Do not allow a few slanderous words to lead you astray." Jiang Ping'an nodded, understanding. Suddenly, he remarked, "Esteemed elder, my avatar has already entered the territory of the great Qin dynasty and wishes to challenge the crown prince. Might I trouble you to convey this message?" Challenging him outright could be perceived as provocation, so it is most courteous to inform in advance. Challenge the crown prince? Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, Qian Zhuo fell into silence. Qian Yu, one of his grandsons, is the crown prince of the Qin dynasty in this generation. Is his highness in seclusion? Jiang Ping'an inquired, noticing Qian Zhuo's silence. Qian Yu shook his head, stating that the lad never secluded himself, apart from indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. He did little else, currently only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. You'd be wise not to challenge him. His combat prowess is feeble, and he could not possibly defeat you. Jiang Ping'an, however, doubted Qian's assertion. In such a formidable power, even a mere gatekeeper could dominate the outside world. How could the crown prince of such a force be as unlearned as Qian's was suggested? Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in respect, saying, I am willing to wait until His Highness breaks through to the late stage of the transformation god realm. I hope you can kindly inform me when that occurs. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's earnest demeanor, Qian's recognized his desire to confront the prodigy and sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall notify them in advance. He paused before continuing. Regardless of the outcome of your duel, you must not harbor any negative emotions. You are unlike that insufferable brat. He has never lacked resources and has been groomed by the royal family, naturally making him formidable. It was apparent that despite Qian's previous claims of Qianyu's weakness, he was now comforting Jiang Ping'an by suggesting he should not feel disheartened if he were to lose. Clearly, Qianyu was no simple opponent. Even Qianzhua, who had witnessed Jiang Ping'an's true strength, believed Qianyu might very well prevail. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude once more. Please, remove the protective barrier. I have yet to avenge my deep-seated grievances, and I shall maintain my composure. He was determined to continue his cultivation of the demonic thunder scripture. Qianzhua gave Jiang Ping'an a profound glance, tempted to inform him of his slim chances of seeking vengeance against the chaotic body, yet he refrained from disheartening him. Qianzhua then dispelled the protective barrier. Boom! Black lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Ping'an with great force, causing the dark thunder patterns within him to circulate and nourish his body. Jiang Ping'an could distinctly feel a unique power refining his physique. Truly, this was the pinnacle technique of the Thunder Clan. Even at the onset of his training, he could perceive enhancements. It is worth noting that he was currently equivalent to the late stage of the transformation god realm, already a powerful individual, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. As the black lightning fell, a multitude of malevolent entities surged towards him. Jiang Ping'an released his acupoints, sealing these entities within them. He was uncertain of how many malevolent beings his acupoints could contain. However, these entities lacked concepts of mass and volume, being a special kind of soul. They theoretically would not occupy space within the acupoints, allowing for infinite containment. Of course, it was improbable to contain them infinitely, beyond a certain threshold. These entities could very well break through the acupoints. While refining his physique, Jiang Ping'an simultaneously studied the capacity of his acupoints to seal malevolent entities. Observing Jiang Ping'an absorb the malevolence without incident, the formidable beings of the sea monster clan wore grim expressions. How could this fellow absorb such malevolence without consequence? They had assumed that with the amount Jiang Ping'an absorbed, he would surely perish, yet he remained unharmed. They were at a loss as to how he accomplished this. These powerful individuals ceased to regard Jiang Ping'an, redirecting their focus. They had numerous matters to attend to and deemed it unnecessary to squander time on him. If one could eliminate him, wasting a bit of time would be inconsequential. The crux lies in the presence of formidable guardians from the human race, rendering any attempt futile. On that day, the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps issued a proclamation within the realm of cultivation. Jiang Ping'an, a hero of our eastern domain, has saved countless cultivators and is by no means a nefarious individual, but rather a victim of treachery. The Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps hereby vindicates him. Furthermore, it is declared that any cultivator surpassing Jiang Ping'an's realm who assaults him without cause shall face execution at the hands of the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps. This announcement stirred a tremendous uproar in the cultivation world. It became apparent that Jiang Ping'an had been wronged by the chaos body. Nonsense. Jiang Ping'an is a fiend. And what is the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps but a mere shield for a demon? We, as heroes, ought to eradicate demons and uphold justice. Since Jiang Ping'an has succumbed to the path of darkness, he deserves death. Once I slay Jiang Ping'an, the Chaos Body and the Celestial Academy will protect me. What is the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps to me? After I claim my reward for his demise, I shall depart this star, huh? I do not believe the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps will abandon their domain. The announcement from the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps did instill some deterrence. However, its impact was rather minimal. The Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps must safeguard the Eastern Sea and cannot venture elsewhere. At most, they have some influence in the Eastern domain, which fails to intimidate the desperate rogues in other regions. Not long after, the ancient Thunder Clan issued a sacred edict. Jiang Ping'an has never committed evil. We, the ancient Thunder Clan, vindicate him. Any strong individual who disregards honor and strikes at him shall certainly pay the price. This news once again reverberated through the realm of cultivation. Two major forces united in support of Jiang Ping'an. His influence must be significant indeed. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an has truly been wronged? I spent money at the Fortune Source Chamber to procure information about Jiang Ping'an. He is not engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter as rumored. The killings in the war stem from a conflict of mutual interests, unrelated to him personally. These powers are clearly allied with Jiang Ping'an, speaking on his behalf. The decline of our human race is precisely due to these major forces shielding the wicked. If this continues, our humanity is doomed. The staunch support of Jiang Ping'an from these two great powers prompted some individuals to actively seek the truth, discovering that he is not as malevolent as the rumors suggest. Of course, there are those who remain ignorant, continuing to judge him based on their own preconceived notions. Indeed, some even belittled humanity, attributing the reasons for our decline in recent years to the forces that defend Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 350, Another Betrayal at the Celestial Academy, atop Daoshan. Situ Lingfeng, upon learning of the announcements from the two major forces in support of Jiang Ping'an, felt a surge of indignation. The public opinion he had painstakingly shaped was undermined by these two mighty factions, while some in the outside world continued to revile Jiang Ping'an. The number of his detractors had increased. This despicable insect has squandered so much of my efforts. Situ Lingfeng could hardly fathom that a mere Jiang Ping'an, who had just grasped the second-tier laws, could disrupt his plans for such an extended period. As a distinguished chaos body, destined to overshadow the greatest talents of an era, he found himself ensnared by such a trivial figure. Situ Lingfeng shattered the jade slip containing crucial information in his hand and addressed the guardian, instructing him to disseminate the news that Jiang Ping'an possesses a celestial artifact. The guardian paused for a moment, swiftly grasping Situ Lingfeng's intent. This was clearly an attempt to frame Jiang Ping'an. Understandably, not only celestial artifacts but even supreme treasures are beyond the reach of many formidable beings in the tribulation stage. The rarity of a celestial artifact makes it even more elusive. Indeed, many races might not even possess a single one. Even the most powerful figures are tempted by such treasures. Although the rumor is utterly unfounded, it will undoubtedly incite suspicion and conjecture among cultivators. Intelligent beings share a common flaw. They are prone to suspicion. Following Situ Lingfeng's directive, the Guardian released the information regarding Jiang Ping'an's alleged possession of a celestial artifact. It wasn't long before this news spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation world. A sensational announcement. Jiang Ping'an possesses a celestial artifact. Absurd. This is clearly a falsehood. One wonders who the fool is that propagated such nonsense. I spent a fortune at the Fortune Prosperity Merchant Association to acquire all information regarding Jiang Ping'an. Yet I found no mention of him possessing a celestial artifact. The Fortune Prosperity Merchant Association does not traffic in mere hearsay, so this matter cannot be without basis. If Jiang Ping'an truly lacks a celestial artifact, how has he ascended from humble beginnings to his current stature? Who has provided him with resources? How has he been able to make such rapid breakthroughs? What enables him to create his own realm? By what means can he rival the chaos body? Therefore, he must possess a celestial artifact. Impossible. This is a false rumor. Have you not noticed that there has been a spate of negative news about Jiang Ping'an lately? Someone is targeting him. A celestial artifact. If we could obtain such a treasure, our family might ascend to become a superpower. Even if he lacks a celestial artifact, the supreme treasures he possesses would be sufficient to entice action. Just as Situ Lingfeng anticipated, even in the absence of any evidence, the claim that Jiang Ping'an possesses a celestial artifact has stirred suspicion. In the capital of the great Qian dynasty, within an unassuming tea house, Yi Wuqing clenched his fists as he listened to the discussions around him and conveyed a message to Jiang Ping'an. Boss, it must be that scoundrel from the chaos body attempting to frame you again. Jiang Ping'an gritted his teeth, his breath quickening, and a fierce murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had seldom lost control of his emotions. Yet this time, his fury was palpable. The disdainful Situ Lingfeng had stolen his talents, tarnished his reputation, and even issued a bounty for his death. Now, he deliberately spreads rumors of Jiang Ping'an's possession of a celestial artifact, aiming to incite thoughts and doubts among all. It is not just the human race that will take notice. Other races will too. If such slander were directed at anyone else, it might drive them to madness. Although Sidu Lingfeng has no evidence, the mere insinuation and doubt are enough to unsettle hearts. Jiang Ping'an yearned to wield the judge's pen, utilizing the power of causality to directly eliminate Sidu Lingfeng. However, such an action would lead to his own demise, and even a rebirth talisman would be of no help. The judge's pen, entangled with the forces of causality, is akin to a forbidden technique. The rebirth talisman cannot revive beings that have willingly burned their own life force. Jiang Ping'an was infuriated. This Sidu Lingfeng must die. As long as such a person exists, Jiang Ping'an would suffer. However, he now finds himself powerless to exact revenge, forced to suppress his hatred deep within and diligently pursue his cultivation. His true self is currently practicing the demon thunder scripture in the Eastern Sea, while his discarded, devouring avatar battles against malevolent thoughts within the demon cavern of the Great Xia secret realm, refining his soul. The sacred demon body has arrived alongside Yi Wuqing at the imperial city of the Great Qin dynasty, poised to challenge the crown prince. The Lei family has pledged that should he triumph over the heirs of the foremost human powers, they will refrain from troubling Meng Jing and him. Beyond this objective, Jiang Ping'an also yearns to engage in combat with these prodigies. While seeking a method to lift the curse, he aims to witness the prowess of the top talents, divine bodies, and techniques, preparing to forge a third path. Jiang Ping'an is immensely grateful for the support from both the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Legion and the Lei family. Regardless of their motivations, these two factions have stepped forward to assist him. With the declarations of these two powers, at least the formidable beings will not overtly target him. "Look, the crown prince is out again today," remarked a male cultivator near the window of the tea house. "What a disgrace. The esteemed crown prince spends his days idly wandering, drinking, and listening to music instead of cultivating. Indeed, how old is the crown prince? He behaves like a child, neglecting his training and remaining at the late stage of the nascent soul. One wonders why the royal family would choose such a waste of potential." As the crowd gazed outside, they beheld a disheveled man staggering by. He was handsome yet unkempt, his hair haphazardly tied up, and his attire appeared to be poorly worn, resembling sleepwear, revealing a slightly protruding belly. Had it not been for a few who recognized him, others would never have guessed that this man was, in fact, the crown prince of the Great Qin dynasty. The Great Qin dynasty stands as one of the most formidable forces among humanity, with a transcendent status and profound heritage, incomparable to ordinary factions. The heir of such a grand power should be exalted. Yet, this generation's crown prince is a complete oddity. Where is the crown prince heading? He has been frequenting the teleportation array for a month now, a cultivator inquired with curiosity. Who knows? I've heard he seems to be awaiting someone. Awaiting someone? Could it be another heir from a great power whom the crown prince is personally greeting? Perhaps he is waiting for some enchanting beauty. Hearing the gossip within the tea house, Yi Wuqing turned to Jiang Ping'an. "Boss, is he waiting for you?" "I'm not entirely sure," Jiang Ping'an replied as he set down his teacup and communicated with the passing Qianyu. "Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion." Upon hearing the communication, Qianyu immediately halted, his face beaming with delight, and swiftly dashed into the tea house. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to clasp his fists in greeting, Qianyu suddenly embraced his shoulders with exuberance. "Haha, Brother Jiang, I've finally awaited your arrival." Upon receiving the news, I began preparing the ingredients, eagerly anticipating your presence. With a broad smile, Qianyu draped his arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulders and strode out, as if they were longtime brothers. Jiang Ping'an felt somewhat awkward with Qianyu's excessive enthusiasm, suspecting that there might be ulterior motives behind such fervor. The individual did not confirm his identity directly, yet presumptuously declared him to be Jiang Ping'an, which seemed rather reckless. The patrons of the tea house were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Who was the person embraced by His Highness the Crown Prince? It was astonishing that he could wait an entire month for him. "Your Highness, I have come to the Great Qin dynasty to seek your guidance and engage in a friendly contest of skills." Jiang Ping'an politely articulated his purpose. "Oh, I am already aware of that. Let us discuss such trivial matters later." Qianyu impatiently waved his hand. Eager to dine in the palace where he had arranged for the finest delicacies, ones rarely encountered by the common folk. Chapter 351, Crown Prince Qianyu. The Great Qin dynasty's palace sprawled over an immense area, necessitating the use of small teleportation arrays for navigation. Above the palace, the laws of heaven and earth manifested, shimmering with resplendent hues, a sight to behold. Within the palace grounds, one could witness dragons soaring amidst the clouds, phoenixes gracing the skies, and even a rare qilin that vanished into thin air. Numerous exotic beasts flitted about, their species indiscernible. The stone pathway beneath one's feet was imbued with peculiar laws, quickening the comprehension of heavenly principles as one walked upon it. The flora along the path consisted of divine herbs aged for centuries, and Jiang Ping'an was astonished to observe two plants engaged in conversation. It was his first encounter with sentient vegetation. The ordinary palace maids, if seen in the outside world, would resemble celestial beings, exuding immense strength. The extraordinary flowers and rare beasts overwhelmed Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing, leaving them in awe. As they traversed the palace, it felt akin to a rustic individual entering a grand city. The sensation of astonishment could only be truly grasped through personal experience. This was merely the facade of the great Qin dynasty. Its true depth remained concealed from outsiders. Was this the pinnacle of human civilization? Truly formidable. The great Xia dynasty paled in comparison to such an eminent force as the great Qin dynasty. Qian Yu led Yi Wuqing to an expansive estate. Your Highness. A dozen maidens resembling ethereal fairies bowed in greeting. How tiresome. I have mentioned several times that there is no need for such formalities. Qian Yu remarked with a look of resignation. Please instruct the spirit chef to prepare the meal. Brother Jiang has arrived. Yes, Your Highness. After the beautiful maidens bowed once more, they swiftly departed. Qian Yu lamented. The residence is so vast that even dining feels tedious. I have insisted on a smaller space. Yet they insisted I must reside here, claiming it is essential for a prince. What is so remarkable about this place? It merely boasts a few spiritual springs and a fire lotus of enlightenment. The joy of life lies in indulgence. Cultivation is merely a waste of time. Observing Qian Yu's exasperated expression, Yi Wuqing clenched his fists, inexplicably compelled to strike this fellow. Jiang Ping'an turned his gaze towards Qian Yu, utilizing the power of his pupils to discern the essence of the individual. After his examination, Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. Qian Yu genuinely exhibited no concealed strength. He was indeed at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Although he was a perfect grade nascent soul, remaining at this realm at such a young age within the great Qin dynasty was decidedly unusual. This was undoubtedly a result of negligence. Why had the great Qin dynasty chosen this individual as their crown prince? Why had the esteemed Qian Zhu implied that he might be at a disadvantage? As Qian Yu guided Jiang Ping'an around the estate, he led him to a location near a spiritual spring. The ethereal energy converged into a spring, its fragrant essence permeating the surroundings, enveloping the atmosphere in a mysterious allure. A beautiful palace maid played the zither, her melodious notes resonating harmoniously, imbued with the power of sound waves, calming the heart and mind. Seated at the table, Qian Yu personally brewed a cup of tea for Jiang Ping'an, the essence reminiscent of the principles of the fire lotus enlightenment swirling above. These were leaves plucked from the enlightenment tree, immensely beneficial for cultivation, though I had little taste for them due to their unpalatable flavor. However, for those like you who seek to enhance your prowess, it must be quite delightful, as they are unavailable for purchase outside. The enlightenment tree is a treasure. Its leaves, while not on par with the fire lotus, hold their own value. Qian Yu, seated across from me, spoke with palpable excitement. Although I am not particularly fond of cultivation, I relish tales of heroes, and Jiang's stories are truly exhilarating. Jiang Ping'an seemed to discern the reason behind Qian Yu's enthusiasm. If the prince held such admiration for heroes, why did he not strive to become one himself? This prince's cultivation level was too low to engage in combat with him. He needed to elevate his realm first. Qian Yu shrugged, expressing his resignation. With greater power comes greater responsibility. If I were to grow stronger, I would have to bear many burdens, and that would hinder my enjoyment of life. At that moment, a maidservant presented 3 peculiar fruits. They were enigmatic, resembling the depths of the starry sky, speckled with shimmering starlight, akin to a miniature cosmos. Upon sighting these fruits, Qian Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly picked up 2, offering them to Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing. Come, Jiang, partake of these fruits. They are star fruits. I seldom have the chance to enjoy them, having secured 3 with my grandfather's permission, so I share this indulgence with you. These fruits were born from the depths of the cosmos, bearing fruit once every millennium, with scarcely any found throughout the cultivation realm. And only our Qin dynasty could cultivate them, albeit in limited quantities. Each fruit could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. And consuming it would grant a transcendent experience of the soul traversing the vastness of the universe, a marvel indeed. Upon hearing of the longevity these fruits promised, Jiang Ping'an's body trembled, instantly recognizing their immense value. Rarely do celestial treasures that extend life appear, and those that do, especially ones granting 500 years, are exceedingly precious, far surpassing the worth of secret treasures for ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespans. Might I keep this fruit? Jiang Ping'an hesitated, unwilling to consume it outright, wishing to preserve it. Nearby, the maid playing the zither cast a glance of disdain, thinking it rather crass to take food home from a banquet. She wondered who this person was, to be honored by the prince with a feast and to indulge in a star fruit, which was typically reserved for the esteemed of sacred places and high-ranking sections. This fruit was indeed intended for you, Jiang. You may do as you wish with it. With a smile, Qinyu took a star fruit and bit into it. In that moment, his taste buds erupted with flavor, saliva cascading forth. His face a picture of bliss as he collapsed onto the table, a broad smile illuminating his features. The fruit was not only delectable, it allowed one's soul to transcend into the cosmic expanse, witnessing the celestial bodies and the dance of the sun and moon. A sensation of freedom that could only be truly appreciated through consumption. Jiang Ping'an refrained from eating, choosing instead to set the fruit aside. The master was grievously injured by the celestial crocodile clan, his lifespan severely compromised. This treasure possesses remarkable healing properties for him. Additionally, he could replicate it using the treasure-gathering basin, which could prove life-saving in critical moments. At that juncture, an anxious voice echoed from a distance. Your Highness, I shall inform the Crown Prince at once. Please wait. Wait for what? I come and go as I please. A man emanating a formidable aura appeared. Clad in a dark gold royal robe, his countenance stern and his eyes shadowed with intensity. He swiftly descended before the table, seizing the fallen crown Prince Qinyu. Qinyu! A thunderous roar jolted Qinyu awake. With a face full of resentment, he lamented, Third brother, I finally managed to savor a piece of fruit. And you wake me up just as I was enjoying it. Enjoying? All you do is indulge. With your demeanor, how can you possibly be the crown prince? Why should they bestow the title upon you? Qiangsong's face was contorted with indignation, his anger barely contained. Qinyu, feeling helpless, replied, I don't wish to be the crown prince either. I've approached father several times, even consulted grandmother, yet they insist I take on the role. How infuriating. Qiangsong gritted his teeth in frustration. Were it not for Qinyu being his brother, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. The situation was utterly exasperating. Suppressing his fury, Qiangsong declared, From this moment forth, you shall dedicate yourself to training. If you can defeat me, I shall willingly relinquish the crown prince's title to you. I am eager to see what extraordinary talents you possess that have garnered such favor from our father. Qiangsong, the third son of the reigning emperor, known as the Song King, was at the peak of the transformation stage, on the verge of breaking into the void refinement stage. His territory lay within the chaotic expanse of the starry skies, and upon reaching the void refinement stage, he would venture into the cosmic turmoil to compete against other races. Qiangsong felt a deep sense of injustice. His brother, Qinyu, was frivolous and carefree, yet he was favored as the crown prince. Had Qinyu shown diligence in his training and exhibited tremendous talent, effortlessly vanquishing his peers, Qiangsong would have said nothing. But Qinyu's lack of discipline was intolerable. Why should he ascend to the throne without facing the same perils in the starry chaos? It was simply unfair. Chapter 352. The Prince's Contest. Qiangsong had once believed that his brother Qinyu harbored some hidden, extraordinary talent, even suspecting him of feigning nonchalance as a clever ruse. Thus, he had shadowed Qinyu for half a year, secretly observing him. However, the outcome left him profoundly disillusioned. Qinyu truly lacked any ambition, spending his days either reveling in entertainment or gallivanting about. This disparity was intolerable for Qiangsong, the diligent prince. While they were all expected to fight on the front lines, this idle crown prince would eventually assume the mantle of leadership. Who could bear such inequity? As Qiangsong stood on the brink of breaking into the void refinement stage, eager to compel his brother Qinyu to reveal his true prowess one last time, Qinyu wore an innocent expression. Why does everyone want to fight me? I truly have no desire to engage in battle. It's so exhausting. How about this? Third brother, why don't you duel with brother Jiang? If you win against him, then I shall fight you. Do not use an outsider as a shield. Xiang Tsang didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing, who stood nearby. As a prince of the great Qian dynasty, he established his foundation at the tender age of 10, attained the golden core at 11, and reached the nascent soul stage by 12, followed by a century of profound cultivation. He delved into the laws of the universe, comprehended secret techniques, and engaged in training with other royal offspring and numerous prodigious beings. The friends he had gathered, whose origins were unknown, were hardly worthy of his attention. Taking a bite of a starfruit, Qianyu remarked with a smile, "You may find it challenging to contend with brother Jiang." A hint of disdain appeared on Qian Song's proud visage. Even if one were unlearned, one should grasp the innate talents and combat prowess that I possess as a prince. In this world, apart from Jiang Ping'an, no one bearing the surname Jiang could rival me. Alas, that Jiang Ping'an has already fallen, cursed and stripped of his innate gifts by the chaos body, rendering him incapable of engaging in battle with me. As he spoke, a flicker of regret crossed Qian Song's face. He had hoped to face Jiang Ping'an in combat, to witness the prowess of this unparalleled genius who swept through the East Sea. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. He is Jiang Ping'an. Qianyu, munching on the starfruit, directed his gaze towards Jiang Ping'an. Hearing this, Qian Song was momentarily taken aback. He is Jiang Ping'an? Qian Song and the surrounding maidens turned their attention to Jiang Ping'an. Is this the Jiang Ping'an who has recently garnered much acclaim? Discussions about him abound, featuring tales of his demonic rampages and the rewards for defeating him, including the coveted enlightenment tree and rumors of him possessing celestial artifacts. Even as a prince of the great Qian dynasty, Qian Song found himself overshadowed by this figure. Qian Song activated the star-grasping technique, a powerful gravitational force descending upon Jiang Ping'an. Yet, Jiang Ping'an countered with his own star-grasping technique, neutralizing the pressure. What a fortunate encounter it is to meet you, Taoist Jiang, Qian Song said, clasping his fists in greeting. To this date, the star-grasping technique had only been bestowed upon one outsider, Jiang Ping'an. Typically, one would not warrant the courtesy of such a greeting from the prince, but this Jiang Ping'an was deserving of it. Jiang Ping'an rose and returned the gesture, declaring, "It is indeed a pleasure. I am curious as to why you, Taoist Jiang, have chosen to visit our great Qian dynasty." Qian Song pondered, bemused by the audacity of Jiang Ping'an to roam freely amidst the perilous attention he commanded in the cultivation world. Jiang Ping'an replied, "I seek to challenge the heirs of the foremost powers while also searching for a means to lift my curse." The tale of his curse had long been known, and he saw no need to conceal it. Qian Song's understanding dawned, and he cast a disappointed gaze upon his younger brother, Qianyu. How disgraceful! He comes to challenge you, and you cannot even withstand his prowess. Unfazed by the mockery, Qianyu chuckled, "You both yearn for a fight, and your cultivation levels are well matched. Why not engage in combat? That is a different matter. My grievances lie with you, not with Taoist Jiang," Qian Song retorted, seizing Qianyu once more, his tone cold. "I know you must be concealing some extraordinary talent. If you wish to feign ignorance, I will force it out of you." With that, Qian Song unleashed a punch aimed at Qianyu's abdomen. A spray of blood erupted as Qianyu's belly was punctured, his expression contorted in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Your Highness!" The nearby maidens gasped in horror, their faces pale. Qian Song withdrew his bloodied fist and coldly inquired, "Brother, do you wish to continue the charade? Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Do you not wish to fight?" Qianyu trembled in agony, unable to respond. His white garments stained crimson with blood. It seemed that his hatred was insufficient. Qian Song raised his fist once more to strike. However, before contact could be made, an unseen force suddenly yanked Qianyu away, causing Qian Song to miss his mark. The injured Qianyu was drawn forth by Jiang Ping'an, who employed the star-pulling technique to bring him close and activated the secret art of eternal vitality to heal him. Fortunately, Qian Song's assault had not invoked any laws, making the healing quite manageable. Qian Song's icy gaze resembled a sharpened blade, seemingly intent on piercing Jiang Ping'an. "Jiang, my friend, do you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? His Highness the Crown Prince has graciously entertained me. This debt must be repaid." The fruit that can extend one's life by 500 years was readily brought forth, and I have heard that Qianyu has been waiting for him for a month in advance. Jiang Ping'an could not stand by idly while Qian Yu endured relentless blows. Stepping forward, his original visage restored, he mused that since the crown prince lacked the strength to contend, perhaps the esteemed Prince Tsang would suffice. Qian Yu was ill-equipped to battle him. Thus, he would gladly engage with Prince Tsang instead. Incensed, Qian Tsang, upon hearing Jiang's words, expressed a desire to witness the rumored era-level genius capable of matching the chaotic body. The bones in his body emitted explosive sounds, akin to thunderclaps. As a formidable aura flickered like an elusive shadow, in an instant, Qian Tsang vanished from his position, darting toward the starry expanse. Yi Wuqing, witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise at the man's astonishing speed. Jiang Ping'an transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing closely behind. You two need only spar. Peace is paramount. Qian Yu, clad in blood-stained garments, hurried after them, anxious that the confrontation might escalate. Qian Tsang activated the star-pulling technique, a terrifying gravitational force capable of shattering ordinary divine transformation practitioners into fragments. Jiang Ping'an similarly unleashed the star-pulling technique to counter. The clash of law-infused techniques produced a dazzling display of radiant laws that illuminated the celestial dome. The cultivators within the palace sensed the disturbance and looked up in alarm. Who dares to fight above the imperial palace? Numerous royal cultivators soared into the starry sky. It is Prince Tsang. Who is that individual opposing him? I have never seen him before. To provoke Prince Tsang must mean he is a prodigy. In a flash, Qian Tsang appeared before Jiang Ping'an, his fist imbued with the terrifying power of the laws, descending with ferocity. Jiang Ping'an did not evade, but boldly met the strike head-on. Neither party retreated, their fists colliding with tremendous force. The sheer power of the clash caused the surrounding space to collapse, fissures appearing in its wake. Witnessing this spectacle, many felt a chill run down their spines. The magnitude of their power was truly terrifying. A space that could only be damaged by a void refinement stage cultivator was now cracking under the sheer force of their confrontation. This was merely a fraction of Qian Tsang's battle prowess. A knowledgeable cultivator familiar with Qian Tsang remarked that the individual facing him was no ordinary figure. Then, a man adorned with a golden crown and exuding an aura of authority emerged. This figure bore a resemblance to Immortal in his 30s or 40s, embodying maturity and gravitas. Clad in resplendent robes of golden dragons, his feet encased in thunderous boots, surrounded by an aura of laws that obscured his visage from the eyes of ordinary folk. Upon encountering this individual, the royal cultivators hastily clasped their fists and bowed in deference, while those of lower status promptly knelt in the void. We pay our respects to your majesty. Your majesty, who is burdened with myriad affairs, how is it that you have suddenly appeared here? Chapter 353. The battle against the Tsang king, the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Burdened with numerous responsibilities, rarely found moments of respite. When not engaged in state affairs, he would devote himself to cultivation, seldom making an appearance except on significant occasions. Thus, the sight of the emperor here was unexpected. Please rise, spoke Qian Wanshan, his voice calm, and those who had bowed were gently lifted by an invisible force. His eyes, deeper than the starry sky, were fixed intently on the two combatants before him. A member of the royal family, standing respectfully behind Qian Wanshan, inquired with reverence, Your Majesty, who is the adversary of the third prince? Earlier, Your Majesty remarked that this individual is no ordinary person. To receive such an evaluation from the illustrious emperor of the Dacian dynasty certainly indicated that this person was of princely caliber. Who is the only outsider to have acquired the star-guiding technique? Qian Wanshan inquired, his tone imbued with authority. Upon hearing this, the royal member initially stood in stunned silence, before his eyes widened in realization. Jiang Ping'an. The star-guiding technique was a closely guarded secret of the Dacian dynasty, bestowed upon but one individual by the supreme emperor. That individual was none other than the recently renowned Jiang Ping'an. Initially presumed to be a hidden genius within the royal lineage, it was astonishing that Jiang Ping'an had arrived in the Dacian dynasty. With the revelation of Jiang Ping'an's identity, the demeanor of the onlookers shifted dramatically. What they had initially believed to be a clash of internal genius was revealed to be the challenge posed by an outsider. Should he falter in this confrontation, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Qian Tsang, a top-tier powerhouse of this generation, was expected to prevail. If it were any other challenger, they would have little cause for concern. However, the fact remained that this was Jiang Ping'an, renowned for his self-created realm. Emerging from the Forbidden Zones and contending against the Chaos Body, he had single-handedly held back 1,000,000 sea demons of the same tier in the East Sea, earning the title of an epic-defining prodigy with unparalleled combat prowess. The entire realm of cultivation was abuzz with tales of his exploits. Song Wang was assuredly capable of victory. After all, Jiang Ping'an had lost his most formidable devouring talent, which would undoubtedly impair his combat capabilities. Yet, whispers of Jiang Ping'an having slain early-stage void refinement experts lingered. Song Wang had also claimed lives, and the victor would surely beat Song Wang. The thoughts of the Dacian crowd intertwined in the starry expanse, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield, eagerly anticipating a triumph for Qiansong. As the clash between Jiang Ping'an and Qiansong intensified, their respective powers surged. The laws danced chaotically, space shattered, and streaks of radiant light illuminated the firmament. The totemic markings of the barbarian race emerged upon Jiang Ping'an, amplifying his combat strength fourfold through the battle god technique, forcing Qiansong to retreat continuously. At last, Jiang Ping'an's assault breached Qiansong's defenses, landing a resounding blow to his ribs and sending him soaring several kilometers away. Feeling the sting of pain, Qiansong suddenly laughed. Well, quite formidable. Has your quasi-saint body evolved into a complete holy body? The strength of the opponent's physique had surpassed him entirely. Not quite. Through fortuitous circumstances, I have manifested a new divine body, which I have dubbed the Holy Demon Body. Pure demonic energy enveloped Jiang Ping'an, rendering him both enigmatic and powerful. The Holy Demon Body? A new divine body? The hearts of the onlookers raced with fervor. The man not only created his own realm, but astonishingly fashioned a divine body as well. In ancient times, the human race was frail and lacked divine bodies. It was only through the ingenuity of numerous gifted individuals employing various methods that formidable talents were forged, culminating in the formation of divine bodies. Once the first batch of human powerhouses ascended to immortality, new divine bodies became exceedingly rare. Only the most powerful factions could create them, and even then, they were few and far between. It was unexpected that Jiang Ping'an could manifest a new divine body. This news would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion. Alas, you have been deprived of your devouring talent. Otherwise, you would surely have ventured further, lamented Qiansong. Jiang Ping'an replied calmly, the path lies beneath my feet. How far I can go depends solely on myself. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Qiansong's eyes. Then I wish you, Taoist Jiang, a journey that extends even farther. However, in this battle, victory is assured for me. Taoist Jiang, be cautious. You shall soon witness the supreme secret technique of the great Qian dynasty, the Taiyan Star Fist. To be regarded as a supreme secret technique within the great Qian dynasty signifies its status as a top-tier martial art throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The Taiyan Star Fist absorbs the power of the stars, refining the body through myriad methods, while integrating the laws of strength, gold, and earth, 3 formidable laws. The power unleashed is not merely the summation of these 3 laws, but rather their multiplication. Unlike the techniques of Zhao Wuxiang and Feng Tian, this is a closely guarded secret of the great Qian dynasty, inaccessible to anyone outside the royal lineage. As Qiansong harnessed this power, he became radiant and luminescent, a violent aura surging like tumultuous waves. The overwhelming pressure caused Jiang Ping'an's skin to tingle. His heartbeat quickened, blood boiled, and an immense demonic energy surged forth, manifesting a battle spirit that spanned 100,000 meters behind him. The formidable presence instilled tremendous pressure upon the lower-tier cultivators observing the clash. The mere aura released by the two invoked dread. Sensing such terrifying energy, Prince Qian Yu hastily cautioned, "You too, remember to hold back." The true battle was on the verge of erupting. Jiang Ping'an activated Thunder Flash, teleporting forward, employing the Feng Tian and Qian Xing techniques for sealing. Qiansong initiated the Qian Xing technique, diminishing the influence of gravitational laws and utilizing the power of the Taiyan Star Fist, directly shattered the chains of sealing that bound him. The two fists collided, producing a powerful impact that erupted in radiant splendor, fissures in space stretching for dozens of miles. Should this battle unfold on the ground, no living being within a radius of 500 miles would survive. Both were propelled backward. Qiansong glanced at his arm, now twisted and deformed. Jiang Ping'an likewise regarded his fist, marked by the wounds of the laws. Their expressions hardened with unwavering determination, blood surging as they charged at each other once more. Amidst the pitch-black starry sky, the two top-tier prodigies engaged in a fierce struggle. Both could sense the strength of the other, along with the pressure it exerted. Besides employing the Tai Yin Star Fist, Qiansong unleashed a plethora of secret techniques. Overwhelming Jiang Ping'an. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an executed the Zaya Wuxiang technique, his form expanding dramatically, resembling an ancient, unparalleled demon god, his fists cleaving through the air like falling stars, striking towards his opponent. The energy in the world became chaotic as the two engaged in combat, each clash echoing with the resonance of annihilation. Onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Many members of the royal family, prior to witnessing Jiang Ping'an, had believed they could contend with him. Even if they did not prevail, they thought they could retreat unharmed. In that moment, they realized how foolish this notion truly was. The aftermath of their battle was potent enough to rend them asunder. Some individuals within the palace, sensing the commotion, soared into the starry sky to observe the spectacle. Even many ancient relics made their appearance. Suddenly, Emperor Qian Wanshan spotted someone and hurriedly flew over, bowing respectfully. Grandmother. Qian Huanro, donned in an ancient robe, bore an expression devoid of emotion, resembling an ethereal deity, exuding an air of noble detachment as the laws of heaven and earth seemed to yield around her. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and in a voice as tranquil as a still pond, she inquired, Shaoshan, who do you believe will prevail? Qian Wanshan quickly responded, naturally. Your great-grandson shall triumph. Shaotsong was one of the most outstanding prodigies of this generation, poised to ascend into the realm of the void refinement, boasting formidable combat prowess. Chapter 354. You have lost. Qian Huanro cast a faint glance at Qian Wanshan. Your assessment appears to be colored by personal sentiment. Absolutely not, Qian Wanshan clarified. If Jiang Ping'an still possessed his devouring power, he would undoubtedly win. However, he has lost that ability, significantly diminishing his combat strength. The only noteworthy aspect now is that destructive force and the imprints of the Emperor's hand, yet such power merely grazes the fringes of the third-tier laws. Provided Shaotsong executes the Tai Yin Star Fist to its utmost potential, supplemented by various secret techniques and his innate talents, he will surely defeat Jiang Ping'an. In response to this assertion, Qian Huanro remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an. She had once thought Jiang Ping'an incapable of even taking a second step. Yet in the span of mere decades, he had successfully advanced to that very second step, achieving remarkable heights. This individual seemed capable of continuously performing miracles. The confrontation between Jiang Ping'an and Qiansong was cataclysmic, leaving many early-stage void refinement cultivators humbled by their prowess. While an ordinary cultivator could achieve mastery over a single top-tier secret technique, these two wielded numerous formidable techniques, each exceedingly potent. Curiously, it seemed a presence of draconic lineage was detectable. An observing Dragon Clan expert scrutinized Jiang Ping'an with intrigue. The Daiqian royal family hoped fervently for Qiansong's victory, which would bring great honor to the Daiqian dynasty. As the third prince, Qiansong was afforded the finest cultivation resources, personally guided by countless ancient masters. Sweeping through his peers, nearly invincible, Jiang Ping'an was destined for defeat. Should he overcome Jiang Ping'an, the third prince would become renowned across the realm. Jiang Ping'an successively unleashed the emperor's handprints and the destructive force, enveloped in a mysterious aura, rendering him exceptionally formidable. Qiansong, too, executed the Tai Yin Star Fist to its fullest extent, merging three laws to unleash a power rivaling that of Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. The handprints and destructive force capable of vanquishing early-stage void refinement cultivators failed to subdue his opponent. Qiansong was equally astonished. His Tai Yin Star Fist was among humanity's most elite martial arts, yet it was thwarted. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration, both sides drenched in blood. Having exhausted nearly all their cards, neither able to gain the upper hand. The prolonged confrontation led to a rapid depletion of spiritual energy within Qiansong. While Jiang Ping'an grew ever stronger, his demonic aura surging, as if he could engage in combat indefinitely. The astonishment etched on the faces of the Daiqian dynasty's onlookers was palpable. Jiang Ping'an was truly extraordinary, his aura intensified with each passing moment. This phenomenon was linked to his divine body. The sacred demon body possessed the power of sacred martial intent, growing stronger with each battle. It was also associated with the realm Jiang Ping'an had created. Endowed with the technique of the divine void Taoist, he was naturally unperturbed by protracted warfare. Was it possible that King Song would face defeat? Many within the Daiqian royal family felt a sense of dread. If Qian Song were to be vanquished, it would be an unbearable outcome for them. Gritting his teeth, Qian Song retaliated furiously. He recognized Jiang Ping'an's strength, but was astounded by its magnitude. Each punch akin to a falling star. After their fists collided, both were sent staggering back, their garments stained with blood, revealing stark, white bones upon their fists. Friend Jiang, this stalemate seems endless. Shall we settle it with one decisive blow? Qian Song proposed. If this continued, he was certain of his defeat. He would unleash his mightiest strike and see which was stronger. Agreed, Jiang Ping'an acquiesced. The crowd held their breath, fists clenched in anticipation. This next strike would determine the victor. Qian Song summoned forth the laws of power, earth, gold, and their combined force coalesced into a dazzling sphere encasing his fist. Jiang Ping'an, too, channeled all his strength into this singular punch, demonic energy swirling around him, his battle spirit embodied. Both warriors focused intently, then swiftly surged toward one another. There were no elaborate schemes, just a direct clash. The immense force created a palpable tension in the air, as if drawing the spectators closer. The collision produced no thunderous sound amidst the cosmos, yet unleashed an exquisite radiance. In the imperial city of the Daiqian dynasty, observers suddenly beheld a new sun appearing in the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming and spine-chilling aura. Those watching from the starry expanse immediately activated their energy shields to avoid being affected. At the epicenter, space shattered, and the laws of nature boiled forth, dispersing wildly. Witnessing this phenomenon, many were incredulous. Could this truly be the power unleashed by a practitioner who comprehended the second tier of laws? It was staggering. As the brilliant light faded, the crowd widened their eyes to discern the outcome. In the vastness of the cosmos, two figures knelt, blood flowing from their severed arms like rivulets. This clash had cost both their limbs. Qian Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose, remarking, "Your strength is formidable." The crowd of the Daiqian dynasty erupted in joy. Had King Song triumphed? They had always known that victory belonged to him. However, Jiang Ping'an also straightened his form, replying, "Your techniques are equally impressive." Qian Song's face radiated admiration. This battle had ended in a draw. If I were to employ forbidden techniques, you would perish. But there is no need for that. The ascent of Jiang Ping'an from an ordinary individual to such remarkable heights is truly commendable. This is not a battle of life and death. Qian Song would refrain from employing forbidden techniques. Should he unleash his full power, defeat would be inevitable. Qian Huanro appeared nearby and spoke calmly. Upon seeing his great-grandmother, Qian Song hastily bowed, defiantly asserting, "I do not concur with your words, great-grandmother. The forbidden techniques of our great Qian dynasty can amplify strength several-fold. If it truly comes to bloodshed, victory would undoubtedly be mine." Qian Song firmly believed in his superiority. Qian Huanro did not respond to him, but turned her gaze towards Jiang Ping'an, inquiring, "Your other two bodies are available?" "Returning to my esteemed elder. They are currently in training," Jiang Ping'an replied as he activated the technique Endless Life to heal himself. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's response, Qian Song's expression shifted. He had perused Jiang Ping'an's information and was aware that the latter possessed the secret technique of the Great Xia, Dao Body, which allowed for the existence of two avatars that could train independently. Qian Song had initially assumed that Jiang Ping'an's three bodies had merged, only to realize that this was not the case. This revelation implied that Jiang Ping'an had only unleashed 1/3 of his potential. Perhaps the other two bodies were not as formidable as this sacred demonic form, yet they would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess, without resorting to forbidden techniques. It was conceivable that he might indeed be unable to best Jiang Ping'an. Contemplating this outcome, Qian Song's expression darkened. It was unexpected that someone with his exceptional talent was merely at a standoff with one of Jiang Ping'an's bodies. How terrifying would Jiang Ping'an be if he had not lost his devouring power? I concede, although Qian Song felt a twinge of reluctance. It would be truly shameful to throw a tantrum at such a moment. I concede. Jiang Ping'an returned the gesture with respect, acknowledging the strength of the man who had managed to break one of his arms. It was noteworthy that even the early-stage experts of the Void Refinement realm lacked such combat prowess. He was indeed deserving of being a top prodigy of the great Qin dynasty. Qian Huanrou then inquired of Jiang Ping'an with a hint of interest. Do you have any matters at hand? I find your physique rather intriguing. Initially, she had abandoned the creation of a gravity divine body. But having heard from her son Qianzhua in the EC that Jiang Ping'an had significantly increased his body weight using the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra, she was curious to see the results. Returning to my esteemed elder, aside from a meal appointment with His Highness the Crown Prince, I have no other matters at present. Jiang Ping'an respectfully replied. Let us reconvene for the meal later. With that, Qian Huanrou emanated a surge of power that enveloped Jiang Ping'an, whisking him away in an instant. Upon hearing his great-grandmother's words, Qianzong's expression became peculiar. His great-grandmother had expressed interest in Jiang Ping'an's physique. Furthermore, she had taken him away. What could this mean? Chapter 355. The method to break the curse. Jiang Ping'an and Qian Huanrou departed, leaving behind a group of discontented members of the great Qian royal family. While this battle appeared to have ended in a draw, in reality, they had lost. Jiang Ping'an had not utilized the strength of his other two bodies, which meant this confrontation was not at its pinnacle. The esteemed Wang of the Tsang dynasty, the third prince of the great Qin dynasty, had swept through his royal peers, only to be bested by an outsider. Despite understanding that it was due to Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming strength, they could not suppress their feelings of disappointment. Was there truly no one among their top royal dynasty capable of contending with Jiang Ping'an? To invite someone for a challenge only to face defeat is truly disheartening. Conventionally, each generation's prince should embody unparalleled strength. However, this current prince seems, inexplicably, to be somewhat of a failure. Jiang Ping'an was led by Qian Huanrou to a quaint courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a tree, beneath which lay a stone table, accompanied by a few ordinary flowers and grasses that grew haphazardly. Jiang Ping'an found it peculiar that this was the residence of such a venerable elder. It bore no distinction from that of an ordinary mortal, exuding an air of simplicity. Perhaps, at this level of cultivation, one becomes indifferent to external adornments. Even the attire worn was quite modest. If not for the noble aura and exquisite beauty of the elder, one might easily mistake her for an ordinary person. Qian Huanrou raised her delicate finger and gently tapped Jiang Ping'an's chest. In that instant, Jiang Ping'an felt a profound sense of vulnerability, as if he were standing before her without any garments. People often claim that the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra on acupoints is detrimental, yet here, it transforms into a treasure. The Spirit Sealing Realm and the Imperial Extreme Realm, impressive names indeed. What path do you intend to pursue for the Third Realm? In the past, Qian Huanrou would have disregarded Jiang Ping'an's potential to forge his own path, lacking faith in his abilities. However, now, witnessing his prowess sparked a flicker of intrigue within her. Having lived for countless millennia and encountered numerous prodigies, Jiang Ping'an had managed to stand out among the talented. With a sigh, Jiang Ping'an expressed, I have some inkling, but not much. My purpose in this challenge is to broaden my horizons and prepare for the third step. How can you possibly advance to the third step when you cannot even break the curse? Qian Huanrou withdrew her finger, seated herself at the stone table, and conjured a teapot and 2 cups from thin air. Please, take a seat. Thank you, esteemed elder. Jiang Ping'an sat opposite her, adding, I too seek a means to lift the curse. A rare flicker of regret appeared in Qian Huanrou's otherwise tranquil gaze. The task of dispelling the curse of a tribulation stage expert is exceedingly arduous. It necessitates the intervention of a master adept in curses. Yet few are inclined to study such a formidable power. While curses may seem potent, they often prove ineffective if prepared for in advance, or if one is of equal standing, hence the limited number of practitioners. It was merely Jiang Ping'an's weakness that rendered him susceptible to the curse. With a hint of reluctance, he inquired, is there truly no method or artifact in this world capable of lifting this curse? There certainly is, and you may have even encountered it. Regrettably, that artifact is now damaged. Qian Huanrou delicately grasped her teacup and took a gentle sip. Jiang Ping'an momentarily froze, pondering the possibility. Could it be the judge's pen? Qian Huanrou nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the judge's pen. The celestial artifact was taken to the celestial realm, and the replica now lies in ruin, significantly diminishing its efficacy, rendering it incapable of lifting your curse. However, even if the judge's pen were intact, the cost of lifting the curse would be considerable, unless one obtains another artifact of causality, the Book of Life and Death. Only by their conjunction could the curse be easily unraveled. The complete judge's pen? He possesses it. Jiang Ping'an's heart raced, his breath quickened, and he clenched his fists, stifling his excitement as he asked, "What is the Book of Life and Death? Why has this celestial artifact not been heard of before?" He had examined all celestial artifacts at the Fortune Merchants Guild and had not encountered this one. Qian Huanyu calmly elucidated. The reason that artifact remains obscure is that it has fallen into the hands of the demon race. To prevent it from being exploited, its true name has never been publicly disclosed. The Book of Life and Death, also known as the Celestial Paper, was once possessed by the 8-armed octopus clan of the East Sea demon race. Currently, that page of celestial paper lies lost within the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. Qian Huanyu felt a profound sense of melancholy, as if fate were mocking Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an had previously encountered the judge's pen, but alas, it was damaged. He had ventured into the Abyssal Forbidden Zone where the Book of Life and Death resides, yet it remained unattainable. Despite being so close to the chance to lift the curse, it felt infinitely distant. Upon hearing the alternate name of the Book of Life and Death, Jiang Ping'an's heart felt as if it had been tightly grasped, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed as if the heavens were playing a cruel jest on him. The true name of the celestial paper was indeed the Book of Life and Death. He possessed both the quasi-celestial artifact, the judge's pen, and the celestial artifact, the Book of Life and Death. With these two treasures, he could unlock the curse. It turned out that destiny lay firmly within his grasp. Observing Jiang Ping'an's trembling form, Qian Huanyu offered comfort. "Do not despair. With your physique, pursuing immortality through the flesh is also a worthy path. Although you may be slightly weaker than your peers due to the inability to wield the laws of heaven and earth, it remains a commendable choice." She believed Jiang Ping'an trembled out of distress. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ping'an endeavored to calm his emotions. With the pressing burden of the curse lifted, the world seemed to brighten, free from the worry of failing to comprehend the laws. His current objective was to continue forging ahead on the path of immortality, to challenge numerous prodigies, and to seek his own way. "Senior, may I transform the energy within my acupoints into a primordial spirit?" The next step was to discover the method to take that third stride. If he could convert the energy within his acupoints into primordial spirits, he could forge 360 of them. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's vision, Qian Huanyu's teacup paused at her crimson lips. The notion of creating multiple primordial infants or spirits had been contemplated by many before, yet none had succeeded. Numerous techniques of duplicity stemmed from this very concept. A single individual possesses only one primordial spirit, a fact intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth. It is, in essence, the path of enlightenment. The primordial spirit embodies the imprint of the laws of the path one has comprehended, serving as a testament to one's identity. Even within the Great Xia, the Tao body possesses only one primordial spirit. A second does not exist, let alone converting the energy within one's acupoints into primordial spirits. This notion is sheer fantasy. While Jiang Ping'an's ideas were ambitious, they lacked practicality. One primordial spirit equates to a formidable being at the void refinement stage. To create 360 would be unfathomable, even beyond the capabilities of an emperor. Jiang Ping'an lifted the teacup and, with sudden tranquility, inquired, "Senior, is this teacup a natural formation of heaven and earth?" "Certainly not," came the reply. "Is the cultivation system of humanity a natural formation of heaven and earth?" Jiang Ping'an pressed further. Qian Huanyu immediately grasped his implication. "If you could indeed forge multiple primordial spirits, I would willingly invest in my own cultivation to follow your path." The implications of Qian Huanruo's words are exceedingly clear. She is entirely unconvinced and disbelieving of Jiang Ping'an's proposition, even going so far as to suggest self-sabotage of his cultivation. "Senior, this is the treasured refining demon bottle I have acquired. I wish to bestow it upon you, hoping that you might assist me in forging my primordial spirit." Jiang Ping'an retrieved the refining demon bottle and extended it to Qian Huanruo. At this juncture, he requires the guidance of an unparalleled powerhouse to navigate his path. The elder before him is the supreme monarch of the Daiqian dynasty, a creator of the supreme secret technique, the star-tethering art, possessing immense strength and an extraordinary status. There exists information that cannot be procured even from the wealth source chamber, yet she is privy to it. Thus, she is a most suitable candidate. To persuade such a figure, one must offer a treasured artifact. The refining demon bottle was seized from a transcendent being during the conflict with the Chu kingdom. By merely uttering the individual's name, one can ensnare them within the vessel. This artifact is indeed useful, though its utility is somewhat limited, making it most appropriate for trade. Chapter 356. A hidden agenda. With the great-grandmother gazing at the treasured artifact before her, Qian Huanro maintained her composed demeanor. Your path is truly impassable. I implore you, senior, to guide me for 5 years. Regardless of success or failure, I shall no longer trouble you thereafter, Jiang Ping'an replied earnestly. After a moment of silence, Qian Huanro finally nodded. Very well, I shall mentor you for 5 years. An artifact of such value in exchange for 5 years of guidance is indeed worthwhile. Even for the Daiqian dynasty, treasured artifacts are a rarity. Of course, due to the accumulation over countless ages, they are not entirely devoid of such treasures. However, who would ever disdain their own possessions? Thank you, senior. Jiang Ping'an presented the refining demon bottle. Senior, why does one transform from golden elixir to nascent soul? And how does the nascent soul evolve into the primordial spirit? He was genuinely unwilling to squander even a moment. The nascent soul is born from the convergence of the laws of heaven and earth, a manifestation of the cultivator's ascension, created by the Saint King to embody the ultimate truths of the cosmos, signifying a new inception. Qian Huanro elucidated her understanding of the nascent soul and the primordial spirit. Although she deemed it a waste of time, it was Jiang Ping'an's own desire to listen, and she was merely responsible for facilitating the transaction of the treasured artifact. Jiang Ping'an sat quietly, attentively absorbing her teachings, occasionally pondering and experiencing moments of enlightenment, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, news of his battle with Qian Song swiftly spread. How could this be? In combat with Jiang Ping'an, the third prince has been defeated. Surely, the third prince must have viewed Jiang Ping'an as a guest and deliberately held back. The third royal family is far too powerful to have lost. No matter how formidable Jiang Ping'an becomes, he cannot continue to comprehend the laws of cultivation. The third prince will inevitably crush him in due time. Many within the Daiqian dynasty were reluctant to accept the outcome of the third prince Qian Song's defeat. Regardless of their willingness to accept it, this is the reality. The title of the new divine body and sacred demon body reverberated throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The establishment of a unique realm and the creation of a divine body, each is enough to astonish. Other prodigies suddenly appeared less radiant in comparison to Jiang Ping'an. It is said that Jiang Ping'an intends to challenge the heirs of all major powers. In the past, he may have had a chance, but now it is utterly impossible. If only Jiang Ping'an had not been rendered powerless, had he managed to defeat all the inheritors of this generation, he would have forged a new legend. What a farce of a legend that would be. He would soon meet his demise. The news of Jiang Ping'an's challenge to the formidable legacies spread like wildfire. Yet many dismissed it entirely. Cursed to remain eternally at this realm, how could he possibly contend with those who had transcended into the divine transformation stage? Some assassins, or those coveting the treasures Jiang Ping'an possessed, learned of his whereabouts within the great Qian dynasty and hastened their journey. Hearing whispers of his celestial artifact, and even if he lacked one, he still possessed a priceless treasure. Moreover, anyone who could eliminate him would be rewarded with a Tao enlightenment tree. Under such overwhelming temptation, it would be unnatural for no one to be stirred. Oblivious to the external happenings, Jiang Ping'an immersed himself in the eastern sea, tempering his body with shadowy thunder while cultivating the demonic Thunder Sutra. His incapacitated devouring avatar was refining its soul within the demonic cavern of the great Xia royal family's secret realm. Engrossed in the teachings of the venerable Qian Huanro, he completely lost track of time. Seated at a stone table, the leaves above transitioned from lush greenery to yellowing decay, eventually blanketed by snow, only to sprout anew with the arrival of spring. The two remained at the stone table. One posed questions, while the other imparted wisdom. In the realm of cultivation, discussions often spanned years. Although Jiang Ping'an had yet to reach the level of discourse, the insights from such a peerless master were invaluable, and he was reluctant to depart, even for a moment. Upon grasping the essence of the primordial spirit, Jiang Ping'an endeavored to condense it within an acupoint of his body. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Qianyu arrived at the palace, seeking his father, Qian Wanshan, who was engrossed in state affairs, his expression fraught with urgency. Father, what are grandmother and brother Jiang doing? It has been nearly a year. Why have they not emerged? What is the rush? Jiang Ping'an has not left, Qian Wanshan replied, lowering his gaze to the documents, disinterested in his son's lack of ambition. Had this son been more diligent, the great Qian dynasty would not have suffered disgrace in past confrontations. Qian Yu, filled with concern, continued, but I heard from third brother that grandmother seems particularly intrigued by brother Jiang's condition. They have been gone for so long. Preposterous. Before Qian Yu could finish, Qian Wanshan slammed his hand on the table in fury. How dare you speak of your grandmother in such a manner? Where is your decorum? Startled into silence, Qian Yu knelt, trembling and speechless. Humph, Qian Wanshan scoffed, discarding the pen in his hand. I happen to have a matter to discuss with your grandmother. Come with me. Daring not to utter another word, Qian Yu quietly followed his father to Qian Huanrou's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, before they could knock, a thunderous explosion reverberated from within the courtyard. The main gate was blown off its hinges by a tremendous shockwave. What awaited Qian Wanshan and Qian Yu was a sight beyond belief. Jiang Ping'an stood unclothed, while Qian Huanrou's hand rested upon him. What were they engaged in? Hastily, Jiang Ping'an reformed an energy garment. His prior attempt to condense the primordial spirit had failed unexpectedly, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that shattered his clothing. Had it not been for Qian Huanrou's timely intervention, the blast would have devastated the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Raising her gaze, Qian Huanrou observed the two men at the doorway, her expression indifferent. What brings you here? She inquired. Great-grandmother, brother Jiang, the boisterous Qian Yu, is unable to conceal his emotions. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, he could not restrain himself and spoke out, his expression darkening considerably. In his eyes, great-grandmother was akin to a celestial being, ethereal and aloof from the mundane world. What transpired earlier was beyond his comprehension. To illustrate simply, it would be akin to discovering that a friend harbored a secretive connection with a noble mother. As a junior, such feelings would mirror Qian Yu's current turmoil. This was the first time Qian Wanru had seen such a countenance on Qian Yu, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes. Silence. Do not let your thoughts wander. Qian Wanshan admonished his son, delivering a light slap to Qian Yu's head. Although unaware of the specifics, it likely was not as imagined. Qian Wanru spoke calmly. Nothing has occurred. I merely find Jiang Ping'an quite agreeable and am considering forming a partnership with him. What? At that moment, even Qian Wanshan struggled to maintain his composure, standing frozen in disbelief. Qian Yu was as if struck by lightning, his face drained of color, his body swaying unsteadily. Jiang Ping'an appeared utterly bewildered and confused, questioning the notion of a partnership, as he had never consented to such a thing. Just as he was about to speak, Qian Wanru's voice resonated in his ear. Do not speak. I can return the demon refining bottle afterward. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an was even more perplexed and bewildered. Why would the elder jest with his reputation? Would she even go so far as to return the demon refining bottle? This deception held a value far surpassing that of a treasured artifact. No, I cannot accept this. Qian Yu shouted vehemently, his demeanor becoming frantic. Who could accept such a reality? He regarded Jiang Ping'an as a brother, yet Jiang Ping'an was to become his great-grandfather. If Jiang Ping'an were an ancient being of immense power, it might be bearable, but he was still quite young and of low cultivation. To have someone of such youth become an elder of several generations above him was utterly unacceptable. Even more difficult to bear was Qian Wanshan's predicament. As the ruler of a premier human dynasty, he was now to be a grandson to a child barely a century old. Great-grandmother, you must reconsider. Your prowess is unmatched. Your life extensive, your name renowned in the realm of cultivation. This Jiang Ping'an is unworthy of you. At that moment, Qian Wanshan wished he could strike Jiang Ping'an dead and contemplated whether to summon assassins to eliminate the lad. Qian Wanru, however, was not focused on Qian Wanshan. Observing Qian Yu's expression of fury and frustration, she unexpectedly broke into a smile. This smile shattered the hearts of both Qian Yu and Qian Wanshan. It had been years since they had witnessed this elder's smile, and today it had returned. With a joyful countenance, Qian Wanru declared, I have a preference for youthful heroes. Go prepare the invitations and summon the various holy lands and divine sects to attend the wedding. Chapter 357. Qian Yu's talent. This cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. Qian Yu, witnessing Jiang Ping'an becoming his great-grandfather, felt as though he was on the verge of explosion. Qian Wanru gazed at Qian Yu with indifference. Jiang Ping'an is unrivaled among his peers. I find this most appealing. As long as no one can defeat him, he is, in my eyes, the epitome of perfection, unrivaled among his peers. I can achieve that too. I can defeat him. Enraged, Qian Yu's aura surged dramatically, causing the heavens to shift and the earth to tremble. The sound resonating throughout the imperial city. Countless cultivators within the imperial city gazed towards the palace. A myriad of laws seemed to respond to an unseen summons, radiating resplendent light as they surged towards Qian Yu, encircling him as if to pay homage to their master. The energy from within the palace cascaded forth like a magnificent waterfall, with reflections of the sun, moon, and stars suspended above it. Trees sprouted anew, flowers blossomed, and centuries-old divine herbs exuded their potent essence, merging with the energy that entered Qian Yu's body. With a casual grasp of various laws, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. Qian Yu instantly transcended to the transformation stage, rapidly advancing to the mid and then late phases of this realm. The shocking phenomenon left Jiang Ping'an in utter astonishment. In mere moments, Qian Yu had ascended from the nascent soul stage to a formidable late-stage transformation cultivator. Numerous royal elites emerged, marveling at the breakthrough of Xiao Yu. This is splendid. As long as Xiao Yu desires to cultivate, who in this generation can rival him? Our great Qian dynasty shall witness the rise of another extraordinary figure. The strong men of the great Qian dynasty rejoiced. The third prince, Qian Song, sensed the anomaly and hastened to the scene. Upon witnessing Qian Yu's transformation into a late-stage transformation cultivator, he was rendered speechless. Even this well-informed prince was taken aback by such a terrifying rate of progression. He understood his younger brother Qian Yu possessed immense talent, yet he had not anticipated such strength. What kind of divine body does this brother possess? Qian Yu raised his hand, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Ping'an. 5 years. In just 5 years, we shall compete. I will prove to my great-grandmother that you are not invincible. Defeating Jiang Ping'an would demonstrate his imperfections to his great-grandmother, ensuring they would not become Dao partners. Jiang Ping'an, bewildered, thought, what is this? He has done nothing, yet somehow has offended a monster. Qian Yu turned to Qian Huanro, respectfully stating, Great-grandmother, wait just 5 more years. I will show you that I still have room for improvement. He considered Jiang Ping'an as a brother. While Jiang Ping'an aspired to be his ancestor, this was intolerable. Grandmother, what has transpired? Why has Xiao Yu suddenly decided to cultivate? Asked another grandson of Qian Huanro, Qian Wanshan. With respect, this is no concern of yours. Return home. Qian Huanro replied coolly. Yes, great-grandmother, we shall take our leave. The elite cultivators dared not linger and departed swiftly. Regardless, Xiao Yu had finally embraced the path of cultivation, heralding the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse within the great Qian dynasty. As the others left, only Emperor Qian Wanshan remained. He gazed at Qian Huanro with a sense of melancholy. Grandmother, the sacrifice you are making to motivate Xiao Yu is rather excessive. Should outsiders learn of this, it would tarnish our reputation. He had discerned that his grandmother sought to inspire Qian Yu's cultivation by fabricating a story about a partnership with Jiang Ping'an. Such matters were of little consequence to her. Qian Huanro returned to her previous indifference. Reputation was but a fleeting concern, while nurturing another genius for the family was of utmost importance. Qian Wanshan's expression twitched. You see everything so clearly, so transcendent, yet consider your descendants as well. If word spreads, people will say the emperor of the great Qian dynasty is merely the grandson of Jiang Ping'an, a significant blow to someone in your exalted position. They would render these formidable individuals unable to hold their heads high in the presence of Jiang Ping'an. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jiang Ping'an finally spoke. Qian Huanro lifted her hand, returning the treasured demon refining bottle to Jiang Ping'an. Due to Xiao Yu's excessive playfulness and his unique divine physique, a little encouragement was necessary. Jiang Ping'an accepted the bottle, pondering the prince's rapid breakthrough. What extraordinary divine talent was this? Witnessing an infant soul cultivator instantly comprehend the laws and ascend to the peak of divine transformation was utterly revolutionary to his understanding. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable divine physique, leaving him perplexed about the nature of this astonishing gift. Before Qian Huanro could respond, Qian Wanshan coldly interjected, "This is a secret of our great Qian dynasty. How could we divulge it to an outsider? Apart from the higher echelons, none were privy to Qian Yu's talent, not even the other princes." "I apologize for my rudeness," Jiang Ping'an replied. Many families conceal their gifted descendants for the sake of their future growth. Qian Huanro slightly parted her red lips. It's no harm to share. Xiaoyu possesses the free and unfettered divine body. Qian Wanshan's expression stiffened. This matter was classified, and even the royal offspring were unaware. His grandmother had divulged such information to Jiang Ping'an, casting doubt upon her relationship with him. The free and unfettered divine body. Jiang Ping'an was bewildered. It was the first time he had heard of such a physique. Qian Huanro elucidated. This divine body is linked to one's state of mind. As long as one desires to comprehend the laws, they can grasp any law in existence. If they wish to break through, no barriers of realm will impede them. Seeking to understand techniques will also pose no difficulties. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an inhaled sharply, deeply shaken despite his usual composure. Truly, the disparity between individuals could be infuriating. The ability to comprehend any law in existence implied that even the formidable laws of time and space could be understood. Even more vexing was the fact that Qian Yu's cultivation encountered no barriers. Many cultivators found themselves stymied at certain realms despite ample resources. Yet for the free and unfettered divine body, there were no such limitations. It seemed this divine body was no less impressive than the chaotic body. Qian Huanro continued. Those who possess such a divine body are not overly obsessed with cultivation. They instead pursue freedom and enjoyment. They only cultivate when they desire to, and any coercion would adversely affect their progress. If Xiaoyu were born into an ordinary family, the pursuit of wealth and resources might inspire a sense of ambition. However, being born into the royal lineage of the great Qin dynasty, with abundant resources and no threats, leaves him devoid of any aspirations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an understood. Qian Huanro had been misleading earlier, aiming to spur Qian Yu's ambition. Although he felt manipulated, he bore no resentment, for the demon refining bottle had returned to him. Qian Huanro then turned to Qian Wanshan. What brings you to seek me? At this, Qian Wanshan's demeanor grew serious. Returning to grandmother. It concerns the chaos of the Starry Realm. The Rain Clan and the Devouring Crocodile Clan have allied, seizing 3 resource stars from us. And your presence is required for their defense. Qian Huanro's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the Tianyi clan had fallen into decline, their strength still rivaled that of sacred lands and dynasties. The Rain clan had grown rapidly in recent years, while they may not compare to the top-tier powers. They were certainly positioned among the mid-tier forces of humanity. The alliance of these 2 factions indeed posed a significant threat. These great clans were becoming increasingly unruly. At this, Qian Huanro paused, her profound gaze drifting toward the starry sky, murmuring, "The Great War is approaching." Qian Wanshan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Fully aware of the war his grandmother spoke of, the myriad clans, having undergone extensive cultivation, had all reached their peak states, even showing signs of development. With this growth came an intensified craving for resources, which were finite, inevitably leading to escalated conflicts. A tempest sweeping across the myriad clans was imminent. Chapter 358. Qian Huanro's devastating strike. Qian Huanro took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Ping'an. I must venture into the chaotic expanse of the stars. I had promised to guide you for 5 years. There are 4 years remaining. You may wait for me. Or I can arrange for another powerful individual to guide you in the meantime. Quietly await my return, esteemed elder. Jiang Ping'an felt a twinge of unease at the thought of being guided by someone else. Unfamiliar with the emotions and temperaments of others, he found comfort in the presence of this elder. He had garnered sufficient knowledge regarding the Yuan Ying and Yuan Shun for the time being, and did not require guidance at present. His next focus would be on how to consolidate the Yuan Shun. Qian Huanro remarked. The notion of consolidating multiple Yuan Shuns is unrealistic. Abandon it. It is a waste of time. With that, she vanished from her spot, heading toward the teleportation array, bound for the chaotic expanse of the stars. Qian Wanshan's gaze shifted to Jiang Ping'an, his expression growing peculiar. This young man actually aspired to consolidate multiple Yuan Shuns. Even the term overreaching hardly sufficed to describe his ambition. Should he succeed, it would indeed pave the way for unprecedented achievements. The throne of the Dai-Qian dynasty would be his for the taking. Without exchanging any words with Jiang Ping'an, Qian Wanshan departed. The lad's level was too low. Even as a genius, he merely equated to an early-stage transformation practitioner, unworthy of significant attention. There were far more pressing matters that required his attention. Once they had left, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Jiang Ping'an reattached the fallen door, returned to his room, and retrieved the 4 symbols killing array, forming a protective barrier before entering the secret treasure, the Time Palace. He no longer worried about the curse. The path of redemption lay firmly in his grasp. Now, he aimed to attempt the consolidation of the Yuan Shan, a crucial step in his advancement. Should he fail, he would need to seek alternate pathways. Sitting cross-legged on the training platform, he gathered all his energies into a single acupoint, preparing to refine the Yuan Shan. However, just as he began the process, a strange cosmic law descended, causing the gathered energy of the Yuan Shan to explode. This time, having prepared himself, the explosion of the acupoint did not result in significant destruction. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was due to his deviation from the conventional cultivation path or the restrictions imposed by the cosmic rules that prevented him from consolidating the Yuan Shan. Despite the setback, Jiang Ping'an did not despair. From the moment he embarked on this journey, he understood the inevitability of failure. Failure itself was not daunting. The true fear lay in losing confidence after experiencing failure. He resolved to continue forging the Yuan Shan and seek methods to create multiple Yuan Shans. Meanwhile, as he trained, Qianyu was also immersed in fervent cultivation. No one desires an additional peer who resembles a great-grandfather. With the aid of the unfettered divine body and the grand unfettered divine art, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, yielding daily advancements. The ancient beings of the great Qian dynasty, having lived for millennia, offered their guidance to refine Qianyu's deficiencies. Witnessing Qianyu's progress, the ancestors of the great Qian dynasty shed their previous stoicism, each adorned with a smile. Among the heirs of this generation's foremost human factions, Xiaoyu undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Indeed, if he continues on this path of cultivation, he will assuredly surpass Jiang Ping'an in 5 years. Had Jiang Ping'an not lost his devouring talent, he might have posed a challenge to Xiaoyu. Now, he lagged slightly behind. Under the tutelage of these venerable beings, Qianyu gained formidable strength, acquiring numerous secret arts and absorbing the wisdom of predecessors, revealing the potential of a prodigious talent. In the external world, a year passed. While within the confines of time, 5 years had elapsed for Jiang Ping'an, who witnessed no advancement whatsoever. Hope for his path seemed utterly bleak, as loneliness, confusion, and despair enveloped his heart. During this time, an increasing number of assassins flocked to the imperial city of the great Qian dynasty, awaiting the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Should the assassination succeed, resources would be plentiful for the next 5,000 years. Even those at the void refinement stage and beyond felt tempted. Meanwhile, negotiations between the Great Xia and the state of Chu had reached their conclusion. The state of Chu, along with the Blade Sect and the Maple Leaf Kingdom, signed a heavenly Tao covenant, compensating the Great Xia with 6 treasured artifacts, vast mineral reserves, and a significant expanse of territory. With such reparations, the Great Xia would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon within 5,000 years. Conversely, these 3 factions, weakened by their defeat, would steadily decline over time, destined for ruin unless an unforeseen opportunity arose. Their animosity toward Jiang Ping'an ran deep. Had it not been for his presence, victory might have been theirs. Secretly, these 3 factions also dispatched assassins to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an possessed 2 treasured artifacts, along with the enlightenment tree rewarded for his chaos body, equating to 3 treasures. Should they succeed in assassinating him and seizing the treasures, they would not only avenge themselves, but also alleviate their burdens and revive their fortunes. In the 3rd year of Jiang Ping'an's arrival at the Great Qian dynasty, the Rain clan and the devouring Crocodile clan joined forces, igniting a large-scale war against the Great Qian dynasty in the Starry Chaos region. Numerous top-tier powerhouses and prodigies from the Great Qian dynasty ventured to the Starry Chaos region to participate in the battle. This event held little significance for ordinary cultivators, as it was too distant from their lives. Yet, within the upper echelons of great powers, it stirred tremendous upheaval, revealing a new reality. Previously, the Rain clan and the devouring Crocodile clan would never have dared engage in such open hostilities with the Great Qian dynasty. Now, an immense conflict had erupted. Furthermore, conflicts among top-tier factions were on the rise. The Eastern Sea Demon clan invaded, the Northern Domain was breached, and the Southern Domain Beast clan launched incursions, with countless beings previously expelled from this planet returning. It seemed as though a mere spark was needed for the myriad races of the cultivation world to erupt into war. As the most formidable of the myriad races, humanity became the focus of hostility. All major factions began to amass strength in preparation for the impending chaos. In the 4th year of Jiang Ping'an's arrival at the Dacian dynasty, a group of assassins congregated within an inn. Has Jiang Ping'an fled? It's been 4 years. Why hasn't he emerged? He hasn't escaped. I procured some intelligence at a cost. Jiang Ping'an remains within the imperial palace. Furthermore, during my inquiries, I learned another significant piece of news. What news? The supreme ruler of the Dacian dynasty, Qianhuanro, has been gravely injured by the Rain tribe and may be on the brink of death. In the starry chaos realm, 5 resource stars have been seized from the Dacian dynasty. What? Such a prominent figure has reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. How could she be near death? It is said that a powerful warrior from the Rain tribe employed a special method. The specifics are unclear, but it is of no concern to us. We shall continue to monitor Jiang Ping'an. Within the imperial palace of the Dacian dynasty, a group of powerful individuals anxiously gazed at the woman in the center. Dressed in a simple Taoist robe, she exuded an aura that seemed otherworldly, yet her red lips continuously bled, signaling a chaotic breath. This woman was Qianhuanro. For years prior, she had ventured into the starry chaos realm to battle the joint forces of the Devouring Sky Crocodile clan and the Rain tribe. During the conflict, she was ambushed by a Rain tribe warrior who struck her source with a poison known as Rain Toxin, infused with the power of Tao principles. Rain Toxin, a unique venom of the Rain tribe, instills terror throughout the cultivation world. Normally, an infection from Rain Toxin would not be fatal. However, this particular instance directly harmed her source through a secret technique. Emperor Qian Wanshan held a beautifully crafted box, within which lay a golden elixir radiating the light of the great Tao. He offered the elixir to Qianhuanro. "Grandmother, please consume this destiny pill, otherwise." Qian Wanshan refrained from finishing his sentence. If this continued, she would surely perish within 3 years. Chapter 359. Self-sacrifice of the source. Qianhuanro wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and calmly declined. "This is the last destiny pill of the Dacian dynasty. If I use it now, I will be unable to help those who genuinely require salvation in the future. This destiny pill, crafted by an ancient adept, possesses the miraculous ability to restore life and heal any injury. In this era, no one remains who can concoct such a potion. Using it would mean its permanent loss. You are essential to the Dacian dynasty. You cannot afford to falter. I implore you, grandmother, take the elixir." Qian Wanshan knelt, extending the destiny pill once more. "The toxin within me can be resolved without the destiny pill. Keep it." Qianhuanro remained tranquil, as if she were unaffected by the poison. Qian Wanshan's complexion darkened further. He surmised his grandmother's intentions. The Rain toxin had corrupted her source, and the only way to neutralize it was through self-destruction of that source. "Grandmother, you must not forsake your cultivation. Should you sever this path, it will be arduous to begin anew. To self-destruct the source signifies the annihilation of one's innate talent, resulting in the loss of the divine body, and it also implies a betrayal of the system established by the sacred king. This system is intertwined with the heavenly Tao. Thus, after self-destruction of the source, one would be viewed as a traitor to that path. Those who undertake such a sacrifice find it exceedingly difficult to return to their former zenith. Only a rare few who manage to ascend once more are said to have lived a second life. Legends of such second lives circulate within the cultivation realm. Yet those who can attain it are few and far between." Qianhuanro disregarded Qian Wanshan as a radiant essence of green light emanated from her being. Her essence was more exquisite than crystal, its potent life force illuminating the entire palace. Upon this pure source of life, a layer of blue rain poison power clung, gradually eroding the essence and leaving it riddled with wounds. "Grandmother, Huanyo, you must not." The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of Qianhuanro releasing her essence. "Grandmother, if you sever that path, it will be arduous to return to your former glory," Qian Wanshan warned loudly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qianhuanro's beautiful eyes, only to be replaced by resolve. "If this path is blocked, I shall pursue Jiang Ping'an's route." As she uttered these words, the essence before her suddenly fractured, devoid of any alarming aura, and silently transformed into dust, dissipating along with the rain poison. In an instant, the formidable aura surrounding Qianhuanro vanished, and her realm plummeted. From the tribulation period to the great completion stage, down to the integration phase, the laws enveloping her shattered, halting only at the chi refining stage. Her body swaying and her complexion pale. Those nearby reached out to assist her, but Qian Huanyo raised her hand to halt them. The affairs of the starry chaos domain rest upon you. Leaving behind this poignant statement, she turned and walked outward, her silhouette resolute and serene. The crowd's eyes brimmed with emotion and reverence. They understood that the supreme monarch intended to leave the precious destiny pill for others. Thus, she severed her own essence. To sever one's essence in pursuit of a second life is tantamount to relinquishing one's existence. When Qian Huanyo spoke of following Jiang Ping'an's path, the onlookers perceived it merely as a comforting pretext. Regardless of whether this path could be traversed, even if it could, it would only lead to the imperial realm, equivalent to the divine transformation stage, forever precluding a return to the pinnacle. Cursed Rain Clan, you have caused the great Qian dynasty to lose a formidable warrior. To the ancestral land, summon the slumbering ancestors, rally the soldiers, and prepare to annihilate the Rain Clan in the starry chaos domain. The great Qian dynasty was incensed. Did the Rain Clan believe themselves formidable simply because they had the support of the sky-swallowing Crocodile Clan? They would soon learn the consequences of offending the great Qian dynasty. Upon returning to her humble wooden cabin after a lengthy journey, Qian Huanyo found her alabaster forehead drenched in sweat. Gently wiping her brow with her sleeve, she softly pushed open the wooden door. Jiang Ping'an, who was in the midst of cultivating in the palace, sensed a disturbance in the barrier and swiftly emerged. Opening the barrier, "Senior." Upon seeing Qian Huanyo, Jiang Ping'an immediately bowed. At that moment, he noticed the change in her aura, his expression turning to one of shock. "Senior, you have been ambushed by the Rain Clan and poisoned, severing your essence, causing your realm to fall." Qian Huanyo entered the courtyard and resumed her rest at the stone table beneath the tree. Hearing her words, Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. To sever one's essence signifies a betrayal of the current path of cultivation, making it immensely challenging to return to the summit. Throughout history, countless powerful beings have severed their essence in their twilight years to recultivate, yet those who manage to live a second life are few and far between. Once the essence is severed, any attempt to recultivate will be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, with each realm as distant as the stars. Forever out of reach. Zongyu technique, may I have a glimpse? Speak freely of your desires. Qian Huanyo, once a powerful figure, had fallen to the status of an ordinary person, yet displayed no trace of despondency. In contrast, others would undoubtedly experience profound anxiety and fear, feeling utterly insecure. Jiang Ping'an gradually emerged from his astonishment. There was no need for the elder to bestow anything upon him. Simply walking alongside her was an honor for him. He understood that the path Qian Huanyo had taken was no longer viable and wished to pursue his own. Qian Huanyo was a pinnacle cultivator of the human realm, a figure standing at the zenith among myriad races. With such a person sharing the same path, the chances of forging a new trail would be significantly increased. Jiang Ping'an extended the Zongyu technique to Qian Huanyo, stating, "Elder, this path is fraught with challenges. There are no alternatives." By choosing Jiang Ping'an's path, Qian Huanyo felt like a feeble spark in the darkness, yet even the faintest glimmer offered a modicum of hope. She had already come to terms with the reality that she could never return to her former glory. Receiving the Zongyu technique, Qian Huanyo spoke. "The great Qian dynasty shall not treat you unfairly. Feel free to express any future requests." She had previously promised to assist Jiang Ping'an once, a chance he had yet to utilize, and now she was allowing him to observe the Zongyu technique without recompense. Qian Huanyo found Jiang Ping'an increasingly agreeable. Regrettably, this generation lacked particularly outstanding female descendants. Even if there were, they might be reluctant to wed someone incapable of further cultivation. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to speak, someone burst into the courtyard. "Great-grandmother, how are you faring now?" It was Prince Qianyu. The current Qianyu no longer exuded a frail aura. Rather, he radiated immense power, imbued with the essence of laws. Upon hearing of his great-grandmother's grievous injuries, he had come specifically to visit her. "I am weary and wish to remain silent. Return and cultivate. The future of the great Qian dynasty rests upon you." Qian Huanyo's voice was somewhat feeble as she left behind those words and retreated to her chamber to rest. She had first been poisoned and subsequently severed her own essence, which had inflicted grave harm upon her body. Her lifespan had dwindled to less than a decade. Jiang Ping'an discerned Qian Huanrou's condition and addressed Qian Yu. "I shall take good care of the elder. You may return, Your Highness." His words were meant to alleviate Qian Yu's concerns, yet to Qian Yu's ears, they conveyed a different message, as if he were asserting, "I will look after your great-grandmother." Chapter 360. The Battlefield of the Starry Chaos. Qian Yu clenched his fists, his face ablaze with fury. "Jiang Ping'an, dare you accompany this prince to the Starry Chaos battlefield and compete to see who can slay more enemies?" Originally intending to engage in martial combat with Jiang Ping'an, Qian Yu's heart now brimmed with hatred for the Yu clan. Wishing to exchange the duel for a contest of slaughter, Jiang Ping'an fell into contemplation for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well." Over the past 3 years, or rather, throughout the 15 years in the temporal palace, he had diligently researched the primordial spirit and had finally made some progress. It was time to test the fruits of his labor. In truth, the prince had only cultivated for 4 years. He could afford to wait a few more years before competing. Jiang Ping'an wished to spar with Qian Yu, yet the latter's cultivation period was too brief. 4 years alone could not elevate Qian Yu to the pinnacle of this realm. This prince has been cultivating within a secret realm at triple the normal flow for 12 years. Defeating you will be more than sufficient. Qian Yu possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, and the ancestors had proclaimed that he could indeed triumph over Jiang Ping'an. To avoid disrupting Qian Huanrou's plans, Jiang Ping'an refrained from providing any explanations. Together, they made their way to the teleportation array, preparing to venture into the chaotic expanse of the starry sky. Along the journey, Jiang Ping'an suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, where is Yi Wuqing?" He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had almost forgotten about this individual and was unaware of his whereabouts. Recently, during the recruitment of soldiers, Yi Wuqing had heard about the presence of the Devourer Crocodile clan in the chaotic expanse and had enlisted to fight, claiming he sought vengeance for Jiang Ping'an. At this point, Qian Yu paused, commenting, "Your subordinate is remarkably loyal. With his talents, he could easily join a powerful faction like ours, yet he declined." Yi Wuqing had comprehended the laws of death, rendering him immensely powerful, and even the esteemed De Qian dynasty valued such talents highly. However, in the face of substantial monetary incentives, Yi Wuqing had steadfastly refused to join the De Qian dynasty, enlisting solely to aid Jiang Ping'an in his quest for revenge. Perhaps it was due to the times he had casually rescued him. Jiang Ping'an had never intended to take on a subordinate, yet Yi Wuqing persistently followed him. As they conversed, the two arrived at the teleportation array leading to the chaotic expanse of the starry sky. This array, shaped like a grand portal, spanned several hundred miles. With the laws of space swirling above it, soldiers rushed through the portal toward the front lines, while injured personnel and corpses were being brought back. "Quick, does anyone have pills? Someone has been poisoned by the rain. Damn it, we were ambushed again. How could the Rain clan be so vile?" The Rain clan provided support to the Devourer Crocodile clan, significantly enhancing their overall combat strength, making the battle increasingly arduous. The multitude of injured soldiers bore testament to the fact that this conflict was no easy feat for the Daiqian dynasty. The Devourer Crocodile clan was not inherently weaker than the Daiqian dynasty, and with the Rain clan's assistance, they became a formidable adversary. "Your Highness." Someone noticed Qian Yu and quickly bowed. Many injured soldiers, disregarding their own wounds, supported each other to rise and pay their respects. Gazing at the wounded soldiers before him, Qian Yu remained silent, his fists clenched with rage as he stepped into the teleportation portal. He had once believed that the Daiqian dynasty was the pinnacle of power within the cultivation realm, devoid of threats, allowing him to live a peaceful and joyful life. However, upon witnessing the outbreak of large-scale warfare and the countless injured and deceased, Qian Yu realized that the Daiqian dynasty was far from stable. His previous sense of security had been purchased at the cost of the lives of soldiers and ancestors. His great-grandmother had grievously injured herself to sever her own essence, and countless soldiers had lost their lives, leaving their families bereaved of sons and husbands. Qian Yu merely wished to be a prince living in tranquility, free from pressure. Yet fate had not allotted him such a path. Stepping through the portal, he entered the chaotic expanse of the starry sky. Before him lay a vast array of shattered star fragments and corpses adrift in the void. Broken armor and bloodied weapons emanated the last remnants of warmth from their masters. In the pitch-black sky, flashes of battle illuminated the darkness, horrifying and eerie. Enormous devourer crocodiles gaped their massive jaws, devouring soldiers of the Qian dynasty. Alongside the devourer crocodiles, many peculiar beings with translucent jellyfish-like heads could also be seen. This extraordinary being is known as the starry sky jellyfish, hailing from the Sea of Stars. Due to the persistent downpours it brings wherever it appears, it is also referred to as the Rain Clan. The sight of both the devouring crocodile clan and the Rain Clan here suggests that these two races have nearly breached the rear of the great Qian dynasty. Bang! A figure plunged from the void at breakneck speed, crashing into a meteor that spanned hundreds of miles, shattering it before landing heavily before the portal. The blood-soaked third prince, Qian Song, roared at the array masters near the portal. Retreat. Take the teleportation array away. We must not allow them to destroy the portal. If the teleportation array is destroyed, the reinforcements will vanish, the soldiers on the front lines will be besieged and perish, and the great Qian dynasty will lose this territory. Haha, is this truly the third prince of the great Qian dynasty? Such a farcical Song Wang, easily defeated, mocked a devouring crocodile, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. It projected its voice across the battlefield, undermining the morale of the great Qian soldiers. In any battle, the loss of morale by one side equates to losing half the fight. Qian Song's expression darkened, his wounds oozing blood profusely, the severity of his injuries evident. It was not that he was weak. Rather, he had fought relentlessly for a year, his body pushed to its limits. Coupled with the alliance of the Rain Clan and the devouring crocodile clan, this was what had led to his injuries. You think you can defeat this prince? Such delusions. Qian Song gritted his teeth, straightening his posture like a towering mountain. No matter what, he could not fall. The royal family were the spiritual pillars for the soldiers. And if he were to succumb, the morale of the other soldiers would falter. Qian Song swiftly formed seals with his hands, preparing to unleash forbidden techniques. Even if it meant burning his life force, he could not afford to lose. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Third brother, enough. Let me handle this. Qian Song jolted and turned to see his younger brother, Qian Yu. What are you doing here? Don't mind me. Quickly cover the array master's retreat. This younger brother had only recently broken through to the late stage of the transformation god realm. Despite his remarkable talent, it was impossible for him to have learned much in the past 4 years, and his combat prowess would not be substantial. Qian Yu had no time to explain and turned to Jiang Ping'an beside him. I will take on the Rain Clan, and you handle the devouring crocodile clan. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Jiang Ping'an replied, his demeanor calm. Having participated in numerous battlefields, he faced war again with a tranquil heart. With Jiang Ping'an's arrival, Qian Song's worries diminished significantly. Although the Rain Clan and devouring crocodile clan were formidable, as long as Jiang Ping'an was present, he knew his brother would be safe. Finally, Qian Song had a moment to rest. He looked up at the devouring crocodile and the starry sky jellyfish and coldly remarked, I advise you to flee while you can. Otherwise, you shall meet a tragic end. Haha, a tragic end. The one facing a grim fate is your great Qian dynasty. The royal family of the great Qian dynasty are merely resilient in words. We shall send you to meet your ancestors. As Jiang Ping'an and Qian Yu soared through the air, a powerful Rain Clan warrior summoned the forces of the laws, unleashing poisonous rain that pierced through the air like a sword, aimed directly at the two. Do not be deceived by the seemingly ordinary rain. It held terrifying power. This rain pierced through the starry meteor, reducing it to fragments. Qian Yu utilized the star pulling technique to deflect the toxic rain. Jiang Ping'an did not employ any magical arts, allowing the rain to drench him. The downpour failed to breach his defenses. However, the toxic essence within the rain seeped into his body. A hint of regret flickered across Jiang Ping'an's face. It was a pity. This poison was potent, and Little Seven would surely relish it. Yet Little Seven remained on the other side. He resolved to gather some advanced rain poison to take back for Little Seven. Jiang Ping'an had acquired the ability of the 10,000 poisons 7-star insect, rendering him immune to toxins. This particular poison not only had no adverse effect on him, but was, in fact, beneficial. Observing the futility of the attack against the two, the Rain Clan's formidable warriors' expression hardened. Caution was warranted. These two were no ordinary foes. Before they could finish their thoughts, Jiang Ping'an and Qian Yu flashed forward. A single punch struck, and an overwhelming force obliterated one Rain Clan warrior and one devouring crocodile warrior, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this scene, The remaining Rain Clan and devouring crocodile beings froze in shock. The two slain were top-tier warriors of their respective races, vanquished in an instant by these two. Chapter 361. Jiang Ping'an's diminished power. Prince Qianzong gazed in astonishment at his brother Qianyu. He had not anticipated that in merely 4 years, Qianyu would grow to such a formidable level. The might of the Tai Yin Star Fist he wielded was on par with his own. In that moment, Qianzong comprehended why Qianyu had been chosen as the crown prince. He swallowed a healing elixir and mocked the Rain Clan and devouring crocodile beings. I warned you to flee, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. The faces of the devouring crocodile and Rain Clan warriors darkened. Eliminate these two. A multitude of devouring crocodile and Rain Clan warriors surged forth to confront Jiang Ping'an and Qianyu. The battle was imminent. For daring to invade our Qin dynasty, you shall pay with your lives. Qianyu stepped into the shrink the earth to an inch spatial secret technique, wielding the top-tier martial art Tai Yin Star Fist. A tempestuous aura permeating the starry expanse. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel this terrifying presence. Like a war god, wherever he went, Rain Clan beings erupted in demise. No Rain Clan beings of the same realm could withstand the wrath of Qianyu. He sought vengeance for his great-grandmother, for the soldiers of the Qin dynasty, and to prove himself to Jiang Ping'an. Numerous supreme secret techniques illuminated the cosmos. Jiang Ping'an followed closely behind, invoking the battle god technique, and with the formidable principles of battle intent, he instilled fear in the devouring crocodiles, who dared not clash with him. However, compared to Qianyu, Jiang Ping'an, merely utilizing the battle god technique, appeared somewhat inferior. Observing Jiang Ping'an's performance, Qianzong, recuperating from injury, furrowed his brow. What was Jiang Ping'an doing? Why was he not exerting his full strength? Was he attempting to avoid attracting danger? Despite Jiang Ping'an's restraint, Qianzong refrained from commenting. As this war was not directly related to him, it was already commendable that Jiang Ping'an had come to assist. Qianyu's display, however, astounded Qianzong. In just 4 years, his brother had reached such heights. This rate of growth was astonishing, even within the ranks of the Qin dynasty. A premier force in the realm of cultivation, Qianyu traversed the starry skies, wreaking havoc amid the shattered stars, as Rain Clan beings fell one after another. The Rain Clan beings were utterly terrified, quickly rallying their kin. Come, we need assistance. A top-tier expert in the transformation realm is upon us. He has already slain 35 of our kin. Qianyu tore apart the head of another Rain Clan creature and turned to observe Jiang Ping'an, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 2 sky-eating crocodiles. Jiang Ping'an, what are you doing? I have already claimed 36 lives. What about you? Do not forget, this is a duel. Looking at Jiang Ping'an, it seemed he was merely idle, unable to deal with the 2 sky-eating crocodiles. What? He is Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing this name, the surrounding sky-eating crocodiles changed their expressions in unison, all eyes fixed on Jiang Ping'an. No wonder he looked so familiar. He is indeed Jiang Ping'an, the one who slaughtered over 20 million of our kin. He has come here. The many sky-eating crocodiles, upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, were infused with murderous intent, anger, and fear. Their fury stemmed from Jiang Ping'an's previous incursion into their territory, where he had killed over 20 million of their people and seized the ancestral bloodline. The fear arose from Jiang Ping'an's formidable combat prowess. This individual had swept through the Eastern Sea's demon race and battled the Chaos Body, earning the title of an era-defining prodigy. The emergence of such a terrifying prodigy could drastically alter the dynamics of the entire transformation realm battlefield. Perhaps only if other powerful beings from different battlefields came to ambush Jiang Ping'an could he be dealt with. However, the 2 sky-eating crocodile experts engaged in battle with Jiang Ping'an soon realized that, although he was indeed strong, he was not as formidable as the rumors suggested. Come to assist. This fellow has lost our clan's devouring power. His combat strength is diminished. Now is the perfect opportunity to slay him. Upon hearing this, the other sky-eating crocodile experts, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's apparent weakness, converged upon him in a frenzy. As a dozen sky-eating crocodiles attacked, the pressure on Jiang Ping'an intensified, prompting him to immediately employ the lesser formless technique, enlarging his form. Simultaneously, a black battle soul emerged, and a monstrous aura spread for miles. Those in the nearby battlefield could sense an overwhelming pressure. Several sky-eating crocodiles were crushed under Jiang Ping'an's might. However, one sky-eating crocodile seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, transforming into a colossal crocodile over 10,000 meters long, its massive jaws clamping down on Jiang Ping'an's right shoulder. With a savage tear, it ripped away a substantial chunk of flesh, staining the starry sky with blood. Jiang Ping'an retaliated with a powerful punch, obliterating the crocodile. As more sky-eating crocodiles joined the fray, Jiang Ping'an found himself increasingly disadvantaged, sustaining numerous injuries. The third prince, Qian Tsong, furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. His initial judgment had been flawed. Jiang Ping'an was not pretending to be weak. His combat power had genuinely diminished. What could be the cause? Was Jiang Ping'an injured? Or had he erred in his cultivation? If this continued, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Suddenly, a sky-eating crocodile expert seized the opportunity, sacrificing a century of lifespan to unleash a forbidden technique. The devouring power coalesced into a black sphere, which was forcefully expelled from its mouth, crashing down upon Jiang Ping'an. The terrifying force instantly obliterated Jiang Ping'an's body, blood staining the starry expanse. Jiang Ping'an's life force abruptly vanished. Qian Tsong and Qian Yu were left in stunned disbelief, their expressions drastically altered. Jiang Ping'an had actually perished. How could this be? The sky-eating crocodile, who had sacrificed his lifespan and invoked the forbidden technique, momentarily froze, then erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! I have slain Jiang Ping'an. I have slain Jiang Ping'an. I shall be renowned across the world. Ha! Jiang Ping'an is nothing extraordinary. We mere 40 to 50 individuals could easily extinguish him. The strength Jiang Ping'an once possessed was solely attributed to our ancestors' devouring bloodline. Now that his devouring powers have been stripped away, he is but a trivial being. The numerous swallowing heaven crocodiles rejoiced, believing they had slain the legendary Jiang Ping'an, and that they would be rewarded for their efforts. However, upon realizing the absence of storage artifacts around them, their elation turned to dread. Jiang Ping'an had not perished. One of the swallowing heaven crocodiles scoured the blood-soaked ground with its spiritual senses multiple times, but found no storage treasures, and its expression grew grave. Typically, only avatars do not carry storage artifacts. Jiang Ping'an practiced the Tao body technique. Should an avatar perish, the main body would also meet its demise, indicating that this must be one of his avatars. They had all sensed his life force vanish moments ago. Ordinary avatars lack any such essence. Overthinking it, they concluded Jiang Ping'an must be dead. The swallowing heaven crocodiles dismissed any notion that Jiang Ping'an had survived. How could a single individual withstand an onslaught from over 40 powerful beings? Without their clan's devouring might, Jiang Ping'an was inconsequential. By eliminating him, they could claim a Tao tree, comparable to a supreme treasure. Yet at that moment, chains of mental energy suddenly manifested around the swallowing heaven crocodiles. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and a few decisive ones burned their life force to break free from the chains. Jiang Ping'an emerged from behind a fallen star, employing lightning speed to position himself among the swallowing heaven crocodiles. Channeling the star pulling technique, he unleashed a terrifying force, obliterating over 20 of the swallowing heaven crocodiles. Simultaneously, he swung his fists, imbued with destructive power and the imprint of an emperor, unleashing them with ferocity. A formidable force surged across hundreds of miles, erasing the swallowing heaven crocodiles and fragments of stars within that expanse, reducing them to ashes. The chaotic starry sky was rendered void. In an instant, the 40 to 50 swallowing heaven crocodile elites were reduced to nothingness, save for a few who had fled in haste. It was impossible. That earlier presence could not have belonged to an avatar. You were undeniably dead. The fleeing swallowing heaven crocodile warriors gazed at Jiang Ping'an in terror. Members of the great Qian dynasty, including Qian Yu and Qian Tsong, were equally baffled. They could all sense that the recently fallen entity was certainly not an avatar. Avatars lack any life essence. Yet that body had exuded vitality. Was it a death substitution talisman? No, that could not be the case. Such a talisman would manifest its runes upon activation, yet no such fluctuations had been observed. Moreover, it was illogical, given Jiang Ping'an's evident power. Why would he squander a death substitution talisman? Thus, it was clear he had not resurrected through such means. What on earth was occurring? Chapter 362. The primordial spirit thunder rumbled as dark clouds enveloped the starry sky, and terrifying bolts of lightning cascaded from above, striking Jiang Ping'an. The curse power was triggered once more. Standing beneath the onslaught of lightning, Jiang Ping'an allowed the bolts to crash against him. using the thunder to temper his body and enhance his sacred demon physique. Amidst the shattered cosmic void, Jiang Ping'an appeared godlike, exuding an aura of invincibility. The swallowing heaven crocodiles gazed at him in horror, their minds trembling. What was happening? How had he reemerged? Could it be that the entity that had perished was his primordial spirit? Only the primordial spirit could possess such life essence. It was absolutely impossible for it to be the primordial spirit. He had yet to enter the void refinement stage. How could he possibly possess a primordial spirit? It is highly likely that some peculiar secret technique has drawn forth life force, distributing it to his avatars, thus creating an illusion of death. Ordinary avatars lack life force. However, one can employ secret arts to share life with an avatar. Though such techniques are rare, they do exist. They would rather believe that Jiang Ping'an deliberately squandered his life to fabricate a false avatar than accept that he could condense a primordial spirit at his current level. Furthermore, should a primordial spirit perish, the original body would also be affected. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an appeared utterly unfazed, rendering the idea of an avatar even more implausible. Once the thunder surrounding Jiang Ping'an dissipated, Qianyu flew before him. "Friend Jiang, what was that just now?" He too was perplexed by the events that had unfolded. The primordial spirit he had created was merely of modest strength. A hint of regret crossed Jiang Ping'an's face. This primordial spirit, though it could rival 30 to 50 peers, was not particularly formidable. It truly is a primordial spirit. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was left dumbfounded, their expressions tinged with disbelief. A primordial spirit? How is that possible? Have you truly advanced to the void refinement stage? Qianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Only those who reach the void refinement stage can condense a primordial spirit. Yet Jiang Ping'an exhibited no aura indicative of such a powerful being. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, clarifying, "I have not broken through. My path diverges from yours. This primordial spirit is not a true primordial spirit. I have struggled for a long time to condense a genuine primordial spirit, but have only succeeded in creating a law-based primordial spirit, which embodies a singular law. For instance, the primordial spirit I just manifested can only invoke the law of battle intent and cannot draw upon the powers of other laws. A typical cultivator's primordial spirit possesses the entirety of the original body's strength, capable of unleashing all of its laws. However, the primordial spirit I have condensed cannot inherit all powers. It can only manifest the strength of one specific law. It may not be a true primordial spirit, yet it possesses a certain degree of combat capability." Initially astonished, Qianyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. The primordial spirit one can condense is limited to the release of a single law's power. Although it is astonishing to condense a primordial spirit at this level, it is, in effect, akin to a weakened avatar and is not overly intimidating. One might even argue it is inferior to an avatar. As long as a cultivator possesses energy, they can condense an avatar. However, the primordial spirit is different. Once a primordial spirit is destroyed, considerable time and effort are required to recreate it. Yet, before the members of the Sky-Eating Crocodile clan and the Rain clan could fully relax, a shocking sight unfolded before them. 4 Jiang Ping'ans suddenly emerged from his original body, each possessing the same life force. These 4 were primordial spirits. Each of these primordial spirits surged with the laws of battle intent, wood, gravity, and strength. All present stared in horror, wide-eyed and astounded. For primordial spirits, this was impossible. A person could only possess one primordial spirit. This was an unchanging truth, a reality no one could contravene. Countless predecessors had attempted this, finding it utterly impossible to create multiple primordial spirits. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had released 4 primordial spirits, completely defying common sense. Moreover, having just vanquished the battle-will avatar, how could another one materialize? Typically, when a normal avatar is obliterated, it requires time to mend. Why then can Jiang Ping'an conjure another at will? A single individual is permitted to manifest only one avatar, as dictated by their cultivation system, rendering Jiang Ping'an's circumstances irrelevant. Do they relish in a collective assault? Very well. Let it be so. Jiang Ping'an's 4 avatars surged forth against the devouring crocodile clan. The battle-will avatar and the gravity avatar led the offensive, while the strength avatar executed defensive maneuvers with the infinite fist, and the wood-law avatar focused on healing. Though the combined might of the 4 avatars fell short of Jiang Ping'an's true form, they still achieved an impressive 6 or 7/10 of his battle prowess. Even at this diminished capacity, dispatching the beings of the devouring crocodile clan was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Jiang Ping'an turned to Prince Qinyu beside him and declared, "Your Highness, I shall continue to slay our foes." With that, he charged into the fray. Jiang Ping'an resembled an ancient deity, striding through the void, tearing apart the members of the devouring crocodile clan. Once the dominators of this realm, their devouring power was formidable, yet, when faced with Jiang Ping'an, they were akin to oversized insects. Was it their weakness? Certainly not. It was merely Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming strength. Qinyu remained rooted in place for an extended period, contemplating. Regardless of his extraordinary talents, his ability to ascend a great realm with each step, or his capacity to master any astonishing secret technique in the presence of Jiang Ping'an, he felt utterly ordinary. The very fact that Jiang Ping'an had independently forged 2 realms was astonishing. Now, he had birthed multiple avatars, creating a historical precedent. This news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval within the realm of cultivation. Initially, Qinyu had reveled in his own formidable gifts, but suddenly, a calmness enveloped him. He fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Ping'an, who was delving deeper into the starry expanse, his fists clenched. This prince shall not be vanquished. Not merely out of competitive spirit, but also from a desire to avoid being overshadowed by Jiang Ping'an, Qinyu felt an unprecedented resolve to defy defeat. He re-entered the battlefield, slaying the formidable beings of the Rain clan. With the addition of these 2 prodigies, the battlefield of the transformation realm was strewn with corpses. The cultivators and beings from other battlefields gradually took heed of the situation unfolding here. It was Jiang Ping'an. He had also entered the chaotic starry realm, requesting reinforcements. The 3rd squad of transformation realm cultivators was on the brink of annihilation at Jiang Ping'an's hands. Damn it, how could Jiang Ping'an be here? The devouring crocodile clan and the Rain clan regarded Jiang Ping'an's appearance with grave concern. The starry skies were drenched in relentless rain, blood mingling with the downpour. As Jiang Ping'an continued his onslaught, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly executed a thunderous retreat. Yet, it was too late. A few droplets of rain, imbued with advanced laws, pierced through his brow in an instant. The destruction of the brow's death replacement talisman would impede the activation of the talisman. For a moment, Jiang Ping'an's expression froze, and the life force emanating from him vanished. A Rain clan warrior coalesced from the blood rain. Though they had slain Jiang Ping'an, their countenance was far from triumphant, for they realized that Jiang Ping'an's true form had transformed into a block of wood, an avatar of the wood god from the Qin dynasty. The Rain clan warrior had not anticipated Jiang Ping'an's shrewdness in concealing his true self all along. It was you who first disregarded the rules. Jiang Ping'an manifested upon a shattered star, an expression of indifference and coldness etched upon his visage. Beneath his feet lay a fragmented celestial body, teeming with millions of low-tier cultivators engaged in fierce combat. You dare, a formidable warrior of the Rain clan. Having discerned Jiang Ping'an's intentions, bellowed in furious outrage as he charged forth with great speed. Jiang Ping'an activated the star pulling technique, and in an instant, the myriad lowly soldiers of the Rain clan and the devouring crocodile clan erupted into a cacophony of violent explosions. You are correct. I indeed dare, Jiang Ping'an retorted, his countenance unwavering, as his mental voice reverberated across the battlefield. You strong ones ambushed me once, and I shall slaughter 10,000 of your kin. Ambush me twice, and I will annihilate your entire lineage. Summoning the heavenly desolation technique, an endless array of spectral corpses materialized, generating a surging tide of malevolent energy that pierced the cosmos. The fallen beings from moments prior reappeared in ghostly projections. As the chilling aura permeated the air, the ongoing tumult of battle in the starry expanse momentarily faltered, drawing the gaze of all present. Amidst the sea of lifeless bodies, Jiang Ping'an stood, a figure of dread, his aura of malice and corpses causing an involuntary shudder among those gathered, as fear seeped into their hearts. In that instant, they felt as though they were witnessing an ancient demonic cultivator. In the dimly lit heavens, Jiang Ping'an's dark garb billowed, surrounded by an endless phalanx of spectral corpses, rendering him the singular presence upon the battlefield. Chapter 363. The sense of solitude, you wretched fool. You shall perish. The Rain clan warrior, witnessing the demise of countless kin, was consumed by rage and launched another assault against Jiang Ping'an. This time, it was evident that Jiang Ping'an's current form was indeed his true self. Jiang Ping'an scoffed derisively. "Idiot, do you think I unleashed such overwhelming energy for no reason?" Suddenly, a sword cleaved through the void, directly piercing the body of the Rain Clan warrior. The powerful aura of the celestial artifact swept across the battlefield, as if a divine being had descended. The ancestral figure of the great Qin dynasty wielded the sword of celestial slaying. This artifact, the sole weapon capable of slaying ancient beings of the tribulation phase, was the mightiest armament known to the realm of mortals. "For transgressing against the great Qin dynasty, you shall die," commanded the great Qin warrior as he wielded the sword of celestial slaying, its arc illuminating myriad stars and shaking the cosmos. The formidable intent of the sword swept through the void, obliterating numerous smaller celestial bodies. As it pierced through the fabric of space and cleaved an adversary of the tribulation phase in twain. "Kill!" With the utterance of the great Qin warrior's command, the various battlefronts surged into counteroffensive maneuvers. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the bloodthirsty 9 netherworms. Countless of these creatures spread across the cosmos, accompanying the advance of the great Qin forces. The bloodthirsty 9 netherworms were an extravagant drain on resources, and Jiang Ping'an could scarcely sustain them. Thus, he thrust them into the fray, allowing combat to sustain their existence. This way, the worms not only procured sustenance, but also eliminated the weaker among their ranks. Only the surviving worms would evolve into stronger entities. Jiang Ping'an immersed himself in the battlefield of the transformation phase, braving the thunderous tribulation as he resumed his slaughter. The curse upon him now appeared a mere jest, utterly ineffective. A multitude of powerful warriors from the great Qin dynasty surged to the battlefield, leaving the Rain and Devouring Crocodile clan warriors unable to divert their attention towards Jiang Ping'an. Even if they had the opportunity, they would not dare act recklessly. For if they failed to extinguish him, he would indeed unleash his wrath upon the ordinary low-tier beings, displaying no mercy. This individual was nothing short of a demonic fiend. The great Qin dynasty surged forward with unstoppable momentum, reclaiming lost resource planets one after another. If this continues, not only will all 5 resource stars be recovered, but additional ones may also be acquired. As the great Qin dynasty deployed celestial artifacts and called upon numerous formidable beings, the conflict escalated. Presently, even ordinary cultivators are closely observing this battle. The Rain clan and the Devouring Crocodile clan have provoked the ire of the great Qin dynasty, to the extent that the sword of celestial slaying has been employed. It is truly fearsome. One cannot help but wonder how many lives will be lost. By the way, have you heard? Jiang Ping'an is also involved in this conflict. Of course, it has been heard, and it is said that he has pioneered a new path, crafting multiple primordial spirits. The inability to condense multiple primordial spirits was a strict law established after countless failed attempts by numerous ancestors. Yet now, one individual has shattered this ironclad rule and forged a groundbreaking achievement. This news has caused an immense uproar. Could this be mere exaggeration? How did Jiang Ping'an manage to create multiple primordial spirits? The specifics are unclear, but it is undoubtedly true. Although these primordial spirits cannot fully inherit the strength of their original body, they seem to be easily condensed, akin to avatars. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a rumor. Jiang Ping'an has been rendered powerless. How could he possibly condense primordial spirits? Many cultivators remain skeptical, having not witnessed Jiang Ping'an's feat with their own eyes. What qualifies him to accomplish what top-tier powerhouses, who have dazzled throughout the ages, could not? Their disbelief is entirely understandable, without first-hand experience. It is natural to doubt that what countless formidable ancestors failed to achieve has been accomplished by Jiang Ping'an. Within the ancestral grounds of the Devouring Crocodile clan, a gathering of ancient beings convenes. Is Jiang Ping'an truly a monster? He has been cursed and stripped of his devouring power, yet he remains incredibly strong, even creating unique primordial spirits. Regardless of his extraordinary prowess, the outcome remains the same. He shall become prey, allowing their plans to advance. This must be communicated to the Rain clan, urging them to deploy more soldiers. The front lines are in disarray, with numerous clan members perishing. Yet the higher-ups of the Devouring Crocodile clan were expressions of exhilaration. To evoke such excitement in creatures that have lived for tens of thousands of years indicates that they are scheming something grand. An increasing number of beings are arriving in the chaotic expanse of the starry sky. As the battle intensifies, the death toll rises. Corpses litter the cosmos, and blood-soaked, shattered weapons have lost their former luster. Jiang Ping'an paved a path through the ranks, sweeping aside the devouring crocodiles of equivalent standing until only half a star remained. Standing atop the star, no beings dared to approach, nor did any of equal standing dare to meet his gaze. Jiang Ping'an wiped the blood from his face, feeling an inexplicable sense of solitude in that moment. It is a loneliness that arises when one reaches a certain level of combat prowess, leaving no rivals to contend with. As his strength grows, he yearns for worthy adversaries, wishing to witness more astonishing techniques. Only by facing greater foes can he hone himself and perfect his path. His ultimate goal is ascension, to resurrect his loved ones. He must surpass all others to have a chance at achieving immortality. Though Prince Qinyu of the Great Qian dynasty is strong, his cultivation time is still too short. Moreover, Jiang Ping'an does not regard Qinyu as an adversary. The absence of a sense of crisis and pressure during their confrontation limits his potential for growth. He gazes upward at the starry sky, observing the battlefield of those in the void refinement stage. Perhaps only those greater than himself can pose a genuine threat. Just as Jiang Ping'an prepares to take flight, he suddenly senses something amiss and turns his gaze towards the depths of the enemy camp. In the vastness of the cosmos, a being clad in a black robe approaches, moving with such swiftness that it seems to teleport. Behind it, a swirling black hole looms, stretching across miles, devouring everything in its path: corpses, weapons, and shattered stars. Indeed, even light itself appears to be consumed. Upon its emergence, a palpable dread descends upon the hearts of the surrounding humans. The overwhelming pressure exudes an instinctual sense of danger. Even those in the void refinement stage feel the weight of this threatening aura. Who is this? Such a formidable presence. A transformation god, capable of externalizing a devouring black hole. Perhaps it is a successor of the ancient ancestral lineage of the devouring crocodile clan. This entity is exceptionally powerful. The force of its consumption seems capable of digesting anything. The numerous transformation god practitioners of the Great Qian dynasty retreat in terror. This devouring crocodile is certainly beyond their capacity to confront. Upon sighting it, the members of the devouring crocodile clan display expressions of wild elation. It is Kong Lin. Kong Lin has arrived. Jiang Ping'an is doomed. Even those in the mid-stage of void refinement cannot defeat Kong Lin, let alone Jiang Ping'an. This human, destined for demise, shall soon witness the might of our clan's prodigy. The devouring crocodile beings, long oppressed by Jiang Ping'an, feel their burdens lift, finally glimpsing hope. Years prior, when the imperial ruins opened, a singular eye of the ancient ancestor of the devouring crocodile clan was discovered, containing a legacy that was subsequently reclaimed by their clan. 3 prodigies were chosen to inherit this legacy. One of these, a nascent soul-stage devouring crocodile, was poisoned to death by Jiang Ping'an shortly after receiving the inheritance. Thus, only 2 with the bloodline of legacy remain. The sudden arrival of this devouring crocodile is one of them, known as Kong Lin. After decades of refining the power of consumption, and with the collective strength of the clan nurturing him, Kong Lin possesses astonishing combat prowess. As he descends upon the celestial body, he appears as a deity, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence. By the decree of the ancestral will, I, Kong Lin, have come to exterminate Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 364. The complete power of devouring Kong Lin lands atop the shattered star, his profound gaze surveying Jiang Ping'an with an icy demeanor, as cold as a glacier that has endured for eons. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Kong Lin, Jiang Ping'an finds his blood surging uncontrollably, akin to a roaring river. He is exhilarated. It is a thrill in the face of a formidable foe. Qinyu flies to Jiang Ping'an's side, his expression earnest as he states, "I am here to assist you. This devouring crocodile is formidable." He too senses the strength of this creature, realizing that one might struggle in combat alone. Jiang Ping'an shakes his head, responding calmly, "In battles of equal rank, assistance is unnecessary." Qinyu understands Jiang Ping'an's desire to fight alone and replies, "Call upon me if you require aid." Kong Lin's eyes, sharp as blades, pierce through the void, seemingly intent on penetrating Jiang Ping'an. Today, let this thief witness what true power of devouring entails. With a forceful push of his hands, A colossal black hole spanning thousands of meters surged towards Jiang Ping'an. As it passed, mountains crumbled and the surrounding energies and laws were utterly consumed. Jiang Ping'an executed a lightning-fast maneuver to evade, swiftly darting to the side of Kong Lin, raising his fist to strike. Kong Lin remained motionless, a hint of disdain etched upon his face. At that moment, a small black hole formed in front of him, and Jiang Ping'an's fist plunged into its depths. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted abruptly as he retreated several dozen miles to a mountain peak. Looking down at his right arm, once brimming with vitality and strength, now appeared withered and frail, akin to that of an elderly man. In the blink of an eye, the life force coursing through his arm had been siphoned away. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the power in his arm would have been entirely drained. Are you surprised? Kong Lin's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Are you wondering why the devouring power you once wielded pales in comparison to mine? You, a mere thief, cannot comprehend the true might of the devouring force, which requires the noble bloodline of the swallowing sky crocodile and the mastery of supreme devouring techniques to unleash its full potential. You have merely tapped into half its power. Were you to fully grasp the devouring force, devoid of any other techniques, you would undoubtedly eradicate that pathetic chaotic body. Kong Lin invoked a secret technique, instantly appearing before Jiang Ping'an, his fist encased in scales, ready to strike. Jiang Ping'an swiftly countered with his own punch. The collision of their fists unleashed a terrifying force that rippled across hundreds of miles, shattering the earth beneath them and nearly tearing apart the very fabric of space. Kong Lin's physique was immensely powerful, a testament to a race that once dominated an era. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the celestial seal and star grasp techniques to encircle him. However, the devouring black hole rapidly adhered to Kong Lin, repelling the sealing chains and gravitational laws with its consuming power. Kong Lin propelled the devouring force forward. Jiang Ping'an, unwilling to engage directly, retreated hastily. Simultaneously, his battle spirit, wood element spirit, power spirit, and gravity spirit split from his body. 5 manifestations of Jiang Ping'an attacked from various angles. Yet, 5 small devouring black holes emerged around Kong Lin, blocking the onslaught and even consuming the wood manifestation directly. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. Kong Lin's formidable physique, combined with the devouring force's multi-directional defense, rendered him nearly untouchable. Kong Lin wore a relaxed demeanor, confident that any of Jiang Ping'an's attacks or techniques would not only fail to harm him, but would instead become his own energy. Jiang Ping'an's countenance grew solemn as he invoked the lesser formless technique, rapidly enlarging to a staggering height of 10,000 meters, a terrifying and colossal figure. He intended to obliterate the black hole with his immense size. However, the devouring black hole before Kong Lin expanded in tandem, spanning 100,000 meters, towering 10 times higher than Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's pupils constricted as he retreated once more. Kong Lin, while channeling the devouring force, unleashed powerful secret techniques to assault Jiang Ping'an. Each time Jiang Ping'an was caught in the wake of the devouring force, a portion of his strength was siphoned away. Conversely, every technique and attack Jiang Ping'an employed was absorbed by Kong Lin, transforming into his own power. Kong Lin, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, proclaimed loudly, "Where are your abilities? Are you not formidable? Is this what is termed a prodigy of the era? Huh, nothing more than this." His mocking voice resonated through the heavens, drawing the attention of numerous soldiers from the Great Qian dynasty, the Rain clan, and the Swallowing Sky crocodile clan. Observing Jiang Ping'an being forced to retreat continuously, their expressions varied with disbelief and astonishment. The cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were utterly shocked, their faces reflecting incredulity. Jiang Ping'an was unable to surpass him. Was this the true devouring power of the Swallowing Sky crocodile clan? Any attack or spell could be consumed. How could one possibly fight back? Kong Lin could absorb spells and powers to replenish himself, withstand any assault, and inflict damage upon his foes. Was there any means to counter such a force? Countless cultivators envisioned battling Kong Lin in their minds, attempting to devise strategies, only to be horrified by the realization that none existed. In a one-on-one confrontation, there seemed to be no conceivable way to defeat Kong Lin. The creatures of the Swallowing Sky crocodile clan, witnessing Kong Lin's advantage, were elated, their faces adorned with smug grins. This was the true devouring power of our clan. Let us see how the human race can continue its arrogance. No matter how strong you are merely sustenance for our clan. Jiang Ping'an is destined to be the stepping stone for Kong Lin, who will trample upon him to ascend to even greater heights. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an's every attack and spell proved utterly ineffective. This reminded him of the battle against Liang Shi, whose body was impervious to all spells. Nothing worked against him. However, Liang Shi had weaknesses in physical combat, which led to his defeat at Jiang Ping'an's hands. Yet Kong Lin before him exhibited no such flaws in physical prowess. It seemed that Kong Lin had perfected this realm. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Qian Wanshan, observed the unfolding situation and discreetly conveyed his thoughts through spiritual communication. Retreat. Do not engage him alone. Instead, surround him with others. Perhaps there remains a chance to vanquish him. The powerful figures around discerned that Jiang Ping'an could not defeat Kong Lin on his own. Victory would only be possible through a concerted effort. Jiang Ping'an appeared to disregard Qian Wanshan's counsel, employing the infinite fist for defense while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Qian Wanshan, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's insubordination, felt a surge of anger. Did you not hear what I said? You alone cannot overcome him. It is not a matter of your weakness, but rather that your opponent's innate talent transcends this level. There is no absolute invincibility or might in this world. Even a tribulation period expert would hesitate to claim invincibility. Why persist in this folly? Qian Wanshan could discern Jiang Ping'an's unwillingness to yield. Yet, no matter how obstinate one might be, the current reality could not be altered. The devouring power of the ancestral beings of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan was incomparably perfect. Otherwise, they could not dominate an entire era. The prospect of achieving victory in a one-on-one duel was virtually non-existent. This devouring power could attack, defend, and absorb energy to replenish itself. How could a single individual hope to triumph over such an adversary? Chapter 365. You are still not strong enough. Seeing Jiang Ping'an once again disregard him, Qian Wanshan's frustration mounted. As the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, even those ancient figures in the tribulation period would show him some respect. Yet this insolent young man had the audacity to be so disrespectful. Qian Wanshan, suppressing his fury, continued to convey through sound transmission. Then utilize your precious artifact and strike it down with a single blow. Remember to aim for the head, lest there be any life-saving talismans hidden within. Jiang Ping'an, however, appeared oblivious, his deep-set eyes fixated on Kong Lin, wholly absorbed in the battle. Numerous wounds adorned Jiang Ping'an's body, his blood being siphoned by Kong Lin's devouring power. Let that little brat perish if he must. Qian Wanshan, seeing Jiang Ping'an disregard his words, grew infuriated and turned his focus to the adversary before him. The chief of the devouring crocodile clan met Qian Wanshan's charge with a grin. We are grateful you brought Jiang Ping'an here. His strength is immense. Should we consume him, Kong Lin shall become even mightier. Qian Wanshan's expression darkened. Was this fool Jiang Ping'an dissatisfied with his opponent's strength? Kong Lin unleashed 5 devouring black holes to assault Jiang Ping'an, siphoning away his energy and blood. You are secretly using poison, aren't you? Kong Lin suddenly remarked. Jiang Ping'an's pupils contracted. He had been detected. Witnessing the so-called prodigy of the era reveal such a countenance before him filled Kong Lin with unprecedented exhilaration. Unfortunately, your poison is utterly ineffective against me. Once my devouring power reaches a certain threshold, it can neutralize all toxins. Ignoring Jiang Ping'an's covert poisoning attempts, Kong Lin grew stronger with each passing moment. Radiating an unmatched aura, Jiang Ping'an's demeanor turned gravely serious. He had been stealthily administering poison, only to find himself discovered and his efforts rendered futile. Kong Lin merged the 5 black holes into one, unleashing the full force of his devouring power. I, Kong Lin, shall lead my devouring crocodile clan back to the pinnacle. All human, dragon, and myriad races must once again bow before us. Objects within a radius of several thousand miles surged violently, the space distorting as if being drawn away. Jiang Ping'an felt the energy within him being rapidly drained and swiftly executed his thunder flash to retreat. Yet Kong Lin's speed was equally terrifying as he relentlessly pursued him. Oh, prodigy of the era, do not flee. Let me witness your true strength. Kong Lin taunted with a mocking smile. If you are a prodigy of this era, then I am the strongest prodigy of all time. In the distance, Qian Yu, the prince of the great Qian dynasty, wore a solemn expression, commanding all to heed his orders. He was preparing to summon powerful beings of the transformation stage to assist Jiang Ping'an when a stunning figure interposed before him. No need. Yi Wuqing spoke calmly. Qianyu replied in a low voice. Jiang Ping'an cannot hold out much longer. At this rate, your leader will perish. Even if he employs forbidden techniques, he cannot contend with Kong Lin's terrifying devouring power. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance against him. My leader can endure. Yi Wuqing asserted, her bloodied sword in hand, her gaze fixed trustingly upon Jiang Ping'an. Qianyu shook his head. He cannot withstand it. Jiang Ping'an has exhausted all techniques at his disposal. Infinite Fist, Battle God Art, Lesser Wuxiang skill. Yet, as you can see, Kong Lin's devouring power absorbs all spells. After such a prolonged battle, he remains unscathed, while your leader has used all his techniques and sustained injuries. It is not that Jiang Ping'an lacks strength, but rather that the power of devouring is exceedingly formidable. Even if Jiang Ping'an is invincible in attack, it is futile if he cannot land a hit on his opponent. Yi Wuqing remarked, Boss can hold on. Are you wishing for your leader's demise? Qianyu, feeling anxious, wondered why Yi Wuqing was so obstinate. If he were truly outmatched, my leader would seek aid on his own. For now, please refrain from interfering. After saying this, Yi Wuqing ignored Qianyu, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ping'an, filled with admiration and reverence. From the time of the Underworld King, Jiang Ping'an has been performing miracles, achieving victory after victory, and has come this far. The Eastern Sea Demon Clan cannot hinder him, nor can the Abyssal Forbidden Zone contain him. In this world, no one can obstruct his path. Yi Wuqing was unaware of Jiang Ping'an's hidden cards, yet he firmly believed in his victory. Qianyu, exasperated, fell silent. Everyone understood that Jiang Ping'an could not endure much longer, yet Yi Wuqing remained blindly optimistic. Although Jiang Ping'an had not yet called for help, it would not be long before he did. If this continued, he would eventually be drained. Among the countless beings present, save for Yi Wuqing, no one believed in Jiang Ping'an's chance of victory. The power of devouring was too overwhelming. So much so that even those extraordinary beings could not conceive a strategy to combat Kong Lin at the same rank. This was the ancestral bloodline of the ancient, era-dominating devouring crocodile clan, terrifyingly powerful. Had the emperor not eradicated all those with advanced bloodlines within the devouring crocodile clan, they would still dominate an era today. Kong Lin, observing the continuously fleeing Jiang Ping'an, sneered, Is fleeing all you can do? Is this the pinnacle talent of the human race? He intentionally provoked Jiang Ping'an, seeking a direct confrontation. Jiang Ping'an halted atop a towering mountain, the fierce wind tousling his dark hair, his eyes deep as the starry sky. You are indeed formidable. With the power of devouring, you can shield against most attacks. However, how many can you defend against at once? Kong Lin, raising the devouring black hole, bore a proud expression. Are you calling for help because you cannot defeat me? Let all the prodigies present come forth. I alone can take on 10 of you. In the distance, Qianyu and Qiansong began to gather their energies. This prodigy, named Kong Lin, was clearly beyond the capability of any single individual. Should Jiang Ping'an call for assistance, they would rush to his aid. A hint of regret crossed Jiang Ping'an's face. You are still not strong enough. You cannot bring me to the depths of despair. Upon hearing this, everyone believed they had misheard. What does it mean to be not strong enough? You have been utterly overpowered, with no means of retaliation, and yet you claim to be strong? At this point, are you still posturing? The members of the devouring crocodile clan laughed uproariously. This is too amusing. Even now, you continue to put on a show. If Jiang Ping'an had managed to subdue Kong Lin and uttered those words, it would have been understandable. Yet, he was clearly being suppressed and still dared to speak in such a manner. Kong Lin, wearing an expression of impatience, thought, with such arrogance, you must have some hidden cards. Come, reveal all your trump cards. Let me see just how strong you truly are. Regardless of the technique employed, it would be impossible to breach his power of devouring. Unless Jiang Ping'an mastered the powers of space and time, yet no records indicated that he possessed these abilities. The power of space was beyond Jiang Ping'an's grasp. Although the power of time exists, it is a true trump card, one that will only be employed in the face of life and death crises. He possesses other hidden strengths. As you wish, Jiang Ping'an softly replied, and suddenly, the 360 meridians within him erupted in resplendent radiance, illuminating the heavens and unleashing a tempestuous force that swept across the cosmos. The creatures of the sky-eating crocodile tribe, who had been mocking Jiang Ping'an, felt the overwhelming surge of energy, and their laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. 360 primordial spirits separated from Jiang Ping'an's essence, their majestic aura traversing the starry expanse, causing the fragmented star beneath them to tremble violently. 100 spirit warriors, 100 strength spirits, 100 wood spirits, and 60 gravity spirits. These 360 primordial entities manifested, causing the very laws of the universe to quake as if a sovereign had descended. The terrifying shockwaves forced all distant observers to retreat. Even the ancient beings engaged in battle deep within the cosmos halted, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Despite having lived for tens of thousands of years, with hearts as tranquil as still water and having witnessed countless legends, they were nonetheless shaken to their core in this moment. 360 primordial spirits. This was impossible. At the moment the 360 primordial spirits emerged, from the most gifted to the mightiest, all brilliance was overshadowed by Jiang Ping'an. This could not be. A single individual could possess but one primordial spirit. This has been an unyielding decree since time immemorial. The prior emergence of 4 primordial spirits had already caused a stir in the cultivation world, yet none could have anticipated that this was not Jiang Ping'an's limit. Now, he had astonishingly gathered 360 primordial spirits. If Jiang Ping'an had summoned a celestial artifact, their astonishment would not have been so profound, for such artifacts existed. But these 360 primordial spirits were unprecedented. Jiang Ping'an had made historical strides. Surrounding Kong Lin, Jiang Ping'an exuded an unparalleled and formidable aura that pressed down upon him like a collapsing firmament, leaving Kong Lin breathless. The smile on Kong Lin's face had long since frozen, his fingers trembling slightly. Impossible. This could not be. It must be an illusion, no matter how many there were. They were merely sustenance for the true body. Kong Lin refused to accept the reality before him, unleashing his devouring force, attempting to consume these primordial spirits. 100 gravity spirits employed the stellar grasp technique. The overwhelming force of gravity rendered Kong Lin's energy nearly stagnant, immobilizing his body and stifling his devouring power. If one Jiang Ping'an could not contain Kong Lin, then 100 would. If 100 were insufficient, then 300 would suffice. The strength spirits and combat spirits executed the lesser formless technique, enlarging themselves into towering giants. The oppressive presence of the 200 giants, each soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, instilled fear and trepidation even among those not engaged in battle. The power was despairingly immense. A throng of primordial spirits unleashed a frenzied assault upon Kong Lin, who had just moments ago rendered Jiang Ping'an defenseless, now reduced to a mere toy. Battered back and forth, all beings present were left in a state of stupor. Why? Why could Jiang Ping'an manifest so many primordial spirits? Even the ancient ones were left astounded in this moment. In a state of astonishment, an insatiable yearning for the power demonstrated by Jiang Ping'an arose within everyone's hearts. If a cultivator at the tribulation stage could manifest 360 primordial spirits, who in the world could rival such might? How had Jiang Ping'an achieved this? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Qian Wanshan, lost his usual composure, his expression fluctuating between disbelief and awe. 3 years prior, upon first hearing Jiang Ping'an's ambition to cultivate multiple primordial spirits, he had scoffed internally, never imagining Jiang could truly succeed. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had indeed manifested those spirits. Had Jiang Ping'an's self-created cultivation system progressed to its 3rd stage? He was destined to once again shake the foundations of the cultivation world. His name would undoubtedly be etched upon the annals of history. The sheer magnitude of Jiang Ping'an releasing a multitude of primordial spirits was so extraordinary that it momentarily halted the battle on the entire battlefield. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Ping'an amidst the shattered stars. The sensation of witnessing history unfold was profound. Only those who experienced it could truly comprehend the thrill that caused their bodies to tremble with excitement. Jiang Ping'an, however, remained largely unfazed by the spectacle. He had merely crafted 360 primordial spirits, a feat that at most enhanced his combat prowess. Although this augmentation increased his strength, it simultaneously diminished his endurance in prolonged combat. It was akin to unleashing the energy from 360 meridians all at once. For those formidable cultivators in the mid to late stages of void refinement, this was still insufficient. Moreover, he had a long journey ahead. This was merely the third step. One could say he was a powerful being, but not yet a top-tier one. As a practitioner at the late stage of void refinement could still easily vanquish him with a single strike. Leveraging his numerical advantage, Jiang Ping'an successfully reversed his disadvantage and overwhelmed Kong Lin. The once arrogant Kong Lin, who had been boasting incessantly, now lay bloodied and battered, his bones shattered. Had it not been for the devouring black hole that mitigated a significant portion of the damage, his condition would have been far worse. With a sudden cough, Kong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, a testament to his frustration from being besieged, as well as possible internal injuries. His face contorted with rage. He seethed with indignation and fury. Jiang Ping'an, do you think this will stop me? Kong Lin roared, channeling all his energy into his heart. Prior to this confrontation, his ancestor had instructed him that if he could not defeat Jiang Ping'an, he should activate the power of his heart. Few knew that Kong Lin's heart had been replaced with that of the legendary swallowing heaven crocodile ancestor, a being that had swept through an entire era. Upon activation, he would gain unfathomable, extraordinary strength. Initially, Kong Lin had not intended to utilize this power, believing his innate talent rendered him invincible. However, Jiang Ping'an's strength had utterly surpassed his expectations. Now, Kong Lin had no choice but to resort to the power of the swallowing heaven crocodile ancestor. Just as he infused energy into his heart, a resounding heartbeat echoed ominously. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to pause, causing the hearts of all living beings to synchronize with the rhythm. Another heartbeat reverberated, resonating through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sending tremors across the realm. A palpable sense of dread gripped the hearts of all in the chaotic star field, an ineffable fear even creeping into the minds of the most powerful beings present. Jiang Ping'an's body quivered, an unprecedented terror engulfing his heart. The numerous souls surrounding Kong Lin prepared to self-destruct in a collective act of desperation. However, the anticipated cataclysm did not materialize. Instead, a voracious black hole emerged, devouring all the energy generated by the impending explosions, effectively obstructing the blast. At that moment, space itself began to collapse, consumed by the void. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly withdrew his other souls back into his body and shattered a teleportation talisman to escape rapidly. Retreat. We must flee. Nearby beings shivered in fear, hastily retreating. Kong Lin's heartbeat intensified, the black hole expanding ominously, as the corpses and blood strewn across the battlefield seemed irresistibly drawn toward it. A formidable warrior from the great Qian dynasty sensed the unusual disturbance, disregarding the other powerful entities present, intent on resolving the threat posed by Kong Lin, who was behaving suspiciously. Suddenly, a multitude of elite members of the swallowing heaven crocodile clan materialized, encircling Kong Lin protectively. The great Qian warrior's countenance paled. The entire clan had arrived. With such formidable reinforcements, even the legendary sword of celestial slaughter might prove futile. These elite swallowing heaven crocodile warriors harnessed their devouring power, drawing every corpse from the battlefield into Kong Lin's voracious black hole. What are you doing? There are still the bodies of my Rain Clan warriors here. A Rain Clan warrior protested vehemently, witnessing the actions of the swallowing heaven crocodile clan. How could they absorb even the remains of their soldiers? Get lost. The swallowing heaven crocodile warriors showed no regard for the Rain Clan, viewing them merely as pawns in their grand design, intended to contribute their corpses to fulfill their sinister plan. The swallowing heaven crocodile warriors collectively lacerated their arms, their blood flowing forth to be consumed by Kong Lin. The Rain Clan warriors' expression shifted, hesitating to voice further objections. With the swallowing heaven crocodile warriors present, their motives were undoubtedly significant. Angering them would yield dire consequences. Kong Lin's heartbeat quickened, resonating with the very laws of the universe. Immersed in this surge of power, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence, his expression morphing in horror. No, do not seize my body. Depart from me. I refuse to be possessed. Kong Lin cried out in terror, raising his hand in a frantic attempt to rip out his own heart. Yet, his limbs betrayed him, refusing to obey his commands. Each heartbeat reverberated like the thunder of divine retribution, compelling all living beings to mirror its rhythm. Beneath the depths of the eastern sea, within the abyssal confines, the slumbering 18-clawed cephalopod slowly opened its pale, haunting eyes. This gaze pierced the void, and ancient, cryptic whispers echoed ominously. It had awakened, But to what end? Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. The pallid eyes shut once more, as if they had never opened at all. In the waters near the Great Xia dynasty, a place known as the Divine Island, an ancient sigh resonated through the depths. Another age of darkness was approaching. With the echo of that heartbeat, the dark, temporal, and chaotic realms experienced unsettling movements, the very laws of existence trembling violently. Across the vast expanse of the universe, the mightiest of beings sensed the pulsating heart. What transpired? Why did fear seep into the essence of the self? An ominous premonition loomed, suggesting the awakening of some ancient, terrifying entity. In the chaotic battlefield of the starry realm, all creatures trembled under this overwhelming presence, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. With each thump of Kong Lin's heart, the hearts of the onlookers synchronized in rhythm. Ancestors, why would you conspire against me? Kong Lin glared at the multitude of his kin, his eyes brimming with sorrow and indignation. It dawned upon him that he was merely a pawn in their grand design. To become a sacrifice was deemed a privilege by the voracious clan of the sky-swallowing crocodiles, whose members exhibited fervent zeal. Suddenly, the rage and ferocity on Kong Lin's visage faded, replaced by an aura of unparalleled supremacy. The cosmos appeared insignificant to him, and all beings seemed but mere dust. An innate arrogance emanated from him, akin to a celestial judge, perceiving the essence of all existence, transcending time and space. The ancestor has returned. A voice imbued with the weight of eons resonated from Kong Lin's lips. We welcome the return of the great ancestor. The foremost warriors of the sky-swallowing crocodile clan immediately knelt in reverence. The other members of the clan, upon hearing these words, were momentarily stunned. Yet, after a brief pause, they were jolted into a frenzy of awe and fervor, collectively prostrating themselves. We welcome the great ancestor back. It was indeed the return of the great ancestor. In an era devoid of emperors, the great ancestor was destined to lead the sky-swallowing crocodile clan back to its zenith, asserting dominance over the realm. Contrasting the exhilaration of the sky-swallowing crocodiles, a profound gravity and somberness enveloped the members of the Dacian dynasty. The resurgence of a terrifying being, one that had once dominated an entire era, was indeed alarming. With the absence of the emperor, the departure of the human sovereign, and the saint king, who could possibly thwart its revival? The formidable warriors of the Dacian dynasty, wielding the sword of immortal slaying, channeled all their energy into the blade, no matter the cost. They could not permit the resurrection of the great ancestor from the sky-swallowing crocodile clan. However, the upper echelons of the sky-swallowing crocodile clan were well prepared. All their formidable members had assembled, brandishing a severed arm left by the great ancestor. This limb exuded an aura of divine might scarcely inferior to that of celestial artifacts. Should a collision occur, every being present would face annihilation. Who would dare to act? The warriors of the sky-swallowing crocodile clan infused energy into the great ancestor's severed arm, their voices as frigid as a 1,000-year-old glacier. The Dacian dynasty warriors, poised to activate their celestial artifacts, found their movements halted. The severed limb possessed unmatched power. If it clashed with a celestial artifact, only the top-tier warriors would survive. Furthermore, the opposing clan's warriors had all arrived, rendering the Dacian dynasty's forces insufficient to vanquish the resurrected great ancestor crocodile. Cursed be it. The sky-swallowing crocodile clan had not come to this place to battle for resources. Rather, they sought to amass sufficient corpses to revive their great ancestor. The Rain clan also recognized their role as mere fodder in this grand scheme. Although they seethed with anger, they dared not show it, instead adopting a facade of excitement. Congratulations on the revival of the divine ancestor. Our Rain clan is willing to forge a lasting alliance with the sky-swallowing crocodile clan. If the ancestral figure of the devouring crocodile clan were to rise again, the Rain clan, following in their footsteps, could reap numerous benefits and even ascend to the ranks of the foremost clans. The ancestral being of the devouring crocodile clan assimilated the memories of Kong Lin and became aware of the events following his demise. It was a disgrace that these human reptiles managed to dominate the myriad clans, in a bid to control the evolution of living beings. The emperor had the audacity to impose a growth ceiling upon this realm, insisting that one must attain the status of an immortal to achieve eternity. In my prime, I was already immortal. Nevertheless, the establishment of this cultivation system, while somewhat acceptable, does facilitate advancement. Ancient Emperor, you await me, no matter where you are. I shall exact vengeance upon you. The thought of being slain by the Ancient Emperor and languishing in oblivion for so many years filled the ancestral crocodile with unparalleled fury. The Emperor, known as the Ancient Emperor, was the reason the title of Emperor held such reverence, leading future generations to regard sovereigns with utmost respect. It is time to return. I shall reclaim my former zenith. The ancestral crocodile commanded the high-ranking members of the devouring crocodile clan, currently too feeble. According to the cultivation system of this era, he was merely at the divine transformation stage and needed to rapidly augment his strength. Yes, ancestor. The many ancestral crocodiles responded with immense excitement, for the revival of their ancestor promised the resurgence of the devouring crocodile clan to its former glory. The soldiers of the great Qin dynasty wore expressions of trepidation. The awakening of such a formidable being jeopardized the status of humanity. With the emperor gone, in this era and this world, there was simply no entity capable of contending with the ancestral crocodile. The starry sky fell into a heavy silence, and the cultivators felt a chill coursing through them, their bodies rendered weak. Who could rival such a powerful existence as it emerged? Yet, at that moment, a voice pierced the stillness. Before the outcome is determined, do you intend to leave? Upon hearing this, everyone turned in unison towards the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Jiang Ping'an. Qian Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently exclaimed, Jiang Ping'an, have you lost your mind? This being is no longer Kong Lin. He is the ancestral crocodile. I am aware. That is precisely why I wish to confront him, Jiang Ping'an replied. Stepping into the void, returning to the shattering stars, and locking his gaze upon the ancestral crocodile. Are you brave enough to engage in battle? A collective gasp echoed among the gathered beings. Jiang Ping'an dared to challenge the ancestral crocodile. No one else present had conceived of such a notion. Fully aware of their inability to prevail, this being, who dominated an entire era, could be likened to an emperor among humanity. Who would dare to declare a challenge against an emperor? Anyone who uttered such words would be deemed utterly delusional. The ancestral crocodile's mind raced with information about Jiang Ping'an, and a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his reptilian eyes. An impressive individual indeed. If you kneel and follow me, I shall assist you in breaking your curse. Once I reclaim my pinnacle, I will elevate you to the position of humanity's sovereign. To be regarded as impressive by the ancestral crocodile speaks volumes of Jiang Ping'an's merit. A wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. Could the ancestral crocodile truly help Jiang Ping'an lift the curse? This tantalizing temptation was difficult for an ordinary person to resist. If Jiang Ping'an were to become a member of the devouring crocodile clan, the danger would escalate exponentially. Every heart hung in suspense, fearing that Jiang Ping'an might acquiesce. Jiang Ping'an's expression was as calm as a still pond, and he spoke nonchalantly. Kneel before me now and follow my lead, and when I ascend to immortality, I shall make you the sovereign of the crocodilian clan. At these words, every heart ceased its rhythm, and eyes widened in disbelief. How audacious of Jiang Ping'an to address the ancestor crocodile in such a manner. Such insolence. How dare a mere reptile speak thus to our clan's progenitor? The powerful members of the Swallowing Sky crocodilian clan were infuriated, raising their hands to strike Jiang Ping'an down. Yet, the top-tier warriors of the great Qin dynasty stood resolutely before him with their sword of immortal slaying. Should anything happen to Jiang Ping'an in front of this multitude, their long existence would be rendered meaningless. Jiang Ping'an spoke languidly. If you dare not engage in combat, then let it be. His unembellished provocation proved remarkably effective. The legendary ancestor crocodile, who once led the Swallowing Sky clan to dominance against the Dragon clan and the Barbarian clan, could not possibly shy away from a challenge. A terrifying aura from the ancient primordial era erupted from the ancestor crocodile, causing the heavens to shift and the stars to seem to sway. Since you, a mere reptile, seek death, I shall grant it. Chapter 368. Confrontation with the ancestor crocodile. Are you courting death? Retreat at once. Qian Wanshan urged as he sensed the impending clash between the two. A figure of such unparalleled stature as the ancestor crocodile was far beyond Jiang Ping'an's capability to contend with. The disparity was not merely one of level, but of an entire epoch. In the days when the ancestor crocodile reigned supreme, humanity was still in its infancy. In the entire world, no creature outside the Forbidden Zones could stand against the ancestor crocodile on equal footing. The many divine bodies that now exist in the world were all forged from the flesh and blood of this very ancestor crocodile. Jiang Ping'an, in his arrogance, believed himself invincible among his peers and dared to challenge the ancestor crocodile. Ignoring Qian Wanshan's warning, he consumed a medicinal pill to replenish his spiritual and physical energy and strode forward. An unstoppable battle intent surged within him, and a black battle spirit emerged in the void above, its profound gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. A wild howl echoed as the space trembled. The ancestor crocodile emanated a similarly fearsome aura, generating a terrifying gravitational pull that distorted the very fabric of space. Although he had not fully merged with this body yet, it was sufficient to deal with you. Your life and blood would serve to herald my return. This Jiang Ping'an, hailed as a prodigy of the era, possessed just enough merit to warrant my intervention. The immense energies generated by the two clashed violently, causing the ground to shatter and the air to quiver, akin to two titanic waves crashing against one another. The numerous powerful beings of the Swallowing Sky Crocodilian clan exchanged glances with the great Qian dynasty warriors and began to withdraw. Upon the shattered stars, only Jiang Ping'an and the ancestor crocodile remained. Jiang Ping'an initiated the confrontation with his most formidable technique, summoning 360 primordial spirits. Even for those witnessing this scene for the second time, their eyes brimmed with astonishment. It was this very technique that had enabled him to effortlessly crush Concealment. However, the ancestor crocodile merely scoffed in derision. With a wave of his hand, scales fell from his body, revealing numerous fearsome swallowing sky crocodiles that filled the void. Blotting out the sun, there were 1,000 of them, each exuding a powerful aura, their overwhelming might completely suppressing Jiang Ping'an's presence. The expressions of the human cultivators turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The ancestor crocodile possesses the ability to instantly conjure thousands of clones, leaving Jiang Ping'an at a distinct disadvantage. The icy gaze of the ancestor crocodile looked down upon Jiang Ping'an, viewing him as merely a slightly formidable insect in the presence of a being of such caliber. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an charged forward, undeterred by the overwhelming strength of the ancestor crocodile, which was currently only in the god transformation realm. The ancestor crocodile summoned 1,000 swallowing sky crocodiles to engage in battle. Though there were merely 2 combatants on the field, it felt as though a grand war had erupted. The immense waves of battle radiated for thousands of miles. Jiang Ping'an activated the lesser wuxiang technique, unleashed the limitless fist, and summoned the totemic patterns of the barbarian tribes, executing numerous top-tier secret techniques simultaneously. The human cultivators held their breath, fists clenched tightly. Despite knowing the futility of overcoming the ancestor crocodile, they still hoped for Jiang Ping'an's victory to offer their spirits some solace. As the two forces collided, mountains crumbled, volcanoes erupted, and the fierce combat caused the small fragmentary star to tremble violently. Jiang Ping'an's primordial spirit exploded one after another, tearing apart the clones of the swallowing sky crocodile. He surged towards the true form of the ancestor crocodile, resulting in rapid collisions between the two. Each impact resonated like the thunderclap of the heavens, every movement imbued with tremendous power, capable of causing intense tremors. With each clash, mountains shifted and the air warped, generating powerful sound waves. After the ancestor crocodile seized control of Concealment, its body was further enhanced. More terrifyingly, the ancestor crocodile did not even need to unleash a devouring black hole. With each collision, Jiang Ping'an could feel his energy being consumed by the opponent. It became clear that the devouring power Concealment wielded was not the pinnacle of such ability. This was the true essence of it. All energy, all laws, were absorbed by the ancestor crocodile. Having absorbed a fraction of Jiang Ping'an's battle intent, the ancestor crocodile displayed a satisfied expression upon sensing this newfound power. The laws of battle intent did not exist in the ancestor's era, making it quite a remarkable force. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened as he quickly retreated, realizing that further contact would inevitably lead to his energy being drained. Moreover, the ancestor crocodile could grasp the laws of battle intent, enhancing its strength through understanding this power. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's retreat, the swallowing sky crocodile tribe erupted in mockery. Don't run. Weren't you just boasting? You still wish to challenge the ancestor. How arrogant. To engage with the ancestor is an honor, even in death. The might of the ancestor crocodile was immeasurable, and this was merely its initial revival. Should it fully integrate its form and reabsorb the laws and talents of life, its strength would be unfathomable. Jiang Ping'an raised his palm, invoking the star-pulling technique to gather several collapsed mountains together. Countless fragments coalesced into a sphere with a diameter of 10,000 meters. As Jiang Ping'an clenched his fist, the immense boulder suddenly collapsed into a sphere measuring 10 meters in diameter, incredibly solid. He infused the stone with the laws of power, directing it to strike the ancestor crocodile. The approaching ancestor crocodile was sent flying by the stone. As long as he avoided direct contact with the ancestor crocodile's body, his energy and laws would not be siphoned away. The ancestor crocodile steadied itself, touched its nose, and upon seeing blood, its gaze immediately sharpened. The cursed wretch, you have successfully provoked my wrath. The great ancestor crocodile never anticipated being wounded and bleeding by Jiang Ping'an. For it, this is an immense disgrace. With a thunderous roar, the energy vestments of the great ancestor crocodile burst forth, transforming into a terrifying giant crocodile stretching thousands of meters in length, its body sheathed in impenetrable scales. In the era of its existence, it took no pride in assuming a human form. Rather, it revered its own formidable physique. This present form is indeed its most formidable state. The space around the great ancestor crocodile collapsed, as if all existence were being drawn into its colossal form. Jiang Ping'an's numerous spiritual entities felt an overwhelming force tugging at them, as if they were to be absorbed into its being. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retracted his spiritual entities, merging them back into a singular form. The claws of the great ancestor crocodile pierced through space, crashing heavily onto Jiang Ping'an's back. Had he not reacted with remarkable swiftness, employing a lightning flash to evade, that claw would likely have obliterated him entirely. Even with his quick reflexes, the terrifying force still reverberated through his insides, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this strike, everyone was struck with horror. The great ancestor crocodile had indeed shattered space. Such destruction of space could typically only be achieved by a cultivator at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. This meant that the great ancestor crocodile's previous strike possessed the strength of a mid-stage void refinement expert. Its massive form surged toward Jiang Ping'an in an instant, its gigantic claws descending upon him. Jiang Ping'an's eyes grew solemn as he infused his fist into the emperor's handprint, channeling the laws of power and martial intent to counter. The collision of terrifying forces shattered the space around them, with a myriad of cracks spreading for dozens of miles. Jiang Ping'an was forcefully pinned to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The great ancestor crocodile did not relent, launching a frenzied assault, while Jiang Ping'an retaliated with equal fervor, exchanging blows tens of thousands of times in mere moments. Jiang Ping'an was struck deep into the earth, his opponent's attacks growing ever more frenzied. How dare you battle against me? How dare you inflict injury upon me? The wretched aura of the ancient emperor, you are even more detestable. Sensing a hint of the emperor's power within Jiang Ping'an's exertion, the great ancestor crocodile became even more incensed. Its most despised adversary was the ancient emperor. Jiang Ping'an was driven to the earth's core, only to be propelled out from the other side of the shattered star. Upon his emergence, all could see that one of Jiang Ping'an's arms was severed, and the other was on the verge of detachment. Were it not for his formidable physique, his entire being would have likely been reduced to dust. Chapter 369. The chasm of an era. The great ancestor crocodile is overwhelmingly powerful. It has not employed any ancient techniques, relying solely on its terrifying physique and devouring prowess. It has rendered one of this era's most exceptional prodigies utterly defenseless. Jiang Ping'an's defeat is an undeniable truth. Even if he is extraordinarily gifted, capable of forging his own realm and divine body, contending against an entity that dominates an entire era and aspiring for victory is evidently unrealistic. A grand and pure dark demonic aura erupted from Jiang Ping'an, as his battle spirit enveloped him like an ancient demon. With all his strength, he swung his remaining fist, and to everyone's astonishment, the great ancestor crocodile was actually sent flying, crashing heavily onto the small shattered star and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. What has transpired? How could this strike possess such might? Jiang Ping'an, with hair cascading like a waterfall and a visage stained with blood, displayed not a shred of fear. His formidable dark battle spirit radiated with increasing brilliance. It was the power of the battle spirit. Many formidable beings discerned the source of Jiang Ping'an's extraordinary strength. This was a unique force of the sacred body, or rather, a power possessed solely by both the sacred body and the sacred demon body. As long as one remains indomitable, with an unwavering heart of invincibility, the battle spirit shall continue to flourish. It was astonishing that Jiang Ping'an had yet to concede defeat. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Even the most seasoned veterans found it beyond comprehension. How could Jiang Ping'an, with no apparent chance of victory, still embody such an indomitable spirit? With a stoic expression, Jiang Ping'an activated the relentless healing technique, restoring his severed arm, and boldly advanced towards the ancestor crocodile, treading upon the void. The ancestor crocodile, experiencing pain, felt its murderous intent ignite within like a raging inferno, its pride reduced to mere fury. Had it been wounded by a top-tier powerhouse, it would not have been angered. However, to be vanquished by one of equal rank was a profound humiliation. It was the ancestor of the sky-swallowing crocodile clan, a being that once dominated an era. Now, in the presence of so many, including its descendants, it had suffered 2 injuries. This individual, named Jiang Ping'an, must perish without fail. What nonsense about invincible faith! Let me extinguish it. The 2 combatants clashed once more, their immense power seemingly capable of annihilating all. The ancestor crocodile had to concede that humanity was indeed clever, having devised numerous secret arts to enhance their combat prowess. The human before it, known as Jiang Ping'an, possessed commendable talent, and the ancestor intended to consume him. Seizing his power, in its prime, the ancestor had reigned supreme over myriad clans by harnessing the power of devouring, acquiring the talents of many eminent lineages. However, in death, it had lost all the talents and laws it once commanded and needed to reclaim them anew. Jiang Ping'an's fighting spirit intensified, yet at that moment, an eerie curse from behind suddenly flickered with light, suppressing his comprehension of the laws of combat. The curse's effects took hold, thwarting his understanding of the higher-tier combat laws. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. He should have dispelled the curse first. Now, the level of combat laws he could wield was wholly insufficient to overcome his opponent. Bang! A colossal crocodilian claw sent Jiang Ping'an flying, nearly shattering his battle spirit. As the ancestor crocodile became increasingly adept at merging with this new body, its power grew ever more terrifying. With each strike, not only did it inflict harm upon Jiang Ping'an, but it also siphoned the strength from within him, absorbing his laws. As the first meal of the resurrected ancestor, this was your greatest honor. The ancestor crocodile's assaults became increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Jiang Ping'an's arm was shattered, his innards ruptured. As he coughed up blood incessantly, the speed of his relentless healing could not keep pace with the destruction wrought by the ancestor crocodile. He was too powerful. He could not win. The crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Yu, had already foreseen the outcome, within the span of half a stick of incense. Jiang Ping'an would be utterly defeated. The ancestor crocodile was overwhelmingly strong. Having just awakened, it wielded such power. Should it consume more bloodlines, there would be no equal in this era to withstand it. Yi Wuqing clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, "He will not lose." Qin Yu shook his head in silence. The unwavering admiration that Yi Wuqing held for Jiang Ping'an rendered him incapable of accepting the harsh reality of defeat. Even the mightiest 360 primordial spirits could not contend with the grand ancestor crocodile. What hope remained in opposing such a formidable foe? Would one resort to using a treasured artifact? Yet, with Jiang Ping'an's pride, he would not wield such power unless provoked. The formidable warriors of the great Qin dynasty were poised to intervene at a critical moment to rescue Jiang Ping'an. The grand ancestor crocodile gazed down with immense eyes. Regarding Jiang Ping'an, its opponent, "I would honor you as the strongest in this realm, but alas, all must come to an end." Suddenly, a terrifying force of devouring energy surged forth from the colossal claw of the crocodile. Upon contact with Jiang Ping'an, his battle spirit was obliterated, and despite his swift escape, half of his body was consumed. Although he narrowly evaded a fatal blow, he was left severely injured, blood cascading down his form, revealing ghastly white bones, a horrifying sight indeed. Indeed, defeat was inevitable. No entity in existence could truly stand against the grand ancestor crocodile. Just as the warriors of the great Qin dynasty prepared to act, Jiang Ping'an raised his remaining arm to halt their advance. "Do not approach." The battle is not yet over. Why persist when you cannot prevail? Qian Wanshan growled. It is not your weakness, but rather the enemy you face. Who does not belong to this era? At merely a century old, Jiang Ping'an was akin to an infant in the realm of cultivators. Merely at the beginning of his journey. Most practitioners would consider it a remarkable feat to break through to the nascent soul stage within a millennium. Yet, the Grand Ancestor Crocodile had existed for an unfathomable expanse of time, creating an insurmountable chasm between the two. Not only the human race, but even the combined forces of myriad beings could not find a contender capable of matching the Grand Ancestor Crocodile at the same level, save for the anomalies that might emerge from the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. Now, Jiang Ping'an, clearly defeated and devoid of hope, clung to an elusive persistence. Was this not a path to demise? What a splendid body, what formidable strength, the Grand Ancestor Crocodile mused, a satisfied smile creeping upon its visage, manipulating its massive form. It opened its great maw, prepared to consume the remainder of Jiang Ping'an. Yet, Jiang Ping'an did not flee. He stood resolutely, his tall figure erect amidst the void, reminiscent of an indomitable divine sword. Unwilling to concede defeat, Jiang Ping'an sought to transcend the limitations of his current physical form and strength. He yearned to discover his path, his own principles. Only through such transcendence could he hope to overcome the Grand Ancestor Crocodile. The level of power attained by the Grand Ancestor Crocodile was one that he believed he too could achieve. As the Grand Ancestor Crocodile drew ever closer, so too did the specter of death. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, blood coursing through him like a raging river. The looming threat of mortality quickened his thoughts. Since his entrance into the world of cultivation, he had neither indulged in frivolity nor succumbed to laziness. He pressed onward, seeking immortality and the means to resurrect his parents. Mastering secret arts, comprehending principles, and battling formidable foes, he relentlessly sought to grow stronger. Yet, all the techniques he had acquired thus far were those of his predecessors, not fully his own. Though undeniably powerful, an innate sense of dissonance lingered within him. He must master his own path, one that suits him and allows him to unleash his full potential. The Great Ancestor Crocodile's massive jaws descended, swallowing Jiang Ping'an whole. Fool, what are you thinking? I expected you to have a trump card. The cultivators of the great Qin dynasty felt a sudden chill in their hearts. It's over. Jiang Ping'an has been consumed. Qian Wanshan seethed with rage. This fool. I told you it was futile, yet you refused to listen. Now you are finished. Qian Yu's expression paled in horror. It's over. The soulmate that his great-grandmother painstakingly found is no more. Yi Wuqing's face turned ashen, her spirit dazed, as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. The myriad beings of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan erupted in ecstatic cheers. The Great Ancestor is magnificent. This Jiang Ping'an has slain so many of our kin. He deserves to die. Ha ha. The Great Ancestor has awakened. The era of the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan has returned. Chapter 370. A new technique. Jiang Ping'an's strength is beyond doubt. Such a genius cannot be vanquished by mere heirs of great powers. Now, with the emergence of the Great Ancestor Crocodile, having devoured such an unparalleled talent, it will undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to humanity. With the Emperor absent, this era is destined to witness the unimpeded rise of the Great Ancestor Crocodile. The Great Ancestor Crocodile opened its mouth, exerting a modicum of effort. This Jiang Ping'an is indeed a remarkable figure, yet ultimately, he is merely sustenance for the Great Ancestor. A thunderous explosion resounded, akin to a clap of thunder. As the colossal body of the Great Ancestor Crocodile was suddenly shattered, half of its form severed and crashing to the ground. The remaining half of Jiang Ping'an reappeared. At this moment, his black hair danced wildly, his battle spirit embodied, and his remaining fist was adorned with bizarre black and gold patterns, gleaming like the stars. All present stared in astonishment. Jiang Ping'an was not dead. How could he, having been swallowed by the Great Ancestor Crocodile, possibly emerge unscathed? Moreover, he had actually obliterated the Great Ancestor Crocodile's body. Once more, Jiang Ping'an swung his fist, channeling all his power into it. At the moment he raised his fist, the very fabric of space trembled violently. The laws of power, battle intent, gravity, and destruction converged upon his palm, infused with darkness and tribal totem patterns. In that instant, the sun, moon, and stars lost their brilliance, as an overwhelming force threatened to pierce through heaven and earth. This was a newfound understanding of the law, a newly created technique. Utilizing the emperor's handprint and tribal totem patterns as vessels, he fused numerous laws to generate unparalleled destructive power. A mere amalgamation of laws could not yield great strength. It primarily relied on the power rules of the emperor's handprint and tribal totem patterns, imparting a unique effect to these laws. Ultimately, a new technique was born. Sensing the might of this punch, the great ancestor crocodile's heart quivered violently. It sensed the threat of death. For the first time, the great ancestor crocodile contemplated retreat, wishing to avoid direct confrontation. However, an invisible force coalesced in Jiang Ping'an's hand, binding it and preventing any escape. This was the second ability of this technique, employing the gravitational rules above to ensnare the enemy, reminiscent of the star-pulling technique. The great ancestor crocodile's expression shifted. For the first time since its revival, a trace of panic emerged. Yet, this fleeting anxiety quickly dissipated, replaced by resolve. From the perspective of the grand ancestor crocodile, whose countless years of combat experience have shaped his understanding, in such times, one must engage in fierce confrontation. To be timid is to court death. The grand ancestor crocodile summoned all his might, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. The fragments absorbed into his formidable form as his colossal claws met the oncoming force. The collision of their powers reached a transcendent crescendo, an overwhelming surge enveloping both combatants, annihilating the ground beneath their feet. A resplendent light illuminated the heavens, rendering many beings unable to open their eyes. A profound tremor gripped the hearts of all present, their pulses racing uncontrollably. Was this truly a clash between beings at the god transformation stage? Why did it resemble a battle of those at the void refinement stage? As the brilliance subsided, the spectators beheld an unfathomable pit spanning hundreds of miles. Jiang Ping'an stood at one end, while the grand ancestor crocodile occupied the opposite. Jiang Ping'an's remaining arm had vanished, leaving him with only 2/3 of his form, a pitiful sight. The grand ancestor crocodile fared no better, reduced to half his body. His mighty claws shattered in the recent clash, and a significant portion of his scales had fallen away. With a fixed gaze, the grand ancestor crocodile addressed Jiang Ping'an in a deep voice. What technique is this? This move was formidable. Among the attacks he had encountered at this level, it was one of the most powerful. Newly conceived, it had yet to be named, though the first strike could be called demon suppression. Struggling to rise, Jiang Ping'an, despite his grievous injuries and the depletion of his internal energy, remained steadfast in his indomitable spirit. At this utterance, the onlookers gasped, unable to articulate their emotions. Jiang Ping'an had devised a technique that inflicted injury upon the grand ancestor crocodile. A fierce grimace crossed the terrifying visage of the grand ancestor crocodile, who, had he not just revived and still been regaining his strength, would have assuredly claimed Jiang Ping'an's life. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ping'an replied, "Had you not lived longer than I could easily vanquish you with a mere gesture." Arrogant reptile. The grand ancestor crocodile seethed with fury, enraged that a mere human dared to mock such an illustrious being. Just as he prepared to strike again, a wave of ominous auras emerged from the distance. The elite warriors of the Daiqian dynasty had arrived en masse. The higher-ups of the sky-devouring crocodile clan darkened in countenance, rushing to the side of the grand ancestor crocodile. "Ancestor, the human warriors have arrived. For your safety, we must depart at once." Reluctantly, the grand ancestor crocodile transformed into a human form, casting a furious glare at Jiang Ping'an across the chasm. "Reptile, I shall spare you this time. Await my return. When my strength is restored, I will surely eradicate you." The grand ancestor crocodile and the beings of the sky-devouring crocodile clan retreated, with the Rain clan following closely behind. Thus, this conflict reached its conclusion. The war had been initiated to offer numerous sacrifices, facilitating the resurrection of the grand ancestor crocodile, a goal now achieved. Further fighting would be devoid of purpose. Boss, Yi Wuqing hurriedly flew over, supporting Jiang Ping'an. The many warriors and soldiers of the Daiqian dynasty gazed upon Jiang Ping'an, whose hair flowed like a waterfall and whose expression remained serene, their emotions rendered indescribable. None could have anticipated that Jiang Ping'an had fought to a standstill against the grand ancestor crocodile, a superlative powerhouse who had dominated an era. Although the grand ancestor crocodile had only recently awakened and had yet to regain his full strength, he was undeniably a figure of unparalleled might, unmatched by his peers. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had held his ground. This extraordinary individual, who had forged his own realm, created his own divine body, and devised his own techniques, was indeed a marvel beyond comprehension. Soon, the events unfolding in the starry wilderness spread throughout the realm of cultivation. The resurrection of the ancient ancestor of the sky-eating crocodile clan heralded dire troubles for humanity. There is no need for such pessimism. The ancient ancestor is not invincible. As Jiang Ping'an managed to achieve a stalemate with him. A stalemate, indeed. The ancient ancestor had only just awakened, with none of his powers restored. Jiang Ping'an barely held his ground, and once the ancient ancestor regains even a fraction of his strength, he will undoubtedly crush Jiang Ping'an. Despite Jiang Ping'an's remarkable performance, public attention was predominantly drawn to the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor had dominated an era. Without the presence of the emperor, no one could hope to defeat him. Now that the emperor has long departed, this era stands powerless against the ancient ancestor. Shortly after the ancient ancestor's revival, the Kuanping clan announced that a prodigy within their ranks had awakened the primordial blood of the Kuanping, possessing extraordinary talents that enable him to transcend a major realm in combat. Following closely, the demon clan of the northern region proclaimed the emergence of an unparalleled demon god with celestial bloodline, whose formidable power had allowed him to seize control of the northern domain. Meanwhile, the southern barbarian tribe declared that a peerless genius among them had acquired 12 totems of the barbarian clans. The Bloodline clan also announced the appearance of a prodigious talent who had returned to their ancestral roots. In a moment, numerous top-tier clans began to declare the emergence of formidable bloodline warriors within their ranks. The appearance of the ancient ancestors served as a catalyst, igniting a fervent desire among various factions to showcase their own martial prowess and instill fear in others. All major clans were acutely aware that the demand for resources was escalating and conflicts were intensifying. To show weakness now could lead to being the first to be devoured. The burgeoning strength of these clans has left human cultivators deeply apprehensive. Humanity seems to be growing weaker, a consequence of the selfishness of those powerful factions that refuse to share advanced secrets with us. Were resources to be shared, I believe I too would be able to measure myself against the ancient ancestor. Currently, humanity stands as a target, and to avert conflict, we have chosen to share our territory with other races, striving for a harmonious coexistence. Jiang Ping'an has offended the ancient ancestor, exacerbating tensions. It would be prudent to offer Jiang Ping'an to the sky-eating crocodile clan for resolution of their grievances. Chapter 371. The Origin Realm, a Storm is Brewing. Jiang Ping'an's astonishing performance has not instilled much confidence within humanity. Everyone believes that Jiang Ping'an excels only within this realm. He is cursed and cannot continue to comprehend higher-level laws. Pursuing the path of pure physical cultivation, he is destined to falter against the formidable laws. The strongest physical race, the barbarians, though lacking in understanding laws, wield the power of totems, which also encapsulate the essence of those laws. Jiang Ping'an's achievement of creating 360 primordial spirits has indeed stirred some excitement, setting a precedent. However, upon learning that one must follow his path to forge multiple primordial spirits, those who sought to uncover the method of crafting such spirits abandoned their aspirations. Why would one embark on a path that holds no promise of a future merely for the sake of a few additional spirits? It would be folly to pursue such a course. Though Jiang Ping'an has taken 3 steps along this path, he is merely at the level of matching the void refinement stage. Unless he can cultivate to rival those in the tribulation stage, no one is willing to tread this arduous road. The path of ordinary cultivators is already fraught with difficulty. Jiang Ping'an's journey is even more formidable. One must master numerous techniques, such as the Concealed Universe technique, the Star Guiding technique, and the Human Emperor's Heart Sutra on acupuncture points. Jiang Ping'an's path is destined to be short-lived. Unless absolutely necessary, few would willingly pursue such cultivation. Deep within the palace of the great Qian dynasty, in a modest courtyard, Qian Huanyo, clad in simple attire, sat at a stone table. Her perfect silhouette was discernible from behind, though her cultivation had waned. She exuded the aura of a superior being. With delicate fingers, she gently stirred her teacup, pushing a brewed cup of tea towards Jiang Ping'an. This tea, nurtured by the 5-colored divine spring, was exceedingly rare and could accelerate the recovery of injuries. Thank you, esteemed elder. Though Jiang Ping'an was unaware of the nature of the 5-colored divine spring, He recognized it as a treasure. He accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. Feeling his injuries from the laws of cultivation swiftly mend, his eyes brightened. This tea was indeed remarkable, and he resolved to procure a piece later. What do you intend to name the third realm? Qian Huanyo inquired softly. I have not yet decided on a name. What do you think would be appropriate, esteemed elder? Jiang Ping'an pondered several names, but found them lacking. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Huanyo suggested, with 360 acupuncture points to forge the primordial spirit. 360 is generally regarded as the completion of a cycle, so let us call it the celestial origin realm. How does that sound? Excellent. Without Qian Huanyo's earnest guidance over the past year, Jiang Ping'an would not be who he is today. He felt gratitude for her mentorship and contemplated naming it the Qian Shui realm, yet sensed something amiss. Let it be the celestial origin realm then. The realms were thus designated: the spirit sealing realm, the sovereign extreme realm, and the celestial origin realm. Unbeknownst to them, they had already taken 3 significant steps. Qian Huanyo then asked, can the primordial spirits you forge perceive the laws on their own, as other primordial spirits do? Indeed, Jiang Ping'an replied, sipping his tea. Qian Huanyo paused, a flicker of emotional fluctuation surfacing in her voice. All 360 primordial spirits can comprehend the laws independently? Yes, Jiang Ping'an nodded. The typically composed Qian Huanyo felt her heart race, overwhelmed by astonishment. The prospect of 360 primordial spirits cultivating meant a staggering reduction in comprehension time, equivalent to a year of cultivation for him being comparable to 360 years for others. While other cultivators experienced diminishing returns in their progress as they ascended realms, Jiang Ping'an's path seemed to accelerate with each elevation. Initially skeptical of this path, Qian Huanyo now perceived its potential. She began to contemplate how to lift the curse afflicting Jiang Ping'an. If she could remove this curse and forge a path alongside him, perhaps her name would be etched into the annals of history. Great-grandmother, great-grandson has come to pay respects. Outside, Prince Qianyu cupped his fists in salutation, his countenance grim. Enter, Qian Huanyo replied, her lips parting slightly. As Qianyu stepped into the courtyard, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Ping'an, it was filled with resentment and humiliation. Ultimately, he knelt before Qian Huanyo and declared, Great-grandson acknowledges that Jiang Ping'an is exceptional. Great-grandson cannot compare. I beseech great-grandmother to show mercy and refrain from requiring great-grandson to address Jiang Ping'an as great-grandfather. At this juncture, Qianyu felt inferior in this realm. Without the need for a contest, he recognized he could not rival Jiang Ping'an. Yet, addressing a peer as great-grandfather was a daunting prospect. Qianyu has now come to plead for mercy. Even if he cannot prevent the two from becoming companions in the Tao, at the very least, he wishes to refrain from addressing the other by title, preserving a modicum of dignity. The palace maids outside the door, upon hearing this, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. What is the meaning of this? Is Jiang Ping'an truly the companion of the Supreme Emperor? If this is indeed the case, it is utterly absurd. How could someone of such lofty stature take a liking to Jiang Ping'an? Could it be due to Jiang Ping'an's abundant primordial spirit? The maids immediately perked up, holding their breath, fearful of missing any crucial information. Your Highness, Jiang Ping'an thought it unwise to continue this charade. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, Qian Huanyo elegantly kicked him, interrupting his thoughts. Setting her teacup down, Qian Huanyo addressed Jiang Ping'an. In the absence of outsiders, simply call him Xiaoyu. He is your great-grandson. Jiang Ping'an felt a weight upon his chest, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. He hastily conveyed a message to Qian Huanyo. Elder, continuing this deception feels rather inappropriate. Anyone would find it hard to accept their friend transformed into their great-grandfather. There is nothing wrong with this. The child is inherently lazy and too playful, without some pressure. He will not strive for improvement. Qian Huanyo delicately sipped her tea. Yet your reputation. If it can foster Xiaoyu's growth and enhance the might of the Daqian dynasty, it is worth it. Qian Huanyo continued to address Qianyu. Rise. You may abstain from calling Ping'an great-grandfather, but you must show him respect. It is great-grandmother, Qianyu replied, rising and casting a fierce glance at Jiang Ping'an, as if to say, just wait. When I reach the void refinement realm, I shall teach you a lesson. He took Jiang Ping'an as a brother, yet the latter had usurped the title of great-grandmother. Suppressing his negative emotions, Qianyu said, Great-grandmother, there are people gathering outside the palace. pressuring us to hand over Jiang Ping'an to the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, to prevent them from harboring resentment against our Qian dynasty. At this, Qian Huanro furrowed her brows slightly. To offer a hero to the enemy in exchange for forgiveness is an act befitting a fool. Once your spine is broken, you shall never stand again. Surely, there are those behind the scenes stirring the pot. Drive them away, though this may cause undesirable repercussions and affect the royal family's prestige. There seems to be no other recourse. Jiang Ping'an stood up, declaring, I shall personally go and see. Many do not understand. Once explained, they will comprehend. Qian Huanro shook her head. Many matters cannot be resolved through mere explanation. Otherwise, there would not be so many rumors, nor such conflicts. These cowardly individuals will always fear death, regardless of reason. I beg to differ. I believe that people can be persuaded. Jiang Ping'an smiled faintly. Qian Huanro sighed silently. Jiang Ping'an, infatuated with cultivation, has yet to experience much. His temperament still bears flaws, too naive. She chose not to impede him further and softly said, the city likely harbors many assassins. For your safety, I shall have Xiaoshan accompany you. Half a jaw stick later, Qian Wanshan, with a sullen expression, followed Jiang Ping'an out of the imperial city. He, the esteemed emperor of the great Qian dynasty and the sovereign of one of the most formidable forces in the realm of cultivation, was unexpectedly dispatched to safeguard an outsider. Yet, Qian Wanshan dared not voice his concerns, for it was the command of his great-grandmother. He began to suspect that his great-grandmother might indeed harbor some connection with Jiang Ping'an. Upon stepping out of the royal palace and reaching the city wall, he was met with a cacophony of shouts from outside. Jiang Ping'an could not be allowed to remain. Should the Swallowing Heaven Crocodile clan rise, our great Qian dynasty would be the first to suffer. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an was not one of us. What harm would it be to hand him over? I believe we should not surrender him. Jiang Ping'an has aided us. How could we betray him? That would be utterly unethical. The Swallowing Heaven Crocodile clan once dominated an era. Do you wish to offend such a colossal entity? Are you prepared for battle? I, for one, do not wish to confront the Swallowing Heaven Crocodiles. Many cultivators demanded that the royal family hand over Jiang Ping'an. Although dissenting voices arose, they were swiftly quelled. Chapter 372. Jiang Ping'an speaks. Since many knew that surrendering Jiang Ping'an would be a source of shame. Yet, compared to death, what did that matter? Trading Jiang Ping'an's life for their safety seemed a worthy exchange. Standing atop the palace walls, Jiang Ping'an addressed the gathered crowd below. I am Jiang Ping'an, and I have come today to reason with you. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned in unison towards him. So, he was indeed Jiang Ping'an. The assassins concealed among the throng exchanged glances filled with intent, ready to strike. But they hesitated. Beside him stood Qian Wanshan, the sovereign of the great Qian dynasty. To act now would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the great Qian dynasty and might not even guarantee success. Observing Qian Wanshan by Jiang Ping'an's side, the assassins quickly restrained their actions. Since they could not act at this moment, they began to incite the crowd, applying pressure on the royal family of the great Qian dynasty in search of an opportunity to assassinate. Hand over Jiang Ping'an to the Swallowing Heaven Crocodile clan and restore peace to our great Qian dynasty. Jiang Ping'an possessed demonic powers. He was a scourge. It was said that his rapid cultivation stemmed from practicing sinister techniques, slaughtering innocents. No wonder his progress was so swift. He was indeed of the dark path. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, Jiang Ping'an became a target of public scorn, his name besmirched by curses and accusations. The crown prince, Qian Yu, infuriated by the crowd's words, spoke out. Jiang Ping'an risked his life to assist our great Qian dynasty on the front lines, slaying hundreds of formidable foes in the transformation stage. Earning great merit and reducing our losses, he is a friend, not an enemy. Qian Yu elucidated Jiang Ping'an's contributions to foster understanding among the people. However, the cultivators below remained unconvinced. Our great Qian dynasty did not solicit his assistance. Without Jiang Ping'an, we would still prevail. He is merely a cultivator of the transformation stage. No matter his strength, he cannot alter the tide of battle. This is a gross exaggeration of his achievements. The Swallowing Heaven Crocodile clan has no intention of genuine conflict. They merely seek to resurrect their ancestral crocodile. Clearly, it is Jiang Ping'an who has provoked their ire. Some among the crowd cared not whether Jiang Ping'an had rendered assistance or achieved merit. They simply wished for the swallowing heaven crocodile clan to harbor no ill will towards the great Qin dynasty. Is there anything more you wish to say, Qinyu? Jiang Ping'an raised his hand, halting him from continuing. Allow me to speak. Jiang Ping'an said calmly. I assert that they will not heed your words. And you too will find that the majority will remain indifferent. A profound sense of shame engulfed Qinyu. Jiang Ping'an had slain countless foes on the front lines and saved innumerable lives. Yet this group of ignorant commoners showed no gratitude, repaying kindness with enmity, leaving him, the crown prince, utterly humiliated. If we elucidate the situation clearly, they shall listen, Jiang Ping'an stated serenely, then activated the star-connecting technique, summoning hundreds of cultivators from the crowd. The countenance of these cultivators shifted dramatically. Jiang Ping'an, what are you doing? The assassins were utterly astonished. How did Jiang Ping'an discern their true identities? Since acquiring that eye, he had been able to sense the murderous intent of others. Identifying these assassins was scarcely a challenge. What do you intend to do? Merely to reason. Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly. Boom, boom, boom. Bodies erupted, a rain of blood and flesh cascading into the throng. The once clamorous exterior of the city fell silent. All present transfixed by the scene unfolding before them. Even Qian Wanshan stood stupefied. Jiang Ping'an had resorted to outright murder. Was he not placing himself in the eye of the storm? Was this his notion of reasoning? Who else harbors dissent against me? Jiang Ping'an inquired, gazing down at the multitude of cultivators with a calm demeanor. To engage in earnest discourse with such individuals was futile. Even if he revealed that someone had instigated trouble intentionally, they would remain skeptical. Regardless of one's actions, there will always be those who question and criticize. Jiang Ping'an had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. His method of reasoning was straightforward. Eliminate all who opposed him, thus silencing any dissent. After a moment of silence, a cultivator shouted in indignation, Jiang Ping'an, you heartless demon of indiscriminate slaughter. Boom. The words barely escaped his lips before his body erupted. Jiang Ping'an's eyes betrayed no emotion. Do not slander me. I have never engaged in wanton killing of the innocent. Sensing the pervasive stench of blood, the cultivators who had been emboldened by their numbers felt a chill run through them, their eyes filled with terror. They could hardly fathom that Jiang Ping'an could be so audacious in the face of such condemnation. Did he not fear the ruin of his reputation? Did he not fear incurring the wrath of the world? He was effectively sealing his own fate. Your Majesty, we cannot condone this monster. This fiend will tarnish the reputation of our great Qin dynasty. A cultivator cried in despair. Jiang Ping'an stepped forward, approaching the speaker. I have no ties to the Qin dynasty. I merely happen to be passing through. Do you wish to kill me? Come then. The cultivator, paralyzed with fear, trembled and collapsed to the ground, desperately crawling backward. To stand against one who could match the founding emperor was a futile endeavor. Boom. The cultivator's body was crushed by the star-connecting technique. Jiang Ping'an surveyed the crowd, stating coolly, who else wishes to challenge me? The crowd recoiled in terror, averted their gazes. Much like mice confronted by a cat, retracting their necks. This man was indeed a demon. They had previously merely utilized the guise of a demon to assail him, presuming that he would not retaliate. However, to their astonishment, Jiang Ping'an truly dared to take action. Those who had just denounced him were now rendered speechless. Jiang Ping'an's voice resonated through the heavens, declaring that the status of humanity is not a privilege bestowed, but rather a legacy forged by the relentless struggles of our forebears. To beg for others' mercy to survive is forever inferior to striving for one's own existence. To those who incite and attack me from the shadows, beware, I shall discover your identities, and should I do so, your entire family shall bear the consequences. As his final word echoed, a multitude of spectral corpses materialized, threatening to envelop the entire imperial city. The chilling malevolence paralyzed the crowd, rendering them breathless. The sheer number of these apparitions was staggering, instilling a profound dread within the hearts of all present. They finally understood why some referred to Jiang Ping'an as the god of death. The tally of his victims was unfathomable. I am a reasonable person. Those who wish for my demise shall meet their end. Within 3 breaths, anyone still before me shall perish. As Jiang Ping'an uttered the last word, an overwhelming horde of cultivators vanished without a trace, leaving the streets in eerie silence, as though they had never existed. Jiang Ping'an retracted his aura and returned to the city wall. The discourse had concluded, and the sensible ones had departed. Qian Wanshan, Qinyu, do you consider murder to be reasonable discourse? They began to question whether Jiang Ping'an was truly a demon. Chapter 373, Collective Retreat Elder. I apologize for the disturbance during this time. After concluding his discourse, Jiang Ping'an returned to his small courtyard to bid farewell to Qian Huanrou. His intention in coming to the Daqian dynasty was to challenge the heirs of this generation. Although Prince Qian Yu possessed considerable talent, his brief cultivation period rendered him no match for Jiang Ping'an. According to the requirements of the Lei family, Jiang Ping'an was to challenge the heirs of all major factions. Searching for those heirs one by one, traversing the northern, southern, and central regions would take an eternity at this pace. I shall assist you in contacting them, allowing them to come forth for the challenge, thereby saving time. Qian Huanrou, aware of Jiang Ping'an's intentions, resolved to offer a small assistance. Jiang Ping'an's eyes brightened slightly, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your help, Elder. If they can be summoned, it would save him considerable time traveling. A mere gesture. Qian Huanrou produced a golden transmission talisman, capable of reaching all top-tier powerhouses. Infusing spiritual energy into the golden transmission jade talisman, she activated the collective communication mode. I am Qian Huanrou of the Daqian dynasty. My young friend Jiang Ping'an wishes to spar with the heirs of various factions. Do any of you have the time? After her words, the golden transmission talisman fell silent for a considerable duration before a venerable voice finally responded. The prince of the Human Emperor dynasty has already reached the void refinement stage. Although the prince wishes to spar with young friend Jiang, the difference in realms renders it quite regrettable. Jiang Ping'an respectfully replied, no matter, a realm or two does not hinder our engagement. The golden transmission talisman remained silent once more, and after a while, it spoke again. Just now, I mistakenly remembered that the crown prince is currently in seclusion, reportedly for 300 years. Qian Huanrou remarked, not long ago, you were boasting that your crown prince had mastered the emperor's heart sutra. Yet now he has chosen to retreat into solitude? How curious. Cough. After mastering it, he entered seclusion. I am not entirely certain about the specifics. No more on that. For I too shall enter seclusion. Upon uttering these words, the aged voice faded away. Soon after, a voice imbued with a slight magnetism emanated from the golden transmission talisman. Coincidentally, the heir of my Tian divine sect has also entered seclusion. The holy son of our Tianzi sacred land has ventured to the ancient emperor's path and will not return for a millennium. Our body lineage's goddess is likewise in seclusion. I, however, do not wish to seclude myself. I desire an audience with Jiang Ping'an. A voice filled with excitement from the body lineage punctuated the air. But before she could finish, her voice vanished. The powerful figures from various factions successively declared that their heirs were in seclusion or otherwise occupied. How serendipitous it is that the heirs of the 6 great sacred lands, the 5 great dynasties, the 4 ancient clans, and the 3 schools and 2 sects have all collectively chosen to retreat into solitude. Are these heirs truly in seclusion? Certainly not. These powerful beings simply wish to prevent their heirs from engaging in combat with Jiang Ping'an. This fellow has fought to a standstill against the chaotic body and the great ancestor crocodile. How many in this world can truly contend with Jiang Ping'an? If he were to emerge victorious, his fame would echo throughout the realm, but should he lose, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Thus, they prefer to announce their heirs' seclusion rather than allow them to duel with Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Is an elder of the Lei family present? What should I do if they refuse to compete with me? Upon hearing this, the gathered powerful figures, though uncertain of the situation, grasped the general idea. It became apparent that the Lei family had incited Jiang Ping'an to challenge them. The elders of the Lei family were truly unscrupulous. Were they intent on bringing disgrace upon themselves? Cough, cough, Late Song cough lightly. In that case, let us adjust the terms. Should you manage to obtain a Chaos Thunderfruit, our Lei family will not obstruct your union with Shaojing. Late Song, not wishing to be besieged by the other elders, hastily changed the terms. This new condition was even more onerous. The Chaos Thunderfruit is born only in one of the 3 great forbidden zones, the Chaos Forbidden Zone. The Abyss Forbidden Zone is terrifying enough, but compared to the 3 great forbidden zones, it is on an entirely different level. Even those at the tribulation stage may not return from there, let alone Jiang Ping'an. It was evident that Late Song intended to make things difficult for Jiang Ping'an, hoping he would recede in light of the challenge. Within the golden transmission talisman, derisive hisses echoed. The body lineage's powerful figures could no longer stand by and mocked. Your lay family is truly despicable. Are you not deliberately putting Jiang Xiaoyu in a bind? Do you dare to enter the Chaos Forbidden Zone? In response, Lei Song retorted, you body lineage are formidable. Why not unite your goddess with Jiang Ping'an? The Lei family did not wish to possess Jiang Ping'an, but if he were even slightly weaker, it would not matter. However, he was cursed and unable to cultivate. Who would be willing to bestow their family treasure upon someone deemed worthless? The body lineage's powerful figures, who had just mocked Lei Song, promptly fell silent. They certainly did not wish to marry their goddess to Jiang Ping'an, no matter how formidable he might be. It seemed he would never be worthy of their goddess from the body lineage. A chorus of sighs resonated within the golden transmission talisman. What an extraordinarily gifted prodigy, who fashioned his own realm, created a divine body, and devised unique techniques, rivaling the chaotic entities and fiercely battling the primordial ancestors. Yet, he was ensnared by a curse, rendering him incapable of comprehending the laws. Had it not been for this curse, he would undoubtedly have evolved into an unparalleled figure in the future. At that moment, a hoarse voice broke through the air. Young Jiang, with your exceptional combat prowess, would you be willing to join my demon god cult as a holy son? However, Qian Huanro immediately interjected, do not entertain this notion. The northern domain has succumbed. The demon god cult has suffered severe casualties, with 3 holy sons already perished and the leader on the brink of death. He seeks to recruit you as a mere free combatant. The title of Holy Son from the demon god cult may sound formidable, but it holds little substance. The cult leader was clearly attempting to deceive Jiang Ping'an into becoming a pawn in their struggles. Yet, Jiang Ping'an boldly replied, Elder, assist me in vanquishing the chaotic entity, and I shall join your demon god cult. The mere thought of the chaotic entity having stolen his devouring talent, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of its protector, ignited a blaze of fury within him. The powerful figure from the demon god cult remained silent for a considerable time before responding. The chaotic entity is a member of the Heavenly Tao Academy, making it difficult to slay. Difficult to kill does not equate to impossible. It simply indicates that Jiang Ping'an lacks the strength to compel them into action. Youngster, do not court death. A chilling and sinister voice followed, dripping with murderous intent. Jiang Ping'an was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to the very person who shamelessly controlled him in the Eastern Sea, allowing the chaotic entity to seize his devouring talent and nearly bring about his end. Qian Huanro transmitted a message to Jiang Ping'an. The golden transmission talisman can connect with all tribulation transcendents. There are members of the Heavenly Tao Academy present. Exercise caution in your words. Jiang Ping'an nodded, realizing that members of the Heavenly Tao Academy were indeed here. Old fool, the chaotic entity cannot kill me. You ought to act personally. What a disgrace. You presume to converse with the many formidable beings present. Hurry and perish. Do you aspire to cultivate immortality, you wretched being? The transmission jade talisman was filled with the sounds of several people choking on their tea. Qian Huanro was left astounded. She had informed Jiang Ping'an of the identity of his interlocutor to encourage him to choose his words wisely, but he had only escalated the situation. He had directly berated a tribulation transcendent. Chapter 374, A War of Words. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's furious tirade, Changsun Pingzhen's anger surged forth, causing the laws surrounding him to tremble violently. Before so many powerful beings, he was openly insulted by a mere youth. This was an unparalleled humiliation. You wretched bastard. Silence. You old fossil. Do you have descendants? I happen to possess a surplus treasure. I suggest you ensure your progeny safeguard it well. For I shall publicly offer this treasure as a bounty, ensuring your line ends here. Jiang Ping'an, who usually refrained from vulgarity, could no longer contain himself. This old curmudgeon had caused him to lose his devouring talent, and if he could not find solace, then neither should the old man. Changsun Pingzhen clenched his fists, a voice dripping with murderous intent escaping through his gritted teeth. You little bastard, you dare to speak to me through a transmission talisman? Were you in my presence, you wouldn't dare utter a single word. In his fury, he disregarded his dignity and retaliated with harsh words. Jiang Ping'an chuckled coldly, addressing the old wretch with disdain. You may have lived a few thousand years longer than I, but had we been of the same age, I could easily extinguish your life with a mere slap. The fierce exchange of insults between the two left the powerful figures, who were communicating through golden sound transmission talismans, utterly astonished. Jiang Ping'an's audacity in insulting a top-tier expert was truly remarkable. Long Sun Pingzhen trembled with anger, fervently wishing to eliminate Jiang Ping'an at that very moment. Qian Huanrou spoke languidly. Certain esteemed individuals should heed the importance of maintaining their dignity. Should anyone dare to breach the rules and lay a hand on the younger generation, my great Qian dynasty shall wield the sword of immortal slaying to confront them. In the chaotic expanse of the starry cosmos, Jiang Ping'an had rendered great service to the great Qian dynasty, vanquishing numerous foes and rescuing countless soldiers. It would be remiss for the dynasty not to take action in response. The Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps, represented by Qian Zhua, replied coldly. Some individuals ought to preserve their honor and heed the warnings. The Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps is not to be trifled with. Lei Zong, expressing his reluctance, remarked. The Lei clan has already issued a statement. I do not wish to reiterate it here. Although Lei Zong was disinclined to speak on behalf of Jiang Ping'an, he felt compelled due to Meng Jing's admiration for him. The assembly was taken aback by the support Jiang Ping'an received from these formidable entities, the great Qian dynasty, the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps, and the ancient Thunder clan. Just then, the voice of the demon god cult's leader resonated once more. From this day forth, Jiang Ping'an shall be known as the holy son of my demon god cult. Anyone who dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with us. Long Sun Pingzhen, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, realized the demon god cult was also intervening. The audacious Jiang Ping'an, it seemed, had garnered the protection of numerous powerful factions, all of which were highly esteemed. The demon god cult even proclaimed Jiang Ping'an as their holy son outright. Long Sun Pingzhen, now rendered speechless, discarded the golden sound transmission talisman into his storage treasure, seeking assassins to swiftly deal with Jiang Ping'an. As for Jiang Ping'an's claim about a treasure being used to hunt down members of his family, Long Sun Pingzhen dismissed it as mere bravado. He believed it improbable that a treasure, which even transcendent beings were reluctant to squander, would be wasted on a low-tier cultivator like Jiang Ping'an. Even in the event of retaliation, it was likely that only a small portion of their resources would be expended, exerting minimal impact on the Long Sun family. Unless the adversary possessed inexhaustible resources, they would not deploy an entire treasure for revenge. Long Sun Pingzhen regarded Jiang Ping'an's words as mere posturing, unworthy of his attention. Unaware of Long Sun Pingzhen's thoughts, Jiang Ping'an responded to the elder's declaration, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have no desire to become a holy son. The familiarity between them was scant, and the elder's insistence on his designation as such seemed to carry ulterior motives. Perhaps we can discuss this further, Jiang Xiaoyu. I shall promptly send my esteemed wife to converse with you in person. The leader of the demon god cult coughed violently. As Qian Huanrou had surmised, the leader of the demon god cult had indeed sustained significant injuries. Very well, Jiang Ping'an thought, finding it difficult to outright refuse. As they were one of the three great sects of humanity, and thus not to be offended lightly. Daoist Qian, I wish to procure a starfruit. The powerful figures began to engage in conversation, exchanging resources and intelligence. Jiang Ping'an, having not heard Long Sun Pingzhen's remarks, quietly withdrew to a neighboring area for cultivation. Due to the fortuitous retreat of the prodigies from various powerful factions, Jiang Ping'an's challenge plan was abruptly interrupted. Lei Zong exchanged the conditions for a Chaos Thunder fruit, intending to dissuade Jiang Ping'an. Little did he expect that Jiang Ping'an was already cultivating the very fruit. However, even with the assistance of the palace, Jiang Ping'an required 40 years to nurture the Chaos Thunder fruit. 5 years have already passed, leaving 35 years remaining. In truth, he could forego the Chaos Thunder fruit entirely. As long as he lifts the curse, the Lei family would not obstruct his union with Shao Jing. The method to lift the curse resided within him. The body from the East Sea Anti-Demon Legion had departed the military to seek Zhang Xiaoxue at the mysterious Cloud sect, in pursuit of the Book of Life and Death. According to Qian Huanyo, possessing the judge's pen and the Book of Life and Death would suffice to unravel the curse upon him. Presently, Jiang Ping'an dedicated himself to his cultivation. During his confrontation with the ancestor crocodile, he devised a new technique. Grounded in the emperor's palm print and the totem patterns of the barbarian tribes, he fused principles of destruction, power, battle intent, and gravity, augmented by demonic energy, ultimately unleashing a formidable force. Even the ancestor crocodile was taken aback by this power. Previously, he had merely merged this force. Now, he sought to refine the technique to maximize its potential. This technique, of his own creation, resonated with his being and was extraordinarily convenient to wield. Nevertheless, while potent, each strike would deplete 1/3 of his strength, meaning he could currently execute only 3 punches. Yet, that was sufficient, for none at his level could withstand it. Jiang Ping'an named this technique Destruction Fist, embodying the intent to shatter all, obliterating any hindrance and annihilating myriad laws. At present, he had only one move, aptly titled Demon Suppression. As Jiang Ping'an immersed himself in refining this technique, news of his killing at the palace gates spread. The moniker Demon was affixed to him, branding him as a ruthless butcher of innocence, deserving of condemnation. Why did the Deqian royal family remain silent? Why protect such a figure? Oh, the world is filled with crows of the same hue. Those in high places disregard us ordinary cultivators, solely pursuing their own interests. Yet, one cannot overlook that Jiang Ping'an has slain countless enemies on the front lines, rendering significant contributions to the Deqian dynasty. He is a hero. A hero, you say? The Rain tribe and the Swallowing Heaven crocodile tribe hardly took him seriously. Otherwise, Jiang Ping'an would have perished long ago. Many grassroots cultivators disregarded Jiang Ping'an's achievements, joining in the censure alongside the Deqian dynasty. Simultaneously, whispers of another matter concerning Jiang Ping'an emerged. I have finally discerned why the Deqian dynasty staunchly supports him. It is rumored that Jiang Ping'an has become involved with the Supreme Empress. Impossible. Ridiculous. How could the Supreme Empress take a liking to Jiang Ping'an? In the hearts of countless Deqian cultivators, the Supreme Empress Qian Huanyo is akin to a celestial being, an untouchable deity in their eyes. The mere thought of Jiang Ping'an being with Qian Huanyo is a heavier blow than death itself. Indeed, I have heard from palace insiders that the two have been cohabiting. Have you heard? Jiang Ping'an and the Supreme Empress are rumored to be expecting a child. What? The Supreme Emperor and Jiang Ping'an have given birth to a child. A fabricated tale, devoid of truth, has been embellished by certain individuals, growing increasingly fantastical with each retelling. Chapter 375. The enraged Qian Wanshan within the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace. Emperor Qian Wanshan of the Deqian dynasty wore a grim expression. Just moments ago, a minister had inquired whether Jiang Ping'an had indeed borne a child with the Supreme Emperor. Qian Wanshan was on the verge of losing his composure, nearly striking the man down for daring to spread such a rumor about his great-grandmother. Overwhelmed by fury, his internal power surged uncontrollably, causing the very fabric of the space around him to begin to fracture. The minister hastily knelt, claiming it was merely a rumor circulating among the populace, one that many had heard. Initially skeptical, Qian Wanshan sought confirmation from other ministers, who all nodded in agreement. Had it been a solitary claim, he would have dismissed it. But the chorus of affirmation instilled doubt. Could there be truth in their words? He could not ignore it. He must investigate. If it were indeed true, Jiang Ping'an must be dealt with. How could the esteemed emperor of the Deqian dynasty suddenly find himself with an additional ancestor, neglecting his duties at court? Qian Wanshan tore open the fabric of space and arrived before his grandmother's modest abode. "Grandmother, your grandson seeks an audience," he called out from outside, clasping his fists in respect. Despite Qian Huanro having lost her powers, Qian Wanshan dared not act with disrespect. The customary courtesies must not be overlooked. After a prolonged silence, the courtyard remained unresponsive. Qian Wanshan could sense his grandmother within, yet why did she not reply? He refrained from probing further with his divine sense, for that would be a sign of disrespect. Raising his voice, he called again, "Grandmother, your grandson seeks an audience." "Xiaoshan, come in," came Qian Huanro's voice, allowing him to push open the door. To his astonishment, he beheld his grandmother, Qian Huanro, emerging from an adjacent room alongside Jiang Ping'an. Qian Huanro's garments clung to her form, dampened by perspiration, with beads of sweat cascading down her elegantly styled hair, her face flushed with a hint of color. Even her typically expressionless visage bore a smile in this moment. In high spirits, Qian Huanro had completed the sealing of her spiritual realm with Jiang Ping'an's assistance. Though fatigued, she had ultimately achieved her goal. Next, she intended to cultivate her acupoints using the Human Sovereign Heart Sutra, Acupoint Edition. As Qian Wanshan observed the sweat glistening on his grandmother and the fact that she emerged from the same room as Jiang Ping'an, a thunderous realization struck him, leaving him dizzy and pale. The profound humiliation he felt ignited a fiery wrath within him. Was this not merely a charade for Qianyu? How had it turned into reality? If Jiang Ping'an were an unparalleled powerhouse, it would be one thing. Instead, he was a low-tier cultivator who could no longer grasp the laws. What is it? Is something amiss? Qian Huanro asked in confusion. Nothing of consequence. I merely have a matter to discuss with Jiang Ping'an, Qian Wanshan replied, refraining from addressing his grandmother directly. Upon mentioning Jiang Ping'an's name, a smile once again graced Qian Huanro's face. Ping'an is quite remarkable. I recall you once traversed the ancient emperor's path and obtained a fragmentary ancient glove. Did you not? Since it is of no use to you, you might as well give it to Ping'an. Grandmother, though this treasure is imperfect, it was once a secret relic and still holds the potential for restoration. Qian Wanshan had not finished speaking when he noticed grandmother's expression growing increasingly cold, prompting him to quickly amend his words, stating that he would bestow the treasure upon her. Only then did Qian Huanro nod in satisfaction, declaring her intention to retire for the evening, feeling somewhat fatigued after such a prolonged ordeal. It had been a long time since she had experienced such physical weariness. Observing his grandmother wearily retreat to her chamber, Qian Wanshan trembled with anger. How long had that wretched boy been troubling his grandmother? Jiang Ping'an sensed a chilling aura of hostility and instantly became alert. What business do you have with your junior? Qian Wanshan conjured a barrier, enveloping the two of them to prevent their conversation from being overheard. You have a strong brow and a seemingly honest demeanor. Yet I never imagined you could be so despicable. What do you mean, senior? Jiang Ping'an inquired, utterly perplexed at how he could be considered vile. Stop feigning ignorance. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Qian Wanshan was reluctant to speak of the matter, his pride holding him back. He tossed a pair of black and gold gloves at Jiang Ping'an's chest. Jiang Ping'an felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to recoil several steps, nearly spitting blood. That blow had almost shattered his internal organs. Bewildered, Jiang Ping'an pondered why Qian Wanshan was treating him in such a manner. Could it be that he resented the idea of Qian Huanro gifting this secret treasure to him? Jiang Ping'an lowered his gaze, fixating on the gloves. The gloves were entirely black, adorned with mysterious symbols, and when he attempted to wear them, they instantly adhered to his hands as if they were an extension of himself. However, they were riddled with cracks, revealing the back of his hands, indicating significant damage and diminished efficacy. Thank you, senior, Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Though they are damaged, they are still a treasure, and I can repair them later. Qian Wanshan's expression remained impassive. The demon god cult will arrive in a couple of days. Once they do, you must leave with them without delay. He was determined to rid himself of Jiang Ping'an, and if necessary, he would resort to unconventional methods to ensure the boy's departure. That wretched Jiang Ping'an, under the guise of sparring, was attempting to woo his grandmother. Jiang Ping'an could not fathom why the other party was in such a foul mood. Perhaps it was a trait of the strong. He calmly responded, Your Majesty, I have no intention of becoming a holy son. Are you foolish? Once you become the holy son, you could potentially ascend to the position of the next leader of the demon god cult, sharing a status akin to mine. Seeking vengeance against the chaos entity would be a trivial matter. Though Qian Wanshan spoke these words, he held no belief that Jiang Ping'an could attain such a position. Firstly, Jiang Ping'an lacked the comprehension of the laws, which would severely limit his strength and may prevent him from ever reaching the level of a leader. Secondly, the internal strife within the demon god cult was fierce. One could lose their life during a mere slumber. Qian Wanshan suggested that Jiang Ping'an could become a leader merely to coax him away. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a leader, Jiang Ping'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. If he were to become a leader, he would possess the backing of a top-tier human faction. Perhaps it was worth considering. Observing the exhilaration on Jiang Ping'an's face, a fleeting smirk of derision crossed Qian Wanshan's features. This boy genuinely believed it. Your Majesty, the matron of the demon god sect has arrived and is currently awaiting in the Nurturing Heart Palace. A palace maid hurriedly approached to report the situation. A smile spread across Qian Wanshan's face. Splendid. At last, he could send this troublesome young man away. Qian Wanshan promptly led Jiang Ping'an to the Nurturing Heart Palace. As they entered the grand hall, Jiang Ping'an was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, emanating from a woman within the hall. Her enchanting gaze reflected the splendor of mountains and rivers, while her delicate eyelashes fluttered like angelic wings, seemingly capturing the floral aromas that wafted through the air. A wicked smile graced her crimson lips, and her entire being exuded an otherworldly allure. Her bare, porcelain-like feet sparkled like jewels, and her thighs were pure and flawless. radiating a sense of mature power. Her waist was slim, adorned with a ruby at her navel, and her attire seemed minimal, covering only the essentials. Upon noticing Qian Wanshan and Jiang Ping'an, she suddenly stood, as if the very granary before her was eager to greet them. "Brother Wanshan, it has been a long time." Ji Fei rose and performed a slight bow, each movement imbued with infinite charm. This woman was none other than Ji Fei, the matron of the demon god sect. As Qian Wanshan prepared to respond, Ji Fei approached Jiang Ping'an, cupping his face with one hand while caressing his chest with the other. "What a handsome young man. Such solid muscles. Indeed, you are quite suitable to become the holy son of our demon god sect." Qian Wanshan interjected. "Are you selecting a holy son or merely a man? Moreover, does the emperor of the great Qian dynasty not deserve acknowledgement? Can you not even offer him a perfunctory greeting?" Gradually, Qian Wanshan's expression turned cold. He realized Jiang Ping'an was being disregarded. Such was the nature of the fox demon, utterly oblivious to human etiquette. "Madam Ji, since you have arrived, please take Jiang Ping'an with you. Brother, come with your sister. I shall lead you to a life of luxury and splendor," Ji Fei said, her lips curling upward as she extended her delicate hand to grasp Jiang Ping'an's. However, he swiftly evaded her touch. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in salute and stated, "Senior, I understand that you wish for me to assist in vanquishing enemies. Yet we are not well acquainted. It would be prudent to discuss matters based on mutual benefit." His words were clear. He sought an advantage. Though he aspired to become the holy son and gain power, he remained wary of the true intentions and character of those before him. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Ji Fei smiled and replied, "Of course, we must converse. But it is best done in private." She turned her gaze toward Qian Wanshan, her voice dripping with seduction. "Brother Wanshan, I wish to speak with the young man privately." "Do as you please. I have other matters to attend to," Qian Wanshan retorted, his expression darkened by the slight, as he turned to leave the grand hall. Ji Fei waved her hand, sealing the doors of the hall and summoning a surge of power to create a barrier that muffled sound and concealed them from prying eyes. She then produced a radiant pill that shimmered with light. This is the illusory divine pill, an exceedingly rare and sophisticated spiritual drug renowned for its ability to forge the soul. In the entire realm of cultivation, few such pills can be found. It is said that you possess a profound mastery over spiritual energy, but are unable to comprehend the laws. Thus, you might tread the ancient path of soul cultivation. By consuming this pill, you shall instantly attain the prowess of a soul cultivator in the void refinement stage. What do you think? Is my sincerity sufficient? The smile on Ji Fei's face seemed capable of melting a millennium of ice and snow. Jiang Ping'an felt a sudden jolt within his heart. He had heard of the illusory divine pill, rumored to be concocted by the Soul King, the progenitor of soul cultivation, known for solidifying the spirit and greatly benefiting soul practitioners. Such pills were nearly extinct, and yet the other party was willing to offer this to him. A sense of gratitude instinctively arose within Jiang Ping'an, but it swiftly dissipated, for he perceived that within this pill lay a strand of soul consciousness. It was impossible for a pill to contain consciousness, and this soul essence was overwhelmingly potent. Should he consume it, he would undoubtedly be possessed. This was not the illusory divine pill at all. The other party intended to usurp his body. Cursed be it. Jiang Ping'an contemplated fleeing. But within the confines of the other's barrier, escape was futile. He feigned nonchalance and spoke, "Senior, your gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Allow me to serve as the Holy Son instead, and I hope the demon god sect will protect me." He knew he must remain calm and seek an opportunity to escape. If only he had the judge's pen, he could have fought back. "Consume it. Our demon god sect will not neglect anyone," Ji Fei urged, pushing the pill towards Jiang Ping'an. "Then I shall accept it for now, and digest it properly when time allows," Jiang Ping'an replied, feigning gratitude. "No, consume it now. I shall guard you," Ji Fei insisted, attempting to force the pill into Jiang Ping'an's mouth. Suddenly, the tremor-quaking demon staff appeared in Jiang Ping'an's grasp, crashing down heavily upon the pill. With a scream, the pill shattered, and a strand of soul consciousness emerged, materializing into the slender silhouette of a man. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you attack your sect leader?" Wu Liang never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an would unveil his scheme. He had intended to stealthily usurp Jiang Ping'an's body, only to be struck by a treasured artifact, worsening the injuries to his already weakened soul essence. Ji Fei was equally astonished. How had Jiang Ping'an discovered the truth? They had never intended for Jiang Ping'an to be the Holy Son. They coveted his very body. During their previous battle with the demon race, Wu Liang's physical form had been nearly obliterated, and his soul gravely injured. He needed a new body to survive. Initially, he had aimed to usurp several talented individuals from the Holy Land, but upon hearing of Jiang Ping'an's exploits, he deemed the others mere trash. Thus, he set his sights upon Jiang Ping'an, wishing to seize this vessel. As for the curse upon Jiang Ping'an, Wu Liang was unconcerned. For a great power, it was but a matter of paying a sufficient price to break it. Jiang Ping'an gripped the tremor-quaking demon staff tightly, his expression darkening. Should you dare to kill me, the Daqian dynasty, the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Legion, and the Lei family will not spare you. He sought to instill fear in them, hoping to deter any rash actions. You naughty little brother, Ji Fei exclaimed, charging forward. Jiang Ping'an barely had time to react before Ji Fei pinned him to the ground. As if struck by a celestial body, excruciating pain rendering him unable to rise. In the face of absolute power, even the most treasured artifacts are rendered useless. The fury within Jiang Ping'an threatened to erupt from his chest, a desire to subject his adversaries to 1,000 tortures. This motley crew dared to seize his very essence. Ji Fei seated herself upon Jiang Ping'an, snatching the tremor demon staff and cradling it against her chest with delight. She relished such objects that could effortlessly alter in size. She turned her gaze towards the soul of Wu Liang, urging it to hasten in seizing control, for she was eager to revel in this new corporeal form. As the esteemed consort of the demon sect's leader, might one not exercise caution in their words and actions? The spirit of Wu Liang transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, penetrating Jiang Ping'an's consciousness. A piercing scream erupted from Jiang Ping'an's throat as his expression contorted. An indescribable agony emanating from his mind. He felt as though his soul was being devoured, akin to flesh being gnawed away piece by piece, an excruciating ordeal. Each practitioner possesses a spiritual consciousness, and at this moment, Jiang Ping'an's was being overrun by Wu Liang. Unwilling to succumb so easily, Jiang Ping'an fought back with all his might. He could not perish. He still aspired to ascend to immortality, seek vengeance, and resurrect his parents. Damn it! Why was this brat's will so formidable? Wu Liang was taken aback. If it were any other cultivator at the transformation stage, he could effortlessly usurp their essence. Yet Jiang Ping'an's will resembled a steadfast star, challenging to dislodge. No wonder this youth had attained such heights. His indomitable spirit even made the demon sect's leader feel somewhat inadequate. Of course, this formidable will only served as a hindrance, unable to alter the inevitable outcome. The disparity between their souls was vast. This body was destined to be his, Wu Liang's. With this vessel, he would ascend to unprecedented heights, perhaps becoming one of the most illustrious figures in human history. Bestow this body upon your humble leader, and I shall exact revenge for your grievances. Wu Liang endeavored to destabilize Jiang Ping'an's resolve, hoping to ease the difficulty of his usurpation. In response, a torrent of profanities reminiscent of his mother spewed forth. Stubborn and unyielding, if you continue to resist, once I have taken your body, I shall annihilate your kin, your beloved, and your master. Wu Liang's cold threats reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's murderous intent surged like flames, his countenance contorted into a mask of rage. If death is to come, let it come to us both. Jiang Ping'an's body was subdued by Ji Fei, while his spirit was being consumed by Wu Liang. At this rate, he would inevitably be usurped. For the sake of those he cherished, Jiang Ping'an would rather embrace death. He immediately reached out to his avatar in the Great Xia. That avatar had been refining its spirit within the royal secret realm of Great Xia, and had temporarily severed contact to avoid affecting the other two bodies during the arduous process of spiritual refinement. Now, he needed to converge all his spiritual essence to combat Wu Liang. At the moment he connected with that body's spirit, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by a dark and sinister thought. Within Jiang Ping'an's spiritual consciousness appeared three distinct souls, Jiang Ping'an's own, Wu Liang's, and another imbued with malevolent power. Observing the sudden amplification of Jiang Ping'an's spirit, Wu Liang was utterly astonished. How could your spirit have become so remarkably potent in an instant? Jiang Ping'an's current soul thought astonishingly reached the level of the void refinement stage. Strangely, within Jiang Ping'an's spiritual sea, a soul thought brimming with malevolent power emerged. Who are you? Get out. This body is coveted by this sect master. Wu Liang furiously berated the sinister thought. He had no intention of relinquishing such a precious vessel. The evil thought coldly sneered. I am the evil thought of the Holy King. What are you but a mere speck? The Holy King. This is impossible. Upon hearing the title of Holy King, Wu Liang's soul trembled violently. How could there exist an evil thought of the Holy King within Jiang Ping'an's consciousness? Chapter 377. Seizing the body, the Holy King. One of the 10 strongest of the human race, established the current cultivation system. The Holy King's influence on future generations is scarcely less than that of the great emperor. His exalted status cannot be encapsulated in mere words. If you are the Holy King, then this sect master is the great emperor. Do not attempt to deceive me. Regardless of who you are, you shall perish. The demon god sect's leader, Wu Liang, did not believe the words of this evil thought and directed his soul thought to engulf it. The evil thought of the Holy King immediately retaliated, and the two souls clashed. Jiang Ping'an rushed forward, launching an attack against Wu Liang's soul thought. The evil thought of the Holy King was formidable, yet its destructive capability was limited. Rather, it predominantly incited negative emotions. Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed by such negativity, but Wu Liang's soul posed a threat, thus becoming his primary target. Seal. Having studied mental arcane arts, Jiang Ping'an swiftly harnessed his spiritual power to cast Heaven's Seal, confining Wu Liang's soul. The spiritual chains materialized, ensnaring Wu Liang's essence. The evil thought of the Holy King and Jiang Ping'an's soul promptly began to devour and rend Wu Liang's spirit. After consuming a portion of Wu Liang's essence, a torrent of memories flooded into Jiang Ping'an's mind. He disregarded these memories and continued his frenzied consumption. Wu Liang had been a powerful figure in life, his soul robust. However, due to his injuries and Jiang Ping'an's earlier strike, his essence had significantly weakened. Sensing the rapid diminishment of his soul, Wu Liang panicked. Jiang Ping'an, release this sect master at once, or I will ensure you regret it for eternity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an became even more voracious in his consumption, acquiring numerous secrets of the great sect. Furthermore, Jiang Ping'an discovered that devouring the essence of another could augment his own spiritual power. With each act of consumption, Jiang Ping'an grew ever stronger. Jiang Ping'an, I can overlook past grievances. Release me now, and I shall bestow upon you the title of Holy Son and grant you treasures. Under the relentless assault of two souls, Wu Liang could hardly defend himself. Take your arrogance and perish. Jiang Ping'an seethed with fury. This fiend sought to seize him, to murder his kin. Now, regardless of what the adversary uttered, he must die. Otherwise, it would be Jiang Ping'an who perished. In a fleeting moment, Wu Liang's soul was reduced by half. Overwhelmed with dread, Wu Liang realized if this continued, he would meet his end here. Damn it! If you do not release me, we shall perish together. Fear gripped Wu Liang. He merely wished to flee this place. How could the esteemed leader of the demon god sect die in such a manner? Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained resolute, continuing his relentless consumption of Wu Liang's essence. Jiang Ping'an, you have compelled this sect master to this end. If we must die, let us die together. As Wu Liang witnessed Jiang Ping'an's relentless determination, he erupted in fury, igniting his divine soul, intent on shattering Jiang Ping'an's consciousness. Should he succeed, all three strands of soul consciousness would suffer grievous harm, if not face certain death. At that moment, a pair of resplendent eyes manifested above the spiritual sea, radiating a commanding aura. These golden orbs, akin to those of a sovereign, pulsated with terrifying spiritual power, surveying the entire realm of consciousness as if capable of penetrating the veil of existence itself. Both the malevolent thoughts of the Holy King and Wu Liang's divine essence felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. What is this? Who are you truly? Wu Liang cried out in terror, realizing that such ocular prowess could not belong to a lowly cultivator. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an was a reincarnated powerhouse? Die? Jiang Ping'an remained unresponsive, his eyes igniting with a brilliant golden light that enveloped the Holy King's malevolent thought and Wu Liang's soul in an instant. I am the leader of the demon god sect. How could I perish at the hands of a mere low-tier cultivator? I refuse to believe it. Amidst the shrieks of agony, Wu Liang's soul was gradually crushed. The shattered essence merged into Jiang Ping'an's consciousness, nourishing him. At last, The once chaotic spiritual sea regained its tranquility. Jiang Ping'an's spiritual realm expanded, further enhancing his mental prowess. Exhausted, he yearned for slumber, having narrowly escaped possession. Had his spiritual strength not been sufficiently fortified, had Wu Liang's soul not been compromised, and had it not been for the formidable power of the mysterious eyes, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. To this day, Jiang Ping'an remained oblivious to the true origin of the transplanted eyes. As his spiritual might grew, so too did the strength of those eyes. After a brief respite, Jiang Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Ji Fei, who lay before him. "Rise, it is over. How could it take so long to possess a mere child?" Ji Fei did not rise. Instead, she prostrated herself, resting her chin on her hands, her enchanting gaze fixated intently on Jiang Ping'an's cheek. "You are well aware that my divine essence has been gravely injured, and Jiang Ping'an's will is remarkably strong, hence the delay." Jiang Ping'an planned to masquerade as Wu Liang, the leader of the demon god sect, for a simple reason. He sought to seize control of the sect. Despite its weakened state, the demon god sect remained one of humanity's most formidable forces. If he could dominate it, no one would threaten him again. By digesting Wu Liang's memories, he would uncover the man's character, making the pretense relatively effortless. Just as Jiang Ping'an began to assimilate Wu Liang's memories, Ji Fei inexplicably produced an ancient talisman. Pressing it onto his forehead, the talisman erupted in a flash of blue light, transforming into fine threads that pierced his brow and entered his consciousness, entwining themselves around his divine essence. The other end of the threads connected to Ji Fei's ethereal soul. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. "Ji Fei, what are you doing?" He felt his very life slipping into her control. "What am I doing? Why, I am merely controlling you." The smile vanished from Ji Fei's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor as she rose, placing her foot upon Jiang Ping'an's chest, gazing down upon him with disdain. "From this day forth, you shall be my slave, aiding me in commanding the demon god sect. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. The talisman I wield is known as the causality life and death talisman, forged from the very essence of the laws of causality. In this world, aside from the two supreme artifacts of causality, there exists no means to unravel this curse. With but a thought, I can dictate your fate." Jiang Ping'an's heart plummeted, yet he continued to feign composure, lamenting in anguish, "Ji Fei, I have treated you with kindness. Why do you betray me? Do you still have the audacity to utter such words? Over these years, have you not counted the countless resources you have seized from me?" A flash of hatred crossed Ji Fei's face as she pressed her delicate foot down forcefully upon Jiang Ping'an's abdomen, causing his innards to rupture and blood to spew forth. "From this moment forth, all your resources shall belong to me, Ji Fei. Should you dare to defy me, your demise will be inevitable." Jiang Ping'an clutched his stomach in agony. Memories of Ji Fei surged through his mind. Ji Fei, a prodigious descendant of the nine-tailed fox clan within the demon god sect, had been deceived into becoming a companion of Wu Liang. Through the prowess of the nine-tailed fox lineage, Wu Liang ascended to the position of sect leader. Although he had access to greater resources, their usage was still limited. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of power, Wu Liang had cunningly appropriated a significant portion of Ji Fei's resources. As their differences grew, Wu Liang ceased his masquerade, no longer regarding Ji Fei with respect and brazenly seizing her resources. In his eyes, Ji Fei was merely a tool to further his ambitions, utilizing her to solidify his position as leader and exploit her resources for his own advancement. Now, having seized an opportunity, Ji Fei revolted, wielding the causality life and death talisman to subjugate Wu Liang. Jiang Ping'an felt an urge to curse his fate, just as he had dealt with Wu Liang. He found himself ensnared by this woman's advanced talisman. How could he be so unfortunate? Yet, what had she just said? Aside from the two supreme artifacts of causality, there is no way to unravel the causality life and death talisman. This revelation was terrifying. Only divine artifacts could break this curse. Chapter 378. The reclamation of the body. Remember, I hold dominion over your life. Do not attempt any tricks. Ji Fei retracted her foot, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Jiang Ping'an. Her intention was to control the demon god sect through Wu Liang, thereby acquiring more resources to compensate for the losses of these years. Jiang Ping'an rose, still clutching his abdomen, and spoke in a low voice. I can agree to your other demands, but return the heaven-shaking demon rod to me. I shall return it once I have finished using it. Ji Fei sought to claim the heaven-shaking demon rod for herself. This was a treasure, one that even an ancient being undergoing tribulation might find difficult to obtain. Jiang Ping'an's expression turned frigid. You will either return the treasure to me, or we shall both meet our end. Should others learn of the demon god sect's possession of Jiang Ping'an, how do you think the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Corps, the Lei family, and the Deqian dynasty would respond? If the Wu family discovers that you control me, how will they retaliate? Upon hearing these words, Ji Fei's expression shifted, and she seized Jiang Ping'an by the throat, her slender fingers revealing sharp claws, surrounded by a sinister aura. You dare to threaten me? I can acquiesce to your demands. But that treasure must be returned to me. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an remained resolute, confident that Ji Fei would not dare to take his life. To do so would expose her true nature, inciting enmity with the three great powers and the Wu family of the demon god sect. In the present day, the demon god sect faces formidable opposition from the demon race, compounded by internal discord within its ranks. The sect is incapable of contending with any faction, let alone the three major powers. Jiang Ping'an's gaze was remarkably serene as he continued, In the past, I wronged you. You may reclaim all that you desire, but let us not escalate this situation. Ji Fei's expression shifted with increasing malice. She truly wished to eliminate this Wu Yao, still daring to threaten her at such a critical juncture. After weighing the pros and cons, Ji Fei drove the heavenly shaking demon staff into Jiang Ping'an's shoulder. Upon our return to the Holy Land, anyone who dares to defy me will be utterly annihilated. Disrupting plans for a precious artifact is decidedly unwise. Once I have fully utilized Wu Yao, I can seize the artifact at my convenience. Jiang Ping'an withdrew the staff from his shoulder, blood trickling down and dripping at his feet. He etched her actions into his memory, vowing to repay her in due time. Ji Fei's fox-like eyes were filled with indifference. You must now use Jiang Ping'an's identity to resolve matters here without raising suspicion, and then return to the northern domain. The Mo family in the Holy Land will undoubtedly obstruct your ascent to the position of Holy Son, so familiarize yourself with this body's powers. When we confront the demon race in the northern domain, accumulate military achievements, and I will orchestrate your ascendance to the Holy Son. Once you are officially recognized, I will find an opportunity to elect you as the sect leader, swiftly restoring your former position. Jiang Ping'an, having tended to his wounds, coldly replied, I am well aware. No need for you to remind me. Suddenly, Ji Fei lifted her foot and pressed it forcefully against Jiang Ping'an's neck. At your current level, how dare you act so arrogantly? Do you wish for me to stuff my foot in your mouth? I am Jiang Ping'an now. Please be mindful of your actions to avoid revealing the truth. Jiang Ping'an pushed her foot aside and impassively walked towards the door, opening the barrier. Ji Fei narrowed her beautiful eyes and allowed the barrier to part, granting him passage. In truth, she had been testing whether Wu Yao had genuinely usurped Jiang Ping'an's body from the very beginning. Although the probability of a reverse usurpation was low, it was not impossible. However, after several tests, she found no evidence of any issues with Wu Yao. His demeanor remained consistent with his previous self. It seemed her suspicions were unfounded. Jiang Ping'an's soul could hardly withstand Wu Yao's devouring. Ji Fei ceased to doubt Jiang Ping'an's capacity for a reverse usurpation. Meanwhile, in Qian Huanrou's courtyard, Emperor Qian Wanshan of the Great Qian dynasty returned here after leaving the Yanxin Palace. He intended to clarify matters with his grandmother while there were no outsiders present. Grandmother, why do you favor him? Surely someone like the Xianming master, who has pursued you for millennia, is far superior to Jiang Ping'an. Why do you insist on liking him? Like Jiang Ping'an? What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Huanrou, seated on the training platform, furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing her grandson's words. You do not like Jiang Ping'an? Qian Wanshan, well acquainted with his grandmother, recognized his misunderstanding from her expression. Could it be that she was merely toying with him? That would be splendid. He had worried needlessly, fearing the addition of another grandfather. Qian Huanrou replied coldly, Of course, I could never harbor feelings for such a petty individual. The man I admire is one who embodies grace and composure, exhibiting a calm demeanor and a quiet confidence. He approaches challenges with an unflappable poise, possessing an innate talent that sets him apart from the rest, rendering him invincible in this realm. As I reflect on this, Qian Huanrou's soft voice suddenly fades, leaving her momentarily startled. A stern visage flashes in her mind. This man, while understated and self-assured, engages with her devoid of artifice or flattery, communicating with utmost courtesy. His prowess is formidable, having subdued the chaos body and the legendary Taizu crocodile, while also establishing his own cultivation system. A knock reverberates through the courtyard. Qian Wanshan turns to see Jiang Ping'an, his expression souring instantly. "Why are you still here?" he chides, wishing to avoid the young man due to his unfavorable connection with his grandmother. The younger generation should merely exchange pleasantries and depart. Jiang Ping'an responds respectfully, bidding farewell before hastily leaving. Qian Wanshan urges him to exit promptly, fearing that even if his grandmother is merely toying with emotions, it is prudent for Jiang Ping'an to make his swift exit. With a resounding slap, Qian Huanro strikes Qian Wanshan on the head. As the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, how can you treat a guest in such a manner? Have you not been taught proper etiquette? Now go and attend to your duties. Yes, grandmother, he replies, unable to counter her authority. After bowing, he turns to leave. Casting a warning glance at Jiang Ping'an, make haste. Once Qian Wanshan departs, Jiang Ping'an retrieves the 4 symbols killing array, crafting a barrier of space. A flicker of confusion passes through Qian Huanro's eyes. What could Jiang Ping'an possibly wish to discuss that necessitates such precautions? Before you depart, there is something I must convey, he states, revealing the incident of his soul being usurped. Upon hearing this, a fierce rage manifests on Qian Huanro's exquisite face. Damn the demon god clan. They truly disregard the warnings of our great Qian dynasty. Rest assured, we shall not let them escape unscathed. She rises, preparing to confront them. Witnessing her concern for him stirs a profound emotion within Jiang Ping'an. He quickly steps in front of her, urging, "Senior, please temper your anger. The reason I employed the barrier to share this with you is to keep it from others for the time being." Qian Huanro furrows her brow. "Why?" Jiang Ping'an replies, "I require the assistance of the demon god sect for certain endeavors." "What is it you need?" "Our great Qian dynasty can also provide help," she responds earnestly. "I wish to eliminate the chaos body." At this declaration, Qian Huanro's expression momentarily stiffens. The chaos body is well guarded by formidable entities, making direct confrontation unwise. Thus, the implication is that engaging the chaos body is not feasible. That is why I seek to establish my own faction. Neither the Lei family nor the great Qian dynasty can offer perpetual protection. I need a force I can command. Jiang Ping'an candidly shares his intentions, revealing his thoughts to the elder. He feels it is prudent to inform her, as a precaution, should he suddenly vanish or be declared as having been usurped. It would be difficult to clarify the situation, necessitating her to issue a statement. Though he may not necessarily require her assistance, it is wise to make arrangements. Qian Huanro gravely remarked, "Your actions are exceedingly perilous. The internal dynamics of the demon god sect are intricate and rife with conflict, and war is currently erupting there. Venturing into such chaos is tantamount to dancing on the edge of a blade. It is fraught with danger, and any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences." Chapter 379. The grandmother has been abducted. Jiang Ping'an was acutely aware of the dangers, yet he deemed it a worthy endeavor. Opportunities must be seized, and should he succeed, he would wield control over the demon sect, a risk well worth taking. The demon god sect is one of the foremost powers among humanity. Mastering it would empower him to stand against the Heavenly Tao Academy. Although the Lei clan, the great Qian dynasty, and the Eastern Sea demon-slaying legion offered him protection, they would not pursue the chaotic body on his behalf. The chaotic body, Situ Lingfeng, had usurped his talents, slandered him, tarnished his reputation, and even placed a bounty on his life. Jiang Ping'an's calm demeanor belied the fury simmering within. Beyond his aspirations for the demon sect, there were 2 additional motives. One was the growth of the bloodthirsty 9 netherworm. Xiaojiu had completed 2 evolutions and was on the cusp of a 3rd. As Xiaojiu matured, its dietary needs surged, rendering ordinary sustenance unattainable. Only in the midst of war would there be ample resources for its evolution, and the war-torn northern domain presented an ideal opportunity. The second reason was his need for corpses to replicate training resources and to vanquish foes to strengthen the power derived from the blood fiend technique. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and the road he traversed was particularly obscure. He must seize every possible opportunity to elevate himself. Observing Jiang Ping'an's resolute and earnest expression, Qian Huanro's heart, once as tranquil as an ancient well, was stirred profoundly. This youth, who had risen from a humble village boy to a figure of renown, had endured untold hardships, known only to him. Everything he achieved today was forged through his own efforts, and he walked this solitary path with immense toil. It was the first time in her long life that Qian Huanro encountered such an extraordinary individual. Senior, I take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality these past days. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart. Not long after, the demon vessel leaped through space, leaving the great Qian dynasty. Crown Prince Qianyu, having seen Jiang Ping'an off, entered his father Qian Wanshan's study, a tinge of reluctance on his face. Father, brother Jiang has departed. Good riddance, Qian Wanshan exclaimed. His spirits buoyed. If Jiang Ping'an lingered any longer, he, the illustrious emperor of the great Qian dynasty, might find himself with a new grandfather. Were it not for Jiang Ping'an's contributions to the dynasty, he would have surely met his end. Did he truly believe himself worthy of his grandmother? By the way, father, why did you assign brother Jiang only one palace maid? A few more would present a more generous image of our great Qian dynasty, Qianyu complained. Palace maid? What palace maid? Qian Wanshan was momentarily taken aback. You didn't arrange for one? Qianyu asked in confusion. Then who was the palace maid that left with Jiang Ping'an? Was it arranged by our great-grandmother? A foreboding sensation gripped Qian Wanshan's heart as he swiftly tore through space, returning to his grandmother, Qian Huanro's courtyard. The courtyard lay desolate. His grandmother was nowhere to be found. Qian Wanshan's expression darkened dramatically as he hastily retrieved a communication talisman to contact his grandmother. The talisman emitted a pre-recorded mechanical response. Do not worry, go out and explore. Qian Wanshan's greatest fear had materialized, causing him to tremble with rage. That scoundrel Jiang Ping'an had abducted his grandmother. No one would believe such a tale, while others lamented over daughters being taken. The mighty Qian dynasty had its supreme emperor kidnapped. Fuming, Qian Wanshan felt as though his teeth would shatter, vowing that if anything befell his grandmother, he would ensure Jiang Ping'an met his demise. Aboard the demonic vessel heading to the northern domain, in a private chamber, Jiang Ping'an observed Qian Huanro, whose expression had shifted. Senior, the demonic invasion in the northern domain has led to relentless warfare. It is perilous there. Why do you insist on accompanying me? The palace maid mentioned by Qianyu was none other than Qian Huanro herself. Just as Jiang Ping'an was preparing to depart the Qian dynasty, Qian Huanro unexpectedly proposed to join him on his journey to the northern domain. Given Qian Huanro's diminished realm and battle prowess, should danger arise, it would be difficult for him to account for it back in the Qian dynasty. I have grown weary of remaining in the Qian dynasty for too long. I wish to venture out. Fear not. If anything happens, I shall bear the responsibility. Qian Huanro elegantly lifted a cup of tea while seated, adding, from now on, do not refer to me as senior. Treat me as your maid and call me Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang was a name long forgotten, last uttered after her husband had fallen in battle. Now, as she prepared to venture out, she chose to reclaim this childhood name. Jiang Ping'an chuckled softly. Senior, a maid does not possess your regal demeanor. Although Qian Huanro's cultivation had declined, her innate aura of superiority was entirely incompatible with that of a maid. Noticing this, Qian Huanro pondered briefly before commanding, sit down. Senior, what do you mean? Jiang Ping'an responded, bewildered. Sit down when I ask you to, she asserted, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiang Ping'an, unable to defy her, sat down in confusion. Qian Huanro moved behind him and awkwardly pressed her fingers into his shoulders. Ah! Jiang Ping'an gasped, his hair standing on end, springing upright. Senior, this is not appropriate. The esteemed supreme emperor of the Qian dynasty, once at the pinnacle of human combat prowess, was now giving him a shoulder massage. This was more audacious than urinating on his father's head. Sit down. I am your maid now. Do not call me senior, Qian Huanro commanded. Does a maid possess such assertiveness? Jiang Ping'an thought, yet seeing her resolute demeanor, he resigned himself to his seat. If the esteemed figures of the Qian dynasty were to learn of his current situation, many would rise from their coffins to deliver his punishment. Intrigued, Qian Huanro continued to massage Jiang Ping'an's shoulders. It was her first time giving someone a massage after living for so long, and it felt utterly peculiar. Her decision to accompany Jiang Ping'an stemmed from a desire to protect him when it mattered most. She did not believe he could ascend to the position of the demon god sect's leader. That group of ancient beings would devour him whole without hesitation. Yet, unable to dissuade him, she resolved to follow along. As for why Qian Huanro dared to venture into the northern territories, she herself could not discern the reason. Perhaps it was simply that she had grown weary of her time in the great Qian dynasty. Yi Wuqing stood silently beside them, observing their actions with a perplexed expression. What new game were these two playing? He found it utterly incomprehensible. However, he felt no need to understand. His sole focus was on diligently cultivating his skills to protect Jiang Ping'an. Meanwhile, within the realm of the Great Xia, at the foot of the mysterious cloud sect, a seemingly ordinary man clad in plain garments appeared beneath the sect. This individual was none other than Jiang Ping'an himself, having altered his appearance. He had departed from the eastern seafront, bringing with him the judge's pen to the mysterious cloud sect, intending to collaborate with the Book of Life and Death to unravel the curse that plagued him. If he could break the curse, he would be able to once again comprehend the principles of the universe. Only then would he truly ascend to the third realm, the celestial origin realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mysterious cloud sect, Jiang Ping'an overheard his name being spoken. Have you heard of Jiang Ping'an? He is the prodigious talent who swept through the eastern region, single-handedly turning the tide of battle in the eastern sea. You may find it hard to believe, but I, Zhou Feng, nearly killed him with my 2 swords back in the day. That was Jiang Ping'an's only defeat. Today, Zhou Feng was on duty, boasting about his past exploits to some newly inducted disciples of the mysterious cloud sect. Years ago, when Jiang Ping'an was just beginning to establish himself, he had slain a disciple of the mysterious cloud sect, prompting them to dispatch Zhou Feng, who almost succeeded in killing the still weak Jiang Ping'an. Fortunately, Xia Qing intervened, preventing a disaster. This incident fostered enmity between the two. Later, in a fit of anger, Zhou Feng left Xia Qing's group to join another faction, where he encountered Jiang Ping'an in Mingwang City and was severely injured by him. The last time Jiang Ping'an visited the mysterious cloud sect, he happened to cross paths with Zhou Feng, who was swiftly defeated by a single strike. Zhou Feng was infuriated and resentful, teetering on the brink of madness. As Jiang Ping'an's fame grew, Zhou Feng watched the gap between them widen, filling him with despair and stagnation in his cultivation. It was not until he learned of Jiang Ping'an's curse, which hindered his ability to grasp the principles, that Zhou Feng began to feel elated. Recently, he had taken to flaunting his near victory over Jiang Ping'an. Surrounding disciples, fresh to the sect, gazed at Zhou Feng with admiration, astonished that this senior brother had nearly slain the legendary prodigy. These disciples were largely unaware of Jiang Ping'an's other exploits, but they knew that during the war with the Chu Kingdom, he had single-handedly vanquished all formidable opponents of the same tier from 3 different factions. It was even said that as long as Jiang Ping'an lived, none could rival him at the same level, a testament to his immense strength. For these newcomers to the world of cultivation, such a figure was akin to a deity. Senior brother Zhou, who is stronger now, you or Jiang Ping'an? Inquired a curious novice cultivator. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's expression stiffened before he replied, although he is slightly stronger than me at present. He has committed too many sins and is now cursed. Just give it some time, and I will easily surpass him. I could crush him with a single slap. A glimmer of vengeful excitement flickered across Zhou Feng's face. In a century's time, he will be able to transcend into the divine realm, and within a millennium, he will undoubtedly triumph over Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 380. Ignored as Zhou Feng was boasting to the newly initiated disciples. Radiant beams of divine light swiftly descended from within the sect, landing at the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitors, Zhou Feng and the multitude of disciples were taken aback, hastily clasping their fists in greeting. Greetings, sect master, esteemed elders. The arrivals were none other than the sect master and the elders of the sect. These prominent figures, as elusive as dragons, were seldom seen, sometimes not for years, yet today, they all appeared. Even the reclusive elders had emerged. What could have transpired? It appeared they were gathered to welcome someone of great significance, for such an occasion would not warrant even the sect master's presence otherwise. The sect master of the Piaomiao sect turned to Zhou Feng and said, "You are just in time. Wait here with us for an important guest. This pertains to your future." Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within him. The sect master and numerous elders had come, clearly waiting for a distinguished individual. Could it be that some grand personage had taken notice of his innate talent and intended to accept him as a disciple, to impart their legacy? It must be so. Zhou Feng was immensely thrilled. His opportunity had arrived, and when he grew stronger, he would certainly trample Jiang Ping'an beneath his feet. Yet he pondered, which esteemed senior had recognized his potential and sought to take him under their wing. Several new disciples nearby shared Zhou Feng's thoughts, casting envious glances. Our senior brother is about to soar. Just then, a seemingly ordinary man clad in simple clothing appeared at the sect's entrance. Why has everyone come? Jiang Ping'an, having returned to his true appearance, clasped his fists in greeting. Such a prodigious talent deserved a warm welcome. The sect master and the elders bowed in acknowledgement. Father, Jiang Xiaoxue, the eldest elder Song Hui's daughter, joyfully leaped into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her innocent face nuzzling against him like a playful kitten. Zhou Feng's excitement and aspirations evaporated. He had just envisioned himself as an unparalleled powerhouse, seated upon the sect master's throne, basking in glory. But with Jiang Ping'an's arrival, all those fantasies were shattered. How could it possibly be Jiang Ping'an? The sect master commanded Zhou Feng. You previously had a conflict with young friend Jiang. You must quickly apologize. Zhou Feng's mind erupted, and his face turned ghastly pale. So, the sect master had summoned him here to apologize, to ingratiate himself with Jiang Ping'an. The humiliation of having boasted of his prowess before his junior disciples, only to now be compelled to apologize to Jiang Ping'an, made Zhou Feng's cheeks burn with shame. Furious and unwilling, Zhou Feng exclaimed, Sect Master, what right does he have to demand my apology? With my talent, I am destined to at least become a formidable practitioner in the void refinement stage, perhaps even reach the integration stage. Jiang Ping'an has been cursed and is unable to cultivate. What merit does he hold? Impudent. The sect master of Piao sect erupted in fury. A terrifying pressure descended upon Zhou Feng, overwhelming him, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees before Jiang Ping'an. This foolish disciple, setting aside Jiang Ping'an's exceptional abilities. Even the connections he shared with Li Ye and Jiang Xiaoxue were sufficient for the sect to regard Jiang Ping'an with utmost importance. Li Ye has gained the recognition of the Jinxian Tower, receiving the inheritance of the mysterious Immortal and possessing the heavenly water spiritual body. As long as she does not fall, she is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Jiang Ping'an's adopted daughter, Jiang Xiaoxue, is equally remarkable, endowed with a dual, flawless spiritual body. This extraordinary talent, were it not for Li Ye's presence, would suffice for any sect to nurture her as a successor. However, what distinguishes Jiang Xiaoxue is not merely her cultivation aptitude, but her exceptional talent in talismans and formations. After only a few years of studying these arts, she can draw talismans and formations that surpass her own realm by a significant margin. Her proficiency in talismanic formations far exceeds that of the Grand Elder, Song Hui. A top-tier formation master wields a power that eclipses that of ordinary cultivators. These two gifted women are deeply attached to Jiang Ping'an. Should he be displeased, their departure would leave the Miao sect with no recourse for lamentation. Furthermore, Jiang Ping'an himself has achieved the remarkable feat of creating 360 primordial spirits, even battling to a standstill against the ancestral crocodile, rendering the prodigies of this era pale in comparison. It is no exaggeration to state that if Jiang Ping'an were to visit any of the great powers of the human race, he would be met with the utmost respect from elder figures. The foolish Zhou Feng, believing that being asked to apologize was an insult, fails to comprehend that it is a chance for survival. Even if Jiang Ping'an were to end his life today, there would be no repercussions for him. Esteemed elders, I come with no particular agenda, merely to visit Xiaoxue. There is no need for such grandiosity, Jiang Ping'an remarked, having only notified Song Hui, yet unexpectedly. She summoned the high-ranking members. Guests are always welcome. We have prepared some refreshments. Let us converse atop Miao Peak. The sect master of Miao Peak warmly invited Jiang Ping'an into the sect. In light of such hospitality, he deemed it impolite to decline. The elders graciously ushered him into the sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, kneeling on the ground, watched Jiang Ping'an depart, his blood boiling as he spat forth a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson, his face a picture of despair. The indifferent gaze Jiang Ping'an cast upon him felt like a sword piercing deep into his heart. During their last encounter at the sect's entrance, Jiang Ping'an had at least acknowledged him. This time, he was completely disregarded, as if Zhou Feng were merely a stone by the roadside. This act of neglect inflicted profound emotional trauma upon Zhou Feng. He would rather endure the severing of his arms than suffer such contempt. Damn Jiang Ping'an, just wait. 1,000 years, it will only take 1,000 years, and I shall surely trample you underfoot. Jiang Ping'an, incapacitated and unable to comprehend the laws, would not become particularly formidable, even if he could enhance his physical body. Several new disciples, witnessing Zhou Feng's plight, pretended not to see and focused intently on their duties. They had initially believed Zhou Feng to be Jiang Ping'an's equal, but it was now abundantly clear that the disparity between them was vast. Upon entering the Miao sect, Jiang Ping'an engaged in discussions with the sect master and numerous elders regarding cultivation experiences. They expressed keen interest in the concept of 360 primordial spirits. However, upon learning of the extensive top-tier secret techniques required to be mastered, alongside numerous restrictions, their excitement turned to profound disappointment. For an ordinary cultivator to master even a single top-tier secret technique is a formidable challenge, let alone a plethora of them. The path of Jiang Ping'an is destined to be traversed by only a select few, for the average person cannot emulate it. During a meal, a newly appointed elder persistently expressed a desire to spar and witness Jiang Ping'an's prowess. This elder, a prodigy at merely 500 years of age, had ascended to the realm of void refinement. He incessantly boasted of his exceptional talents, claiming few rivals of his age group. After multiple refusals from Jiang Ping'an, the elder remained undeterred, continuing his relentless chatter, prompting Jiang Ping'an to reluctantly acquiesce. Before the duel commenced, the elder urged Jiang Ping'an to give it his all to avoid injury, revealing his kind-hearted nature. Jiang Ping'an, being earnest, unleashed a powerful strike that sent the elder soaring into the cosmos. Upon his return, the loquacious elder fell silent, leaving behind a remark about having gained insight and announcing his intent to retreat for seclusion. Jiang Ping'an was filled with admiration. Indeed, the elder's genius was evident, as he had gleaned wisdom from a mere clash. Following the contest, the crowd's enthusiasm for Jiang Ping'an intensified, with attempts to introduce him to distinguished young women, all of which were thwarted by the fierce gaze of Jiang Xiaoxue. After a hearty feast, the attendees bid their farewells. Jiang Ping'an accompanied the grand elder, Song Hui, to her palace. "You two enjoy your conversation. I shall not intrude," she said, leading them to a chamber before departing with a smile. Turning to the girl perched on his back, Jiang Ping'an remarked, "Xiaoxue, you are growing up, appearing quite the young lady." "No," she protested, her eyes squinting in relaxation. Jiang Ping'an chuckled and inquired, "Are you capable of setting up a barrier?" At this, Jiang Xiaoxue raised her lovely face, declaring proudly, "My daughter's formations are extraordinarily powerful." With that, she lifted her delicate hand, deftly dancing her fingers in the air, conjuring a series of golden runes that swiftly expanded, creating a barrier. "This is a high-level barrier, effortlessly crafted by me. Even a Yuanying stage cultivator cannot breach it. Impressive, isn't it? Thanks to Little Paper's assistance, I can easily learn any runes." Her pale face radiated pride. "Who is Little Paper? An elder, perhaps?" Jiang Ping'an inquired, puzzled by the unusual name. Jiang Xiaoxue lowered her hand and whispered in his ear, "It's the celestial paper Father gave me." Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. "It can teach you runes?" Chapter 381, Lifting the Curse. Jiang Ping'an had previously studied the celestial paper extensively, yet had discovered no other uses for it. Now, Xiaoxue claimed it aids her in learning runes. He was astonished that she had stumbled upon this newfound utility. "Indeed, Little Paper is wonderful. I chat with it often, though it can be a bit dull." When Jiang Xiaoxue smiled, her eyes formed crescent moons, beautifully enchanting. "Wait a moment. Chatting?" Jiang Ping'an's voice rose in surprise as he abruptly positioned Xiaoxue before him, staring at her in disbelief. "Are you saying you can converse with the celestial paper?" "Yes." "What is strange about that?" Jiang Xiaoxue replied. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at her father, who seemed unaware of Little Paper's communicative abilities. "What method do you use to communicate with the celestial artifact?" Jiang Ping'an was astounded. The celestial artifact possesses a spirit, yet when he first acquired it, there was no communication between them. Clearly, Xiaoxue employed some extraordinary method to establish a connection with the artifact. With a puzzled tilt of her head, Jiang Xiaoxue remarked, "I merely said, please, offer your guidance," and Little Paper responded. Jiang Ping'an questioned, "Is conversing with a celestial artifact truly so effortless?" Xiaoxue raised her hand, and a piece of yellow paper floated from her palm. "Little Paper, can you guess who has come today?" A line of golden characters materialized on the paper. "Though I lack eyes, I can see. There is no need for guessing." "Hee, Father, look. Little Paper is amazing. It can perceive without eyes." Xiaoxue exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Ping'an fell silent. The fact that the celestial paper could emerge from Xiao Xue's grasp signified that it had recognized her as its master. This was an astonishing revelation. As the higher the rank of a weapon, the more challenging it is to claim mastery. For instance, the supreme treasure, the heaven-shaking demon rod, despite harboring Cheng Xian's soul, has yet to be fully refined by him, let alone the quasi-celestial artifact, the judge's pen. He could only harness a fraction of the power of these advanced treasures, having devoted considerable time to refining only the lower-tier damaged secret treasures. To have a celestial artifact acknowledge its master requires not only destiny and fortune, but also the artifact's own preference. Even a powerful figure in the tribulation phase would struggle to fuse with it. Yet now, Jiang Xiaoxue had seemingly merged with the celestial paper. Although Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of joy, he was inexplicably struck by a sense of defeat. The artifact had ignored him while it readily accepted Xiaoxue. It left him with an unsettling feeling of disdain. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his astonishment and other emotions. The artifact recognizing Xiaoxue as its master was indeed a cause for celebration, for it would protect her in times of peril. The true name of the esteemed predecessor is the Book of Life and Death, correct? I shall not indulge in idle chatter. I have been cursed and seek your guidance on how to break it. In the presence of the spirit of the celestial artifact, Jiang Ping'an held deep respect. Disrespecting such an entity could easily result in dire consequences. Xiaoxue's eyes widened. Little paper can break Father's curse. Please, you must help him. I promise I won't eat while drawing talismans on you anymore. I beg you, save Father. The entire world claims he will become a useless man, maligning him at every turn. If Father can recover, he will surely silence those slanderers and teach those evildoers a lesson. A golden light emanated from the Book of Life and Death, enveloping Jiang Ping'an, and moments later, a line of golden text appeared. This curse is of high rank and requires a lifespan of 3,000 years as a sacrifice. Upon reading this, Xiaoxue pouted, her expression forlorn. Little paper, you are a powerful celestial artifact. Could you perhaps grant a discount? Just 3 years of lifespan would suffice. 6 dots floated from the Book of Life and Death. Was this a discount? It felt more like robbery. Jiang Ping'an produced the quasi-celestial artifact, the judge's pen, and inquired, what if I add this? Previously, Qian Huanro had mentioned that combining the two would easily break the curse. If it is not a counterfeit, a lifespan of merely 500 years may suffice, yet it can still be utilized, albeit requiring a lifespan of 1,500 years. Upon encountering Jiang Xiaoxue again, the Book of Life and Death hastily revealed new text. To directly lift the curse necessitates the sacrifice of 1,500 years of life. However, if one seeks to communicate with the cosmic forces of cause and effect, no life energy need be expended. The distinction lies in one being a direct resolution, while the other unfolds naturally due to certain circumstances, with both time and method remaining uncertain. Should you be concerned about your lifespan, it is advisable to opt for the latter. Jiang Ping'an has always been resolute in his own opinions, declaring, the first option, directly lift the curse. He had acquired a star fruit in the Great Qin dynasty, which could extend his lifespan by 500 years. However, the efficacy of such life-enhancing treasures is inherently limited. After a few consumptions, they become ineffective. After consuming 3 star fruits, his lifespan would no longer increase, and 3 fruits equate to precisely 1,500 years. Jiang Ping'an's urgency in lifting the curse stemmed from the impending journey to the northern region, where demonic creatures abound, and the internal strife of the demon god sect poses significant threats. Without lifting the curse and enhancing his strength, he risks encountering peril. Little paper, give me a discount, deduct 15 years from my life. Jiang Xiaoxue grasped both edges of the Book of Life and Death, squeezing it, as if caressing a cheek. Impossible. This is a curse from a tribulation stage cultivator, and it requires an enormous cost to lift. At most, it can only reduce his lifespan by 100 years. Jiang Xiaoxue pouted. Do you believe that I won't draw talismans on you while munching on pig trotters? Huh, do you think this celestial artifact fears such threats? Jiang Xiaoxue grinned wickedly, adding, I might even season it with chili and minced garlic, which would render you odorous and undesirable. What a despicable woman. At most, it can only reduce his lifespan by 500 years. No further bargaining is permitted. No, it must be reduced further. Xiaoxue, enough? Jiang Ping'an intervened hastily, fearing that Xiaoxue might provoke the celestial artifact and lose it. The potential to reduce 500 years already exceeded his expectations. Jiang Xiaoxue wore an unwilling expression, asserting, "The little paper is truly mean. Deduct my lifespan instead, not my father's." "No need, my lifespan is still sufficient." Jiang Ping'an presently possessed over 2,000 years of life. Once the curse is lifted and he fully enters the Tianyuan realm, he should attain 5,000 years of life. Deducing a mere 1,000 years could easily be compensated by the starfruits. The Book of Life and Death floated before Jiang Ping'an, and the text appeared once more. "Use the judge's pen to inscribe the lifting of Jiang Ping'an's curse upon me." Jiang Ping'an nodded, taking the judge's pen and inscribing the words to lift his curse. With each stroke, he felt life ebbing away. Upon completing the inscription, a surge of profound power descended upon him. Crack! A crisp sound resonated from his back as the cursed emblem shattered. The ominous clouds that obstructed Jiang Ping'an's vision suddenly dispersed, unveiling higher-order laws before him. His body felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with power. The curse had finally been lifted. He could once again comprehend the laws. Previously, Jiang Ping'an had contemplated abandoning this path, opting instead for a route of pure physical or spiritual cultivation. Little did he expect that the cursed octopus had left behind a celestial artifact, a treasure capable of lifting the curse. As joy surged within him, new words appeared on the Book of Life and Death. "You must possess another celestial artifact." Jiang Ping'an's heart constricted sharply. Celestial artifact? What celestial artifact? Chapter 382. Secrets. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an's mind was tumultuous. How could the Book of Life and Death know he possessed a celestial artifact? Was it sensing something? More lines of new text emerged. "Every day, I hear Xiaoxue recounting your tale, sensing that you are exceptional, possibly related to 3 unique celestial artifacts. If you have yet to acquire a celestial artifact, you shall obtain one in due course. What are these unique celestial artifacts? Could the elder elucidate further?" Jiang Ping'an feigned ignorance. Confusion etched on his face. When the ancient emperor departed, he forged 3 unique celestial artifacts, which have no external records. The emperor, through my essence and the judge's pen, established a causal connection with these 3 celestial artifacts, ensuring that they are claimed by those who are destined. Anyone who acquires these 3 celestial artifacts shall bear a unique mission. Seeing your talent, I assumed you had obtained one of the celestial artifacts. As the secrets unfolded on the Book of Life and Death, Jiang Ping'an's heart raced violently. The treasure jar he possessed was indeed an unannounced celestial artifact, fitting perfectly into this narrative. What exactly were these 3 unique celestial artifacts? And what was this so-called unique mission? Jiang Ping'an pressed for answers. "I do not know. The ancient emperor erased part of my memory. These are all I can recall." Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of frustration. He wished to tear apart this entity for igniting his curiosity, yet leaving him in the dark. Such revelations should not have been mentioned at all. Nevertheless, the curse that had affected him the most had been lifted. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The ancient emperor once muttered that anyone who acquires these 3 unknown celestial artifacts would seem cursed, destined to endure endless pressure, suffering, and solitude. If you obtained any unknown celestial artifacts, it would be wise to dispose of them. The Book of Life and Death offered this warning. Jiang Ping'an entirely disregarded this final piece of advice. Dispose of the treasure jar? What nonsense! The absence of the treasure jar would bring him far greater suffering. Oh, and there was also a causal life and death talisman that needed to be unraveled. Jiang Ping'an once again took up the judge's pen, inscribing the command to unravel the causal life and death talisman in the Book of Life and Death. He felt a significant portion of energy being extracted from his body, yet it did not deplete his life force. Clearly, compared to the curse from the ancient being during the tribulation, this causal life and death talisman was far less daunting. The frightening appearance of such talismans was merely due to their unique nature. They could not be unraveled through conventional means and required causal power for resolution. Ji Fei, that cunning fox, could never have fathomed that Jiang Ping'an possessed the judge's pen and the Book of Life and Death. With the curse and talisman dispelled, nothing could now restrain Jiang Ping'an. While his true self remained here accompanying Xiaoxue for a time, he would allocate more energy to the sacred demon body, which was currently utilizing the treasure jar to replicate the blood essence of the primordial crocodile. Previously, during the battle against the resurrected ancestor crocodile, I managed to sever a portion of its body, within which lingered a trace of its primordial blood. Although this blood was scarce, Jiang Ping'an could utilize the treasure-gathering basin to replicate more of this vital essence. The mere thought of the life and death ledger struck him as absurd. Only a mind unhinged would discard a celestial artifact. He yearned to possess the grotesquely powerful devouring talent of the ancestor crocodile, a force far superior to his previous abilities. In their prior confrontation, each clash resulted in a significant drain of his spiritual energy, and had it not been for his formidable internal energy reserves, any other opponent would have been utterly depleted after just a few exchanges with the ancestor crocodile. The creature had honed its devouring prowess to perfection, laying the groundwork for its dominion over myriad races. However, replicating the ancestor crocodile's blood was exceedingly resource-intensive. Merely one drop of its primordial blood consumed the entirety of a god transformation stage devouring crocodile's corpse. To put it in perspective, a typical god transformation stage devouring crocodile could be worth at least 10 laws in the market, yet he had only procured a single drop of blood in return. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile if he could acquire the ancestor crocodile's devouring talent. The blood would not be immediately useful, so he planned to gradually replicate it, hoping to amass enough to ascertain whether he could reintegrate this devouring ability. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open by a slender leg, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. The intruder was none other than Ji Fei, the nine-tailed fox of the demon god cult. Fortunately, the process of replication was conducted by his primordial spirit within the time palace. Otherwise, the treasure-gathering basin would surely have been discovered. "Do you not knock?" Jiang Ping'an inquired coldly, now adopting the persona of Wu Liang. According to his memories, Wu Liang was a ruthless individual driven solely by the pursuit of power, with little interest in his beautiful fox demon wife, having yet to bear children after all this time. The higher-ups of the Holy Land were soon to convene via a transmission talisman, and it was imperative to discuss matters beforehand to avoid exposure. Ji Fei kicked the door shut with her delicate foot, and, swaying her graceful waist, seated herself beside Jiang Ping'an on the bed, resting her foot upon his shoulder. "The news of your seizing Jiang Ping'an's identity remains unknown to the Mo family's leadership, save for our Wu clan and the nine-tailed fox tribe. We shall announce your demise, and you will assume the guise of Jiang Ping'an to secure the position of Holy Son. Once you achieve this title, an opportunity to become the cult leader will arise. However, the Mo family will undoubtedly obstruct your ascension to Holy Son, and they will likely attack you during the upcoming meeting." Jiang Ping'an forcefully pushed Ji Fei's foot away, his demeanor icy. "Is this something that needs to be articulated? A powerful faction inevitably breeds internal divisions due to various interests, and the demon god cult was no exception. It comprised 3 major factions: the Wu clan, the Mo family, and the nine-tailed fox tribe. In the past, Wu Liang had allied with the nine-tailed fox tribe to elevate his status. Now that he was deceased, the Mo family would surely seize the opportunity to install one of their own as Holy Son, positioning themselves for the role of cult leader. Once one attained that rank, they would command greater resources, and all factions would vie for a share." With a soft sigh, she remarked, "Ah, your current physique is far more handsome than before." Ji Fei lifted her delicate foot, placing it gently upon Jiang Ping'an's chest, her enchanting eyes glimmering with mischief. "My dear, if you were to engage with me in this body, would you not feel betrayed? And should a child arise from our union, would it not bear your name? How would that stir your emotions?" Her words were strikingly candid, her alluring visage adorned with a challenge. "When is the next meeting? I still have to cultivate." Jiang Ping'an replied, his expression devoid of any tumult. "At such a level, you still dare to be arrogant? Is this truly what you desire?" Ji Fei observed the indifference of the fox spirit, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she lunged forward, pinning Jiang Ping'an's arm. "I am determined to carry your child." With that, she leaned in, and despite his desperate struggles, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. "Shout all you like, it will avail you nothing today?" Ji Fei laughed wickedly, while Jiang Ping'an's expression grew increasingly grim. "Damn it, must I truly succumb to this vixen today?" Chapter 383. The contest for the position of the Holy Son. Is it truly entertaining to force me like this? Jiang Ping'an glared at the fox demon, powerless to resist. "Indeed it is. I revel in witnessing the myriad expressions of grievance, fury, and despair upon your face. Should you shed a tear, it would only heighten my excitement." Ji Fei rent his garments, her slender fingers tracing the contours of his powerful physique. His breath quickened uncontrollably, and her beguiling gaze seemed to shimmer with allure. Just as Ji Fei was on the verge of claiming victory, an irate voice resonated from the communication talisman at her waist. I oppose Jiang Ping'an becoming our sect's holy son. He is not one of us in the divine demon's sect. Why should he be elevated to such a position? My son is the rightful candidate. The meeting had commenced, and the speaker was Mo Chong, the Grand Elder of the Demon God sect. A member of the Mo family from the three major factions. A senior member of the Wu family interjected, I disagree. Our sect has faced a significant defeat on the front lines, with numerous talents slain, diminishing our morale. The impact of this decline is evident. I believe that admitting Jiang Ping'an will restore our momentum. His combat prowess is formidable and could alleviate the pressure on our sect. Mo Chong immediately countered. Jiang Ping'an is an outsider. Are we truly willing to appoint an outsider as our holy son merely for a modicum of strength? Do we not care for our sect's reputation? Ji Fei, caressing Jiang Ping'an's chest, scoffed at the talisman. Reputation? We are on the verge of losing the northern domain. What reputation remains? When the northern domain falls entirely, where will you go? Do you think the other domains will permit our divine demon sect to encroach upon their territories? Currently, our priority must be to safeguard our existing lands. Even if we cannot win the war, we must not lose any more territory. Mo Chong's cold voice continued through the talisman. What role does Jiang Ping'an truly serve? To speak candidly, he is akin to an ordinary cultivator at the void refinement stage. His impact on the battlefield is negligible. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an is of no use. The Eastern Sea's anti-demon legion has secured the coastline, independent of his influence. Ji Fei began to speak mockingly. That battle against the great Qian dynasty was not fought by Jiang Ping'an against the founding ancestor, Crocodile. It would be best for your son to be elected as the Holy Son. Your son, Mo Bufan, possesses the courage to face millions of adversaries of the same tier without trepidation. A single individual capable of sweeping away all formidable opponents within a realm can effortlessly crush the top talents of the demon race. Upon hearing Ji Fei's words, those elders who wished to nominate their own candidates for the position of Holy Son promptly fell silent, lest they incur Ji Fei's ire. Mo Chong was evidently enraged, his voice rising. This is a war, not merely a contest of individual strength. The battlefield demands strategy and tactics. My son, Mo Bufan, has diligently studied military texts since childhood, possessing a thorough understanding of numerous classic battles. He knows how to wage war and how to achieve the greatest victory with minimal losses. Does Jiang Ping'an comprehend military strategy? Does he understand how to command troops? Does he know how to deploy forces? Ji Fei scoffed dismissively. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are rendered trivial. Jiang Ping'an directly overwhelms his opponents, instilling fear among those of equal rank, annihilating them, and shattering the morale of the enemy. Your son expends great effort merely to devise a way to eliminate a single expert, while Jiang Ping'an accomplishes it with but a few strikes. Ji Fei's words were laced with contempt for Mo Chong's son. Ji Fei, Mo Chong, taken aback by the retort, felt his voice tremble with suppressed fury. No matter how formidable Jiang Ping'an may be, he remains an outsider. Allowing an outsider to become the Holy Son is an unprecedented breach of the traditions of the Demon God sect, and it must not be permitted. Who says Jiang Ping'an is an outsider? Ji Fei caressed Jiang Ping'an's chest, greedily inhaling his scent, and softly spoke. You do not know. He has always been my adopted son and a part of the Demon God sect. Mo Chong and the senior members retorted. Dare you be any more absurd? What connection does Jiang Ping'an have with you? As Jiang Ping'an began to refute, Ji Fei caught his tongue with her fingers. Leaning closer to Jiang Ping'an's ear, Ji Fei whispered, Dare to speak out of turn, and I shall have your tongue. Mo Chong, incensed, realized that arguing here was futile. A competition was necessary. Let us settle this on the battlefield. I shall send my son, Mo Bufan, while you send Jiang Ping'an. Whoever first drives their respective enemies back 10,000 miles shall be declared the Holy Son. Do you dare? The Demon God sect is currently besieged by the demon race, still embroiled in war. Let us compete then. We have returned to the northern region and shall soon reach the battlefield. Ji Fei responded with ease, though her countenance bore a weight of seriousness, for Mo Bufan was indeed exceptionally skilled in command. Let us meet on the battlefield, Mo Chong coldly declared, his voice fading into silence. Once he deactivated the communication talisman, the fury on Mo Chong's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a faint smile. He turned to a refined man clad in white beside him. Buffon, how are the preparations coming along? This elegant man was Mo Buffon, the son of elder Mo Chong. With a smile, Mo Buffon replied, the blazing flame demon bird has agreed to retreat 10,000 miles. They will stage a pretense of battle, withdrawing in 3 days. The smile on Mo Chong's face grew ever brighter. Indeed, his fury during the meeting was merely a performance, aimed at the ultimate wager, proposing that his son, Mo Buffon, be directly appointed as the Holy Son would surely face opposition from others within the demon god sect. However, should he triumph over the exceptional Jiang Ping'an, the situation would shift dramatically, lending legitimacy to his claim. This reflects a psychological strategy. Mo Chong has invested considerable resources to bestow significant advantages upon the Flame Demon Bird clan, orchestrating a charade with them. After feigning conflict for 3 days, the Flame Demon Birds would withdraw, thereby showcasing his son Mo Buffon's formidable prowess. The Wu family and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan would never anticipate this maneuver. While they engage in a sacrificial battle against the demon race, they would discover that his son has already emerged victorious. The position of Holy Son is destined for Mo Buffon. Meanwhile, Ji Fei, while caressing Jiang Ping'an's chest, succumbed to deep contemplation. That old fox Mo Chong must have some assurance in proposing this wager. Driving the demon race back 100,000 miles is a daunting task, necessitating a united front from the Wu family and our Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Though the battle appears to pit Jiang Ping'an against Mo Chong, it is, in essence, a struggle among different factions. The battlefield comprises a chaotic melee of individuals. Jiang Ping'an may play a role, yet his influence will likely be limited. However, Ji Fei could not have anticipated that the Mo family would negotiate directly with the demon race. Within just 3 days, the Mo family would secure a decisive victory. Suddenly, the airship jolted violently, sending Jiang Ping'an crashing into Ji Fei's embrace, nearly pulling down the fabric before her. Madam, trouble. The demon race has launched an attack. A flustered maid, adorned with a fox tail, burst through the door, her face rife with terror. Ji Fei's pupils constricted as she swiftly tore through the void. Emerging outside the airship, surrounding them was a horde of winged blue wolves, an overwhelming presence that blotted out the sky. These blue wolves, towering in stature, bore bat-like black wings, their eyes gleaming of vivid azure, and their limbs muscular. They bared their fangs, drooling with a foul stench, their bodies cloaked in sinister demonic energy. The maid beside Ji Fei bit her lip, fear etched across her visage. Madam, they appear to be the elite squad of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolf clan. To encounter the Shadow Blue Demon Wolves upon returning was indeed ill-fated. They are a top-tier clan within the demon race, renowned for their formidable combat prowess. Moreover, judging by the aura of this group, they are an elite force, with each blue wolf being a top-tier entity among their kind. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is severely outnumbered, and this encounter is bound to result in significant casualties. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan, encountering us is your misfortune. You should have sought a fortune-teller before venturing out. The leader of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolves gazed greedily at Ji Fei, remarking, truly beautiful. As expected of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe, fear not. Before your demise, I shall ensure you reach your pinnacle. Regrettably, I must inform you, not a single one of you shall escape. Chapter 384. Shadow Blue Demon Wolves. The densely packed Shadow Blue Demon Wolves exuded a terrifying aura, a tumultuous blend of demonic and monstrous energy that was exceedingly daunting. In terms of both numbers and overall combat prowess, the Nine-Tailed Foxes aboard the vessel evidently pale in comparison to the Shadow Blue Demon Wolves. The seductive charm vanished from Ji Fei's face, replaced by a brooding expression. She could hardly believe she would encounter them here, in the territory of the demon god sect. The sole silver lining was that the number of formidable opponents was not overwhelming. Only 2 entities at the same cultivation level as her in the fusion stage. Just enough to hold them off. She quickly crushed a special distress talisman, hoping to endure until reinforcements arrived. Jiang Ping'an, come forth in battle. Her husband, Wu Liang, had seized Jiang Ping'an's body, and she wondered how well the fusion had gone, hoping it would prove somewhat beneficial. However, calling for anyone would be futile. Children, heed my command. The Shadow Blue Demon Wolf was about to issue an order when the mention of Jiang Ping'an triggered a thought, causing a jolt in its heart. And its voice faltered. Jiang Ping'an. Which Jiang Ping'an? The leader of the Blue Demon Wolf pack inquired warily. At that moment, a raven-haired man emerged from the vessel. His aura not particularly strong, yet his eyes were deeper than the cosmos. Jiang Ping'an surveyed the shadow blue demon wolves before him, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Is this all the adversaries I face? This mere handful of blue demon wolves is only sufficient for the bloodthirsty 9 netherworm to achieve its 3rd evolution. It is nowhere near enough to replicate the primal blood essence of the ancestral crocodile, nor to restore the treasured gloves bestowed upon him by Qian Wanshan. Hearing Jiang Ping'an's mutterings, Ji Fei felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. The enemy outnumbered them by dozens. What did he mean by only this few? The opposing force boasted over 10 entities in the void refinement stage, including several at the late stage of that realm. They did not possess a single void refinement expert on their side, with Ji Fei being the sole fusion stage cultivator. Why had her husband suddenly lost his wits? An initial stage, one-eyed shadow blue demon wolf urged its leader. Chief, we must act swiftly. We are near the demon god sect, and should reinforcements arrive, it will be challenging to engage. All wolves, retreat. The blue demon wolf leader's azure eyes remained fixed on Jiang Ping'an, refraining from issuing an attack order and instead commanding a withdrawal. Recently, there had been a terrifying individual among the human race known as Jiang Ping'an. If it were indeed that person, retreat was imperative. What terror could a human with merely a 2nd-tier law fluctuation possess? The one-eyed shadow blue demon wolf, perplexed and frustrated by its leader's apprehension, thought it should simply attack instead of retreating. Suddenly, the wings of the one-eyed blue demon wolf flapped, and it vanished from sight in an instant. The shadow blue demon wolves, a top-tier clan among the demon race, bore the term shadow in their name due to their unique talents. While in flight, they transformed into mere shadows, often leaving their enemies with only a fleeting glimpse before their heads were severed. Their speed surpassed that of humans who lacked proficiency in speed techniques, even creating a significant gap of one entire realm. The shadow blue demon wolves frequently seized the initiative in combat by virtue of their terrifying swiftness. The one-eyed shadow blue magic wolf, perplexed by the leader's fear of a mere human who grasped only the 2nd-tier laws, dashed towards Jiang Ping'an with lightning speed, intent on eliminating him. Come back, roared the shadow blue magic wolf leader in a futile attempt to halt it. However, it was too late. The one-eyed blue magic wolf was exceedingly swift, arriving before Jiang Ping'an in an instant, its sharp claws poised to strike at his head. Yet, as it materialized before Jiang Ping'an, its body became suspended in midair, its claws halting just half a meter from him. The one-eyed blue magic wolf widened its remaining eye in terror. What is happening? Why can I not move? Why have so many chains suddenly appeared on my body? Regret and fear enveloped the creature's heart as it lamented its arrogance and ignorance. Jiang Ping'an regarded the one-eyed blue magic wolf with indifference and remarked, "One must sometimes heed the words of their elders." Since reclaiming his essence from the demon spirit, Jiang Ping'an's mental prowess had reached a formidable level. Now, wielding the technique of sealing heaven, he could effortlessly dominate even those in the early stages of the void refinement realm. Raising his hand, the rule of destruction enveloped it, piercing through the blue magic wolf's body with ease, akin to chopsticks penetrating tofu. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, one could touch upon the rules of the void, allowing the storage of treasures within their inner space. Jiang Ping'an tore through the void, retrieving the storage artifact from within the creature, activating the star-pulling technique. The one-eyed blue magic wolf's head erupted like a watermelon, crimson ichor splattering everywhere, its primordial spirit shattered into fragments. A shadow blue magic wolf at the early stage of void refinement perished effortlessly, as if crushed like an ant. Many shadow blue magic wolves gasped in astonishment, their fur bristling. A powerful clansman at the early stage of void refinement had been obliterated by this human as easily as one would crush tofu. How could this be possible? This human emanated only the aura of 2nd-tier laws, yet possessed such strength. Jiang Ping'an. He truly is that Jiang Ping'an. Who is Jiang Ping'an? While Jiang Ping'an was indeed formidable, he was not a name known to all. Individuals tend to focus on matters within their own circles. The elite pay attention to other elites. Alchemists concentrate on alchemy, and these blue magic wolves, entrenched in their battles against the demon god sect, primarily concern themselves with related information. This one-eyed blue magic wolf, even at the moment of its demise, remained ignorant of Jiang Ping'an's true identity. He is the human who fought to a standstill against the primordial crocodile. one shadow blue magic wolf exclaimed. Upon hearing this, many shadow blue magic wolves' pupils dilated, instinctively retreating in fear, their wolfish faces etched with terror. So it is him. While these magic wolves may not have heard of Jiang Ping'an, they immediately recognized the name of the human who had contended with the primordial crocodile. Not long ago, the awakening of the primordial crocodile had sent shockwaves throughout the myriad races. The primordial crocodile, a dominant force before the human race ruled over the myriad beings, had once held the pinnacle of power, suppressing all others and reigning supreme. It could be said that the primordial crocodile was the strongest being of that era. Had it not been for the Emperor's intervention, there would have been no other being capable of rivaling it among the myriad races. Such a terrifying existence, upon its revival, found a human who could match its power. It was none other than the individual before them. He had actually come to the northern domain. Retreat. Quickly relay the news of Jiang Ping'an's arrival in the northern domain. The leader of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolves urgently commanded, stating that this matter must be reported back immediately. Leader, there is no need to retreat. We have so many elites, 13 formidable beings in the void refinement stage, while they have only one Jiang Ping'an who possesses similar strength. A blue demon wolf bared its fangs, a fierce and excited expression on its face. If we were to kill Jiang Ping'an, we would surely demonstrate our might among the myriad races and achieve fame throughout the world. Indeed, leader, there is no need to withdraw. This human can be dealt with in an instant. Such a great achievement awaits us. The multitude of blue demon wolves harbored no thoughts of retreat. Although Jiang Ping'an was indeed powerful, they vastly outnumbered him. Could one Jiang Ping'an truly annihilate them all? Chapter 385. Now it is fair the leader of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolf elite squad surveyed the number of opponents on Jiang Ping'an's side and then glanced back at his own. Indeed, the disparity was monumental. Even if Jiang Ping'an possessed the strength to match the primordial ancestor crocodile, it mattered little. They had over 10 void refinement experts and a multitude of god transformation warriors. The two sides were not even on the same level. How shameful it was to have felt fear moments ago. No matter how strong Jiang Ping'an was, achieving mid-void refinement strength was already an impressive feat. Could he possibly take on their entire group? The fame surrounding Jiang Ping'an was immense. If they were to kill him now, it would surely dampen the morale of the human race and elevate the reputation of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolves. Attack! The leader of the Shadow Blue Demon Wolf elite squad commanded loudly. A horde of Shadow Blue Demon Wolves eagerly charged towards Jiang Ping'an and his companions. A terrifying aura sweeping across the land. Ji Fei's expression changed, and she immediately confronted two beings at the combined body stage. Though she would remain safe for the time being, others were likely doomed. Perhaps only a few would survive. The numerous nine-tailed foxes gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to fight desperately, hoping to take at least one enemy with them. Jiang Ping'an regarded the dense throng of Shadow Blue Demon Wolves with not a trace of fear in his eyes. Enormous spectral eyes materialized behind him, spanning thousands of meters, resembling the gaze of a sovereign, as if they could pierce through all existence. What is this? The multitude of Shadow Demon Wolves suddenly halted. Terror etched on their faces as they beheld those eyes. They attempted to retreat, only to find themselves immobilized, chains having inexplicably appeared, binding their bodies and sealing their demonic energy. Simultaneously, a golden staff exuding dark energy swept through. Bang, bang, bang. The numerous void refinement Shadow Blue Demon Wolves were obliterated, blood mist filling the air. Apart from 3 later stage void refinement Shadow Blue Demon Wolves who managed to break free from their chains through sheer strength, the rest were slain. The 3 later stage void refinement Blue Demon Wolves retreated in fright, staring in horror at the magical staff in Jiang Ping'an's hands. A treasured artifact. How could you possess such a treasure? Such artifacts are coveted even by tribulation stage experts, many of whom cannot afford them. Yet Jiang Ping'an possessed one. A treasured artifact, capable of augmenting one's combat prowess by 1 or 2 minor realms. In the event of a surprise attack, it could even enable one to slay foes across significant realms. 10 formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage perished in an instant for their esteemed clan. The loss of 10 void refinement experts represents a substantial blow. Jiang Ping'an, wielding the heavenly shattering demon rod, regarded them with indifference. No wonder they were so arrogant, for they were unaware of the treasure in his possession. Aside from the human race, the intelligence capabilities of other species are woefully inadequate. As they beheld the artifact in Jiang Ping'an's grasp, The three late-stage void refinement shadow blue demon wolves were overtaken by a mixture of fear and greed. If they could acquire this treasure and present it to their clan, a considerable reward would surely follow. Jiang Ping'an, do you not consider yourself a genius? What skill is it to rely on a treasure? If you possess true courage, do not use the artifact. They naively attempted to provoke him into abandoning the use of his treasure. I have never claimed to be a genius. Moreover, what right do you, a group of adversaries a realm above me, have to demand that I refrain from utilizing my treasure? Crack, crack. The fourth-tier battle armor on Jiang Ping'an's wrist swiftly morphed, spreading across his body until he was wholly encased in armor. Channeling the minor formless technique, he enlarged his form, and a black battle spirit adorned with illusory armor coalesced from the demonic energy, enveloping him entirely. His defenses and offensive capabilities were now balanced. It was only fair. Jiang Ping'an swung the heavenly shattering demon rod, causing the very mountains to tremble. Come forth and fight. He unleashed a sweeping strike toward his foes. The shadow blue demon wolves, gripped by terror, hastily summoned their powers to defend against the impending blow. Boom. The clash resulted in a cataclysmic rupture of space, with laws fracturing and a tempest raging for miles. The heavenly shattering demon rod, intrinsically heavy, was beyond the capability of even a god transformation stage expert to wield extensively. Coupled with the amplification from the battle armor, its weight became insurmountable. Jiang Ping'an swung the rod with fervor, each strike akin to a falling star, each arc inciting fierce gales. The three late-stage void refinement shadow blue demon wolves were shaken to their core, their insides aching, too fearful to allow their bodies to make contact with the rod, retreating in haste. The shadow blue demon wolf engaged in combat with Ji Fei was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that Jiang Ping'an possessed yet another treasured artifact. Now, of the numerous void refinement experts, only 3 remained. Damn those wretches. The leader of the blue demon wolves broke free from Ji Fei, charging at Jiang Ping'an, intent on avenging his kin. Yet, he was also driven by the desire to seize the artifact. However, Ji Fei was no easy target. She swiftly retrieved a crimson bell, shaking it gently, producing a melodious chime that resonated through the heavens and earth. The sound waves formed a protective barrier, obstructing the path of the blue demon wolf leader. Jiang Ping'an raised his gaze, contemplating the intent to kill him. With that, he forcefully swung the heavenly shattering demon rod, and with a single strike, hundreds of god transformation stage shadow blue demon wolves found no opportunity to resist, obliterated in an instant. I had been searching for a reason to strike at your kind. In mere moments, an elite battalion of shadow blue demon wolves was reduced to 5, 2 at the merging stage and 3 at the late void refinement stage. The 9-tailed fox demons, prepared to fight to the death, stood frozen in place. At the outset, they believed this to be a desperate struggle. However, before they could even make a move, the enemy had nearly perished. The man known as Jiang Ping'an transcended their understanding of this realm. Qian Huanro quietly observed the figure from behind, murmuring, with a staff in hand, who among the world can claim the title of hero? Looking across the entire human race. No, surveying all the races, who among those of equal rank could rival him? Yi Wuqing, sword in hand, appeared entirely unfazed. Even if Jiang Ping'an were to slay a powerful being in the tribulation stage, Yi Wuqing would remain unshocked. In his eyes, Jiang Ping'an was invincible. Jiang Ping'an collected the corpses, turning to feed them to the bloodthirsty 9 netherworms. The totemic markings of the barbarian race adorned his body. The battle god technique unleashed to its utmost, as he wielded his staff and charged towards the remaining 3 late-stage void refinement experts, empowered by the battle intent armor. Each strike instilled terror within the shadow demon wolves. The 3 shadow demon wolves, under immense pressure, retaliated against Jiang Ping'an. Yet, with the protection of the battle intent armor and battle soul, their attacks inflicted minimal damage. The battle intent armor, linked to the warrior's resolve, grew stronger with greater intensity of will. Strangely, when donned, the armor also enveloped the battle soul, enhancing its defenses. Realizing their efforts were futile, the 3 azure demon wolves retreated into the void. Had Jiang Ping'an lacked the battle intent armor, they might have stood a chance. However, the armor compensated for Jiang Ping'an's defensive shortcomings, rendering their assaults ineffective. At this moment, they dared not confront Jiang Ping'an. A single blow could leave them incapacitated for decades. Damn those pests. Just wait. The leader of the Shadow Azure Demon Wolves lamented, regretting not retreating at the outset, now having lost a significant portion of their elite. It was unclear who had foolishly suggested continuing the attack. Continuing this battle served no purpose. They could neither kill Jiang Ping'an nor Ji Fei, and if reinforcements arrived, their situation would become perilous. Did I allow you to escape? Jiang Ping'an executed a lightning-fast pursuit. Although the void refinement experts could blend into the void, they did not grasp the laws of space, hence could not traverse through it. At most, they could evade attacks within this spatial plane. Ji Fei, witnessing Jiang Ping'an's actions, hastily called out, "Do not pursue a cornered enemy." Jiang Ping'an, as if deaf to her plea, continued his relentless chase. Frustrated, Ji Fei thought to reprimand him for his bloodthirsty nature. She could only persist in battling the two Shadow Azure Demon Wolves, preventing them from attacking Jiang Ping'an. As Jiang Ping'an pursued, the three Azure Demon Wolves found themselves in dire straits. They could hardly fathom that such a prominent late-stage void refinement expert could be reduced to this state. They were, after all, elites among the Night Azure Demon Wolves. After half an hour of flight, the three Night Azure Demon Wolves suddenly spotted something, their faces lighting up with elation. Ahead loomed a vast tide of demonic energy. A large contingent of winged Night Azure Demon Wolves awaited them. It was the main force of their clan. Haha, Jiang Ping'an. This time you are undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 386. The name that drives the enemy 10,000 miles away. Why have you returned so soon? Where are the others? The commander of the Grand Troop, upon witnessing the return of the elite unit comprised of three-headed Azure Demon Wolves, inquired with a furrowed brow. They are all dead. All of them. Apart from the two leaders, only the three of us remain. The surviving Azure Demon Wolves were agitated, their faces contorted with fury and panic. Had it not been for their elevated realms and swift escape, they too would surely have perished. What? All dead? The commander's expression shifted dramatically, his senses heightened. Did you encounter an ambush from the enemy? How many were there? There seemed to be a dozen or so, but only two engaged us. The gravity of this statement deepened the commander's concern. Could it be the pinnacle warriors of the human race? He promptly commanded his troops, prepare for defense. The adversaries are not particularly formidable. Only one is a fusion stage powerhouse, while the other has merely grasped the second-tier laws. Yet, it was this individual who decimated our elite, lamented the surviving Azure Demon Wolf, filled with indignation. Do you take me for a fool? Even a figure like Jiang Ping'an could not possess such power. The commander seized the Azure Demon Wolf by the neck, his visage twisted with rage, feeling as though he had been deceived. If the enemy had been a legion of formidable foes, his ire would not have surged so. However, the notion that a mere human who had only recently grasped the second-tier laws could annihilate numerous elites was utterly ludicrous. Another Azure Demon Wolf that had escaped interjected hastily. Commander, it is true. He speaks not in jest. He is indeed a human who has comprehended the second-tier laws. Furthermore, he possesses a treasured artifact and fourth-tier battle armor. That human is none other than Jiang Ping'an. At the utterance of this name, the commander's demeanor altered drastically. He has arrived in the northern region? Commander, we must act swiftly. As of now, Jiang Ping'an is alone. If we eliminate him, we shall seize his treasured artifact. The returning Azure Demon Wolf then realized that Jiang Ping'an had not pursued them. At that moment, the two formidable fusion stage warriors engaged in battle with Ji Fei suddenly appeared, their expressions grave. Prepare for combat. Reinforcements from the demon god sect have arrived. The heavens and earth were in tumult, as the powerful members of the demon god sect and numerous disciples soared through the air like beams of divine light. The Shadow Azure Demon Wolves immediately heightened their vigilance. Ji Fei, wielding a secret treasure bell, proclaimed, Shadow Azure Demon Wolves. Do you intend to encroach upon our territory at the doorstep of the demon god sect? The opposing forces had audaciously advanced several thousand kilometers forward. No need for idle chatter. Let us commence the battle. A voice rang out from the ranks. Ji Fei coldly regarded the Azure Demon Wolves, asserting, withdraw 50,000 miles, or we shall engage in direct conflict. It is 100,000 miles. The previous voice echoed once more. Ji Fei turned towards the source of the proclamation. The speaker was none other than Jiang Ping'an. Why don't you speak if you dare? In this significant assembly, how could someone of your stature presume to interject? Jiang Ping'an interpreted Ji Fei's inquiry as a statement and bellowed at the Azure Demon Wolves, withdraw 100,000 miles, or I shall annihilate your progeny and sever your clan's roots. Ji Fei retorted, You actually dare to speak? What are you, a mere nothing? Do not presume that you now possess the identity of Jiang Ping'an. Even if you were to assume the role of a leader, others would still not heed your words. Ji Fei understood that Wu Liang was eager to drive the enemy back 10,000 miles to secure victory in the wager and attain the status of a holy son. However, as the disciples of the sect had yet to assemble, only a fraction had arrived. It was unwise to instigate conflict at this juncture. It would be prudent to wait until all were adequately prepared before engaging the adversary, attempting to repel the Qing Mo wolf. To demand the Qing Mo wolf retreat 10,000 miles at this moment was nothing short of a fool's errand. Are you truly Jiang Ping'an? The shadow Qing Mo wolf inquired, its icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Ping'an. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an replied, as the armor atop his head retracted, revealing a visage marked by maturity and cold resolve. Ji Fei was left speechless. This individual dared to respond, fully aware that he would be ridiculed for his audacity. Very well, then let us retreat 10,000 miles, commanded the leader of the shadow Qing Mo wolf, addressing his kin. Withdraw 10,000 miles. Ji Fei was dumbfounded. How can this be? How are they truly retreating? After such a lengthy confrontation, the enemy had not previously mentioned withdrawal, and now, with their diminished numbers, they audaciously proclaimed a retreat. Why have you chosen to withdraw? Ji Fei instinctively inquired. The leader of the shadow Qing Mo wolf scoffed. Do not assume that I am unaware of the formidable strength possessed by this Jiang Ping'an. You brought him here intending to annihilate our kin. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Had Jiang Ping'an not appeared, the shadow Qing Mo wolf would not have feared a battle. The losses would have been mutual, with neither side gaining nor losing significantly. Yet, with Jiang Ping'an's arrival, the dynamics have shifted. Having contended against the chaos body and the peak of the Taizu crocodile, it is now said among the human ranks that as long as Jiang Ping'an lives, none at his level can claim invincibility. Among the shadow Qing Mo wolves, no prodigy exists capable of contending with Jiang Ping'an. Should battle commence, even one of our kind at the same realm would be obliterated, just as before. From over 100 transformation stage experts and a dozen refining void experts, only 3 returned, a staggering loss. If we were to engage in true conflict, the death toll would be catastrophic. For now, we shall retreat, return, and consult with other prominent clans on how best to address Jiang Ping'an. Above all, we must avoid any confrontation with him at this moment. The main contingent of the shadow Qing Mo wolf departed in an orderly fashion. Ji Fei and the members of the demon god sect stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them, then turning their attention to Jiang Ping'an. Was this the oppressive aura of a prodigy of the era? Merely the utterance of a name had compelled the shadow Qing Mo wolf to retreat 10,000 miles. In the command camp of the demon god sect on the western battlefield, a cadre of generals stood before a starry battlefield map, attentively listening to Mo Buffon's directives and analysis. The blazing flame demon bird favored group assaults. Thus, it was imperative to separate them and eliminate them individually. The mission of the first squad was to charge forth and disrupt their formation. Furthermore, caution was required regarding the magical flames they unleashed, which possessed immense destructive power. Practitioners skilled in the water principles and formation masters were to be strategically positioned to cooperate with one another. However, we have but a scant number of practitioners attuned to the water principles, remarked a demon clan general. The disciples of the demon god sect were more inclined towards the pursuit of powerful offensive principles, with the water principles primarily associated with healing and protection, and thus not widely comprehended. Then let them learn. If they cannot master it, they shall procure water principle talismans, Mo Buffon asserted. Another general remarked, our resource mines have been seized, the disciple stipends have diminished, and we still require life-saving elixirs and other vital resources. As for talismans, they are exorbitantly priced and consumable, likely deterring anyone from purchasing them. Mo Buffon furrowed his brow, perplexed by the myriad of issues. Hadn't they been accumulating resources? What harm would it do to casually exchange a principle for water-type talismans? The other generals were incensed. Even formidable beings in the transformation stage hesitated to use principles for talismans, let alone lower-tier cultivators. The eldest son of the Grand Elder, having been raised in luxury, assumed that everyone lived as he did, devoid of resource scarcity. At that moment, the Grand Elder, Mo Chong, entered the command center with a grim expression. Upon seeing his father, Mo Buffon spoke. Father, Please allocate some resources to the disciples below, otherwise it will hinder my performance. Although the confrontation with the fiery demon bird was feigned, this battle was pivotal for his ascension as the Holy Son, and it needed to appear genuine. Chapter 387. Welcoming the Holy Son, Immortal gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. No need for preparations. We have lost. Immortal was taken aback. Lost? What do you mean? Immortal inhaled deeply, expressing his unwillingness. The shadow blue demon wolves on the eastern battlefield have retreated. Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It has only just begun. Why would they retreat? How far back did the blue wolves withdraw? Perhaps there is still a chance to pursue them. If they haven't retreated too far, we could order the fiery demon bird to retreat swiftly. Immortal shook his head. There is no chance left. The Blue Wolf clan has retreated a full 100,000 miles. We have lost. He had already received news from the eastern battlefield, revealing the dire situation. Immortal's expression stiffened, his countenance darkening. This is impossible. After such a prolonged struggle, the shadow blue demon wolves did not retreat. How could they suddenly withdraw 100,000 miles? Have the Wu clan and the nine-tailed fox experts intervened? Or have they been bribed? Immortal's expression was exceedingly complex. It was Jiang Ping'an. He single-handedly decimated the elite forces of the shadow blue demon wolves, leading to the demise of hundreds of transformation stage experts and several from the refinement stage. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's name, the main force of the shadow blue wolves did not even engage in battle and retreated outright. As this revelation sank in, the hearts of the assembled generals felt as though they were gripped by an immense hand, overwhelmed with shock. An elite force typically necessitated a threefold advantage in numbers to secure victory. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had swept through them alone. More alarmingly, the main force of the shadow blue wolves, upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's name, did not dare to fight and retreated 100,000 miles. Immortal collapsed into his chair, his expression dazed and incredulous. He had meticulously prepared for this battle, even going so far as to bribe the enemy for a stage performance, aiming for victory 3 days hence. Yet he had never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an would surpass mere theatrics, scaring the enemy back 100,000 miles. This incident rapidly spread throughout the demon god sect. Goodness, did you hear? Jiang Ping'an has come to our demon god sect as the Holy Son. He single-handedly crushed the elite forces of the shadow blue demon wolves. He drove the blue wolves back 100,000 miles. Who is Jiang Ping'an? Why have I never heard of him? An outsider? How could we allow an outsider to become the Holy Son of our demon god sect? What a disgrace. Many individuals remain oblivious to Jiang Ping'an, particularly as the thoughts of most are consumed by warfare and cultivation. It is entirely understandable that his name has not yet resonated with them. The disciples of the demon god sect, largely influenced by demonic energy, tend to be reclusive, irritable, and haughty. Upon hearing of an outsider aspiring to join their ranks, discontent swiftly arose among them. What is Jiang Ping'an? That he should be deemed worthy of becoming the Holy Son of their sect? However, under G-phase orchestration, information regarding Jiang Ping'an began to circulate within the sect. Jiang Ping'an, the architect of a unique cultivation system, has forged 360 primordial spirits, establishing a historical precedent. He has created the divine body, the holy demon body, with capabilities rivaling that of the holy body itself. He devised spells that enabled him to battle the founding ancestor crocodile to a standstill. And he has faced the chaotic body without suffering defeat. With sheer determination, he halted 1,000,000 sea monsters, altering the tide of war in the eastern domain's East Sea, preserving the coastline while seizing vast maritime territories. The disciples of the demon god sect, upon first hearing of Jiang Ping'an's feats, were incredulous, dismissing them as mere exaggerations. Each of these accomplishments, if taken individually, would be enough to astonish the world. How could they all belong to a single individual? Yet, when confirmation came from the higher echelons of the sect, excitement erupted throughout. Quick, let us welcome our Holy Son. Just moments ago, one had declared that allowing an outsider to become the Holy Son was a disgrace. Nonsense. When did I ever assert that only such prodigies were worthy of this title? I shall go forth to welcome our Holy Son. In recent years, the demon god sect has suffered immense losses, with vast territories claimed, 3 generations of Holy Sons sacrificed, and the sect leader gravely injured, with rumors of his demise circulating. A pervasive sense of despondency and oppression enveloped the entire sect. Now, With the arrival of such an extraordinary talent, their declining morale is sure to be revitalized. A throng of disciples rushed toward the sect's entrance, eager to greet this soon-to-be holy son. He has arrived. He is back. As the disciples returned, their gazes swept back and forth. Although they had not seen Jiang Ping'an before, they quickly identified him amidst the ranks of high-ranking officials and powerful figures. There he stood, with sword-like brows and cascading black hair, his indifferent eyes seemingly disdainful of all around him. This must be Jiang Ping'an, sporting that distinctive, infuriating expression characteristic of a prodigy. All disciples gathered beneath the statue of the demon god, preparing for the Holy Sun bestowal ceremony. Jifei's voice echoed throughout the demon god sect. Numerous disciples took flight toward the plaza beneath the statue. From a distance, Jiang Ping'an beheld a towering black statue, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. The statue depicted a man, vividly alive, exuding an aura of dominion over the world, surrounded by the essence of the great Tao, as if it could spring to life, emanating an overwhelming presence. According to Wu Liang's recollections, Jiang Ping'an learned that this was the progenitor of the demon god sect. It was this figure who established the demonic cultivation system, perhaps ranking among the top 10 strongest of the human race, and also one of the ancestors of the nine-tailed fox, in his quest to strengthen the demon god sect. This powerful being once consorted with the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox, leading to the integration of the nine-tailed fox lineage into the sect. Shortly, a ceremony would be held beneath the statue to confer the title of Holy Son. Only through the statue's acknowledgement can one truly claim the title of Holy Son. Under ordinary circumstances, the attainment of the title of Saint Child is almost a certainty, with little chance of failure. Jifei arrived beneath the statue of the divine and demonic, sorrow etched upon her exquisite visage, tears glistening in her eyes. Today, two momentous announcements were to be made. The disciples of the demon god sect stood in solemn formation, their gazes fixed upon Jifei. As the esteemed consort of the sect leader, her status was unparalleled. Observing the sadness that clouded her face, many disciples began to surmise the gravity of the situation. Jifei, her voice trembling, announced, "The first matter, esteemed leader, is that my husband has sacrificed himself." As she spoke, tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks, her mournful expression evoking deep sympathy. Many disciples felt their eyes welling with tears. The rumors were indeed true. The leader had met with calamity. The unfortunate consort, without a child, had already lost her husband. A profound sense of melancholy enveloped the crowd, as years of conflict had claimed too many lives within the sect, and now even the leader had fallen. If this continued, the demon god sect risked collapse at any moment. The air was thick with sorrow. Jiang Ping'an regarded Jifei with indifference, perceiving her theatrics as nothing but an act. Jifei wiped her tears away, adopting a facade of resilience, and continued with a resolute voice. "Though our leader has perished, he made a monumental decision for our sect before his sacrifice. He has chosen Jiang Ping'an to become the Saint Child and, in the future, to inherit his position as leader. Jiang Ping'an is destined to guide our sect to new heights. Let us rally our spirits. The demon god sect has weathered countless storms and shall not falter here. Now, let the ceremony commence to bestow upon Jiang Ping'an the title of Saint Child." Wait. Just as Jifei prepared to seize the moment and complete the ceremony, a booming voice resonated from the heavens. Chapter 388, Bow Down and Prostrate. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder Imo, accompanied by his son, Imo Bufan. Imo descended before the statue, proclaiming loudly, "I, the Elder, vehemently oppose Jiang Ping'an's ascension as the Saint Child." Jifei narrowed her eyes. "Elder, are you reneging on your word? According to our wager, whoever first drives their enemies back 10,000 miles is entitled to the title of Saint Child. Jiang Ping'an has succeeded. He should rightfully be the Saint Child." Imo replied with gravity, "Indeed, my word stands. But I was previously unaware that Jiang Ping'an had been cursed." He addressed the other high-ranking members and numerous disciples. "Jiang Ping'an is afflicted by a curse from a transcendent being, rendering him incapable of comprehending higher-level laws for the rest of his life. This," he explained, "meant that he could never become an unparalleled powerhouse. How could such an individual be deemed worthy of becoming the Saint Child, let alone the leader of the sect?" Imo had known of this curse all along. His current remarks were merely a ploy to invalidate the prior agreement. The disciples of the demon god sect were taken aback upon hearing that Jiang Ping'an was unable to grasp advanced laws. Was this truly the case? To be unable to further comprehend the laws would signify an eternal stagnation in one's cultivation. While one could enhance their combat prowess, they would only be able to pursue the arduous path of physical cultivation, a formidable undertaking indeed. Initially, the crowd held high hopes for Jiang Ping'an, but upon learning that he had been cursed and could not attain the status of an unparalleled powerhouse, their demeanor shifted dramatically. If this were indeed the case, his appointment as the Holy Son would warrant careful consideration. Mo Chong observed the murmuring crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Ping'an. Regrettably, I too wish to see you as the Holy Son, but alas, you are cursed, he declared. Though his words were laced with deception, he was secretly overjoyed, feigning pity akin to a cat mourning a mouse. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to respond, Ji Fei interjected, stating that the sect would devise a solution to the curse in due time. For now, our focus at the demon god cult is to select an exemplary representative to elevate our prestige. If your son possesses even a tenth of Jiang Ping'an's achievements, then perhaps he could become the Holy Son. Does your son possess such qualifications? Mo Chong's expression stiffened. Does your son dare confront a million-strong army alone? Does he possess the strength to battle the chaotic body? Would he challenge the great ancestry? Can he forge a new realm? Can his reputation repel enemy forces for 10,000 miles? Ji Fei offered Mo Chong no opportunity to respond, addressing the assembly of the demon god cult, proclaiming, Jiang Ping'an's talent knows no bounds. Let those who doubt him step forward. Among his peers, whoever can withstand a mere half hour against him shall take his place. Jiang Ping'an then added, just one punch. Let us not squander time. Whoever among you can withstand a single blow from me shall assume my position. Upon hearing Ji Fei's challenge, the crowd fell silent, but Jiang Ping'an's audacious proposal ignited their spirits. One punch. Even if he were formidable, such arrogance seemed excessive. Did he truly believe that no one among his peers could endure a single strike? This was hubris, and the demon god cult, being a top-tier human faction, felt belittled. Many disciples of the demon god cult felt a sense of disdain. Jiang Ping'an's bold proclamation seemed to undermine their strength, suggesting that none within their ranks could withstand his might. While they acknowledged his prowess, they could not accept that he was so powerful. The crowd readied themselves, eager to challenge him, not out of belief in their own potential to become the Holy Son, but to humble Jiang Ping'an for his audacity. Mo Buffon rejoiced, seeing an opportunity arise. Even if Jiang Ping'an were strong, he could not possibly withstand a punch. Just then, Jiang Ping'an struck the air beside him with a punch. Crack! The fabric of space shattered, black fissures radiating outward. The expressions of Mo Buffon and the other disciples of the demon god cult froze in disbelief. A single punch that could rend the void. This was the power of a cultivator in the early stages of void refinement. Moreover, such destructive capability typically required the wielding of rule-based forces. Yet, Jiang Ping'an's casual strike manifested this level of devastation. If he were to unleash his full strength, how terrifying would that be? The older generation of powerhouses wore expressions of grave concern and shock. Jiang Ping'an exceeded their expectations. Who will challenge me? Jiang Ping'an surveyed the gathered assembly with a calm demeanor, his voice soft yet overpowering, silencing the surrounding murmurs. The disciples of the demon god cult dared not meet his gaze. In the zenith of the demonic cult, there may have existed rivals capable of contending with Jiang Ping'an. However, in the present day, most of those prodigies have perished in battle, leaving the entirety of the demonic cult without a peer to rival him. In the plaza, Jiang Ping'an has become the focal point of all eyes. His indifferent gaze seemingly dismisses all, and his formidable aura compels a sense of reverence. Ji Fei appears momentarily dazed before shifting her attention to Mo Chong, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. Elder, you might as well let your son give it a try. It's merely a punch. If he endures, your son shall be the Holy Son. Mo Chong clenches his fists, rendered speechless. His son's combat prowess is far from remarkable. A single blow from Jiang Ping'an could very well eclipse his tomorrow. Observing the silence from her opponent, Ji Fei's expression turns to one of disdain. With no objections raised, the ceremony is set to commence. Now, let Jiang Ping'an perform the kneeling rite and bow his head in supplication for the blessings of the great demon god. Mo Chong has conceded entirely. Jiang Ping'an is too powerful, so much so that no one stands a chance against him, and his son, Mo Buffon, is devoid of opportunity. Yet, he soon perceives a flicker of hope. Ji Fei, observing the upright figure of Jiang Ping'an, furrows her brow, demanding, "What are you doing? Hurry and kneel to beseech the blessings of the great demon god. Without kneeling, you shall not receive the blessings, nor attain the position of Holy Son." Jiang Ping'an gazes calmly at the statue before him, unable to bend his knee. For his parents or his master, he would kneel, but to bow before an unfamiliar statue. He finds himself incapable. Despairing, Mo Chong's hope resurfaces. Jiang Ping'an's lack of sincerity towards the demonic cult and his disrespect towards the great demon god would preclude him from receiving blessings, thus disqualifying him as the Holy Son. Even if the entire sect acknowledges Jiang Ping'an, without the endorsement of the great demon god, it is in vain. This Jiang Ping'an is a prodigy with his own pride. Should he kneel, the indomitable spirit within him would falter, and it is evident he will not submit. Ji Fei's brow tightens further, urging, "Jiang Ping'an, kneel and bow now." The expressions of the disciples shift once more. Jiang Ping'an's refusal to kneel before the demon god signifies a denial of our demonic cult. Indeed, if he does not show respect even to the demon god, he can never be the Holy Son. The statue of the demon god possesses a spirit. Without kneeling, recognition is impossible. For the members of the demonic cult, the demon god is divine. They may exhibit arrogance towards anyone, even the elders or leaders, but would never show disrespect to the demon god. Without the demon god's conferment of the Holy Son's identity, they will never acknowledge Jiang Ping'an. Meanwhile, Qian Huanrou's expression shifts slightly as she hastily transmits a message to Jiang Ping'an. "Kneel and bow quickly, or your true identity will be revealed." Chapter 389. Challenge to the demon god. The demonic cult holds the demon god in utmost reverence. Kneeling is non-negotiable. Should Jiang Ping'an refuse to kneel now, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions about his identity. If the higher-ups of the Wu family and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were to doubt him, Jiang Ping'an would find himself in peril. Hence, Qian Huanrou urges him to kneel post-haste. All eyes are fixed intently upon Jiang Ping'an, standing tall and resolute. He suddenly addresses the statue of the demon god with a clear voice. "Great demon god, I, a humble junior, wish to challenge you. May I request a duel?" Such a formidable being undoubtedly retains a true spirit within the mortal realm. This true spirit is akin to the true body, albeit not possessing the same formidable strength. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ping'an dares to challenge the Lord of Demons? For many years, no one has ever contemplated such a challenge. Although the Lord of Demons ascended to immortality and entered the celestial realm, he left behind a fragment of his divine consciousness in the mortal world, residing within the statue of the demon lord. While this true spirit may not match the Lord's past might, it undoubtedly possesses the combat prowess reminiscent of the Lord's prime. At least to a certain extent, the demon lord is a peerless figure who pioneered the path of demonic cultivation, capable of contending for a place among the top 10 strongest of humanity. Though not on par with the emperors, he remains an indomitable force nonetheless. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him, Jiang Ping'an continued boldly, "As a humble disciple, I wish to witness the grandeur of the Lord of Demons in his heyday. To refine my own abilities, I implore the Lord to bestow upon me guidance. Should I emerge victorious, I would be honored to be granted the opportunity to become the Holy Son of the demon sect, to advance and retreat alongside the sect." By using this challenge as a pretext, he deftly avoided prostration, thereby suppressing the doubts of the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Wu family. Mo Chong regarded Jiang Ping'an as if he were a fool, thinking to himself that this youth could not possibly believe himself to be invincible among his peers simply because he had managed to contend with the recently revived ancestor crocodile. Although the ancestor crocodile, upon revival, possessed diminished combat capabilities, the true spirit of the demon lord was different. It could unleash the full extent of the demon lord's powers. Jiang Ping'an's audacity to challenge the true spirit was nothing short of recklessness. Many disciples of the demon sect did not perceive Jiang Ping'an's actions as arrogance. Rather, they regarded him as deluded. No matter how strong Jiang Ping'an might be, it was inconceivable that he could overcome a legend who led humanity out of the wilderness. Whether they be emperors, the demon lord, or the human sovereign, these ancient powers have left an indelible legacy that has sustained great sects throughout the ages. For countless years, none have been able to shake their positions. "Do you dare to challenge me?" A voice brimming with boundless authority suddenly emanated from the statue. The statue shimmered, and the laws of heaven and earth violently stirred, giving rise to an ethereal figure that bore an identical visage to the statue. Overwhelming demonic energy engulfed the sky, transforming the very atmosphere, as an immense pressure permeated the entire demon sect. The disciples present changed countenance and promptly knelt, while many high-ranking experts clasped their fists in salute. Lord of Demons. The eyes of the crowd brimmed with admiration and reverence. The Lord of Demons seldom emerges. What has prompted his appearance today? Could it be that Jiang Ping'an's actions have incited his wrath? Surely, it must be so. Jiang Ping'an's audacity has likely insulted the Lord. Jiang Ping'an raised his head, gazing intently at the figure, still hoping for guidance. Do you believe yourself worthy? The true spirit of the demon lord looked down upon Jiang Ping'an with a disdainful glare, exuding an innate pride and dominance that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Since ancient times, no one has dared to challenge the true spirit of the demon lord. Jiang Ping'an is the first. If I were unworthy, would the Lord of Demons have emerged? Jiang Ping'an retorted. Truly audacious, reminiscent of the demon lord's former grandeur. The true spirit of the demon lord raised its gaze, declaring, I shall grant you this opportunity to challenge me. As he spoke, a powerful force emanated from the statue of the demon god, drawing Jiang Ping'an into the realm of the demon god. The other elders exchanged glances and followed suit. Although they did not believe Jiang Ping'an could prevail, they were curious to witness the prowess of this rumored prodigy. The other disciples yearned to watch the battle, but entry into the demon goddess space was reserved for high-ranking elders, leaving them to wait outside. Jiang Ping'an was indeed audacious, daring to challenge the demon lord. They anticipated his defeat. Mo Buffon's expression was icy, harboring deep discontent towards Jiang Ping'an. He and his father had invested heavily to procure the blazing demon bird, orchestrating a ruse to elevate him to the status of Holy Son, only to have Jiang Ping'an seize the opportunity first. Yi Wuqing cast a glance at Mo Buffon, asserting, My elder brother will triumph. Mo Buffon turned to the source of the voice, meeting the gaze of an exquisite beauty, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Ping'an, who had such a stunning admirer. Do you know who the demon lord is? A peerless powerhouse who pioneered the path of demonic cultivation, fought alongside the emperor against myriad races, creating countless legends and leading humanity to greatness. It was not only Mo Buffon who doubted Jiang Ping'an's victory. Not a single soul within the demon sect held any belief in his success. So what if he is? Yi Wuqing calmly replied, My elder brother will win. Mo Buffon's face twitched in irritation. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, he thought, wishing the uninformed would remain silent to avoid embarrassment. Indeed, those who know nothing should keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, they will face humiliation, Yi Wuqing retorted mockingly. Mo Buffon, gritting his teeth in frustration, refrained from further argument, choosing instead to reserve his scorn for the outcome. Qian Huanzhou stood quietly nearby, observing the demon god statue, her eyes glimmering with doubt. Could Jiang Ping'an truly conquer the essence of the demon god? The essence of the demon god was not to be compared with the recently revived ancestor crocodile. If Jiang Ping'an could indeed overcome such an opponent, it would be unimaginable. Within the demon goddess realm, snow-capped mountains towered into the clouds, rivers flowed ceaselessly, and lush trees blanketed the earth. In the sky, Jiang Ping'an and the essence of the demon god exchanged distant glances. Demon Lord, this Jiang Ping'an is formidable. Please do not underestimate him. Elder Mo Chong cautioned. While he did not believe Jiang Ping'an could defeat the essence of the demon god, it was prudent to offer a warning to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. If he were not strong, I would not allow him to challenge me. The essence of the demon god mused, having overheard the disciples' discussion. Its appearance was intended to temper this prodigy's arrogance. Only through timely pruning can a tree grow taller. The essence of the demon god raised an arm and beckoned, Make your move. If I strike first, you shall have no chance. Fear not, I will suppress my realm to match yours. Jiang Ping'an maintained a serious demeanor, unwilling to be careless. The opponent was a being stronger than the recently revived ancestor crocodile, one of the progenitors who led humanity's rise. He activated the lesser wuxiang technique, his form rapidly expanding. Tribal totemic patterns enveloping his body as he unleashed the battle god technique, a black battle soul enveloping him, like celestial bodies descending from the heavens. Fist struck down towards the true spirit of the demon god, shattering the fabric of space in their wake, reminiscent of stars plummeting to the earth. The true spirit of the demon god expanded in size, raising its palm to meet the oncoming force. With a thunderous clash, a fierce gale erupted, sweeping across the land like a mighty dragon. Jiang Ping'an's pupils contracted in disbelief as he realized that his punch had been effortlessly caught by his adversary. The demon god gazed down upon Jiang Ping'an with an air of haughty arrogance. The lesser wuxiang technique was derived from the divine art law of manifestation created by this demon god, while the battle god technique was a preliminary form developed in collaboration with the ancient emperor and later perfected by the human monarch. The power you wield, I possess in full. The demon god emanated a profound battle intent, launching another colossal fist towards Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an, akin to a roiling cloud in the sky, surged violently, unable to find calm. It dawned upon him that one of the creators of the battle god technique was indeed the demon god. With a grave expression, Jiang Ping'an lifted his fist to retaliate. Upon impact, he felt as if a star had collided with him. The weight of the demon god's fist was immense, sending him hurtling through the air. Chapter 390. The battle with the true spirit of the demon god regaining his composure. Jiang Ping'an engaged in a fierce exchange with the storm of the demon god's battle armor, their fists colliding like relentless raindrops. Each clash was akin to stars crashing to the ground, unleashing tremendous power that flattened towering mountains and swept away lush trees in a tempest. Observers from the demon god sect stood at a distance, entranced by the ferocity of the duel. Though their confrontation seemed to be a mere exchange of punches, each strike bore the weight of the strongest blows from other cultivators of their realm. Is that all you have? Surely, there is more to your repertoire. The demon god's true spirit responded effortlessly, showing no hint of strain. Jiang Ping'an summoned the Wujidian fist, attempting to harness the demon god's strength to counterattack. However, this notion quickly dissipated as the demon god's true spirit shattered the Wujidian fist, delivering a powerful blow to Jiang Ping'an's chest, sending him flying once more. Blood seeped from Jiang Ping'an's lips as he stared incredulously at his opponent. What is happening? Why did the Wujidian fist fail? The demon god's true spirit regarded Jiang Ping'an with disdain. What is there to be shocked about? Your technique is merely a variation of the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, is it not? Your martial art encompasses only the principle of power, devoid of the Yin-Yang balance. As long as one comprehends the principle of power to a sufficient degree, breaking through your technique is trivial. The demon god's true spirit appeared bored, questioning Jiang Ping'an's audacity to challenge it. To be honest, I am quite disappointed. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jiang Ping'an assumed a solemn demeanor. The demon god's true spirit had reached the pinnacle of understanding the principle of power, making direct confrontation nearly impossible for victory. Jiang Ping'an resolved to rely on his speed to prevail. Channeling the thunder flash, he instantaneously appeared behind the demon god's true spirit, striking with full force. A terrifying spectacle unfolded as a pair of hands sprouted from the demon god's back. Jiang Ping'an's punch was effortlessly blocked, and with a devastating blow from the other hand, he was sent flying dozens of miles, crashing through numerous mountain peaks. To Jiang Ping'an's astonishment, a second head emerged from the demon god's neck, facing its own back, its eyes fixed on Jiang Ping'an. Have you ever heard of the divine ability known as 3 heads and 6 arms? It is indeed a creation of this demonic deity. However, this realm cannot unleash the full power of the divine ability, allowing only the activation of 2 heads and 4 arms, which is sufficient to contend with you. The assembled powerful beings watching the battle were not surprised by this overwhelming outcome. It was an expected result. Mo Chong smiled at Jiang Ping'an, remarking that everyone claims you cannot defeat the Lord of the Demons, yet you refuse to believe it. Surrender quickly and do not waste the Lord of the Demons' time. You are not on the same level as the great demon lord. Jiang Ping'an rose from the ground and soared back into the starry sky. At this moment, there was not a trace of defeat on his face. Instead, it was filled with the fervor of battle. Truly, the ancient demon god is a legendary figure who created myths. To engage in combat with such an unparalleled powerhouse was exhilarating. A formidable fighting spirit erupted from Jiang Ping'an as he charged toward his opponent with renewed vigor. With utmost speed and strength, he unleashed a multitude of top-tier secret techniques. The true spirit of the demon god wielded its 4 arms to counter, while an array of ancient and mysterious techniques struck Jiang Ping'an. He coughed up blood as his body was pierced, yet he fought with increasing courage, rising again and again after being knocked down. The laws of heaven and earth trembled violently, and divine light illuminated the heavens. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the onlookers were left astounded. Had they not known that both were only unleashing second-tier law powers, they might have believed they were witnessing a battle between powerful beings in the void refinement stage. They finally understood why Jiang Ping'an was hailed as a prodigy of the era, even at the peak of their demon god sect. It would be difficult to find such a genius. No matter how strong one might be, the gap with the Lord of the Demons was insurmountable. Mo Chong gazed at the true spirit of the demon god with admiration. This was the pioneer of the human race, the founder of the demon god sect. An ancient legend. Unless an emperor were to personally intervene, even the likes of a human emperor or a holy king at the same realm would not stand a chance against the Lord of the Demons. Although others said nothing, they shared the same sentiment. The Lord of the Demons is invincible, and he has yet to exert his full strength. Ji Fei fixed his gaze on Jiang Ping'an. Realizing that he had not yet unleashed his primordial spirit power, Mo Chong paused for a moment, then recalled that Jiang Ping'an had pioneered an unprecedented path, capable of unleashing 360 primordial spirits. At that moment, a radiant divine light emanated from Jiang Ping'an, sending forth beams that manifested 360 replicas of himself. Including his original form, there were a total of 361. All these primordial spirits embodied the law of gravity, which is one of Jiang Ping'an's most terrifying attributes. He can create multiple primordial spirits that can transform into any type of law spirit as needed. This time, all were gravity law spirits because Jiang Ping'an sought to unleash the strongest destructive power in an instant. The true spirit of the demon god was too formidable, and if he were to release various types of law spirits, his strength would be too dispersed to inflict any harm upon the opponent. Jiang Ping'an's original form executed sealing heaven to gain control while simultaneously. The 360 primordial spirits drained much of their power to cast star pulling technique for the attack. The terrifying laws of gravity erupted, violently tearing apart the very fabric of space surrounding the true spirit of the demon god, along with its corporeal form. Gasping for breath amidst the disarray, Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of triumph. Have you truly never heard of the divine art known as 3 heads and 6 arms? Before he could fully revel in his victory, the demon god's body suddenly reassembled. This time, however, it was notably missing a head. The manifestation of the 3 heads and 6 arms not only bestows great power, but also grants additional lives. Yet, at this moment, I can only gain 1 extra life. The demon god's essence here represents merely a fraction of its existence. Without higher laws, the true spirit cannot be vanquished. With a sweeping motion of its colossal hand, the demon god invoked a secret technique, shattering hundreds of Jiang Ping'an's primordial spirits. Faced with this calamity, Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted drastically as he hastily retracted the remaining spirits. These entities housed his energy, and their loss would greatly diminish his vitality. As he gathered his spirits, Jiang Ping'an swiftly retreated, employing the concealing universe technique to absorb the energies of the cosmos for replenishment. The demon god observed him, remarking, "This ability of yours is commendable, but merely that. You may be formidable among your peers, yet to triumph over me is an impossibility. Now, kneel and pledge yourself to me as your master, and I shall impart all I have learned." A wave of shock rippled through the powerful figures present. Historically, the demon god had never taken a disciple. This was an unprecedented moment. The fact that the demon god was willing to teach Jiang Ping'an indicated a recognition of his potential. Mo Chong gasped in disbelief, "My lord, this cannot be. He is not one of us from the demon god sect." If Jiang Ping'an were to become the demon god's disciple, his status would transcend that of a mere holy son, becoming a revered ancestor to all. "Hasten to kneel in submission," cried the higher-ups of the Wu family. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Should Wu Liang become the disciple of the demon god, the Wu family would undoubtedly rise in prominence, gaining access to numerous secret techniques. Jiang Ping'an maintained his composure, asserting, "I have not yet lost." The Wu family's leaders were nearly driven to fury by his words. "What is wrong with admitting defeat? You are engaged in this contest for the position of holy son. Now, not only could you attain a status beyond that of a holy son, but you could also gain access to countless secret arts. Why continue fighting? Do you truly believe you can best the demon god? Even with 10,000 more years of training, you would still be outmatched." Oh, the demon god squinted, Sensing that Jiang Ping'an had more up his sleeve, Jiang Ping'an nodded. I possess one more self-created martial art. A self-created martial art? The demon god paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. At your level, any self-created martial art is mere folly. Do not bring it forth to embarrass yourself. It had assumed Jiang Ping'an possessed some advanced technique, hence his reluctance to concede. Little did it realize that this young man was merely relying on his own invention. To think that even emperors of yore had not crafted anything formidable at this stage of their development.